In order to fulfill the vow of youthful innocence, Chu Feng, after 5 years of marriage, willingly became a devoted husband. However, he soon realized that his wife's heart was solely occupied by her first love. With a sudden awakening, Chu Feng decided to lay everything barring no more pretense. In the southern district of Yin City, while washing clothes, Chu Feng received a text alert indicating his phone balance was running low. He quickly shook off the water from his hands and messaged his wife, Luo Shiyu. "Dear, could you transfer 100 yuan to me? My balance is almost gone, huh?" Before long, Luo Shiyu replied with a voice message. "Chu Feng, what's going on? Didn't I just give you 200? How did you use it up so quickly?" Feeling wronged, Chu Feng noted that the last 200 had been given 5 days prior, and he had spent it entirely on the water bill. Just as he was about to explain, Luo Shiyu sent another voice note. "You know how busy it is at the company. Don't trouble me with these trivial matters anymore. It's really annoying." Her tone was laced with disdain and impatience. Ding dong. A notification indicated that 100 yuan had been transferred. Chu Feng smiled, unfazed by Luo Shiyu's tone, for he understood her sharp words concealed a caring heart. "Where have you been, Chu Feng?" Just as he finished topping up his balance, his mother-in-law, Luo Lan, called sharply from downstairs. Chu Feng hurried down. Luo Lan lay sprawled on the sofa. Without lifting her eyelids, she said, "I want to soak my feet." "Of course, Mom." Chu Feng turned to the bathroom, filled a wooden basin with water, and brought it out to place beside the sofa. "Ah." As soon as Luo Lan dipped her feet into the basin, she yelped, kicking it over. Glaring at Chu Feng, she shouted, "Are you trying to scald me?" He had tested the water and found it to be lukewarm. Noticing the blisters on her feet, Chu Feng quickly smiled and said, "Mom, the water isn't hot, it's just that the blisters on your feet are bursting, which can cause a stinging sensation." Luo Lan sat up, her face full of ire. "What? Are you implying that I've wronged you?" Chu Feng shook his head vigorously. Luo Lan scoffed, pointing at the spill on the floor. "What are you standing there for? Clean this mess up." Watching him scramble to clean, Luo Lan rolled her eyes in disgust. As soon as he finished mopping up the water, Luo Lan demanded, "I'm hungry. Go make something to eat." Moments later, 3 dishes were served on the table. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Luo Lan barely took a bite before spitting it back on the table, fuming. "Chu Feng, what's wrong with you? Don't you know I can't eat salty food these days?" Chu Feng remained silent. Knowing full well that the food was not salty at all, it was simply that his mother-in-law was in a foul mood and taking it out on him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang unexpectedly, and Chu Feng rushed to answer, cheerfully welcoming 3 women into the house. All 3 were Luo Lan's mahjong friends, who visited the villa daily to play. As they passed by Chu Feng, their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Upon seeing her friends, Luo Lan's previous frown transformed into a bright smile. "Oh, you're finally here? Come on, let's start the game." After clearing the dining table, as he was about to head upstairs, Luo Lan called out, "Chu Feng, bring us some fruit." Opening the fridge, he replied, "Mom, we're out of fruit." "You useless man. Why didn't you buy some when it ran out? At your age, you still need me to teach you this?" Luo Lan slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Chu Feng approached the table, looking embarrassed. "Mom, I don't have any money left. Could you lend me some to buy?" "Absolutely not." Interrupting him, Luo Lan shrieked, "Can't you see I'm playing? Don't you know asking for money now will affect my luck? What a waste. A grown man who can't even afford to buy fruit. What's the point of your existence? You might as well just die. Get lost. Hurry up and disappear. Don't block my fortune." Chu Feng awkwardly chuckled and turned to leave. "Lan Jia, why are you still supporting such a useless man? With Shiyu being so beautiful and the president of the Luo group, she shouldn't have trouble finding someone more suitable. You just don't understand." Chu Feng overheard the idle chatter behind him, but paid it no mind. Over the past 5 years, he had endured countless jibes from Luo's relatives, yet he remained indifferent, his heart solely focused on Luo Shiyu, unconcerned with the opinions of others. "Mom, how's your luck today?" "Oh, Shiyu's back. You've become even more beautiful after a few days." As Chu Feng completed his laundry, he heard Luo Shiyu's voice from downstairs. His heart leaped with joy, and he hurried down. Downstairs, Luo Lan was criticizing Chu Feng for not even having money to buy fruit. Noticing his arrival, Luo Shiyu frowned and asked, "Didn't I just transfer money to you?" Chu Feng, feeling helpless, spread his hands and explained, "I used it to top up my phone." Luo Shiyu rolled her eyes and coldly remarked, "How old are you? Can't you budget your money? Use what I give you and no more. It seems I'll have to restrict your allowance from now on." Facing her reprimand, Chu Feng did not argue. All right, go away and don't disturb our game." Luo Lan waved her hand impatiently. Luo Shiyu, wearing a frosty expression, ascended the stairs. Once in her room, she began packing her suitcase and said to Chu Feng, who stood at the door, "Zhongge has returned from studying abroad. I'm going to show him around and help him acclimate to the country. He'll be gone for a month." Chu Feng's throat tightened. Usually, when he expressed a desire to go out, Luo Shiyu would claim she was too busy with work. Yet now, with her first love back, she could set aside her responsibilities to go out and enjoy herself for an entire month. "By the way, Zhongge won't be leaving this time. I plan to transfer your shares in the company to him. After all, you don't spend any money, and holding on to them is pointless. It would be better to give him the motivation to lead the company toward a better future. Tomorrow, come with me to sign the transfer agreement." Luo Shiyu's tone was entirely authoritative, devoid of any negotiation. In her eyes, what was hers belonged to her, and what was Chu Feng's was hers as well, requiring no discussion with this useless man. Chu Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. After their marriage, when Luo Shiyu had expressed her desire not to be looked down upon by her friends and her ambition to start business, he had readily supported her with all his savings, even working behind the scenes to help the Luo group reach its current heights. After that, he had taken a step back, embracing the role of a homemaker. It could be said that without his covert assistance, the Luo group would have collapsed long ago. Over these 5 years, since he had seemingly accomplished nothing overtly, he was labeled as a freeloader. Recalling how Luo Shiyu had disdainfully tossed him a couple of hundred yuan whenever he asked for living expenses, now she intended to transfer his rightful shares to someone who had contributed nothing. What is the essence of disparity? This is the essence of disparity. Chu Feng had believed that even a stone, warmed by years of patience, could eventually yield warmth. But now, he understood that Luo Shiyu was a stone that could never be warmed. While Luo Shiyu busily attended to her tasks, she inadvertently looked up to find Chu Feng staring intently at her with an unsettling gaze. Her beautiful eyes widened in anger. "What are you looking at? Is there a problem? I've told you before that Zhongge is my first love, and he saved my life. I owe him a debt that I can never repay. My debt is your debt." Chu Feng shook his head. "I'm sorry. Your debt to him is your concern. I owe him nothing." Accustomed to Chu Feng's compliance over the past 5 years, Luo Shiyu was struck with disbelief. She never imagined he would dare to defy her. Her eyes narrowed, and she threatened, "Chu Feng, I'm angry. You better apologize right now. If you don't, do you believe he'll divorce you?" She knew that Chu Feng could never bear to leave her and that using divorce as a threat would surely compel him to relent. Only by having him firmly in hand would he agree to sign over the shares to Zhongyun. "Fine, if you wish to divorce, then let it be." "What?" Luo Shiyu instinctively thought she had misheard, staring in disbelief at Chu Feng, struggling to fathom that he dared to utter the word divorce to her. For 5 years, the memory of Chu Feng had been one of unwavering support and indulgence towards her. How could he possibly dare to suggest such a thing? But in an instant, Luo Shiyu realized that Chu Feng's bold declaration was merely a threat. Could he truly be serious about wanting a divorce? What a ridiculous joke the truth was. He was the one who feared the prospect of separation. Believing she had him thoroughly under her thumb, Luo Shiyu's expression darkened as she retorted, "Oh really? A few days without discipline, and you've grown wings, daring to speak of divorce? Chu Feng, do you believe that from this day forth, I shall cease to acknowledge you and will not give you a single penny?" She was convinced that the doting Chu Feng would, as in the past, bow his head and yield within moments. With the upper hand, Luo Shiyu huffed, burying herself and packing her belongings. Chu Feng said nothing and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Luo Shiyu raised her head only to find him gone, her brow furrowing in confusion. Had he truly learned to play hard to get with her? Just as she prepared to step outside, Chu Feng returned, a bag slung over his shoulder. "What are you planning to do?" Luo Shiyu asked, squinting at him. "Did you not wish for a divorce? I have a marriage certificate. We can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and end this now." Chu Feng replied calmly. Luo Shiyu trembled with rage, her breath quickening as she exclaimed, "Chu Feng, what do you really want? Have your declarations of love all been lies? Shiyu, did you not also say that people change? Consider me changed." Chu Feng responded with an indifferent tone. Awakening to the reality of the situation, Chu Feng had no desire to squander any more time here. Seeing that he was not joking and genuinely upset, Luo Shiyu, who was accustomed to his gentle demeanor, found herself at a loss. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, she deduced that Chu Feng must be jealous of her impending trip with Zhongyun. Men often became jealous. Clearing her throat, she softened her tone, saying, "Chu Feng, there is nothing between Zhongge and me otherwise. How could I possibly marry you?" Do not be so petty. He has just returned and is unfamiliar with the country, lacking friends. As a friend, I am merely accompanying him on a trip and will return shortly. Once I am back, can we have a proper discussion? They had quarreled before, but it never took long for Chu Feng to calm down. This time, Luo Xiu thought it would be the same once she returned from her trip with Zhong Yun. His anger would surely dissipate. As for divorce, she merely said it in jest in her heart. She did not truly wish for it. The Luo Corporation was established after their marriage, constituting shared marital property, and divorce at this juncture would necessitate a division of assets. Moreover, the company was preparing for an IPO. Rumors of their divorce would undoubtedly impact its public offering. What are you two arguing about? Came the voice of Luo Lan. Seeing her mother arrive, Luo Xiu felt as if she had found a savior. Her eyes blinked twice before welling with tears. She rushed to her mother, clinging to her arm, and pitifully said, "Mom, Chu Feng wants a divorce." Luo Lan's expression shifted, and she quickly whispered to Luo Xiu, inquiring about the situation. Aware of the current state of the Luo Corporation, she knew they could not afford any disturbances at this critical juncture. Upon learning the details, Luo Lan shot Luo Xiu a disapproving glance, as if to say, "Do you think he is a fool? You could have discreetly gone on a trip with another man, why tell him?" With a smile, she approached Chu Feng, her tone gentle as she said, "Chu Feng, do not be so petty. Zhong Yun is a child I have watched grow. There is nothing between him and Xiu. They are merely childhood friends. The domestic development is so rapid. Zhong Yun has just returned, unfamiliar with the place. Surely someone must show him around. Rest assured, I can guarantee that Xiu will always be your wife, eternally loyal to you. Look at you, so diligent and good-natured. If you were no longer here to care for me, I would be heartbroken." As she spoke, Luo Lan patted Chu Feng's shoulder and then turned to scold Luo Xiu. "What are you standing there for? Go apologize to Chu Feng." Understanding that her mother was attempting to alleviate the tension, Luo Xiu dared not remain proud. Bowing her head, she approached Chu Feng and took his arm, swaying it gently, saying, "Husband, do not be angry, I promise. I simply want to help Zhong Gu get acquainted with the country. Nothing more. I will always be your wife." Luo Lan took the initiative to pull Chu Feng's hand to embrace Luo Xiu, stating, "What couple does not argue? After all the effort to be together, how can one threaten divorce? All right, they are still downstairs. We can discuss this later. Family matters should not be aired to outsiders. We cannot give them the opportunity to mock us." To dispel Chu Feng's current thoughts of divorce, Luo Xiu tightly clung to his arm and led him downstairs, pressing him onto the sofa and offering him a shoulder massage. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Rather than commanding Chu Feng to answer like before, Luo Xiu, with a sullen expression, walked to the door to open it. "Zhong." Seeing Zhong Yun, Luo Xiu's face instantly brightened, and without hesitation, she leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. Zhong Yun opened his arms to hold her, smiling as he said, "Xiu, you are as beautiful as ever. I have missed you dearly over these years." Before Luo Xiu could respond, Zhong Yun swiftly planted a peck on her forehead. "Oh dear, Zhong. Luo Xiu shyly patted Zhong Yun's chest, suddenly realizing that Chu Feng was still behind her, and hurriedly wriggled free. Zhong Yun's strong chest felt warm to her. Comforting after her earlier distress, though reluctant to part, she could not act too boldly with her nominal husband present. Turning around, she found Chu Feng watching her coldly, prompting her to explain, "Chu Feng, it is not what you think. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement at seeing Zhong Gu after so long." Chu Feng let out a cold laugh, but said nothing. Zhong Yun, noticing Chu Feng's disdainful smile, raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, smiling as he asked, "Xiu, is this the useless husband you spoke of before? He does not seem impressive at all. How could you choose to marry someone like him?" Luo Xiu's lips twitched as she quietly replied, "Zhong Gu, please do not say that." "Oof." Zhong Yun scoffed dismissively, pulling Luo Xiu into his embrace and defiantly staring at Chu Feng, saying, "Xiu, I told you before I went abroad that you could only be mine. Now that I am back, you belong to me. I am curious to see just how useless your husband truly is. If he is displeased, let him come at me." Ha. Chapter 3. Utter shamelessness. The boisterous laughter of Zhong Yun echoed throughout the villa, prompting the 4 players of mahjong, including Luo Lan, to rush outside, curious about the commotion. Upon seeing Luo Xiu in Zhong Yun's embrace, her husband, Chu Feng, remained motionless, eliciting scornful remarks from the 3 women. Goodness, is he still a man? Truly, a worthless person remains worthless. Even in such a situation, he stands there like a statue. Luo Lan was filled with worry, perplexed by her daughter's actions. She knew that Luo Shiyu had always harbored feelings for Zhong Yun, and she herself held a favorable view of him, yet fate had not favored their union. 5 years prior, Zhong Yun chose to go abroad, leaving Luo Shiyu heartbroken. At that critical moment, the patriarch of the Luo family fell gravely ill. Just then, Chu Feng appeared, presenting a pill to the old man, who soon recovered. The Luo family later discovered that Chu Feng was an old acquaintance of the patriarch and that Luo Shiyu had met him as a child. Their elders had even arranged a betrothal for them. Under the pressure from her grandfather and the constraints of the engagement, Luo Shiyu reluctantly married Chu Feng. After their marriage, noticing her daughter's melancholy, Luo Lan advised her to endure for the time being, suggesting that she could divorce Chu Feng after her grandfather's passing. Unexpectedly, Luo Shiyu decided to venture into entrepreneurship, and to her astonishment, she found great success, building a company worth billions. A year ago, her grandfather passed away, but if they were to divorce now, Chu Feng would claim a substantial portion of her wealth. To prevent this, Luo Lan concocted a rather absurd plan, urging Luo Shiyu to discreetly find a lover, maintaining only a nominal marriage with Chu Feng. However, Luo Shiyu's heart remained solely with Zhong Yun, awaiting his return. Just as Chu Feng proposed a divorce, having finally calmed him down, Luo Shiyu dashed into Zhong Yun's arms before Chu Feng's very eyes. Was this not a blatant provocation, pressuring Chu Feng to initiate the divorce? Luo Lan was on the verge of losing her temper due to her daughter's actions. Worthless. Do you not feel any discomfort now? Zhong Yun, holding Luo Shiyu, reveled in Chu Feng's inaction. During his years abroad, he had frequently heard Luo Shiyu lament about Chu Feng's inadequacy. A man who could neither defend himself nor retaliate, who spent his days hiding away in their home. Zhong Yun paid him no mind. Chu Feng simply smiled indifferently, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and stating, "Luo Shiyu, we shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 10 in the morning." He was well aware of the schemes that the mother and daughter had concocted over the years, but he had no intention of engaging with them. His affection for Luo Shiyu had persisted for 5 years, stemming from a vow made during their initial encounter, when he had saved her from drowning. Perhaps influenced by television dramas, Luo Shiyu had vowed to repay his life-saving deed with her own life. At that tender age, Chu Feng had also harbored feelings for her, promising to cherish her and make her the happiest woman in the world. It is often said that love requires nurturing. Thus, Chu Feng was willing to invest time and patience in their relationship. However, the complexities of the human heart, as his mentor had remarked, could be inscrutable. 5 years had passed, yet he had not been able to penetrate Luo Shiyu's heart. Now that her first love had returned, Chu Feng understood that their connection had reached its conclusion. Luo Shiyu stepped forward to block Chu Feng's path, pleading, "It's not as you think. Can we sit down and discuss this properly?" In order to facilitate the company's public listing, she found herself compelled to yield. "Step aside. Chu Feng gon li zi do. Shiyu, let him go," Zhong Yun asserted, pulling Luo Shiyu back to his side with an air of dominance. "I have returned, and from now on, I shall be your strongest support. This worthless man does not deserve you. I can provide you with all that he can, and I can offer you what he cannot." Chu Feng disregarded both Luo Shiyu's pleading gaze and Zhong Yun's arrogant taunts, walking past them with a stoic expression. Zhong Yun, a mere buffoon, was not worth his breath. The atmosphere grew tense, and Luo Lan and Luo Shiyu's expressions darkened. Sensing the shift, Zhong Yun smiled and said, "Andy Shiyu, let the worthless man go. Haven't you both despised him for a long time?" Luo Shiyu, feeling helpless, cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Yun and explained, "Brother Zhong, you don't understand. I truly wanted to divorce Chu Feng long ago, but at this critical juncture, realizing that rumors of their divorce might jeopardize the listing of the Luo group, Zhong Yun recognized that he had acted impulsively, particularly upon learning of Luo Shiyu's intention to transfer Chu Feng's shares in the company to herself. He felt a wave of regret wash over him. The transfer required Chu Feng's signature, and given the current situation, it was unlikely he would comply easily. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became. This charade had come at a steep price. "Shiyu," Luo Lan suddenly interjected, "didn't you plan to travel with Xiao Yin? You should leave now. If you don't show up, how can he proceed with the divorce alone?" Luo Shiyu's eyes lit up with hope, and she immediately prepared to go upstairs to gather her belongings. Yet, Zhongyan seized her arm, saying, Shiyu Annie, there's actually a better solution that can completely alleviate your concerns. After all, it's impossible to delay indefinitely. If that man discovers the potential repercussions of the divorce, he will surely use it to manipulate you, and you will be at a disadvantage. Brother Zhong, what is this solution? Luo Shiyu asked eagerly, her excitement palpable. The thought of being threatened by a man who relied on others was utterly repugnant. Consider this. If that man were to die, wouldn't his shares in the company become part of his inheritance? The moment those words escaped his lips, both Luo Lan and Luo Shiyu were taken aback, thinking it was rather foolish that they hadn't considered this approach earlier. If Chu Feng were to die, his shares in the Luo group would naturally transfer to Luo Shiyu, his rightful wife. Brother Zhong, this plan is brilliant. It kills two birds with one stone. Luo Shiyu exclaimed, tightly embracing Zhong Yun's arm, her eyes filled with admiration. Luo Lan shared in the joy, casting a satisfied glance at Zhong Yun. She realized that compared to Zhong Yun, Chu Feng was truly worlds apart. For 5 years, Chu Feng, as a man, had behaved like a woman, never stepping outside, remaining cooped up at home, and contributing nothing to the Luo family or the company. Instead, it was Luo Shiyu, as a woman, who had ventured into the world. Now, with Zhong Yun's return and his clever idea to resolve their long-standing dilemma, everything felt right. Xiao Yun, once this matter is settled, you should marry Shiyu. As long as you don't mind her previous marriage, everything will be fine. At that moment, Luo Lan believed that Zhong Yun was the most fitting partner for her daughter and was determined not to let him slip away. Zhong Yun felt a surge of joy, tenderly cupping Luo Shiyu's face and assuring her, Auntie, rest assured, I will never disdain Shiyu. I will treat her well. Even before the divorce had been finalized, they were already scheming about the next marriage, a display of utter shamelessness from all three. Luo Shiyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she whispered, Brother Zhong, did you know? Although I'm married to Chu Feng, I'm still a virgin. What? Zhong Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom how Luo Shiyu could maintain her purity after 5 years of marriage to Chu Feng. Chapter 4. Are you teaching me how to work? 5 years ago, Chu Feng descended upon the Luo family and wed Luo Shiyu. Lacking an emotional foundation, Luo Shiyu found it challenging to become accustomed to the touch of a strange man, requesting Chu Feng to allow her time to adjust. Due to their vow and the absence of any emotional connection, Chu Feng consented to her request. However, as a result of his overly low profile, he became a stay-at-home husband, leading Luo Shiyu to increasingly disdain him and develop a growing aversion. For a woman, once disdain for a man takes root, she resolutely denies him any physical contact. This period of distance lasted 5 long years. Meanwhile, with nowhere to go, Chu Feng wandered into a park. Initially, he had considered staying at a hotel for the night, but upon reaching the entrance, he realized he had no money to his name. The park was bustling with activity. He found a pavilion to sit in, closing his eyes to contemplate his next steps. Some matters had reached a conclusion, and his investigation had borne fruit. Bang! Bang! In the midst of tranquil meditation, a sudden muffled sound reverberated. Chu Feng opened his eyes to see an elderly man with graying hair practicing martial arts, each punch producing a hollow echo. A master of internal transformation, Chu Feng immediately discerned that the old man was indeed a practitioner of this profound skill. However, he soon noticed the irregularity in the man's breathing, indicating he had suffered severe injuries in his youth, which had compromised his foundation and now affected his bodily functions. His time was limited. Beside him stood a young girl clad in sportswear, her gaze fixed intently on the old man's movements. In her 20s, with a tall and slender figure and long hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded an undeniable beauty despite her commonplace attire. Once the old man completed his practice, the girl began her own training. Although her movements were practiced, they appeared stiff and somewhat clumsy, clearly indicating she was new to the martial arts path. After observing for a couple of minutes and finding it uninteresting, Chu Feng closed his eyes to resume his meditation. As the sun dipped lower in the sky and darkness began to envelop the park, those engaged in various activities began to disperse. Suddenly, a group of 5 appeared not far away. It was them. The 5 rushed into the pavilion, encircling Chu Feng. He opened his eyes, gazing at them in confusion, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" The leader, a bald man, ignored him and instructed the others, "Be swift. Each of you will receive 100,000 upon completion." The four promptly drew knives, their eyes fixed menacingly on Chu Feng. These petty thugs were of no concern to him, and he nonchalantly asked, "Who sent you?" From their eyes, he perceived a distinct intent to kill, suggesting their orders were to eliminate him. Curious, Chu Feng wondered who desired his demise. Since arriving in Yin City 5 years ago and marrying Luo Shiyu, he had rarely ventured outside, and although he had discreetly resolved many of her troubles, he had never revealed his true self. It could be said that he had no enemies in Yin City. Yet now, a group had suddenly emerged, intent on his life, and he was eager to uncover their motives. The bald man smirked maliciously. "If you wish to know who sent us, go ask the king of hell." As he spoke, he lunged forward, knife in hand, aimed at Chu Feng. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air echoed, as a stone flew swiftly towards them. Ah! The thug's knife clattered to the ground as he clutched his right hand with his left, blood dripping steadily. The sudden turn of events startled the others. Chu Feng turned to see the girl and the elderly man, who had been practicing nearby, watching intently. It was the old man who had intervened. "What are you doing? Assaulting someone in broad daylight. Do you not fear the law?" The girl chided angrily. The bald man snorted dismissively, replying, "Little girl, I advise you not to meddle." The girl scoffed in return, approaching confidently. "If I witness injustice, I will not stand idly by. I will intervene today." Having just embarked on her martial journey, Qin Yanran felt capable enough to practice against these thuggish assailants. Seeing her insist on intervening, the bald man's expression darkened, and he commanded, "Damn it, deal with this meddlesome girl first." The four charged toward Qin Yanran. While street thugs may have bravado, Qin Yanran, though new to martial arts, was not someone they could easily handle. In less than 10 exchanges, the bald man and his companions lay sprawled on the ground. Realizing that Qin Yanran was formidable, the bald man exchanged glances with his subordinates, prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, he felt a foot pressing against his chest, pinning him down. "Now tell me, who sent you?" Chu Feng asked coldly. The bald man remained silent. Chu Feng had no patience to waste on these insignificant thugs. He bent down, picked up the fallen knife, and pierced through the bald man's right hand. "Ah!" The bald man let out a chilling scream, instinctively trying to struggle. But with Chu Feng's weight upon him, he trembled in pain. "Still not talking?" Chu Feng withdrew the knife, turning his gaze to the bald man's other hand. I'll tell you. Realizing that Chu Feng was not joking, the bald man wilted. At that moment, he was perplexed. Didn't Tijiao Xiao say the target was a weakling? This fierce demeanor could not possibly belong to a coward. It was Zhao Yun who sent us. Chu Feng felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that the one seeking his life would be Zhao Yun, whom he had met only once. Having already endured humiliation from him, now he sought to have him killed? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Dealing with Zhao Yun could wait. Chu Feng was in no rush. His principle was simple: treat others with respect, and they shall receive it in kind. Transgress against him, and he would retaliate thrice as fiercely. Returning his gaze to the bald man, he swept his hand, severing the tendons of the man's left hand before shifting his focus to the remaining thugs. Those who dared to take his life deserved punishment. As the elderly man approached, he cautioned, "Young man, it's wise to spare those who can be spared. They've already been injured, and that serves as their punishment. You severing their tendons will affect their future." Chu Feng rolled his eyes, uninterested in the old man's moralizing, and strode toward the next thug. "Please spare me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you for mercy." The thug crawled toward the old man, not wanting to suffer the same fate. Seeing Chu Feng's unwavering determination for vengeance, the old man's expression turned cold as he stepped in front of the thug. "Are you truly going to obstruct me?" Chu Feng questioned, locking eyes with the elderly man. The old man trembled, his pupils dilating. A master of internal transformation. Even at his peak, Chu Feng would not have regarded him, let alone now when he was frail and on the verge of death. The old man's earlier act of kindness had been appreciated, but matters were separate. To dare impede his punishment of these arrogant thugs was simply wrong. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran was nearly beside herself with anger, regretting her earlier decision to help. She hurried to the old man's side, glaring at Chu Feng with indignation. "You truly have no sense of gratitude. After we saved you, this is how you repay us? Did I ask for your help?" Chu Feng Juke, raising his hands in mock exasperation. "Isn't it you who insists on meddling?" Qin Yanran's face paled. Throughout her life, she had encountered many rogues, but none as shameless as Chu Feng. Their intent today had been to kill him. He had merely incapacitated them, which was already merciful. Your argument is invalid, Qin Yanran retorted. Whether you kill them is your business, but we cannot ignore wrongdoing when we see it. Their gazes locked, and seeing that Qin Yanran was resolute in obstructing him, Chu Feng turned to another thug. As he did, Qin Yanran stepped forward, her slender, pale hand reaching for his shoulder. She believed that dealing with an unreasonable rogue like Chu Feng required him to be brought down to the ground before any conversation could take place. In an instant, everything unfolded in a heartbeat. Just as Qin Yanran's hand was about to touch Chu Feng's shoulder, a flash of cold light swept through the air. The glimmer was as swift as lightning, blindingly bright. Having never engaged in combat, Qin Yanran instinctively closed her eyes, only to feel a chill sweep across her neck. After a brief moment, feeling no discomfort, she slowly opened her eyes to see Chu Feng standing beside the remaining thug. Swallowing hard, she felt a slight sting in her throat and noticed her fingertips stained with a faint trace of blood. The wound was not deep, merely a scratch on the skin. As she recalled the sensation from earlier, a chill enveloped Qin Yanran's entire being. She understood that had Chu Feng harbored any intent to kill, she would have met her demise. The echoes of a horrifying scream lingered in the air as another thug's tendons were severed. Grandfather, anxious yet powerless against Chu Feng, Qin Yanran instinctively glanced at the elderly man, realizing that only he could stop the impending violence. The old man, who had been quietly observing, shook his head slightly. The thought of intervening had vanished the moment he locked eyes with Chu Feng. At that moment, he was filled solely with astonishment. Initially, he had thought that he and his granddaughter had rescued Chu Feng. But as Chu Feng pointed out, did he even require saving? Absolutely not. Despite his youth, appearing to be in his 20s, his prowess far surpassed that of Qin Shanhai, having already transcended to the realm of transformation. Whether he had reached the level of a master was still indeterminate. But Qin Shanhai sensed that even if Chu Feng was not yet at the level of Dan Jin, he was certainly not far from it. When had such a prodigy emerged in the land of China? After much contemplation, Qin Shanhai could not recall any related rumors. With no opposition left, Chu Feng swiftly enacted retribution upon the bald men. He then turned to the bald leader and said, I do not wish for Zhong Yun to be aware of this matter. I trust you know how to handle it. The bald man, thoroughly frightened, nodded like a chick pecking at grains, hastily departing. Chu Feng then picked up his backpack, preparing to find a different place to rest. Young brother, please wait. Qin Shanhai quickly approached Chu Feng, bending slightly with a humble demeanor. Young brother, I must admit my earlier folly. I failed to recognize your true strength and acted inappropriately. I implore you to grant me the honor of hosting you at the Qin residence for tea. Such a young and formidable prodigy was not someone the Qin family could afford to offend. Furthermore, Qin Shanhai surmised that someone as talented as Chu Feng must hail from a significant power. Establishing a connection with him could not only alleviate the crisis facing the Qin family, but might also elevate it to unprecedented heights. Admitting fault was a trivial matter. As long as he could forge a bond with Chu Feng, he would not hesitate to kneel if necessary. What? Qin Yanran stood in shock. Her grandfather, with his esteemed status and power, was now bowing to a mere youth? After a difficult swallow of her dry throat, her gaze towards Chu Feng grew complex. Having just witnessed a confrontation, she knew that Chu Feng was indeed a martial artist, but she had assumed he was merely a level above her. At the hidden strength stage, however, through her grandfather's actions, she now realized that his strength surpassed her expectations, likely at the transformation level. They appeared to be of similar age, yet while she had not even reached the clear strength stage, he had already attained transformation. Was this what it meant to be outclassed? The disparity was painfully evident, seeing that Qin Shanhai was perceptive enough to recognize his limits and willingly concede. Chu Feng dismissed the earlier confrontation with a casual wave of his hand. It's nothing, he remarked. To speak bluntly, I am on the brink of death myself. I might as well enjoy the remaining days. Sometimes, meddling in others' affairs can be perilous. Qin Shanhai was struck dumb, staring incredulously at Chu Feng. He was acutely aware of his own condition, known only to close family members. Yet, he was astounded that Chu Feng could discern his impending demise at a glance. Stop! Qin Yanran hastily caught up with Chu Feng, her eyes red and her voice trembling. What did you just say? Did you say my grandfather is close to death? Isn't he? Chu Feng replied, only then realizing from her expression that she seemed unaware of Qin Shanhai's dire situation. He turned to ask, "You haven't told her?" Yinran. Qin Shan Hai stepped forward, his expression forlorn. "What he says is true. I have deceived you. I am indeed near my end. Your father and your second uncle are aware, but you have been kept in the dark." "Impossible." Qin Yinran shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her grandfather's arm. "Grandfather, you must be lying. You look so well. You are surely deceiving me." As she spoke, the tears continued to flow unabated. "Yinran, I'm not lying. You know I was injured in my youth. For the past few years, I have endured this for the sake of the Qin family. I believed I could persist for another year or two, but last month's incident triggered my latent injuries, and I can no longer suppress them." With a loud sob, the once strong Qin Yinran collapsed into her grandfather's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Chu Feng said nothing further and turned to leave. Just as she was lost in sorrow, Qin Yinran suddenly seemed to remember something. She halted her tears and rushed after Chu Feng, anxiously asking, "Brother, since you can see my grandfather's condition, can you save him?" Without waiting for his response, she fell to her knees, earnestly pleading, "Brother, I beg you, save my grandfather. If you can save him, I am willing to offer myself in return." Chu Feng's lips twitched at her words. Once bitten, twice shy, he thought. After having been treated as a waste for 5 years due to a similar offer, he was unwilling to waste time on such matters again. He shook his head and said, "Your grandfather's ailment is a chronic affliction. Even a celestial being would struggle to cure it." Qin Yinran's face fell in despair. After pulling her up from the ground, Qin Shan Hai kindly said, "Young brother, you need not concern yourself with my illness. It is simply my fate. However, our meeting is serendipitous. I perceive that you have no place to go, having lingered in this park for several hours. If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay at the Qin residence." As a martial artist, he had an eye for talent. He had noticed Chu Feng earlier while teaching his granddaughter martial arts in the pavilion. Dressed in plain clothes and carrying a backpack, Qin Shan Hai deduced that he was likely without a stable residence. Encountering such a remarkable talent on the martial path, he did not wish to miss out. His intuition told him that this was an opportunity for the Qin family. Seeing a chance for shelter, Chu Feng accepted without hesitation, smiling, "In that case, I shall not impose." "Ha, young brother, at such a tender age, you have already achieved greatness in martial arts. It is the Qin family's fortune to host you. Come, let us return." Qin Shan Hai exclaimed cheerfully. "Yinran, inform old Wang to prepare a fine meal to welcome our young brother." The three of them promptly left the park. Meanwhile, at the Luo residence, Zhong Yun hung up the phone with a furrowed brow, his expression grim. "Brother Zhong, what happened?" Luo Shiyu, leaning anxiously beside him, inquired. Earlier, Zhong Yun had suggested that the only way to seize Chu Feng's shares in the Luo group was to eliminate him. However, wary of the implications of murder, Luo Lan had assigned the task to Zhong Yun. The bald man had inexplicably gone silent and was unreachable. Upon learning this, Luo Shiyu grew troubled, murmuring, could there be an unforeseen complication? She understood well the ramifications of plotting against her husband. Zhong Yun squeezed her hand in reassurance. "Do not worry. The bald men have plenty of numbers. Disposing of a waste should pose no significant challenge. You need not fret about my capabilities. By morning, we will have confirmation of his demise." Luo Shiyu nodded, refraining from further thought. After dinner, the trio moved to the courtyard to enjoy tea. Remembering her grandfather's condition, Qin Yinran spoke up. "Grandfather, there's a Dr. Li from Qianzhou known for his remarkable medical skills. I heard he can revive even those with only half a life left. He's coming here soon for a medical exchange, and I wish to invite him to examine you." Fully aware of his own condition, Qin Shan Hai shook his head. "Yinran, I am well aware of my situation. As Chu Feng stated, even a celestial being may not be able to cure me, so there is no need for you to worry about this." "Grandfather." Qin Yinran's eyes reddened, filled with urgency. Cough. Chu Feng suddenly cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. "Old sir, I may have been overly grave earlier. Your affliction is not without hope for treatment. It is said that one who has received a favor finds it hard to refuse." In the park, Chu Feng's intention in making such remarks was merely to dissuade Qin Yinjin from her relentless pursuit. However, after interacting with Qin Shan Hai, he found him to be a commendable individual, and offering his assistance and treatment would be a way to repay the kindness shown to him. Across from him, both Qin Shan Hai and Qin Yinjin were taken aback, their breaths quickening. "Brother Chu, are you truly serious?" Qin Yinjin exclaimed, rising in excitement. Though Qin Shan Hai did not voice his thoughts, his eyes burned with fervor. Death was not an option he desired, especially at a critical juncture for the Qin family, which was teetering on the brink of instability. He understood that should he perish now, the rest of the families in Yin City would undoubtedly devour the Qin family to the very bones. Chu Feng nodded, adding, "It ultimately depends on the circumstances. While my medical skills are commendable, not every ailment can be resolved. Thus I cannot speak too confidently. However, from my observations, I believe your hidden ailment is not insurmountable." The presence of hope, however faint, was better than despair. Qin Yinjin, suppressing her inner agitation, declared, "Brother Chu, if you can heal my grandfather, I will grant you any request you desire." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I require no reward. Let us conduct an examination first." With renewed hope, Qin Shan Hai could hardly contain himself and immediately made his way to his residence. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with two individuals. "Father, I've been looking for you." Qin Shan Hai's second son, approached excitedly, gesturing towards the elder following him. "This is Zhang Shengyi, known as the Saint of Medicine. There is no ailment he cannot cure. Your hidden affliction will surely be resolved." The silver-haired Zhang Wenxing nodded at Qin Shan Hai as a greeting. "Second uncle, Brother Chu says he can also treat grandfather." Qin Yinjin instinctively interjected, her excitement palpable. "Who?" Qin, whose incredulous gaze shifted to Chu Feng. After scrutinizing him, he frowned, questioning. "Just him?" His tone was laced with skepticism, due to Chu Feng's youth. Qin, who instinctively regarded him as a suitor to Qin Yinjin, believing he was merely trying to impress her by claiming he could treat his father's ailment. "Yes, second uncle Chu." "Enough, Yinjin, do not say more." Qin, who was not inclined to listen to his niece's chatter. He waved his hand to interrupt her, turning to Qin Shan Hai. "Father, Zhang Xingyi is quite busy. I went to great lengths to invite him here. Let's hurry inside for your treatment." Qin Shan Hai instincto gunset Chu Feng, Chu Feng. "What do you think?" In his eyes, Chu Feng was a valued guest of the Qin family, someone not to be offended, and thus he wished to understand his stance. As for the esteemed Zhang Xingyi that his son had brought, Qin Shan Hai did not place much emphasis on him. If anyone could treat his hidden ailment, it would not have taken this long. This action caused Zhang Wensheng to furrow his brow, displeasure evident on his face. Throughout the land, there were countless individuals waiting for him to treat their ailments. Yet here he was being asked for the opinion of a youth, clearly disregarding his expertise. Qin, who was also taken aback, pondering whether his father had lost his senses by consulting a mere boy. Just as Zhang Wensheng was about to express his frustration, Chu Feng interjected, "Regardless of who treats the ailment, the ultimate goal remains the same, to heal the old Sir S affliction. Since Zhang Xingyi has come from afar, let him proceed with the treatment." Chu Feng had never been one to seek the spotlight. If he could avoid taking action himself, he preferred to do so. Receiving the cue, Qin Shan Hai clasped his fist toward Zhang Wensheng. "Then, I shall be in your care, Zhang Xingyi." Zhang Wensheng maintained a stern demeanor, remaining silent. Yet he followed Qin Shan Hai's lead into the room. Inside, Zhang Wensheng began a meticulous examination of Qin Shan Hai, then confidently declared, "A minor issue. A few acupuncture sessions and some herbal remedies will suffice." Upon hearing this, both Qin Hu and Qin Yinjin felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Wensheng wasted no time, immediately retrieving silver needles from his medical kit to commence treatment, and Qin Shan Hai soon fell into a slumber. Meanwhile, Chu Feng observed calmly. Suddenly, he frowned and remarked, "Be cautious. That needle could lead to dire consequences." Chapter 7. He must bear all consequences. Treatment inherently requires a tranquil environment. Although Chu Feng's voice was not loud, it resonated in the stillness of the room. Zhang Wensheng, focused on his task, faltered, slowly straightening up, his eyes blazing with anger fixed on Chu Feng. Every practitioner has their own habits. He detested any unrelated interruptions while treating a patient. It was one thing to disturb him, but to assert that his needle could cause death? He felt compelled to question Chu Feng. Who exactly was the physician here? Qin Hu and Qin Yinjin, jolted from their astonishment, noticed Zhang Wensheng's displeasure. Qin Hu stepped forward, irate, and chastised. "You, what are you meddling in? Do you not see that Zhang Xingyi is focusing on treating my father? If your disruption leads to an irreparable mistake, can you bear the consequences?" He was well aware of Zhang Wensheng's high temper, knowing he disliked distractions during treatment. Otherwise, he might walk away. The cost incurred to have Zhang Wensheng treat his father was not insignificant. and Qin, who did not wish for this impudent youth to provoke him. After all, associating with someone of Zhang Wenqing's caliber could only yield benefits. Chu Feng was not a member of the Qin family, and he worried that Zhang Wenqing might mistakenly view Chu Feng as one of them, leading to resentment towards the Qin family and potentially relegating them to his blacklist. Zhang Xingyi, please do not take offense. This young man is inexperienced and does not understand the gravity of the situation. Do not hold it against him. Once the treatment is complete, I will deal with him accordingly. Qin, who appeared like a servant who had erred, bowing slightly with concern. Zhang Wenqing brusquely waved his hand. You know my temperament. I do not tolerate this individual. Qin, who awkwardly chuckled, turning to Chu Feng, his demeanor shifting from joviality to fury as he pointed towards the door. You, step outside. You are not welcome here. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Second uncle. This is rather inappropriate. No matter what, Brother Chu is still our guest, Qin Yinjin interjected, her tone resolute. As a fellow guest, two different attitudes were unacceptable. Although her grandfather had not explicitly stated it, she was astute enough to understand that he intended to befriend this genius in the path of martial arts. It was easy to cast someone out, but to invite them back would not be as effortless as before. Some things were better left unsaid in front of Chu Feng. She could not directly inform Qin of Chu Feng's prowess, as offending him could lead to unimaginable losses for the Qin family in the future. Seeing his niece still defend Chu Feng, Qin, whose anger flared, I will say it once more. Get out. Qin Yinjin was about to argue further when Chu Feng interjected. It's all right. It feels a bit stuffy in here. I shall step outside for some fresh air. As he turned, he offered Qin Yinjin a smile, showing no signs of anger. His thoughts were simple. If someone refused to heed advice and acted arrogantly based on superficial skills, he would choose not to waste words, for there would be a chance for them to regret their actions later. Qin Yinjin, feeling torn, understood she could not leave Chu Feng alone and followed him outside. Zhang Xingyi, please do temper your anger. This youth, I do not know where he came from. He may merely be a suitor of Yinjin's. Young people tend to show off, and I hope you will not hold it against him. Once the treatment concludes, I will handle him. Qin, whose expression was one of deep-seated resentment. With the treatment underway, and the Qin family not being a small clan in Yin City, Zhang Wenqing could not simply walk away. Nodding, he turned back to his task. Outside, Qin Yinjin caught up with Chu Feng, her eyes filled with remorse as she said, Brother Chu, my second uncle has a very volatile temperament, and it is of no consequence. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, smiling nonchalantly. I'm not so petty. Upon closely observing Chu Feng's expression, seeing that he genuinely bore no anger, the unease in her heart finally settled. However, recalling that Chu Feng had mentioned earlier that Master Zhang's needle could be fatal, Qin Yinran's heart felt as though it were being gripped by a vice. With a trembling voice, she asked, Brother Chu, you just said that Master Zhang's needle could kill. Does that mean my grandfather? Lacking medical knowledge, she was uncertain whom to trust. On one hand stood the renowned medical sage, while on the other was Chu Feng, whom she had known for only a few hours. Yet, her instincts as a woman suggested there was more to him than met the eye. Surely, the truth would soon be revealed, wouldn't it? Chu Feng offered a faint smile and chose not to elaborate further. Within the room, as Zhang Wenqing inserted the needle, he prepared to take out another silver needle. Suddenly, the previously comatose Qin Shanhai trembled violently, followed by a series of spasms, his skin visibly reddening. Zhang Wenqing was startled by this unexpected turn of events. Master Zhang, what's happening to my father? Qin, whose face paled. As a medical sage, Zhang Wenqing had encountered many emergencies, and after a deep breath, he calmly replied, It's nothing to worry about. This is a normal reaction. Your father is responding to the effects of my acupuncture. Qin, who opened his mouth, hesitant to speak further. However, witnessing his father's skin turning increasingly red as if blood might burst forth from his pores, he couldn't help but wonder if it truly was just a normal reaction. He instinctively recalled Chu Feng's earlier warning, and anxiety gnawed at him, yet he dared not intervene. Despite the alarming condition of Qin Shanhai, Zhang Wenqing remained composed and continued with the acupuncture, confident he could manage this unforeseen circumstance. However, after several more needles, there was no sign of improvement. Rather, the situation appeared to worsen. Damn it, how could this happen? Zhang Wenqing's intercom began to fray. A medical sage, and yet if he were to accidentally kill someone, how would he maintain his reputation? If the Qin family were an ordinary household, they might merely express dissatisfaction and demand compensation, But the Qin family was far from ordinary, as they were not in want of money. Seeing his father's condition persist without improvement under Zhang Wenqing's treatment, Qin Hu could no longer restrain himself. Master Zhang, is everything all right? His anxiety was palpable, though he feigned calmness. Zhang Wenqing cleared his throat and replied, "It's a normal reaction. There's no need for concern." As time dragged on, Zhang Wenqing continued to insert and remove needles, while Qin Shanhai's complexion shifted from red to an alarming shade of black, a clear sign that something was amiss. Yet Zhang Wenqing maintained an air of confidence. Qin Hu's urge to inquire grew stronger, but he feared interrupting the treatment and stifled his impatience. Suddenly, Qin Shanhai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back. "Dad!" Qin Hu rushed to his father's side and turned to Zhang Wenqing, demanding, "Master Zhang, what is happening? What's wrong with my father?" Zhang Wenqing, who had been seeking excuses for himself, pressed his lips together, unsure how to respond. Noticing the urgency, Qin Hu stood up straight, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Master Zhang, please explain what's going on with my father." Zhang Wenqing had repeatedly assured him that everything was fine, but was this truly a normal reaction? Faced with Qin Hu's scrutiny, Zhang Wenqing instinctively stepped back, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "It's that kid's fault. Everything is due to the interruption caused by that boy. He must bear the consequences." Chapter 8. Lamenting a coward, what does that mean? Qin Hu was bewildered. The one performing the treatment was clearly Zhang Wenqing. How could this situation now implicate that young man? In his frantic search for a scapegoat, Zhang Wenqing regained his composure and earnestly explained, "Mr. Qin, you know that interruptions during treatment are highly detrimental. The acupuncture technique involves the flow of energy, and disturbances can obstruct this flow. I was in the midst of administering the needles when that boy's interruption caused a disruption. I thought it wouldn't have much impact, so I continued, but it seems I underestimated the consequences, leading to this unfortunate outcome." Having lived for over 60 years, he spoke with a calmness that belied his panic, presenting his argument with apparent logic. Qin Hu looked skeptical, uncertain whether to believe Zhang Wenqing's claims. As a martial artist, he understood that disturbances could indeed have an impact, but he felt it should not be this severe. Glancing at his father, whose face was turning a deep purple, a clear sign of distress, Qin Hu had no time to debate and asked directly, "Master Zhang, what should we do about my father's condition? We can sort out the blame later, but we need to save him first." Zhang Wenqing appeared troubled, responding weakly, "Mr. Qin, I did not wish for this situation to arise. Your father is in critical condition, and while I will do my utmost to save him, I cannot guarantee improvement. If you wish, I can continue the treatment, but you must be prepared for the possibility that, due to unforeseen circumstances, there is no certainty of success. Of course, if you know of someone with greater medical expertise, you may call upon them to treat your father." His implication was clear. If he lacked confidence, the responsibility would not fall on him should the worst occur. Qin Hu's expression darkened. He understood that his father could not endure the time it would take to find another healer. Clenching his fists, he suppressed his frustration, saying, "Thank you, Master Zhang. I appreciate your efforts." Zhang Wenqing, wearing a serious expression, returned to the bedside to re-examine Qin Shanhai. At that moment, he seemed entirely at ease. Merely putting on a FAAD. The preemptive disclaimer had been issued, and now it was a matter of treating the patient as best he could. Even if Qin Shanhai did not survive, Zhang Wenqing would bear no consequence. Watching his father being examined, Qin Hu's fists tightened further. Not treating him had left his father in a state where he could still speak and seemed relatively normal, but now, with the treatment underway, he could very well perish at any moment. Frustration mounting, Qin Hu recalled Zhang Wenqing's previous explanation. Upon reflection, he felt that Chu Feng played a significant role in his father's deteriorating condition. After all, Zhang Wenqing was indeed revered as a medical sage and had successfully treated numerous ailments over the years, something Qin Hu had long been aware of. If he had doubted the man's abilities, he would not have gone to such lengths to summon him. Every other patient had been treated without incident. Yet when it came to his father, Chu Feng had coincidentally interrupted, leading to this calamity. It was impossible to absolve him of responsibility. Incensed, Qin Hu stormed outside, intending to confront the insolent young man. If his father ultimately emerged unscathed, all would be well. But if his father were to die because of this, he would make sure that Chu Feng paid dearly. In the courtyard, Qin Yanran was engaged in pleasant conversation with Chu Feng when she heard footsteps and turned to see Qin Hu emerging. She hurriedly inquired, "Uncle, how is Grandpa?" "What do you mean, how is he?" Qin Hu seethed, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Chu Feng. Sensing the tension, Qin Yinran stepped in front of Chu Feng, anxiously asking, "Uncle, can't we discuss this calmly? What happened?" It's all because of him. Your grandfather is on the brink of death." Master Zhang just stated that his earlier interruption disrupted the flow of energy during treatment, resulting in a series of complications. Qin, who advanced step by step, his clenched fists creaking ominously. Nonsense. Despite his generally good temperament, Chu Feng could not contain his anger at this accusation. Poor medical skills were poor medical skills. How could someone shift the blame onto him for their own failures? He could not comprehend how Zhang Wensheng had earned the title of medical sage. Observing Qin, whose intention to strike, Chu Feng pushed Qin Yinran aside and calmly asked, "What? Do you intend to take your anger out on me? It is because of you that my father is in danger. I don't care about your relationship with Yinran. If you speak out of turn, you will face the consequences." With that, Qin, who lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at Chu Feng's face. "Uncle, no." Qin Yinran instinctively tried to intervene, but was thrust several meters away by Chu Feng. She was not genuinely concerned that Qin would harm Chu Feng, but rather worried that taking action might affect Chu Feng's impression of the Qin family. Just as the thought crossed her mind, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. A dull thud resonated out of thin air. Qin, who had taken the initiative to strike, suddenly found his expression frozen, disbelief filling his eyes. Although he had not fully unleashed the power of his mid-stage internal energy, he believed that the force he employed would easily subdue a young man. The reality, however, was that his punch was effortlessly intercepted by Chu Feng before it could reach his face, the motion seemingly casual, as if he was merely brushing away a gust of wind. If Qin, who was not mistaken, the opponent did not waver in the slightest when catching his fist, as if he had not exerted any effort at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and it felt distinctly wrong. "You are far too weak." With a slight push from Chu Feng's palm, Qin staggered back 5 steps as if struck by a heavy blow. When he looked up again, the expression in his eyes toward Chu Feng had completely changed, filled with shock and astonishment. This person's strength was undeniably superior to his own. Qin, whose throat tightened, his mind trembling incessantly. Had he not personally tested the waters, he could scarcely fathom how someone of such youth could possess such terrifying power. Moreover, what nonsense had the so-called medical sage spoken? If his medical skills were lacking, then they were lacking. Why blame him for interfering? Had he not previously warned that a needle from him could lead to death? Chu Feng was somewhat irritated. He had not intended to explain, but it seemed unavoidable. A single word could awaken the dreamer. Realizing that Chu Feng was no ordinary young man, Qin, who had no choice but to treat every word he uttered with utmost caution. It was evident that the other party possessed keen insight, having already discerned that Zhang Wenxing's medical skills were inadequate, not only failing to cure his father, but also potentially causing unforeseen complications that could lead to his father's demise. It was his own misplaced trust in Zhang Wensheng and the underestimation of Chu Feng that had led to this tragedy. Simultaneously, Qin, who understood why his father had inquired about Chu Feng before the treatment. It was because he had long recognized the latter's formidable abilities and treated him with the seriousness he deserved. Considering all these factors, Qin, who came to the realization that the unexpected incident during his father's treatment was due to Zhang Wenxing's incompetence. Reflecting on Zhang Wenxing's earlier remarks about not being blamed if he could not heal his father, Qin, whose expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad," he exclaimed in alarm, rushing into the room like the wind. Chapter 9. The medical sage kneels at this moment, having pieced everything together. Qin, who was filled with a murderous intent towards Zhang Wenxing. It was one thing to be incompetent and shift the blame. He could have simply stated that, allowing him to seek alternatives. The truth was, Zhang Wenxing, for the sake of his own reputation, had continued to feign competence despite being unable to resolve the issue, showing utter disregard for his father's life. Deceiving others was one matter, but deceiving oneself was unacceptable. Inside the room, upon seeing Qin enter, Zhang Wenxing sorrowfully remarked, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. I could not save your father." Boom! Qin, felt as though struck by lightning, staring blankly at the bed, his entire body trembling. Qin Shanhai, once a robust individual, was now covered in silver needles, his body drenched in blood, a truly tragic sight. Grandpa, Qin Yinran, who had followed closely behind, upon seeing her grandfather's bloodied form, collapsed to the ground in tears. "Mr. Qin, please accept my condolences. Your father has merely passed away peacefully. Zhang Wensheng stepped forward to console her. Slap. Qin, who retaliated with a backhand, sending Zhang Wensheng flying. Damn you, you hypocritical old man. You have killed my father. I will make you pay with your life. Qin, who rained down kicks on Zhang Wensheng, who cried out in agony. Enough. Chu Feng does it. And Qin, who gradually ceased his assault, though his gaze toward Zhang Wensheng was filled with a desire to devour him alive. The esteemed medical sage was being ruthlessly beaten. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhang Wensheng shouted in anger, Qin, you are being two-faced. You agreed that if I could not heal your father, I would not be held accountable, yet now you attack me. Do you know who I am? Do you know how many martial arts families I am connected to? Let me tell you, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, the Qin family will find it impossible to operate in Yin City. Unable to acknowledge his own grave mistake, Qin, who was seething with rage, ready to strike once more when Zhang Wensheng hurriedly retreated, his face filled with fear. With his father's corpse still warm, Qin, who did not wish to escalate the situation further, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, he turned his sorrowful gaze back to the bed and knelt down, weeping, Dad, I, Xiaohu, am unfilial. It is my fault that I have harmed you. Grandpa. Qin Yinran sobbed, equally heartbroken. They had believed that recognizing their mistake in trusting Zhang Wensheng and inviting Chu Feng in would reverse the situation. But they had not anticipated it would be too late. What are you all crying about? Am I not here? Chu Feng said as he approached the bedside. The three were momentarily stunned, with Qin Yinran being the first to recall that Chu Feng had immediately discerned her grandfather's ailment and had anticipated complications during Zhang Wensheng's treatment, indicating that his medical skills must be exceptional. Hope began to blossom within her heart. Chu Gij, do you mean my grandfather still has a chance? She asked, her voice trembling with urgency as she wiped her tears. Qin, who also stood, gazing at Chu Feng with eager anticipation. Of course, if I couldn't, do you think I would have just stood by and watched your grandfather pass away? Chu Feng replied, casting a glance at the equally stunned Zhang Wensheng before rolling up his sleeves. He extended his hand above Qin Shanhai's body, sweeping it through the air, and the nearly 100 silver needles embedded in him flew out as if drawn by a magnet, landing firmly in his palm. As the needles were removed, even more blood poured from Qin Shanhai's body, but with lightning speed, Chu Feng's right hand struck him with precision, halting the flow of blood. Zhang Wensheng, furious and humiliated, watched in astonishment as this series of techniques unfolded before him. After decades in medicine, he had never witnessed such a crude yet effective method of needle withdrawal. Chu Gij, can my grandfather truly awaken? Qin Yinran, still grappling with disbelief, asked while wiping her tears. It's not a big deal, Chu Feng replied, pulling over a garment that had been set aside and using it to wipe away some blood from Qin Shanhai's body before he began to insert the silver needles. Could he really bring the dead back to life? Zhang Wensheng's heart was filled with doubt and anticipation. As a medical practitioner, he had thoroughly examined Qin Shanhai before Qin, who had entered, and he was certain that the man was indeed lifeless. He was eager to see how a young man like Chu Feng could possibly revive someone who had already passed. In the blink of an eye, 49 silver needles were inserted into Qin Shanhai's body. This is the ultimate universe needle? Zhang Wensheng, realizing the implications, was both astonished and exhilarated, completely forgetting his own pain in his excitement. Upon reflection, he was certain he had not misjudged. Chu Feng was employing the needle technique that his master had long sought but could never fully acquire. Memories flooded back. When Zhang Wensheng was in his teens, he had followed his master around practicing medicine and had encountered a dying veteran who had made significant contributions to the nation. Out of respect for the veteran's service, his master had used the ultimate universe needle to save him, extending his life by an additional 6 months. He remembered his master saying, "The universe needle can wrest life from the hands of the king of hell. Anyone who understands this technique can revive the recently deceased. This method can also extend life and is truly a miraculous needle." Zhang Wensheng recalled that his master had learned the ultimate universe needle from a fragmented text, and although he had only grasped over 20 of its techniques, it had benefited him greatly in saving numerous lives. Until his dying breath, his master had urged him, "Never give up on the search for the ultimate universe needle. Once you find it, burn a complete copy at my grave." For decades, Zhang Wensheng had been in pursuit, but unfortunately, very few had even heard of this technique, and those who learned of its miraculous effects often dismissed it as fantasy. After years without clues, Zhang Wensheng gradually fell into despair and relinquished his search. Earlier, confronted with a crisis, he had contemplated utilizing the incomplete infinite universe needle to turn the tide. Yet he found himself unable to master its intricacies as his master had, and thus dared not proceed. The infinite universe needle, derived from the great transformation of 50, eludes one of its aspects. Zhang Wensheng fixed his gaze on the silver needles embedded in Qin Shanhai's body, counting them time and again, confirming that there were indeed 49 needles. After this, Chu Feng refrained from placing any more needles and instead began to stimulate certain acupoints on Qin Shanhai's body with his fingers. His breath quickened, and he felt a surge of excitement, repeatedly wanting to step forward but holding himself back. Once Chu Feng ceased the acupoint stimulation, he began to remove the needles. This time with a deliberate slowness, carefully extracting one after another. Soon, all the silver needles were removed, and behind him, Qin Yinran and Qin Hu, who had been anxiously watching, grew increasingly restless. Big brother Chu, why? Why hasn't my grandfather woken up yet? Qin Yinran could no longer contain her worry. He just needs one more punch. Chu Feng replied. One more punch? What does that mean? The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, and suddenly, Chu Feng raised his hand, delivering a solid punch directly to Qin Shanhai's chest. Cough. The seemingly lifeless Qin Shanhai suddenly coughed and slowly opened his eyes. Thud. Zhang Wensheng abruptly knelt beside Chu Feng. Chapter 10. Calculations at Play Master. Please accept me as your disciple. Zhang Wensheng implored, his eyes filled with fervent desire. The medical expertise of both parties was evident in their treatment of Qin Shanhai, despite his advanced age, which could allow him to be Chu Feng's grandfather. Zhang Wensheng understood that in the realm of medicine, age holds no sway. The one with superior skills is deemed the elder. He realized that should he fail to seize this opportunity to connect with Chu Feng and gain his forgiveness, he would never learn the infinite universe needle. For the sake of pursuing the infinite universe needle for most of his life, he would willingly kneel or even submit to any indignity, should Chu Feng demand it. His greatest fear lay in the possibility that Chu Feng would make no requests at all. The unexpected act left Chu Feng momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Zhang Wensheng, who had previously exhibited such arrogance, would so readily humble himself upon realizing his own shortcomings. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Qin Shanhai, supported to a sitting position, witnessed this scene with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Dad, it's like this. Qin Hu succinctly explained the prior events, and upon hearing, Qin Shanhai's expression darkened. He raised his hand and slapped his son across the face, rebuking him, "You ungrateful wretch. Look at what you've done. I had intended for Chu Feng to treat me from the very beginning, yet you, with your narrow-mindedness, look down on him because of his youth. Just think about the consequences had he not been here today." The reality left Qin Hu, covering his face, unable to muster any thoughts of rebuttal, on the ground. Noticing that Chu Feng did not spare him a glance, Zhang Wensheng speculated that the young man might still be angry with him for previously placing the blame on him. After taking a deep breath, he earnestly spoke, "Master Chu, I have recognized my mistakes and sincerely hope you can grant me a chance to rectify them." The esteemed medical sage kneeling before a young man, akin to a grandson begging for forgiveness, left Qin Yinran and the others in a state of shock. While Zhang Wensheng had faltered during the treatment, he was a figure of considerable repute in the medical world, sought after by many, yet not easily engaged. To witness such a prominent individual kneeling was astonishing. Qin Yinran thought about how tumultuous the external world would react should this scene be captured and disseminated. She was curious whether Chu Feng would show Zhang Wensheng any leniency, thus refraining from interjecting and opting to observe quietly. Seeing that the old fellow was clearly trying to latch onto him, Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Taking on a disciple was not currently on his agenda. His true path lay in martial arts. Medicine was merely a diversion he had explored out of boredom on the mountain. Thus, he disregarded the kneeling Zhang Wensheng, addressing Qin Shanhai instead. "Old sir, you have lost quite a bit of blood. Please take some time to rest. We can discuss matters later." "All right." Qin Shanhai nodded with a smile and instructed his granddaughter. "Yinran, it's getting late. Chu Feng has exerted considerable effort in treating me. Please see him to a place to rest and take good care of him." "Is he leaving just like that?" Zhang Wensheng stood there, dazed like a fool. He had assumed that, as a self-proclaimed medical sage, Kneeling and apologizing would earn him some respect from the young Chu Feng. Now, it appeared he had been overly optimistic. The room fell silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. Qin Hu glanced at the kneeling Zhang Wensheng, feeling displeased at the earlier events. However, considering this man was an invited guest of the Qin family, it would not be appropriate for the host to allow him to remain kneeling. Thus, he spoke up, "Mr. Zhang, a reluctant agreement is seldom sweet. Perhaps you should rise." With Chu Feng gone, Zhang Wensheng found it inappropriate to continue kneeling, and he took the opportunity to stand. He had quickly realized that Chu Feng shared a good rapport with Qin Shanhai and that the only way to mend a relationship was through him. He approached the bedside with a sincere expression, saying, "Mr. Qin, I apologize for not being able to treat you successfully and for the mishap that occurred. I will refund the full consultation fee and additionally provide 1 million as compensation for the incident. How does that sound?" The Qin family was not currently in need of money. Qin Shanhai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you are being too courteous. I am well aware of my own condition. If it were so easily treatable, I would not have waited until now. Fortunately, everything has returned to normal. Let the past remain in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. Leave a line for future encounters," Qin Shanhai added. He was well aware of Zhang Wensheng's reputation as a medical sage. Although there had been an unforeseen complication during his treatment, it did not necessarily reflect poorly on his skills. Chu Feng could not remain with the Qin family indefinitely, and Qin Shanhai understood this. Therefore, rather than antagonizing Zhang Wensheng, it was better to forge a connection, as it would be beneficial to have someone of his caliber to consult should anyone in the family fall ill. Seeing that Qin Shanhai was not holding a grudge about the earlier incident and was instead quite understanding, Zhang Wensheng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He then said, "Mr. Qin, I have one more humble request." Before Zhang Wensheng could continue, Qin Shanhai interjected, "Mr. Zhang, I understand what you wish to say. Regrettably, I am unable to assist you, as I have not known Master Chu for long enough to speak on your behalf. If you seek his approval, you must find a way to earn it yourself." Faced with yet another setback, Zhang Wensheng felt disheartened, nodding silently without further comment as he gathered his medical kit and left in dejection. He realized he needed to take time to reflect and devise a means to gain Chu Feng's recognition. "Xiao Hu, I truly wish to slap you. Do you understand?" As soon as Zhang Wensheng departed, Qin Shanhai's furious gaze fixed upon Qin Hu. Having never witnessed his father's fury, Qin Hu trembled, lowering his head in fear to avoid the confrontation. "Do you comprehend how vital Chu Feng is for the future of the Qin family? I have long taught you not to judge a book by its cover and to refrain from looking down on anyone. Why is it that you have not learned this lesson? Your previous actions have threatened the future of our family." Qin Shanhai shook with rage, his disappointment palpable. Thud! Qin Hu dropped to his knees, sincerely declaring, "Dad, I understand my mistake, and I will find a way to make amends." He understood his father's meaning all too well, ever since he had engaged in a confrontation with Chu Feng and witnessed his prowess. Qin Hu realized he had made a grievous mistake. While Chu Feng treated Qin Shanhai, he had been contemplating how to ensure that Chu Feng would not hold a grudge against him for his earlier contempt and ridicule. How could the Qin family afford to offend such a young martial arts prodigy? "You had better lower your stance and go apologize to him at once. If you jeopardize the future of the Qin family because of your actions, I will not rest in peace." Without a moment's delay, Qin Hu sprang into action, hastily departing. Yinran. Qin Yinran was accompanying Chu Feng in arranging the small courtyard while discussing the condition of Qin Shanhai's illness, when Qin Hu appeared at the doorway. "Second uncle, is there something you need?" Qin Hu, hastening towards them, disregarded his niece. He reached into his bosom and drew out a gleaming dagger. Chapter 11. Tempted before divorce? The blade revealed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Instinctively, Qin Yinran positioned herself in front of Chu Feng. "Yinran, what are you doing?" Qin Hu looked at his niece in astonishment. With a frosty expression, Qin Yinran retorted, "Second uncle, I'm curious about what you intend to do." Realizing his actions were somewhat abrupt, Qin Hu hurriedly explained with a smile, "You're overthinking. I came to apologize to Master Chu." "Apologize?" Qin Yinran was taken aback, her delicate face etched with helplessness. She thought to herself, "Second uncle, if you wish to apologize, why brandish a knife? You nearly frightened me to death." Suddenly, Qin Hu knelt on the ground, presenting the dagger to Chu Feng with both hands, a serious expression on his face. "Master Chu, I was blind to your worth earlier and offended you. Please punish me." On his way there, he had contemplated various forms of apology, including monetary compensation or bowing in submission, but ultimately decided that it was best to leave the choice of punishment to Chu Feng. No matter how he apologized, it would be difficult to reach the depths of the other's heart. Chu Feng, who had remained composed throughout, chuckled and said, "Brother Qin, please rise. I didn't take the earlier incident to heart. Let bygones be bygones." For 5 years, he had endured countless mockeries and disdain in the Luo family without losing his temper. Such a trivial matter was indeed not worth his concern. Furthermore, as he was currently staying in the Qin residence, punishing Qin, who for his past mistakes seemed inappropriate. "No, if you don't punish me, I feel something is amiss." Qin, who shook his head with determination, pausing before adding, "Master, if it's truly necessary, then strike me once. I can endure it." Chu Feng was taken aback. What kind of request was that? Glancing at the dagger before him, he contemplated indulging Qin Hu's wish and delivering a blow. But in truth, he found such thoughts rather tedious. He exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Yanran, who understood his intent and took the dagger from Qin Hu's hands, smiling, "Second uncle. Chu Feng is not the petty type. Since he has forgiven you, you should rise." Though she spoke lightly, Qin Hu, who secretly did not wish to be harmed, quickly rose with a grin, inquiring about Chu Feng's needs and promising to fulfill any request. Finding Qin Hu a bit bothersome, and fearing that continued banter might provoke Chu Feng's ire, Qin Yanran urged him, "Second uncle, I'll handle everything here. You should go check on Grandpa." "Haha, all right. I'll leave now and not be a third wheel," Qin Hu said, leaving with a meaningful smile. Realizing her uncle had misunderstood her relationship with Chu Feng, Qin Yanran wished to clarify, but found no opportunity. When she glanced at Chu Feng again, her gaze faltered and her cheeks flushed crimson. The previously serene atmosphere between them grew awkward due to Qin Hu's remark. Sensing the tension, Qin Yanran took a deep breath and said, "Chu Ge, you seem weary. Do rest early. We can have breakfast together tomorrow. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Don't worry about me." Chu Feng had not forgotten that he was to finalize his divorce with Luo Shiyu the next day. "Chu Ge, may I inquire about your situation? I can send someone to assist you." It was rare to encounter someone as capable and skilled as Chu Feng, and she recalled that he had mentioned Qin Shanhai's condition was only temporarily alleviated. He would require further acupuncture for complete recovery. She worried that if he left, he might not return. Chu Feng smiled and countered, "Can someone else handle a divorce for you?" "Divorce?" Qin Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment. Throughout, she had never considered that Chu Feng was a married man. Once she regained her composure, she awkwardly smiled, yearning to ask about his current situation, who his wife was, and why he sought a divorce, yet she refrained. She understood that their relationship had not yet reached a level where such questions were appropriate. After a deep breath, she gently said, "Chu Ge, given the circumstances, I cannot assist you. However, after everything is settled, you can call me, and I'll come pick you up." Chu Feng nodded, and Qin Yanran did not linger, turning to leave and closing the courtyard gate behind her. As she walked towards Qin Shanhai, she found herself lost in thought. Who was so fortunate as to be married to such a martial arts prodigy? Such a wonderful person. How could they consider letting him go? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. If Chu Feng were to divorce, would that not present an opportunity for her? At her age, with her grandfather constantly urging her to find a suitable partner, many suitors had approached her, yet none had captured her interest. Although she had not known Chu Feng long, aside from her initial negative impression, she had come to see him as a remarkable man, fitting her ideal type. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced. Arriving at the small courtyard, Qin Shanhai inquired as soon as he saw his granddaughter, "Yanran, have you arranged everything with Chu Feng?" Nodding, Qin Yanran recounted what she had learned. Upon hearing that Chu Feng was already married, the old man sighed, disappointment etched on his face. He had been quite pleased with Chu Feng and had envisioned a future for his granddaughter with him. He understood that if Qin Yanran could truly be with Chu Feng, the Qin family's prosperous days would return. Yet, he hadn't expected that such a young man was already married. "Grandpa, why the sigh?" Qin Yanran, curious, paused her narrative. "I thought he was unmarried, considering your age. It would have been a perfect match." Being family, Qin Shanhai had no need to hold back. Embarrassed, Qin Yanran replied softly, "Chu Ge just mentioned he plans to get a divorce tomorrow." "What? A divorce?" Qin Shanhai's disappointment was swiftly replaced by surprise and excitement. After taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, He earnestly advised Qin Yinran. Yinran, I believe Chu Feng is a wonderful person. If he is indeed getting a divorce, your chance has come. You must seize this opportunity. Do you understand? In matters of love, a man pursues a woman as if crossing a mountain, while a woman pursues a man as if parting a veil. You must take the initiative, don't be shy. Qin Yinran bashfully nodded and then left. On her way, lost in contemplation, the beautiful maiden suddenly stopped, stamping her foot on the ground, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Qin Yinran, what are you doing? He isn't even divorced yet, and you're already feeling greedy? Qin Yinran felt a pang of guilt wash over her. The night passed. In a Luo household, Luo Xiu was still asleep when her phone buzzed, causing her to awaken abruptly. Upon checking, her face paled instantly. Chapter 12. Helping you make a regret for life, Zhongge. Zhongge. Luo Xiu hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the adjacent room. Last night, Zhong Yin had planned to take advantage of the still innocent Luo Xiu, but he was halted by Luo Lan when he attempted to enter her room. Luo Lan's message was clear. Since Chu Feng and Luo Xiu were still married, it was inappropriate for them to be together. They should wait until after the divorce. The Luo family held a respectable status in Yun City, and if this matter were to be carelessly exposed, it would bring great shame to the family. Xiu, what is wrong? Zhongyan asked groggily as he opened his eyes. It's Chu Feng. He is not dead. He sent me a message asking me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Didn't you say last night that you would find out about his death this morning? With Chu Feng still alive, the scheming Luo Xiu felt uneasy. He is not dead? Zhong Yun's expression darkened as he snatched the phone to call the bald man. Wanted to find out what was going on and why he couldn't deal with such a worthless person. The bald man, still lying in the hospital, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Zhong Yun's call, promptly hanging up and turning off his phone. Had it not been for Zhong Yun's disparaging remarks about the other party, he would not have accepted this job, and his tendons would not have been severed. Though treatment was timely, the doctor warned of potential impacts on his future life. Were it not for the considerable influence of the Zhong family in Yun City, he would have confronted Zhong Yun to discuss compensation. Watching the call, and abruptly, and realizing he could not get through, Zhong Yun slammed his phone onto the bed, exclaiming in frustration, "How dare he hang up on my call? Brother Zhong, what should we do?" Luo Xiu inquired anxiously. Though she was the president of the Luo group, she had always been indecisive, as all the group's troubles were quietly handled by Chu Feng, leaving her free to sit in the office while contracts appeared. Xiu, don't panic. This is not an insurmountable issue, Zhong Yun replied, falling into contemplation. After a minute, he continued, Xiu, you are being foolish. Why must you comply with his demands to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau? It seems he is adamant about the divorce, since he initiated it. You can certainly voice your own conditions. Divorce is acceptable, but he must leave empty-handed. The primary goal was to compel Chu Feng to relinquish his shares in the Luo group. As long as that objective was achieved, Zhong Yun believed it mattered little whether Chu Feng lived or died. However, an unexpected turn of events with the bald man disrupted their plans, compelling him to adapt. Luo Xiu, troubled, murmured, will this really work? What if he refuses to leave empty-handed? Zhong Yun rose from the bed, pulling Luo Xiu into his embrace, reassuring her by gently squeezing her arm. Xiu, remember, do not make premature conclusions before taking action. How will you know it won't work if you don't try? If it fails, we can always devise another strategy. Let us first gauge his intentions. With matters reaching this point, there was no alternative. After hastily applying her makeup, Luo Xiu prepared to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau when her secretary called. President Luo, have you arrived? I just received notice that the Tianmei Group representatives are on their way to the company. Alarmed, Luo Xiu suddenly recalled that she had scheduled a meeting with Tianmei Group for cooperation discussions half a month prior and had completely forgotten. Whether or not an agreement was reached with Tianmei Group was equally crucial for the future development of the Luo Group. She promptly messaged Chu Feng, informing him of an important matter at the company and asking him to wait. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chu Feng waited patiently for nearly 2 hours. In the past, he would have harbored no complaints even if he had to wait a day. However, time was no longer a luxury he could afford to waste on Luo Xiu. So he called her. At that moment, Luo Xiu was engaged in discussions with the Tianmei Group representatives and hung up when she saw Chu Feng's call. Unlike before, when he would have ceased calling after being hung up on, Chu Feng continued to call until he reached her. Calls came one after another, exacerbating Luo Xiu's already frayed nerves. She nearly bit her teeth in frustration. torn between shutting off her phone and the fear of missing other calls. She excused herself from the meeting room. Once outside, she answered Chu Feng's call, exclaiming, "Chu Feng, are you trying to drive me mad? Don't you realize how busy I am? How long do you expect me to wait?" Chu Feng's tone was equally cold. "Are you so eager to divorce me?" Luo Xiu gasped in indignation. "I have my own matters to attend to. If we can't make it work, it's better to part ways sooner." Fuming, Luo Xiu retorted, "I have no idea when this will conclude. If you're in such a hurry, come to the company, and I'll have someone draft a divorce agreement for us to sign." Her thoughts were clear. If Chu Feng came to the company and was willing to leave empty-handed, he could sign the share transfer agreement as well. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chu Feng glanced in a direction before heading towards the Luo Group, unable to hail a taxi as he had no money. As he walked, Qin Yinran called, "Brother Chu, can I come pick you up?" "No, she's busy. I need to go to the Luo Group to sign the divorce agreement." On the other end, upon hearing Luo Group, Qin Yinran furrowed her brow and replied, "I also have business at the Luo Group. Where are you? I'll come get you." Though it wasn't too far, it would take time, so Chu Feng did not hesitate and provided his location. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yinran arrived in her luxury SUV to pick him up. Inside the car, noticing Chu Feng's silence, the atmosphere grew awkward. Qin Yinran, biting her teeth, asked, "Brother Chu, is your wife an employee of the Luo Group?" Chu Feng turned his gaze from the window and shook his head. "She is the president of the Luo Group, named Luo Xiu." "Is it really Luo Xiu?" Qin Yinran was momentarily taken aback, recalling a document she had seen recently about Luo Xiu. It mentioned that she had been married for 5 years. Her husband being a low-key individual not well regarded by the Luo family, rumored to be a useless person. Realizing that the so-called unappreciated useless husband was Chu Feng, she pondered how such a remarkable individual could be labeled as worthless by the Luo family. After dropping Chu Feng off at the Luo Group's entrance, Qin Yinran drove away. And once in a secluded spot, she immediately made a call. "Give me 10 minutes. I want all information on Luo Xiu's husband." Soon after, details about Chu Feng arrived on her phone. Damn the Luo family. As she read the descriptions of Chu Feng's mistreatment, her face darkened with cold fury. Setting down her phone, she gazed up at the towering Luo Group building, murmuring, "Brother Chu, I will make her regret this for a lifetime." In the top office of the Luo Group, as Chu Feng pushed the door open, a cup flew towards him, which he caught effortlessly. "Chu Feng, are you out of your mind?" One call after another. "It's like you're chasing me. Do you realize how crucial that cooperation is for the company? You're driving me insane." Luo Xiu, her eyes sharp as daggers, bore down on him with pent-up frustration. Chu Feng remained composed, scanning the office before asking directly, "Where's the agreement?" Noting his disregard for her feelings, only interested in the divorce agreement, Luo Xiu clenched her teeth, her resentment intensifying. After 5 years of professed love, he had turned on her with alarming speed. Men are truly deceitful. Growing increasingly irritated, Luo Xiu had no desire to exchange further words with Chu Feng. She turned and tossed the document onto the table. "Sign it quickly. Once you're done, just leave. Even a second more in your presence annoys me." With an impassive expression, Chu Feng approached, examined the agreement, and noticed it clearly stated his voluntary relinquishment of shares, leaving empty-handed. He couldn't help but chuckle. Standing beside him, Luo Xiu appeared furious, yet her heart raced with anxiety. She feared he might refuse to sign upon reading the terms. However, she quickly realized her worries were unfounded. Without uttering a word, he signed the document and affixed his fingerprint. Rising with his copy of the agreement, Chu Feng stated, "Xiu, since your objective has been achieved, let us find a time to complete the formalities at the Civil Affairs Bureau. From here on, we shall each walk our own path." Luo Xiu's heart jolted painfully, unable to articulate the reason for this feeling. Watching Chu Feng leave, she quickly grabbed her phone to inform Zhong Yun of the good news. "Well, isn't this the useless one?" At the elevator, Chu Feng and Zhong Yun crossed paths. Having just received news, Zhong Yun was in high spirits, smirking as he approached Chu Feng. Upon encountering Zhong Yun, Chu Feng was reminded of the events that transpired in the park the previous night. Fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhong Yun, he declared, "If you wish to end my life, you should act swiftly. Otherwise, when I decide to deal with you, you shall experience a fate worse than death." Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into raucous laughter, responding with disdain, "Fool, do you even know who you are speaking to? No one in Yun City dares to speak to me in such a manner. None have even been born yet. I was prepared to let you off, but since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall gladly oblige you. Ha ha ha. A mere jester. Chu Feng truly regarded him as inconsequential. Just as he was about to enter the elevator to descend, the adjacent elevator opened, and Qin Yinran stepped out. Miss Qin? Just as Zhong Yun was ready to continue his tirade against Chu Feng, his eyes lit up at the sight of the enchanting beauty, and he hastily approached her. Who are you? Qin Yinran asked, unable to recall knowing him. Miss Qin, I am Zhong Yun. Do you not remember? During our senior year, I chased away a man who was bothering you in the stairwell, he said, his face filled with excitement. High school? Qin Yinran furrowed her brow, unable to recall such an event. Although she was still young, she had already blossomed into a stunning beauty, undeniably the belle of the school, frequently confronted by suitors. The way Zhong Yun looked at her felt no different from the other men who sought her affection, igniting a sense of aversion within her. Despite her distaste for Zhong Yun, Qin Yinran maintained her poise and replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for that. It was so long ago that I hardly remember. Zhong Yun chuckled and quickly produced an exquisitely crafted business card, offering it to her with both hands. Miss Qin, this is my card. I have been studying abroad for the past few years and have just returned. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. As the sole daughter of the Qin family, not only was she beautiful and elegant, but she was also a renowned corporate president in Yun City. Zhong Yun had heard of her even before returning home, and upon seeing her in person, he was struck by her beauty. The prospect of winning her favor promised boundless opportunities. However, Qin Yinran did not reach for the card. Merely acknowledging Zhong Yun's words was already a considerable concession. She turned on her heel, heading towards Chu Feng. What? She refuses to accept the card after he offered it? This is blatant disregard. Zhong Yun's smile abruptly faded, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. He considered himself quite handsome, well-dressed, and a scion of the Zhong family, a returnee from abroad. Surely, he believed, he must have had a chance to win Qin Yinran's affections. In stark contrast, she did not even spare him a glance. Anger and resentment began to fester within him. Yinran, what are you doing? I was referring to him, not you. Realizing her mistake, Luo Shiyu, who had just arrived, was momentarily taken aback. Qin Zong, the contract negotiations have been finalized. We are merely awaiting your signature. Qin Yinran nodded. Sister Zhang, we will discuss the signing later. Yinran, finally you are here. Just then, Luo Shiyu's delighted voice rang out as she rushed forward, beaming. Let us go to the office. We can chat over tea. Upon noticing Chu Feng standing nearby, her expression instantly cooled, and she scolded. What are you still doing here? You have no place in this matter anymore. Leave at once. After rebuking Chu Feng, Luo Shiyu turned back to Qin Yinran with a smile, saying, Yinran, let us go. This man is a waste. Ignore him. Qin Yinran remained unmoved. While disregarding Luo Shiyu, she gently inquired of Chu Feng, Are you leaving, Brother Chu? After he nodded, she smiled and said, Since you are not welcome here, let us depart together. What? The gathering was momentarily stunned. Luo Shiyu instinctively thought she must have misheard. The president of Tianmei Group, the very person she sought to curry favor with, was now choosing to leave with the so-called waste, Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Zhong Yun felt as if he had just ingested something foul. He had approached Qin Yinran in hopes of winning her favor, only to be dismissed. Yet now, this worthless individual, whom he had completely disregarded, was leaving with her. Zhong Yun's breath quickened as he struggled to accept this reality. Yinran, what is the meaning of this? I was talking about him, not you. Regaining her composure, Luo Shiyu believed Qin Yinran had misconstrued her earlier reprimand and continued to explain, Furthermore, our collaboration has been finalized. We are merely waiting for your signature. Qin Yinran, with a warm smile directed at Chu Feng, turned icy towards Luo Shiyu. Ms. Luo, allow me to remind you of a couple of things. Luo Shiyu attentively awaited her response. Firstly, I believe our relationship is not quite that familiar yet, so do not call me Yinran. Secondly, you heard correctly. I am indeed leaving with Brother Chu. As for our company's collaboration, I apologize, but I have changed my mind. We will not be collaborating. With that, Qin Yinran took Chu Feng's arm, gently stating, Let us go, Brother Chu. Chapter 14. Be true to oneself. Dumbfounded. Watching the two depart, Luo Shiyu, Zhong Yun, and even Qin Yinran's secretary, Zhang Wan, were left utterly speechless. As the secretary of Tianmei Group as president, Zhang Wan understood the significance of this collaboration. Everything had been negotiated, and they were merely awaiting the signature to commence their partnership. Yet at this critical juncture, it was interrupted by a man who was deemed undesirable. As Zhang Wen pondered why her boss would act in such a manner, she suddenly recalled the events of the morning. When two major companies negotiate a partnership, it is customary for the president, Qin Yanran, to attend in person. She had mentioned she would be present during the discussions. However, when Zhang Wen contacted her that morning, she stated she would be picking someone up and entrusted all negotiations to Zhang Wen. At that time, Zhang Wen wondered who could be so important that the president would prioritize them over a significant collaboration. Now it seemed evident that the person she was to pick up was none other than the loathed Chu Feng. Recovering from her astonishment, Luo Xiu instinctively glanced at Zhong Yun, her voice trembling as she asked, "Brother Zhong, am I dreaming? How could someone they had cast aside, someone they wished to avoid seeing, suddenly garner the affection of the incomparable Qin Yanran, who was both more capable and more beautiful?" It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. What was even more difficult for Luo Xiu to accept was Qin Yanran's demeanor. For the sake of that worthless individual, she showed no regard for her own dignity, making it clear that their relationship was not close enough for casual address. To cancel a nearly finalized collaboration for him was beyond Luo Xiu's comprehension. She could not fathom the merits that Chu Feng possessed to elicit such treatment from Qin Yanran. The entire experience felt surreal. Zhong Yun remained silent, still in shock, unable to comprehend how a man deemed worthless could capture the attention of the stunning corporate president. Observing the intimate gestures between the two, it was evident their relationship was not ordinary. As Zhang Wen, still somewhat bewildered, began to regain her composure, she immediately resolved to summon the employees of Tianmei Group for a meeting. "Sister Zhang." Reluctant to see the collaboration collapse, Luo Xiu hurried after Zhang Wen. Her face twisted in discomfort as she inquired, "Do you have any understanding of what just transpired?" Zhang Wen shook her head. Faced with the unfolding reality, Luo Xiu, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to confront it. Gritting her teeth, she implored, "Sister Zhang, you know how much effort our two companies have invested in achieving this collaboration. I hope you can have a thorough discussion with President Qin when you return, all right? If this partnership comes to fruition, I assure you, you will not be neglected." Zhang Wen smiled wryly. "President Luo, I am still quite in the dark about the situation. I will need to have a proper conversation with President Qin to understand better." Luo Xiu nodded and turned back toward the office. The image of Qin Yanran taking Chu Feng's arm lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. As she pondered over the changes in Chu Feng, she could not help but wonder, had she truly made a mistake? Behind him, Zhong Yun clenched his fists, his expression contorted. Initially, he had dismissed Chu Feng entirely, but recent events had instilled a sense of crisis within him. His instincts warned him that if Chu Feng were truly a useless individual, he would not have garnered such attention from Qin Yanran. Over the years, it was evident that Chu Feng had been concealing his true capabilities. Reflecting on Chu Feng's words at the elevator, Zhong Yun understood that he must take the initiative. Otherwise, if Chu Feng relied on Qin Yanran to rise again, he would become far more difficult to handle. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. Upon exiting the building, Chu Feng coughed lightly and turned to Qin Yanran, asking, "Yanran, can you let go now?" Startled, Qin Yanran blushed and hurriedly released her grip. Flustered as she replied, "Brother Chu, please wait here. I'll go get the car." Watching her retreat in haste, Chu Feng could only chuckle in resignation. He understood well that Qin Yanran's earlier actions were meant to restore his dignity as a man. Recalling the expressions of Luo Xiu and Zhong Yun as he left, Chu Feng felt quite pleased. It seemed that he ought to be more ostentatious in the future. Being too low-key only invites others to trample upon him. At that moment, a shift occurred within Chu Feng's mindset. An invisible aura began to emanate from him. Growing up in the mountains, his days had been filled with martial training and the beauty of nature, leading to a character that was rather indifferent, disinclined to prove himself to the outside world. Before descending from the mountains, he believed that treating others with respect would earn him respect in return. However, he now realized that human hearts are treacherous. The more respect one shows, the more others may perceive one as a soft target to bully. For 5 years, he had willingly bowed his head for Luo Xiu. But now that was all in the past. It was indeed time to reclaim his true self. As they traveled towards the Qin family, contemplating Qin Yanran's actions on his behalf, Chu Feng took the initiative to express his gratitude. "Yanran, thank you for earlier. Had it not been for me, your collaboration would not have come to a halt." Qin Yinran rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "Brother Chu, do you still consider me a friend?" "Of course. We are friends," Chu Feng replied. "If we are friends, there's no need for such formalities. You forget that if it weren't for you last night, my grandfather would have been lost. This favor is one I can never repay. What I did for you is hardly worth mentioning. From another perspective, it is I who should be thanking you. Were it not for you, Brother Chu, I would remain unaware of Luo Shiyu's true nature. Collaborating with someone like her would only lead to loss." Reflecting on their relationship, Qin Yinran remarked with a smile, "I cannot fathom what Luo Shiyu was thinking, letting go of such a good man like you. I can only imagine her regret to come." As they shifted to silence, especially regarding his ex-wife, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. The past holds little significance. Whether she regrets it or not is her concern. Qin Yinran, harboring her own thoughts, preferred not to delve into the subject of Luo Shiyu and instead inquired, "Brother Chu, what are your plans moving forward?" Given the information she had gathered, it was evident that Chu Feng had been residing in the Luo household for years, living under dire circumstances. Now that he was divorced from Luo Shiyu, returning to the Luo family was clearly out of the question. She genuinely wished for Chu Feng to remain with the Qin family, but wanted to ascertain his intentions. There are still many matters to attend to. Chu Feng paused before continuing. "However, the immediate priority is to treat your grandfather. Despite appearing fine, his condition is far from optimistic, and it will require considerable effort." Upon hearing this, Qin Yinran understood that Chu Feng would indeed be staying at her home for some time. She refrained from hastily voicing her thoughts and began inquiring about Qin Shanhai's condition. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, Chu Feng wasted no time and immediately commenced acupuncture treatment for Qin Shanhai. Afterward, he asked Qin Yinran to fetch paper and pen to list the necessary medicinal herbs. Observing the unfamiliar names of the herbs, Qin Yinran frowned, saying, "Brother Chu, why don't you come with me to buy them? There are several characters here that I cannot recognize." With nothing pressing to attend to, and considering the importance of the herbs that would ultimately be consumed, Chu Feng accompanied Qin Yinran to the largest medicinal herb market in Yun City. "Ah, is that not the esteemed Miss Qin?" As they perused a herb shop, a snide voice echoed from the entrance. Qin Yinran turned to see a man in his 30s, flamboyantly dressed like a dandy. Following him was a middle-aged man in his 50s, garbed in a long robe, unmistakably a practitioner. The man cast a glance at Chu Feng, chuckling, "Yinran, I see your taste is deteriorating. You've resorted to associating with such a pretty boy. How lowly. Pretty boy? What gives you the right to say that?" Chu Feng frowned, his displeasure evident. Zhao Xianming narrowed his eyes, saying, "What's wrong, pretty boy? I was merely complimenting you, and now you're upset?" Chu Feng's expression grew colder. Having resolved to reclaim his true self, he no longer intended to be overly polite. Just as he was about to respond, Qin Yinran interjected sharply, "Zhao Xianming, you better watch your mouth, or I will not hesitate to break all your teeth." The Zhao and Qin families had long been at odds. It was this man's grandfather, Zhao Honglong, who had pressured Qin Shanhai recently, causing his hidden ailment to worsen and nearly leading to his demise. Zhao Xianming scoffed, taunting, "With your meager skills, feel free to try." Recognizing she was not Zhao Xuanming's match, Qin Yinran refrained from further banter and turned to the shop owner, inquiring, "When will my medicine be ready?" Just as the owner was about to respond, Zhao Xianming interjected, "Do not sell to her." "Yes, young Master Zhao," the owner replied respectfully, waving his hand as several employees immediately ceased their work. Zhao Xianming smirked, reveling in his power. "Yinran, you seem to have forgotten. This medicinal herb market is part of the Zhao family's domain. Without my approval, I doubt anyone would dare sell you herbs." Faced with this predicament, Qin Yinran clenched her fists tightly. After several moments of hesitation, she took a deep breath and said to Chu Feng, "Brother Chu, let us leave." Continuing this confrontation held little merit. Her primary goal was to quickly gather the herbs necessary for her grandfather's treatment and recovery. Qin Yinran surmised that Zhao Xuanming's sudden appearance was no coincidence. It was likely that the Zhao family had learned of someone treating Qin Shanhai and had come to obstruct her from acquiring the medicine. The entire nation was not limited to this market for medicinal herbs. Since Zhao Xianming sought to block her path, and she wished to avoid confrontation, her only option was to find another place to purchase the herbs. "Ah, quite the temper you have." Zhao Xianming stepped forward to block Qin Yinran's path. "Zhao Xianming, what do you want?" Qin Yinran, who had been patient, felt her breathing quicken, her fists clenched tightly. Yinran, do not be anxious. I have not said I wouldn't sell you the herbs. So long as you agree to a single condition, you may take whatever you wish from the entire market, without spending a penny. Qin Yinran scoffed disdainfully, replying, I'm sorry, but I will not agree to any conditions you propose. You have 3 seconds to step aside. Zhao Xianming spread his arms, declaring, I will not move. Let us see what you will do about it. Move aside, unable to bear it any longer. Chu Feng stepped forward to stand beside Qin Yinran. Initially, he thought it best to let them handle their own affairs, given their acquaintance. However, seeing Qin Yinran's evident unease and Zhao Xuanming's clear intent to press on, he decided to intervene. Zhao Xianming paused, looking at Chu Feng in surprise. Pretty boy, are you preparing to act like a real man? I will not move, and I am curious to see what you will do, pretty boy. Accustomed to arrogance, Zhao Xianming instinctively believed Chu Feng was merely trying to impress Qin Yinran, completely unaware that he was courting disaster. Chu Feng Juka Gon Li. In the next moment, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. Young master, be careful. The middle-aged man, Fu Qing, who had been standing at the back, was the first to sense the impending crisis. He shouted and stepped forward, intending to shield Zhao Xianming. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Chu Feng moved like lightning. He had barely reached Zhao Xianming when his fist struck directly at Zhao's chest. Bang! There was no reaction. Even if Zhao had sensed something amiss, he was too late to defend himself. He was blasted against the wooden door of the herbal shop, the tremendous force shattering the door and sending both him and it flying outside. It was astonishingly swift. Fu Qing was filled with disbelief. After over 30 years on the martial arts path, this was the first time he had encountered a martial artist with such incredible speed. What unsettled him further was Chu Feng's youth. Such speed, devoid of any accompanying energy waves, suddenly reminded Fu Qing of the characteristics typically associated with a true master. A master in their 20s? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Trembling internally, Fu Qing instinctively shook his head, unable to believe that Chu Feng could be a master. For there were only a handful of masters in the entire realm, the youngest of whom was already over 60. Regaining his composure, Fu Qing glanced at the unconscious Zhao Xianming outside. After much hesitation, he chose not to confront Chu Feng and hurried out to assess Zhao's injuries. Upon inspecting Zhao, his expression changed dramatically. Chu Feng's punch had directly shattered Zhao's meridians, jeopardizing his future in martial arts. The situation was dire. Fu Qing could not afford to utter any threats. He immediately lifted Zhao Xianming and rushed back to the Zhao family for treatment. As for the instigator, Chu Feng, his connection with Qin Yinran was evident, and Fu Qing could easily locate him through the Qin family later. The turn of events unfolded rapidly. From a moment Zhao Xianming was hurled out to when he was taken away, not even a minute had passed. Once Qin Yinran regained her senses, her expression was complex. She realized that Zhao Xianming was seriously injured, and Zhao Honglong would inevitably come to the Qin family seeking retribution, especially since Chu Feng was someone she had brought along. The strongest warrior of the Qin family was Qin Shanhai, but he was currently unable to intervene, while Zhao Honglong was a formidable master in the transformation stage. Although Chu Feng had demonstrated considerable strength, it was uncertain whether he could defeat Zhao Honglong. Qin Yinran regretted her decision. She had known the trading market belonged to the Zhao family and should have kept her distance from it. Now, the crisis for the Qin family had arrived prematurely. With a mere glance, Chu Feng discerned the worry in Qin Yinran's heart. He smiled and reassured her, there is no need for concern. Each person must bear the consequences of their own actions. The trouble I have caused will not implicate the Qin family. His grandfather had always advised standing united with Chu Feng, no matter the circumstances. Taking a deep breath to mask her worries, Qin Yinran smiled and said, Brother Chu, what are you saying? You acted for my sake. This matter will not be left for you to face alone. Fearing that Zhao Honglong would learn of the incident and come rushing to intervene, Qin Yinran promptly took Chu Feng away, driving to the neighboring Haicheng to procure the necessary herbs. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family, Zhao Honglong was quietly meditating in the courtyard when the door was suddenly flung open. Frowning, he opened his eyes, about to scold the intruder for their lack of awareness, when his expression abruptly changed and he sprang to his feet. What is happening? What has happened to Mingxian? He has been attacked, and all his meridians have been shattered. Fu Qing replied. What? Zhao Honglong's vision darkened. His grandson, gifted in martial arts, had been destined to become the pillar of the Zhao family. Yet now his meridians were broken. If treated promptly, his martial path would be severely hindered. If not, he would become a cripple. Who did this? Who has harmed my grandson? Zhao Honglong roared, his voice echoing like thunder. Sir, we must focus on treating Mingxian. Fu Qing urged, suppressing his own fear. Zhao Honglong, whose rage was akin to a volcano erupting, gradually calmed his hurried breaths. He reached out to take his grandson from Fu Qing's arms and commanded, I heard the divine doctor is at the public hall. Go fetch him immediately. As a family steeped in martial traditions, they understood some healing techniques. After carrying Zhao Xianming into the house, Zhao Honglong began to meticulously examine his injuries. The more he examined, the colder his heart felt, and his expression darkened further. He discovered that his grandson was gravely injured, even with timely treatment. They could only hope to save his life. As for his martial journey, it would be over. Severing one's martial path was akin to death itself. The future of the Zhao family had been irrevocably shattered. Unable to accept this reality, Zhao Honglong could only vent his fury through anguished cries. After releasing his rage, he took a deep breath and resumed checking Zhao Xuanming's condition, hoping he had made a mistake and that his grandson's injuries were not as severe as they appeared. After a thorough examination, Zhao Honglong's gaze returned to Zhao's chest. There, it was merely slightly swollen, resembling the result of a careless bump. Yet, as a warrior in the early transformation stage, Zhao Honglong knew this was the very spot where the opponent's fist had struck his grandson. The adversary had only used one punch to inflict such damage. As he pondered this, a chill ran down Zhao Honglong's spine. Being a warrior in the early transformation stage, he was acutely aware that while he could shatter someone's meridians with a full-force punch, the impact site would not appear as subtle as it did on his grandson. The stronger the opponent, the less visible the external damage. This meant the opponent's strength surpassed his own. Was it mid-transformation or late transformation? Zhao Honglong found it difficult to accept. Faced with an enemy of superior strength, how could he avenge his grandson? He was even more perplexed as to why his grandson would provoke a master in the transformation stage. Such a person would demand respect, even if they came to the Zhao family. Lost in thought, yet not remaining idle, Zhao Honglong began to administer treatment with his utmost effort. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and Fu Qing entered with an elderly man with graying hair. It was Zhang Wensheng, who had treated Qin Shanhai the previous night. Since his main base was not in Yun City, Zhang had remained because he had yet to earn Chu Feng's recognition. Upon seeing Zhang Wensheng, Zhao Honglong hurriedly approached him, bending slightly in a respectful manner. Divine Dr. Zhang, please treat my grandson immediately. His meridians have been shattered, and this concerns his future in martial arts. Zhang Wensheng nodded, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the bed to examine Zhao Xianming. Divine Dr. Zhang, how is it? Zhao Honglong asked eagerly once the examination was complete. Is there any chance of complete recovery? The outcome would determine the course of treatment. As Zhao Xianming represented the future of the Zhao family, Zhao Honglong fervently wished for a full recovery. However, as a martial artist, he understood that healing shattered meridians was no simple task. If even the renowned divine Dr. Zhang could not restore Zhao Xianming fully, then the focus would shift to preserving his life. If the martial path could not be traversed, survival was paramount. It's challenging, Zhang Wensheng replied, his expression grave as he shook his head. Meridians are hidden within the body and are dispersed throughout. While a few areas might be manageable, young Master Zhao's condition presents a significant challenge, and the hope for complete recovery is slim, despite being mentally prepared for this outcome. Hearing the results caused Zhao Honglong to falter. His spirit plummeted, and he felt as though he had aged several years. Reality was unyielding. It could not be altered by mere struggle. Taking a deep breath to muster his resolve, Zhao Honglong hoarsely stated, in that case, let us prioritize saving his life. Zhang Wensheng nodded, retrieving silver needles from his medical kit to commence treatment. As he began to insert the needles, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the previous night, a thought emerging in his mind. If he intervened, could he reconnect the opponent's shattered meridians? Meanwhile, Zhao Honglong called Fu Qing outside to inquire about the specifics. Upon learning that the one who had grievously injured Zhao Xianming was merely a young man in his 20s, Zhao Honglong instinctively retorted, impossible, absolutely impossible. A young man of such age could not possibly possess the strength of a transformation stage warrior. Zhao Honglong understood well the arduous nature of the martial path. There were no shortcuts. It demanded time and perseverance at every step. A transformation stage warrior in their 20s had never existed in history. Witnessing everything unfold before him, Fu Qing felt an inner turmoil, torn between disbelief and the necessity to accept reality. With a resigned tone, he explained, "Master, anything is possible. I have seen it with my own eyes." Although I did not engage him directly, his speed in combat indicates that his strength is at least on par with yours. Zhao Honglong fell silent. The truth lay stark before him. Whether he wished to confront it or not, he had no choice. When had the Qin family acquired such a formidable ally? Surely, he must be a disciple from a major sect sent out for training? Contemplating the matter, Zhao Honglong concluded that such a young powerhouse could only emerge from a prestigious sect. Disciples from these esteemed lineages were not to be trifled with by the likes of the Zhao family. The sudden upheaval had thoroughly disrupted Zhao Honglong's plans, causing him considerable distress. Earlier, he had deliberately provoked Qin Shanhai, hoping to exacerbate his hidden ailment and hasten his demise. For once Qin Shanhai, the pillar of the Qin family, was gone, they would be nothing more than easy prey. Just when his intricate schemes seemed on the verge of fruition, an unpredictable force had emerged. To make matters worse, his grandson had been rendered a cripple by this very adversary. Zhao Honglong yearned for revenge, yet he felt utterly unmoored, fearing that any confrontation might result in his own injury or death. As a vital support of the Zhao family, he realized that with Zhao Xianming now incapacitated, he needed to survive at least another 30 years to ensure the family's legacy. "Master, Dr. Zhang has arrived." Fu Qing suddenly interjected. Zhao Honglong snapped out his reverie and hurried to Zhang Wensheng, inquiring, "Dr. Zhang, what is the situation?" There are no significant issues with his life. The assailant demonstrated remarkable control over his power, merely shattering the meridians without harming the internal organs. I will prepare 2 additional prescriptions, and with a few days of recuperation, you should be able to move again. "Dr. Zhang, I am truly grateful," Zhao Honglong replied courteously, continuing, "You are aware that our Zhao family is a martial arts lineage, and Mingxian is the future heir. The integrity of his meridians is crucial to his path. Is there any way you might salvage his condition?" He recalled that Dr. Zhang had previously mentioned the difficulty of healing his grandson's meridians, but he had not declared it impossible. Clinging to even the faintest glimmer of hope, Zhao Honglong refused to concede. Dr. Zhang took nearly 10 seconds to ponder before responding, "I cannot assist him myself, but I know someone who could make it happen." Is he truly that capable? Does such a person exist? After despair came a surge of hope, palpable and intense. Zhao Honglong's breath quickened, and his voice trembled as he pressed, "Dr. Zhang, who is he? Where can he be found?" He could scarcely bear to wait even a moment longer, eager to seek this individual out. Unbeknownst to him, the architect of his plight and the source of salvation were one and the same. Dr. Zhang felt a wave of embarrassment, for apart from knowing the man's name, Chu Feng, he possessed no further information. Under Zhao Honglong's expectant gaze, Dr. Zhang confessed, "Old Master Zhao, to be honest, I only met him last night. I only know his name, Chu Feng, and nothing more." Having just met him and knowing only his name, how could he be certain this man could resolve his grandson's predicament? Zhao Honglong furrowed his brow, the hope that had surged within him dissipating partially. Yet at this juncture, he understood he had no choice but to proceed. Dr. Zhang, revered as a medical sage, would not recommend someone without confidence. Realizing this, Zhao Honglong set aside his reservations and calmly inquired, "Dr. Zhang, you must have his contact information, yes?" Dr. Zhang shook his head, offering a wry smile. "I wish I did, but he completely ignores me." Zhao Honglong instinctively exchanged a glance with Fu Qing, both men astonished. Who was this medical sage? Who dared to disregard him? This revelation led Zhao Honglong to recognize that Dr. Zhang's acquaintance was indeed formidable. He pressed further, "You must know where he was last seen?" Dr. Zhang cleared his throat and replied, "I do not know his current whereabouts, but I encountered him at the Qin family estate last night." Not the Qin family again. In that instant, Zhao Honglong felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat, his fists clenched tightly. Dr. Zhang remained oblivious to Zhao Honglong's subtle transformation as he continued, "Last night, the Qin family summoned me to treat Qin Shanhai. However, his condition was quite peculiar, and during the treatment, he nearly succumbed. If it weren't for Chu Feng's timely intervention, my decades-long reputation would have been ruined. I can assure you, his medical skills surpass my own. With a sudden crack, the tiles beneath Zhao Honglong's feet splintered. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense and frigid. Zhao Honglong had not anticipated that Qin Shanhai, who had been teetering on the brink of death, would be revived by another. After all the meticulous planning, witnessing such a series of unforeseen events was infuriating. Not only had Qin Shanhai been saved, but his grandson had also been rendered a cripple by someone associated with Qin Yanran. Anger propelled Zhao Honglong to the brink of explosion. Fu Qing, sensing the impending fury, stepped forward to remind him, "Master, the future of Mingxian is at stake." This remark jolted Zhao Honglong from his rage. He took several deep breaths, allowing his distorted expression to settle. He understood that despite the disruption to the Zhao family's plans, he must feign ignorance and invite this individual to treat his grandson. As long as Zhao Xianming could recover, he could settle accounts later. Time was of the essence. Zhao Honglong instructed Fu Qing to keep a close watch on Zhao Xianming and personally accompanied Dr. Zhang to the Qin family estate. Although relations between the two families had soured after the confrontation with Qin Shanhai, Zhao Honglong cared little for such matters in light of the Zhao family's future. His reasoning was straightforward. Chu Feng, regardless of his surname, was not a member of the Qin family. If he could be a guest of the Qins, he could certainly be welcomed by the Zhaos. Wealth could sway even the most obstinate, and if this individual could guarantee his grandson's recovery, Zhao Honglong was prepared to offer any price. Completely forgetting to inquire of Fu Qing about the appearance of the one who had injured Zhao Xianming, the scene shifted to the Qin family, where Qin Yanran had returned. The more challenging the ailment, the rarer the medicinal materials required. Many of the herbs listed by Chu Feng in the prescription were unavailable in the market, prompting Qin Yanran to leverage her connections for assistance. After making a phone call, she returned to Chu Feng's side and said, "Brother Chu, I've contacted a friend. He claims he can gather the other herbs within 10 days. But there is one herb I've never heard of, and I fear it may be impossible to find. What should we do? Is it the divine stone grass?" Chu Feng inquired. Qin Yanran nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng responded, "I know a place where it might be found, but I cannot guarantee its availability, as my last encounter with it was over a decade ago." The availability of the herbs was crucial for her grandfather's full recovery. Qin Yanran pondered, "Brother Chu, how about this? I will first exhaust my connections to search for it. If I find it, I won't bother with your lead. If not, then I will investigate the place you mentioned. Yanran, I heard from your second uncle that you had a confrontation with that Zhao family boy at the medicinal market." Qin Shanhai suddenly emerged from within the house, posing the question. Qin Yanran's brows knitted together in frustration. She regretted having informed Qin Hu of the incident. Given Qin Shanhai's fragile condition, she had deliberately instructed Qin Hu not to disclose that Zhao Xianming had been severely injured by Chu Feng's punch, fearing it might worsen Qin Shanhai's health. Yet, Qin Hu had proven to be indiscreet, revealing the information within mere minutes. Qin Hu followed closely behind, his expression filled with helplessness as he said, "Yanran, it's not that I disregarded your advice, but I cannot handle this matter. Zhao Honglong is a master of the early stage of transformation. If he comes looking for trouble, I will be unable to withstand him." Qin Yanran's delicate face flushed with anger, directing her ire at Qin Hu. "Enough, enough. This is something I must know sooner or later. Yanran, do not blame your second uncle." Qin Shanhai's demeanor remained composed as he sat down nearby. "Now, tell me what transpired. I need to be prepared with a counter when Zhao Honglong comes knocking." The narrative unfolded without further incident, and Qin Yanran quickly recounted the events. "Well done. That lad deserved a beating. I have long wished to deal with him. Yet, as an elder, it would be improper for me to take action," Qin Shanhai remarked, casting a pleased glance at Chu Feng. "You did well, Chu Feng. You need not worry about anything. If that lad's grandfather comes looking for trouble, I shall handle it." Chu Feng chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "Old man, it's not the right time for you to intervene. You should rest well. I struck him, and if they come, I will face them. Just a mere early stage of transformation. How formidable can that be?" In an instant, Qin Shanhai's hand, hidden within his sleeve, clenched tightly. Upon hearing from Qin Hu that Chu Feng had struck Zhao Xianming, he had surmised that Chu Feng, fully aware of the opponent's background as a scion of a martial arts family, still dared to act, indicating he was not intimidated by their influence. His words were merely a quest for reassurance. Last night, Witnessing Chu Feng's actions, he had deduced that his strength was likely at the transformation stage. Now, upon hearing this statement, he was thoroughly convinced that Chu Feng's prowess exceeded that, potentially reaching the mid or even late stages of transformation. Qin Yanran and Qin Hu, observing Chu Feng's disdainful tone, which entirely disregarded Zhao Honglong, felt their initial worries dissipate swiftly. Master, trouble is brewing. Zhao Honglong has arrived. The butler, Old Li, rushed into the courtyard. Chapter 18. 100 billion speak of the devil, and he appears. Why fret? If he comes, he comes. The door is open. What are we keeping it ajar for? Qin Shanhai shot a glare at the flustered butler, inquiring, how many people did he bring? Just himself and that so-called medical sage, Zhang Wensheng. Well, if he has come, what does bringing Zhang Wensheng signify? Qin Shanhai's brow furrowed in suspicion as he rose. Let us go see what this old fool has to say. In the reception hall, Zhao Honglong, catching sight of Qin Shanhai's entrance, noted his unsteady gait, yet perceived an improvement in his complexion, which darkened his expression. Apart from seeking Chu Feng, his primary aim was to assess Qin Shanhai's condition. It was certain that Chu Feng possessed some medical skill, for he was aware that Qin Shanhai's ailment was virtually untreatable. The thought that a man on the brink of death could be rejuvenated by Chu Feng made Zhao Honglong's heart race with the hope that he too could heal his grandson. Zhang Wensheng, upon seeing Chu Feng, quickly rose, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Old fool, are you itching for a fight again? Qin Shanhai inquired directly, having no inclination for verbal sparring. Zhao Honglong stood, his face stern. Old fool, I have no desire for a confrontation today. I come with another matter. Not looking for trouble? The three members of the Qin family exchanged incredulous glances. Then what brings you here? You should know we do not welcome you. Qin Shanhai's tone was harsh, and his expression grim. Zhao Honglong took a deep breath. Old fool, it would be wise for you to step aside. I am not in the mood to deal with you. I seek Chu Shini. With that, his fervent gaze shifted to Chu Feng as he approached quickly. Although his focus had been on Qin Shanhai, he had confirmed through Zhang Wensheng's intense look that the young man beside Qin, who was indeed Chu Feng. Chu Sheni, greetings. I am Zhao Honglong of the Zhao family. My grandson has been gravely injured, and I have heard of your extraordinary medical skills. I wish to request your assistance in treating him. What? The eyes of the three members of the Qin family widened in disbelief, their expressions incredulous. They had assumed Zhao Honglong had come seeking revenge for Zhao Xianming, yet he was here to request treatment from the very person who had injured him. Did he not realize that the one who had severely wounded Zhao Xianming was the very individual he was now imploring for help? In a heartbeat, the three realized that Zhao Honglong might genuinely be unaware that the perpetrator of Zhao Xuanming's injuries stood before him, the very man he was so eagerly wishing to recruit. Qin Shanhai could not help but chuckle, and both Qin Hu and Qin Yanran stifled their laughter at the absurdity of the situation. They could hardly fathom the reaction Zhao Honglong would have upon discovering the truth. Chu Feng, too, was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Honglong's request, but upon catching sight of Zhang Wensheng, he quickly understood the situation. The events at the herbal market had transpired so abruptly. The Zhao family had no time to investigate the perpetrator, only wishing to ensure Zhao Xuanming's recovery. They had initially sought Zhang Wensheng for assistance, and upon his inability to help, they turned to him, hence Zhao Honglong's presence now, to treat the very person he had injured. If only he had thought twice before taking action. Furthermore, Chu Feng realized that once Zhao Honglong discovered he was the one responsible for Zhao Xuanming's injuries, he would certainly turn hostile. Thus, accepting the invitation was out of the question. With a cool demeanor, he replied, I have neither the time nor the desire to tend to anyone. Zhao Honglong, who had been eagerly awaiting a nod from Chu Feng, was momentarily stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned forward, his tone humble. Chu Shini, only you can treat my grandson's current condition. I implore you to show some kindness. Rest assured, Chu Sheni, should you agree to treat my grandson, the Zhao family will ensure you are compensated handsomely. Name your price. The outcome was predictable, and Chu Feng, not wishing to waste time on such trivial matters, coldly retorted, get lost, and do not bother me. Chu Feng, Qin Shanhai Intazet, Chu Ling, since there is nothing pressing, why not take a look for them? This statement left both Qin Hu and Qin Yanran momentarily dumbfounded, their eyes filled with confusion and urgency. They were well aware of Chu Feng's medical prowess and understood that should he choose to act, he could likely heal Zhao Xianming. For years, The Zhao family had held the upper hand over the Qin family due to Zhao Xuanming's martial talent. Now that he had been severely injured by Chu Feng, the threat to the Qin family's future was finally severed. The uncle and nephew duo could not comprehend why their grandfather would speak on behalf of the Zhao family. Chu Feng mirrored their astonishment, his thoughts aligning closely with those of Qin Yanran and Qin Hu. Zhao Honglong was equally bewildered, thinking to himself, had the sun risen from the west? While he could understand help from others, it was unfathomable for his sworn enemy, Qin Shanhai, to offer assistance. It felt wrong, yet he could not articulate why. Isn't it said that one should never pass up an opportunity for profit? The Zhao family had amassed considerable wealth over the years. They had no reason to turn away from money, right? Since they had invited him to set a price, he might as well do so. If they could afford it, then so be it. If not, he need not bother. Once Qin Shanhai made his suggestion, the expressions among those present varied. Qin Yanran and Qin Hu's eyes lit up, realizing that Qin Shanhai was clearly intent on taking advantage of the Zhao family once more. Zhao Honglong, however, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, torn between anger and restraint. Qin Shanhai's words meant that what might have been a cost of several $100,000 would now demand far more. Brother Chu, grandfather is right. Did you not say earlier that you were looking for an opportunity to earn some money? This chance has presented itself. Qin Yanran urged, the Zhao family is wealthy. Feel free to state your price. Zhao Honglong, increasingly uneasy about the unfolding situation, did not have the luxury of pondering what fell amiss. Having already spoken, he smiled and said, Chu Shini, please state your price. Chu Feng, feeling exasperated despite lacking funds and desiring to earn some, found this method somewhat distasteful. Noticing Qin Yanran's eager gestures, even more anxious than himself, he rolled his eyes and declared, 100 billion. 100 billion? The room fell silent, stunned by the exorbitant figure. If they could afford it, he would take a look. If not, they could leave. Chu Feng's tone was resolute and his demeanor indifferent. This high price stemmed from his genuine reluctance to treat Zhao Xianming. Yet if Zhao Honglong was willing to pay, then he might as well take a look. With 100 billion, he would no longer need to worry about financial matters. The sounds of swallowing echoed through the room. The three members of the Qin family looked at Chu Feng with complex expressions, perhaps a mix of incredulity and resignation. They had initially believed that Chu Feng would demand several million or even tens of millions. However, they were utterly taken aback when he quoted a staggering price of 100 billion. This was an astronomical sum. Zhao Honglong's face had turned pale without him even realizing it. In that moment, he comprehended the true meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. 100 billion, would he pay it or not? Chapter 19, The Arrival of 100 billion ahem. Qin Shanhai was the first to shatter the silence in the room. He approached Zhao Honglong with a jovial demeanor and said, Old man, why have you gone mute? Just a moment ago, you claimed that as long as Chu Feng made a request, it would be acceptable. Now that he has stated his fee, why the sudden quietness? Is it that your Zhao family cannot produce 100 billion? Or perhaps you believe your grandson isn't worth that much? It must be noted that Qin Shanhai was particularly cunning, as his words deftly placed Zhao Honglong in a precarious position. Shut your mouth, Zhao Honglong retorted, turning to glare furiously at Qin Shanhai. This is a matter for the Zhao family. It is not your place to meddle. Were it not for the fear of inciting Chu Feng's displeasure, Zhao Honglong would have relished the opportunity to teach the smug Qin Shanhai a lesson. He felt that had it not been for Qin Shanhai's earlier remarks regarding Chu Feng, the latter would never have dared to quote such an exorbitant price. How dare you speak to my father like that? Do not forget, this is the Qin family, not the Zhao family. Qin Hu attempted to interject, but was quickly restrained by Qin Shanhai. Enough, Zhao Hu, let him be. At this moment, Qin Shanhai was filled with delight. Having known Zhao Honglong for many years, he had long been overshadowed by him, due to his declining health. Now he finally had the chance to provoke and torment him. 100 billion. Are you truly capable of healing my grandson? I must inform you, his meridians are completely severed. I can offer you 100 billion, but you must restore his meridians to how they were before the injury. Zhao Honglong was willing to pay the sum, but only if Chu Feng could indeed heal Zhao Xianming. Very well. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. He was aware of his own capabilities. Initially, he had hesitated, reluctant to engage in fruitless endeavors. But with Zhao Honglong agreeing to the 100 billion, there was no further contemplation required. As Qin Shanhai had just stated, To refuse money that was readily offered would be sheer folly. All right, 100 billion it is. Let's depart at once. Zhao Honglong had no desire to linger within the Qin family estate. As he spoke, he made his way towards the door. Wait, Qin Shanhai interjected, stating, "Old man, does one not first provide a deposit for such matters? 100 billion is no trifling sum. Your Zhao family does not have the best reputation and has often exploited its influence. What if, after Chu Feng heals your grandson, you refuse to pay?" Having come this far, he was unwilling to see Chu Feng's efforts go to waste. He understood all too well that once Chu Feng arrived at the Zhao family, Zhao Honglong would inevitably learn that he was the one who had severely injured Zhao Xianming. At that point, the Zhao family might very well turn against him. Refusing to part with a single coin, Zhao Honglong glared menacingly at Qin Shanhai, his expression conveying disbelief. Did he truly think him the kind of person who would exploit the situation? A divine doctor capable of restoring severed meridians. Did the Zhao family dare to bully him? Unfazed by the glare, Qin Shanhai maintained his cheerful demeanor. After a few seconds of mutual scrutiny, Zhao Honglong realized that if he didn't provide a deposit, Chu Feng would likely refuse to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Feng and inquired, "Divine Dr. Chu, what amount do you consider appropriate for a deposit?" "All of it," Chu Feng replied, asserting that he would not allow this endeavor to be in vain. He was not one to invite complications, preferring to receive the entirety of the payment up front. Upon hearing Chu Feng demand the full 100 billion, Zhao Honglong's mouth twitched, and he struggled to suppress his irritation. 100 billion is no small amount. How about 10 billion? As long as my grandson recovers, the remainder will be transferred immediately. With the initiative firmly in his grasp, Chu Feng saw no reason to engage further with Zhao Honglong and turned to take a seat nearby. His intentions were clear. Without the funds, he would not go. "Divine Dr. Chu, you have yet to assess the situation, and you are already demanding the full amount. What if you are unable to heal my grandson?" Zhao Honglong's words were cautious, knowing that the Zhao family's wealth was not easily acquired. He did not wish to end up with neither a healed grandson nor 100 billion lost. Chu Feng remained silent, engrossed in a mobile game instead. At that moment, the three members of the Qin family were amused, particularly Qin Yanran, who wished to rush over to Chu Feng and reward him with a kiss for his handling of Zhao Honglong. Zhao Honglong's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. He had never felt so cornered in his life, being led around by someone else. 100 billion was no trifling amount, and once it was in someone's possession, retrieving it would not be easy. However, contemplating his grandson lying in bed and the future of the Zhao family, he dared not dwell on the matter further. After a moment of indecision, Zhao Honglong, realizing he had no other options, gritted his teeth and said, "Divine Dr. Chu, please provide me with an account number, and I shall arrange for the transfer." Having no account of his own, Chu Feng turned to Qin Yanran and said, "I do not have an account. Could you receive the funds?" "Certainly." Qin Yanran stepped forward, opened her phone, and retrieved her company account details to present to Zhao Honglong. Just as Zhao Honglong was about to send the account information to his son, Zhao Hai, to transfer 100 billion, Zhao Hai called, inquiring about the purpose of the funds. Upon learning that they were to pay a divine doctor to treat his injured son, Zhao Hai hung up abruptly. The future of his son outweighed the significance of 100 billion. While waiting for the transfer, Zhao Honglong caught sight of Qin Yanran and instinctively recalled that it was her entourage that had gravely injured his grandson. His fists clenched tightly as he questioned, "Qin Yanran, where is that young man who accompanied you at the herbal market?" For the moment, the focus was on treating Zhao Xianming. Once he was healed, Zhao Honglong would settle the score with the Qin family. He was already formulating plans to reclaim the 100 billion spent on treatment from them. At that moment, Qin Yanran received word and nudged Chu Feng, saying, "The funds have arrived." Chu Feng set down his phone and stood, addressing Qin Shanhai and the others. "There is no need for you to accompany me." Lacking the strength to be of assistance, they nodded in agreement. At the Zhao family estate, Zhao Hai and his wife, along with others, had already returned and were anxiously awaiting by the bedside. Upon hearing the intercom announce the return of the elder, they all gathered at the door, eager to glimpse the divine doctor who had the audacity to demand 100 billion. Fu Qing was among the crowd, and as Zhao Honglong entered the small courtyard, his eyes widened in shock upon spotting Chu Feng. He rushed forward, pointing at him and shouting, "It's him! It's him!" Chapter 20. Another demand for 100 billion? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as everyone turned to stare at Fu Qing, bewildered by his intense reaction. "Have you lost your mind?" Zhao Hai asked as he approached. "It's him. He asked the one who injured the young master." Fu Qing exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. "What?" Zhao Honglong trembled, his eyes widening in horror as they darted toward Chu Feng. He asked, his voice quaking, "You are the one who severed my grandson's meridians?" In that moment, Zhao Honglong felt as though he might collapse from sheer rage. After much deliberation, it was astonishing to discover that the esteemed physician, whom they had summoned at the cost of 100 billion to treat their grandson, was, in fact, the very culprit who had inflicted severe injuries upon him. This revelation was utterly bewildering. In that moment, Zhao Honglong realized why Qin Shanhai had unexpectedly chosen to advocate for him earlier at the Qin residence. Clearly, they had been aware of the entire situation and had aimed to toy with him. In a fit of rage, Zhao Hai, momentarily forgetting that Fu Qing had previously informed him that the true perpetrator was likely a mid-stage martial artist, raised his fist and charged at Chu Feng. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Feng sent Zhao Hai flying, crashing into the rocks of a decorative mountain in the courtyard. "What?" The onlookers, still reeling from the earlier shock, gaped in disbelief. The head of the family is a mid-stage dark force martial artist. In Yun City, there are scarcely 20 such martial artists. The hierarchy of martial arts, encompassing bright force, dark force, and transformation stages, stipulated that any martial artist who reached dark force status was considered formidable. To witness such strength being effortlessly subdued by Chu Feng raised questions about his true capabilities. How could someone so young possibly be a transformation stage master? An invisible pressure enveloped the courtyard, prompting a poised woman, Kong Fei, to scream desperately. "Everyone, attack together. Let us vanquish this beast who harmed my son." Yet, not a single person stepped forward. No one was foolish enough to confront a foe who had easily bested Zhao Hai, the second strongest of the Zhao family. Anyone who did would be courting death. Enough! Zhao Honglong's furious roar shook the very flowers and stones of the courtyard. "You useless waste, step aside." He glared at Kong Fei, bewildered at how his usually astute daughter-in-law could be so foolish in this moment. Seeking vengeance must be tempered with an understanding of one's own strength. With Zhao Hai dispatched with a mere gesture, it was evident that they were facing a formidable opponent, at the very least at the transformation stage. Did they truly believe that numbers would give them an advantage against such power? Kong Fei's face went pale, and she bowed her head, not daring to breathe. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Honglong suppressed his emotions, facing Chu Feng with cupped fists and a slight bow. "Divine Physician Chu, our family has strayed from the right path. Please forgive us." Chu Feng chuckled lightly, countering, "Do you not wish to take vengeance?" "Neither do I desire nor dare." Zhao Honglong's tone was subdued, his demeanor grave. Having already disbursed 100 billion, turning against Chu Feng now would render that fortune wasted. Through the earlier display of power, Zhao Honglong recognized that Chu Feng was not merely a mid-stage martial artist, but rather one of the later stages. Faced with such strength, his murderous intent was extinguished. He understood that should he dare to act against Chu Feng, the Zhao family would likely cease to exist in Yun City by the end of the day. Weighing his options, he chose the path of least resistance, to bow his head, feigning ignorance, and allow Chu Feng to continue treating Zhao Xianming. Observing quietly, Zhao Honglong noted that Chu Feng did not seem displeased. Gradually, he relaxed, inquiring, "Divine Physician Chu, does our prior agreement still stand? At this juncture, you still contemplate treatment?" Chu Feng mused, acknowledging the cleverness of Zhao Honglong that had allowed their family to ascend to prominence in Yun City. In today's world, few possess the ability to adapt, and even fewer could do so while maintaining a certain level of strength. Not everyone could endure humiliation as Zhao Honglong had. Nonetheless, he understood that Zhao Honglong's hesitance to act stemmed primarily from the disparity in their strengths. Had a mere dark force martial artist been in his place, they would have likely met their demise. Strength reigns supreme. It is the foundation of arrogance. Initially, Chu Feng had anticipated that upon discovering his true identity, the Zhao family would turn against him, leaving him with 100 billion for nothing. However, he was taken aback by Zhao Honglong's composure. Having accepted the money, to perform no service in return would be akin to theft, an act that Chu Feng would never entertain. Nodding, he affirmed, "Of course it stands. However, I prefer not to have an audience." Zhao Honglong immediately turned and bellowed, "Everyone, get out!" In an instant, the courtyard was cleared. Even Zhao Hai, who was injured, was carried away. "Divine Physician Chu, please." Once inside, Chu Feng suddenly turned to Zhang Wensheng, who had been silently following him, asking, "What is your purpose in following me? Are you attempting to steal my techniques?" Zhang Wensheng chuckled awkwardly, mustering the courage to explain, "Divine Physician Chu, I can assist you. If you require my help, please do not hesitate to ask." Initially intending to dismiss the old man, Chu Feng reconsidered, recognizing that without him, the Zhao family would not have offered him 100 billion. Thus, he refrained from further comment. In terms of treating Zhao Xianming, the task was daunting for outsiders, perhaps even deemed hopeless. Yet for Chu Feng, the orchestrator of the events, it was a mere trifle. Rolling up his sleeves, he moved his hands across Zhao Xuanming's body as if performing a massage. 5 minutes later, he stood upright and declared, "It's done. Have this old man prescribe some restorative medications, and a few medicinal baths will ensure a complete recovery." "Is that all?" Zhang Wensheng and Zhao Honglong exchanged incredulous glances, astonished and at a loss for words. Especially Zhang Wensheng, who had anticipated witnessing Chu Feng employ his renowned Qianquan Wujizhen technique, was instead surprised by this entirely different method of treatment. "Divine Physician Chu, has my grandson's meridians truly been restored?" Zhao Honglong still struggled to believe it. As a martial artist, he understood the gravity of a severed meridian. Yet for Chu Feng, this challenge was hardly a challenge at all. "Do you not believe me? Just take a look for yourself." Zhao Honglong hurried to inspect. Upon close examination, he found that Zhao Xuanming's previously severed meridians had indeed healed. Overcome with emotion, Zhao Honglong's eyes welled with tears, and he deeply bowed to Chu Feng, revering his medical prowess. Unbeknownst to him, when Chu Feng had struck Zhao Xianming, he had not truly severed his meridians. Rather, his true energy had infiltrated Zhao Xuanming's body, causing a temporary blockage. This blockage, akin to a waterway obstructed by a plank, was perceived by those of lesser strength as a severed meridian. However, this obstruction would indeed impact Zhao Xuanming's martial journey, much like an actual severance would. Chu Feng had never been one to revel in killing. He understood the significance of meridians to a martial artist. Severing a martial artist's meridians was tantamount to murder. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated that Zhao Honglong would not inquire about who had injured Zhao Xianming before seeking him for treatment. Dad, Hai is in critical condition. You must go check on him." A sudden wail from Kong Fei at the door broke the silence. Zhao Honglong instinctively glanced at Chu Feng, silently imploring him to assist his son. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, then raised a finger. Zhao Honglong trembled at the implication. "Another 100 billion? Chapter 21. To die without apology. Inside the room, an eerie silence enveloped them. As a pre-transformation martial artist, Zhao Honglong was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Since embarking on the path of martial arts, he had never felt such terror. The Zhao family had already committed 100 billion for Zhao Xuanming's treatment. Despite being a prominent family in Yun City with vast assets, 100 billion was not merely pocket change that could be summoned at will. To procure another 100 billion for Zhao Hai's treatment would leave the Zhao family contemplating whether to feast on meat or vegetables in the days to come. They could not afford it. Despite Chu Feng's unparalleled medical skills, the cost was simply untenable. For the sake of the family's future, Zhao Honglong cleared his throat. Addressing Chu Feng with extreme politeness, "Divine Physician Chu, you have just concluded your work. Please take a moment to rest. Zhang Wensheng is also here. Perhaps he can examine my son first." It was excessively extravagant to spend 100 billion without fully understanding his son's condition. Zhang Wensheng stood right there. In order to save 100 billion, Zhao Honglong could only take a step back and ask him to check on Zhao Hai's condition. After all, if Zhang could resolve the issue, the 100 billion would be saved. If not, further study would be necessary. "All right." Chu Feng smiled and nodded, offering no further explanation. Earlier, he had raised his finger not as a demand for 100 billion, but rather as a gesture for silence, due to the unbearable wailing of Kong Fei. Unfortunately, Zhao Honglong misunderstood the gesture, thinking it indicated a price of 100 billion, leaving him visibly shaken. "Dr. Zhang, I trouble you." Zhao Honglong turned to Zhang Wensheng. With Chu Feng, a significant figure, present, Zhang Wensheng dared not overstep. He also saw this as a lucrative opportunity for Chu Feng. If he interfered, he would jeopardize Chu's business and risk resentment, making his desire to learn the Qian Kuan Wu Ji needle a distant dream. Thus, in response to Zhao Honglong's invitation, Zhang Wenshang forced a smile and said, "Elder, my medical skills are lacking, and I am not very confident. I believe it would be more appropriate to have Dr. Chu handle it." Zhao Honglong was taken aback, his lips twitching, thinking that if it were so easy to ask him, would he not want to request Chu's assistance himself? "Enough, if I tell you go, just go. Why so much chatter?" Chu Feng suddenly interjected with a reprimand. Zhang Wenshang trembled slightly, hurriedly nodding and saying, Yes, I will go right away. "Thank you, Dr. Chu. Please rest for a moment while I step outside to take a look." Seeing Chu Feng nod, Zhao Honglong dared to turn and leave. A few minutes later, Zhao Xianming, lying in bed, suddenly coughed lightly, followed by the opening of his eyes. As consciousness gradually returned, he felt as though all his bones were broken. Struggling, he attempted to sit up. Upon noticing Chu Feng sitting not far away, he initially thought he was hallucinating. After blinking twice, he looked again. It was indeed him. The events that transpired in the herbal medicine shop flooded back to his mind, filling his face with anger and humiliation. As the esteemed young master of the Zhao family and a practitioner of dark energy martial arts, he felt utterly disgraced to have been knocked unconscious by Chu Feng in front of so many people. He then reasoned that Chu Feng was likely captured and confined by his family, awaiting judgment upon his awakening. Despite feeling weak, the urge for revenge overwhelmed him, prompting Zhao Xianming to leap from the bed and confront Chu Feng, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You dare to strike me? I assure you, your death is imminent. You will come to know what it means to suffer worse than death." Chu Feng regarded him with the bemusement one reserves for a fool, replying nonchalantly, "Are you certain? Even now, you remain so audacious?" Zhao Xianming scanned his surroundings, confirming he was in his own home, and with a tone of bravado, he retorted, "You better open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is my house. I tell you, no matter how powerful you are outside, once you step into the Zhao residence, you will behave like a mere insect." Truly, he was a reckless youth. Chu Feng, disinterested in squandering breath on someone so dim-witted, closed his eyes to meditate. Ignoring the threat ignited Zhao Xianming's fury, nearly causing him to grind his teeth. Were it not for the searing pain throughout his body and the weakness in his limbs, he would have thrown a punch at Chu Feng's face. Bring someone. Unable to act himself, he saw no reason not to call upon others to do his bidding. He could not wait to exact revenge on this insolent boy who dared to strike him. "Xiaoming, you're awake." Zhao Honglong appeared at the door, a look of joy on his face as he approached. "Grandfather." Zhao Xianming was equally delighted, expecting to see Fu Qing, but surprised to find his grandfather, the most powerful figure in the Zhao family. After greeting him, he urgently urged, "Grandfather, you came at the right time. This boy is too arrogant. Please teach him a lesson and make him kneel and apologize." "What?" Zhao Honglong's expression darkened instantly, and he quickly inquired, "Did you strike him?" At that moment, Zhao Xianming was consumed by thoughts of revenge, completely oblivious to Zhao Honglong's unusual demeanor. He shook his head, saying, "I would love to personally deal with this boy, but for some reason, I cannot muster the strength in my limbs." Realizing that no blows had been exchanged, Zhao Honglong felt a fraction of his worry dissipate. Seeing his grandson glaring at Chu Feng with indignation, he called out, his voice trembling, "Xiaoming, grandfather, what is it?" Zhao Xianming turned back. Slap. The next thing he knew, Zhao Honglong's palm met his face. To instill some sense in his arrogant grandson, Zhao Honglong did not hold back with this slap. One strike sent Zhao Xianming spinning around before he collapsed to the floor. "Grandfather, why? Why did you hit me?" Zhao Xianming was bewildered. He had intended for his grandfather to punish Chu Feng, yet he was the one who was struck. In all his years, his grandfather had never laid a hand on him. The overwhelming sense of grievance brought tears to his eyes. "Why did I hit you?" Zhao Honglong stepped forward, raising his hand in admonishment. "To dare offend Dr. Chu, it would be a mercy if I didn't end your life, and you still dare to question me? What? Offend Dr. Chu? But isn't he being held here awaiting my judgment?" Zhao Xianming felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the still meditative Chu Feng. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and kneel to Dr. Chu and apologize." With Zhao Honglong's foot kicking him over, Zhao Xianming was left in disbelief. just as he had begun to formulate a plan to deal with the insolent boy before him upon awakening. He realized that it was all a fantasy. This reversal left his mind feeling as if it had come to a standstill. Kneeling and apologizing to his enemy? Impossible. In a childish rage, Zhao Xianming gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Honglong, resolutely declaring, "Even if I die today, I will not kneel and apologize to him." The tension in Zhao Honglong's fist tightened suddenly. His eyes, filled with fury, demanded, "Will you kneel or not?" At that moment, Zhao Honglong was genuinely furious. As a practitioner of transformative energy, only he understood how formidable Chu Feng truly was. His thoughts mirrored those of Qin Shanhai. This was a person not to be trifled with. Despite previous tensions between them, the saying goes that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Zhao Honglong had long contemplated this. He knew that aligning with such a powerful figure could dramatically alter the future of the Zhao family. However, should they provoke him, the Zhao family would inevitably vanish from Yin City. The very person he wished to revere, Zhao Xianming, continued to offend. Faced with a grandson who refused to heed his warnings and challenged him, Zhao Honglong recognized that he had been far too indulgent over the years. He understood that if he allowed Zhao Xianming to continue in such a tyrannical manner, the Zhao family would one day face ruin at his hands. Therefore, today, in order to provide an explanation to Chu Feng and secure the future of the Zhao family, it was imperative that he make his grandson aware of his errors. "Grandfather, why? Why must I kneel and apologize to him?" Zhao Xianming genuinely could not comprehend why he should submit to an outsider. As his own grandfather, why force him to kneel to someone who was not family? He wished to question Zhao Honglong, who truly belonged to the Zhao family, and who was his true grandson. Having faced repeated defiance, Zhao Honglong's breathing quickened. How dare he disregard his words? Has he truly grown so bold? The pent-up fury that Zhao Honglong had suppressed since the incident erupted, and without uttering another word, he unleashed a series of kicks upon Zhao Xianming. Zhao Xianming cried out in anguish. "Will you kneel or not? Do you understand your mistake? If you do not obey me today, I will treat you as if you do not exist." Zhao Honglong yelled as he struck. "Grandfather, I was wrong. I was wrong." After receiving several blows, Zhao Xianming finally recognized that his grandfather was genuinely angry and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. His intuition told him that if he did not bow today, his grandfather might truly beat him to death. When Zhao Honglong halted his steps, he trembled and knelt before Chu Feng, but before he could bend down, his head was suddenly pressed down by Zhao Honglong, his forehead striking heavily against the ground. After this, Zhao Honglong also knelt before Chu Feng, earnestly stating, "Dr. Chu, Xiaoming has been spoiled since childhood, and his temperament is rather stubborn. He has been disrespectful in the past, and I hope you can spare him this once. I beg you." To the side, Zhao Xianming appeared as though he had seen a ghost, entirely oblivious to the blood trickling down his cheek from his forehead. He could not fathom what had transpired during his unconsciousness that compelled his grandfather, a formidable master, to kneel and apologize on his behalf. Throughout this spectacle, Chu Feng remained unresponsive. Only then did he open his eyes and say, "Recognizing one's mistakes is sufficient, but it is best not to let it happen again. There are always greater beings beyond us. Not everyone can afford to overlook these matters as I do. Were it someone else, the Zhao family might have already been expelled from Yin City." Indeed, your words are wise, Dr. Chu. From now on, I will ensure that this rebellious grandson is well disciplined." Zhao Honglong nodded vigorously, his face alight with joy despite receiving a scolding, his heart finally at ease. For the future of the Zhao family, what was kneeling? Zhao Honglong was resolute in his thoughts. Even if Chu Feng demanded something as absurd as consuming excrement, he would not hesitate. "Please rise." Zhao Honglong quickly got to his feet, ignoring his grandson, who now appeared dazed, and humbly suggested, "Dr. Chu, this room is somewhat disorganized. Shall we move to another room for tea?" At that moment, Zhang Wensheng entered from outside, announcing, "Zhao Hai is fine." Seeing this, Chu Feng stood up and said, "Since he is well, I shall take my leave." He had only waited here because Zhao Hai was injured by him. If Zhang Wensheng could not handle the situation, he would have to intervene. As Chu Feng prepared to depart, Zhao Honglong, eager to cling to him, urgently said, "Dr. Chu, it is almost mealtime. Would you consider staying for dinner before leaving? I would be grateful for your company and wish to serve you well as a token of thanks. I hope you can grant me this favor." At that moment, Chu Feng felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he found a message from Qin Yinran inquiring about the current situation, as she and Qin Shanhai were waiting outside the Zhao family residence to see if they should come in to assist. Although Chu Feng was not particularly fond of the Zhao family's unprincipled conduct, he reconsidered his intention to leave upon recalling the grievances between the Qin and Zhao families, saying, "In that case, very well. Old Master Qin and Yinran are waiting for me outside. Please invite them in, as I have matters to discuss with you all." Being able to keep Chu Feng, there was Zhao Honglong's utmost delight, and he quickly hurried outside. Soon, they gathered in another room. Despite being in the Zhao household, Zhao Honglong felt more like a guest, with Chu Feng assuming the role of host. Noticing Qin Yinran's curious gaze, as if she were puzzled about why she and Qin Shanhai were invited, Chu Feng spoke. "The reason I brought you both here today is to address a matter. I am aware that your families do not see eye to eye, but when will this cycle of vengeance end? Consider this. Is it truly worthwhile to continue fighting?" Chu Feng understood what was troubling Qin Yinran and was acutely aware that he could not remain within the Qin family indefinitely. Having received significant assistance from the beautiful woman, he sought to alleviate her concerns. Qin Yinran, being an astute individual, grasped the purpose of Chu Feng gathering their families together. As the younger generation of the Qin family, she bore the weight of its future, and the pressure was immense because she knew that the Zhao family was in a better position. Without the support of her grandfather, Qin Shanhai, the Qin family could not contend with the Zhao family. This realization led her to embark on the martial arts path, believing that her talent would allow her to grow rapidly. However, upon stepping into this world, she discovered that it was not as simple as she had imagined. Encountering Chu Feng, she had clung to him, hoping to eliminate the threat posed by the Zhao family through his aid. Yet, to her surprise, Chu Feng did not harbor such a murderous intent and had no plans to eradicate the Zhao family. Upon reflection, she considered whether this outcome might be even better. If the two previously opposing families could unite, they would become even stronger. In a moment of clarity, Qin Yinran voiced her agreement. "It is pointless. The ongoing conflict only harms those around us, yielding no benefit." Chu Feng's gaze shifted between Qin Shanhai and Zhao Honglong. These two held the power to make a decision. After exchanging glances, Qin Shanhai nodded, stating, "I am willing to set aside our grievances and restore goodwill between our families." Zhao Honglong echoed a similar sentiment. Who would dare disregard the words of these leaders? In just a few exchanges, the animosity between the families was resolved, and everyone felt a sense of camaraderie. Upon returning to the Qin family, Qin Yinran approached Chu Feng and said, "Brother Chu, there is a charity auction tomorrow. Shall we attend together?" Having never participated in an auction before, Chu Feng was intrigued and readily agreed. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Qin Yinran's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed affectionately at Chu Feng, expressing, "Brother Chu, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for the Qin family." Chu Feng smiled. "It is nothing. Have you not also assisted me greatly?" "No, it is different." Qin Yinran shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing a woman cry left Chu Feng somewhat at a loss, and he quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yinran, you." Suddenly, Qin Yinran threw herself into Chu Feng's embrace, holding him tightly. Her soft, delicate form pressed against him, and he felt an overwhelming sensation. Just as he prepared to comfort her, his expression shifted abruptly. This reaction was far too swift. Even as a martial artist, there are moments when one cannot fully control their bodily instincts. Although Chu Feng had been married to Luo Xiu for 5 years, their union was hastily arranged, and she had initially required time to adjust. Subsequently, due to Chu Feng's low profile and her underlying disdain for him, they had not shared any intimate moments over the years. Their most intimate contact had been limited to holding hands at the beginning of their marriage, and later, Luo Xiu would not even allow him to touch her. Whenever he approached, she instinctively recoiled. Noticing Luo Xiu's clear emotional distance, Chu Feng abandoned the thought of initiating contact. A woman's body, in an intangible way, seems to evoke a different kind of stimulation in men. Realizing his own unusual reaction, Chu Feng instinctively attempted to suppress the stirring sensations within him, only to find his efforts futile. Slightly shifting, he felt Qin Yinran's embrace tighten. Considering her current need for comfort, he felt it inappropriate to force her away, so he merely hunched his body to prevent her from noticing his discomfort. Qin Yinran, now fully immersed in her emotions, wept heartbreakingly against Chu Feng. Before encountering him, she had watched her family, the Qin family, decline while the Zhao family thrived. A reality that weighed heavily on her as the next generation's successor. Upon meeting Chu Feng, she had seen a glimmer of hope. She had initially thought that resolving the issues with the Zhao family would take considerable time, but to her astonishment, Chu Feng had already discerned her concerns and swiftly reconciled the two families. In that moment, she felt the need to release her pent-up emotions. Understanding the weight of her burdens and recognizing that she needed a good cry now that the pressure had lifted. Chu Feng endured his own discomfort and gently patted her back in comfort. However, the moment his hand made contact with her back, he regretted it. A beauty is a beauty, and even her back felt smooth and soft, stirring an unexpected sensation within him. After a few minutes of crying, as Qin Yinran gradually regained her composure, she noticed Chu Feng's body tense up and slowly released her embrace, shyly saying, "Brother Chu, I apologize, This was disastrous. A tremor coursed through Chu Feng's heart. He wished to prevent Qin Yinran from lowering her head, but it was too late. He could only instinctively tilt his upper body further to obscure a certain area. Unbeknownst to him, this action had the opposite effect. As Qin Yinran, shyly averting her gaze, instinctively glanced at him while retreating, her heart quivered. Being adults, they understood the implications. In an instant, her ears flushed crimson. The room fell into an eerie silence, each second stretching painfully for both. Through the rosy hue of her ears, Chu Feng realized she had become aware of the awkwardness. Feeling utterly embarrassed, yet unable to maintain this stalemate, he cleared his throat to mask the discomfort, nervously explaining, "Yinran this." "Chu Ge." Qin Yinran suddenly looked up, and before Chu Feng could react, she lunged forward once more. This time, however, her gaze was lifted, her intentions unmistakable. As adults, and with her own feelings towards Chu Feng, she didn't want to miss this chance. Internally, she urged herself that now was the moment to take initiative. Otherwise, she might truly miss out. The moment their lips met, a wave of warmth surged through Chu Feng, causing his body to tremble and his mind to momentarily blank. Yet, he quickly found his rhythm, reciprocating the passionate kiss. Qin Yinran melted into his embrace, feeling the pressure beneath her. With a shy whisper, she said, "Chu Gij, let us go to my room." At that moment, her thoughts were simple. She didn't want to overthink things anymore. Given Chu Feng's assistance to the Qin family, she had long pondered how to repay him. Now that they had reached this point, she felt that offering herself was the most fitting gesture. The meaning behind her words was evident, yet Chu Feng, entirely inexperienced in such matters, hesitated and instinctively replied, This isn't quite appropriate, is it?" Qin Yinran rolled her beautiful eyes, silently questioning his reluctance. Observing his bashfulness, she bit her lip and teased, "Chu Gij, where has that commanding presence gone when facing formidable opponents?" Her words were laden with provocation. Men, particularly, find it difficult to resist such enticements, especially when stirred by a woman. Chu Feng was not a stranger to romantic pursuits. After 5 years of yearning for the unattainable Luo Xiyu, he had harbored thoughts that remained unfulfilled due to principles. Now, having severed ties with her, he found nothing to hold him back. He slid his arms down, lifting Qin Yinran effortlessly, and in a flurry of urgency, dashed outside. In his haste, he didn't even bother with the door, leaping over the wall with her in his arms. Once inside, the two ignited like dry kindling doused in gasoline, consumed by a fervent passion. Suddenly, as they reveled in their intimate bliss, Qin Shanhai unexpectedly entered the courtyard where Chu Feng resided. Not spotting Chu Feng, he was about to leave when he furrowed his brow, hearing unusual sounds. Realizing what was occurring, he stifled an urge to laugh, quickly silencing himself to avoid startling the couple next door. Struggling to contain his excitement, he departed and instructed the butler to ensure no one disturb his granddaughter. "Dad, what is you in such high spirits?" Qin Hu, noticing his father's silly grin while sitting in the pavilion, inquired as he entered. "Good news, indeed." "Good news?" Qin Hu's curiosity piqued. He leaned in eagerly. "What good news?" After a brief pause, Qin Shanhai replied, "If all goes well, Chu Feng will soon become our Qin family's son-in-law." Confounded by the specifics, Qin Hu scratched his head, murmuring, "Isn't that a bit premature? I think Yinran will need quite some time to win him over." What do you know?" Qin Shanhai shot his son a glare. Realizing Qin, who might seek out Chu Feng or Qin Yinran, He promptly advised, "Tonight, do not go near Yanran or Chu Feng, no matter the circumstances. Everything can wait until tomorrow." Still bewildered, Qin Hu frowned, questioning the oddity of the situation. But then it struck him, his eyes widening as he whispered, "Dad, are you implying that Yanran has taken Chu Feng? What else could it mean?" The thought of the Qin family successfully securing Chu Feng made Qin Shanhai chuckle. Qin Hu, astonished yet elated, mirrored his father's excitement. Meanwhile, in the room, a flushed and delicate Qin Yanran nestled against Chu Feng's chest, shyly declaring, "Chu Gij, from now on, I am yours." This night was destined for madness. Both, tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, indulged fervently, their moans echoing under the weight of overwhelming pleasure. As dawn broke, Qin Yanran, burdened with work obligations, reluctantly departed from the sanctuary of warmth. Following Qin Shanhai's explicit instructions, no one dared to interrupt the small courtyard, allowing the exhausted Chu Feng to sleep until noon. Seated in a lounge chair, gazing at the clouds above, his expression grew complex. Once, Luo Xiu had spoken of offering herself, yet their relationship had never reached that stage. And now they were estranged. Reflecting on his first encounter with Qin Yanran, she too had mentioned such a commitment, but it had seemed trivial then, and yet they had arrived at this juncture. The unpredictability of life struck him. In the afternoon, Qin Yanran called, "Chu Gij, do you recall the auction I mentioned last night?" After a brief acknowledgement, she continued, "I'll be busy for a while longer. The auction is about to begin, and if I wait to pick you up, we might miss it. I've informed Oldly. He'll take you to the Royal Hotel, and we can meet at the auction venue. By the way, there will be plenty of items at the auction. Chu Gij, see if anything catches your eye. We can acquire it together." As she ended the call, the butler, Oldly, arrived at the courtyard to inform him that the car was ready. With no immediate concerns, Chu Feng promptly seated. At the Royal Hotel, luxury cars rolled in, each belonging to the elite of Yun City. Upon arrival, noticing Oldly preparing to accompany him, Chu Feng remarked, "Oldly, there's no need to accompany me. I prefer to stroll alone while you attend to your duties." Accustomed to solitude, Chu Feng was not fond of having someone shadow him. Oldly, having received instructions from Qin Shanhai to treat Chu Feng as family, nodded before driving away. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Feng entered the Royal Hotel, following signage to the third-floor exhibition hall. Prior to the auction's commencement, items slated for bidding were displayed. As he wandered, he observed a predominance of jade jewelry, alongside elixirs favored by martial artists and various martial arts manuals. Chu Feng held little interest in the elixirs or manuals, but the array of ornaments caught his eye. While perusing, a particular item drew his attention, a complete set of imperial green jade jewelry, consisting of a pendant, earrings, a bracelet, and a ring, all suited for a woman. As a martial artist, Chu Feng sensed a faint energy emanating from the jewelry, and he instinctively thought of Qin Yanran. The exquisite craftsmanship made him envision how stunning she would appear adorned in such pieces. Furthermore, as a martial artist, the energy contained within the jade would benefit her. He resolved to acquire it when the auction began. Well, if it isn't Chu the good-for-nothing. Just as he intended to continue exploring, a derisive voice interrupted him. Turning his head, he spotted a young man in a suit, exuding a bit of arrogance, who was accompanied by a striking woman in a low-cut gown. "Who are you?" Chu Feng asked, his face a mask of suspicion, as he did not recognize the individual at all. However, from being called a waste by the other party, he could surmise that it was likely a friend of Luo Xiu. After all, the only ones who referred to him as such were the Luo family. "You don't remember me?" Wang Ziwen looked at Chu Feng in astonishment. Chu Feng chuckled lightly and retorted, "Are you that famous? Why should I remember you? How amusing." Regarding anything related to Luo Xiu, Chu Feng had no desire to engage further. After speaking, he turned to leave, unconcerned about Wang Ziwen's increasingly unsightly expression. "Stop right there." Ignored and ridiculed, Wang Ziwen was on the verge of madness. He stepped forward to confront Chu Feng. Moments ago, his companion had expressed boredom, and while considering how to amuse her, he had noticed Chu Feng. He instinctively recalled a gathering where Luo Xiu had complained that her husband was a waste and that seeing him was bothersome. The implication was clear. If they encountered Chu Feng outside, there was no need to spare him any courtesy. They could deal with him as they wished, especially since she was still Chu Feng's wife. A waste, daring to mock him in front of his companion? Wang Ziwen could not swallow that insult. With his path blocked, Chu Feng stared at Wang Ziwen and asked, Do you have business? Is it not permissible to have business when there is none? To reclaim his dignity, Wang Zuan had resolved to create trouble today, determined to humiliate this waste before the influential people of Yin City. How dare he mock him? It was truly intolerable. All right. Chu Feng nodded and added, it's entirely your prerogative to seek trouble. Just don't cry later. Ha ha. A waste summoned at the Luo family dares to threaten him? Wang Ziwen laughed uncontrollably. There were many items for auction, and with so much left to see, Chu Feng had no time to waste on Wang Ziwen. He turned to leave, but just as he was about to move, Wang Ziwen interjected, Chu, you're here for a part-time job, aren't you? He recalled Luo Shiyu mentioning that to make Chu Feng's life difficult, she would occasionally toss him a few hundred, giving him nothing else, intending to frustrate him into seeking a divorce. This large auction required many hands, and it was common to hire temporary workers. He believed that the financially strapped Chu Feng had come here to earn some money. After all, one could not appear so shabby at an auction. His clothes looked worn and faded, some parts almost threadbare. Before Chu Feng could respond, he continued, I know you're short on cash. If you do one thing for me, I can give you 1,000. Chu Feng's eyebrows twitched. This gesture led the self-important Wang Ziwen to think he was intrigued. Grinning, he raised his foot and said, someone just stepped on my shoe. If you wipe it for me, you'll earn 1,000. Isn't that better than standing around here? All right. Chu Feng note that. Wang Ziwen laughed heartily, deliberately amplifying his laughter to attract the attention of those around, eager for them to witness Chu Feng cleaning his shoes. At that moment, Wang Ziwen had already planned to reveal Chu Feng's identity when he began to wipe his shoes, announcing him as the husband of the president of the Luo group. Seeing the laughter draw in a crowd, he extended his foot forward. But soon, he froze, unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Wang Ziwen's voice turned hoarse, and his whole body trembled as he stared at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with murderous rage. He had intended to pay Chu Feng to wipe his shoe, but unexpectedly, the latter had lifted his foot and stomped down on Wang Ziwen's shoe several times. To make matters worse, the sole of Chu Feng's shoe was caked with yellow mud, instantly ruining Wang Ziwen's shoe, making it look as if it had just been pulled from a garbage bin. The humiliation surged within him like boiling magma. Didn't you ask me to help you clean your shoes? Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. We didn't specify how I should do it. Since it's a shoe, I thought using a shoe to clean it would be most appropriate. The shoe is now cleaned. Where's my payment? As he extended his hand for payment, Wang Ziwen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze turning ferocious. He realized that Chu Feng was clearly pretending to be foolish, having shot himself in the foot. What is wrong with you? Don't you know how expensive Brother Wang's shoes are? Before Wang Ziwen could speak, his female companion voiced her indignation, glaring at Chu Feng with fury. You used a shoe to clean a shoe. Are you out of your mind? Who cleans shoes with shoes? Brother Wang's shoes are ruined. Can you afford to pay for that? As Wang Ziwen's partner, she felt her own dignity was at stake due to the humiliation of her companion. Given their earlier exchange and Chu Feng's shabby appearance, she concluded he was a pushover. Since he was a pushover, she could bully him to restore her companion's pride. Chu Feng chuckled, ignoring the brawny woman entirely as he stated, the shoe is cleaned. Hurry up and pay me. I'll give you nothing. Infuriated, Wang Ziwen raised his fist to strike Chu Feng. How dare he use a shoe to clean his precious shoes? He had ruined his limited edition footwear and now dared to ask for payment. Not demanding compensation was already generous. Wang Ziwen's fist was caught by Chu Feng before it could reach him. What? Wang Ziwen's expression shifted dramatically. As a black belt in Taekwondo, he was confident in his strength, believing no ordinary person could withstand it. However, to his astonishment, Chu Feng effortlessly absorbed his full force without flinching. Trying to play tricks? A surge of immense power erupted from Chu Feng's palm, and Wang Ziwen, who had not yet retracted his fist, instinctively howled in pain as all his strength seemed to evaporate, causing him to uncontrollably drop to the ground. In that moment, the trembling Wang Ziwen realized he had encountered someone formidable. Chu Feng was clearly a martial artist. He couldn't fathom why Luo Shiyu had labeled him a waste, claiming he took insults without retaliation even from neighbors. Could he be mistaken? In excruciating pain, Wang Ziwen scrutinized Chu Feng, trying to confirm whether he had misidentified him. Having not seen Luo Shiyu's husband for quite some time, there is a peculiar phenomenon where, upon closely examining something, it seems to become increasingly unrecognizable. As he looked closely, Wang Ziwen suddenly realized he had forgotten what Luo Shiyu's so-called waste husband looked like. Upon further reflection, he thought that if Luo Shiyu's husband were indeed a martial artist, the Luo family would treat him like an ancestor, never subjecting him to ridicule and oppression. Fearing that he might damage his own hand further, Wang Ziwen trembled and said, "Big brother, I mistook you for someone else." Chu Feng released his grip, cautiously cradling his right hand, and said, "My apologies, I really mistook you for someone else. I thought you were a friend as husband. I truly apologize for the misunderstanding." Opposite him, Chu Feng looked utterly baffled. Just moments ago, Wang Ziwen had called him a waste, and now claimed to mistake him for someone else. Having sought trouble and nearly landed himself in a predicament, Wang Ziwen, despite losing face, understood that continuing to engage with Chu Feng would not end well. As he was a martial artist, he immediately turned to leave, wishing to avoid drawing further attention and further embarrassment. However, his female companion grasped his arm and said, "Brother Wang, aren't you going to make him pay for ruining your limited edition shoes?" "Pay?" Wang Ziwen glared at the woman, furious. Had she not noticed that just moments ago, he had nearly had his hand crushed? He wanted nothing more than to eliminate this oblivious waste. Was she blind? Did she not see how he had just been nearly incapacitated? How could she still demand compensation? If this continued, he feared for his very life. After a bashful smile directed towards Chu Feng, Wang Ziwen disregarded the woman beside him, who was both ample in figure yet lacking in intellect, and hastily made his exit. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, a chilling voice echoed, "Will you pay or will you perish?" These few simple words suddenly bore down upon Wang Ziwen like a colossal weight, rendering him unable to lift his feet, while his shoulders trembled slightly. "I polish your shoes, and if you refuse to pay, you simply walk away? Do you believe that my act of cleaning your shoes with my own shoes is not worthy of recompense?" Trembling, Wang Ziwen slowly turned around, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, Yes, regardless of how it's done, it's still cleaning. I will pay." Though he could not comprehend why the other party was so adamant, in that moment, Wang Ziwen dared not maintain his arrogance. As the individual before him was a martial artist. Regardless of their rank, martial artists possessed powers far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Provoking a martial artist without being one's self could lead to a demise shrouded in confusion. He stepped forward with great difficulty, extracting his phone as he said, "Brother, let me pay you." Chu Feng shook his head, asserting, "I require cash." Cash. Wang Ziwen was immediately at a loss, pondering how in this day and age, who still carried cash. He intended to protest, but upon meeting Chu Feng's gaze, he felt compelled to remain silent, turning to the woman beside him to inquire, "Do you have any cash on you?" The woman rolled her eyes, her impatience palpable as she replied, "Who still uses cash these days?" "I have none, not a single cent." At that moment, she yearned only to depart swiftly, as a crowd of over 10 prominent figures from Yun City had gathered around them. Initially, she had been thrilled to hear Wang Ziwen talk of bullying a worthless person for amusement, but she never anticipated it would end up harming herself. Wang Ziwen's embarrassment was not something she wished to share. A sharp sound suddenly rang out as Wang Ziwen struck the woman without warning, sending her tumbling to the ground. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, would I be in this situation?" Infuriated, Wang Ziwen raised his foot as if to kick her, causing the woman to curl up in fear, trembling. Observing the onlookers pointing and whispering, he had no choice but to relent. Regaining his composure, he noticed Chu Feng still awaiting his payment and hastily bent forward, saying, "Brother, please give me a moment to fetch cash." 10 minutes. Wang Ziwen nodded vigorously, scurrying off into the distance, asking everyone he encountered if they had cash. Meanwhile, Chu Feng moved about nonchalantly. Just as he had not traveled far, a peculiar artifact suddenly caught his attention. Inside the display case lay a statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha, considered an antique piece. At first glance, the statue appeared unremarkable. Yet, Chu Feng's instincts as a martial artist alerted him to something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the exact issue. His intuition grew increasingly strong as he circled the Buddha statue, but even after thorough inspection, he found no anomalies, leaving him somewhat anxious. He thought to himself how beneficial it would be to examine it closely. "Curator, please bring this artifact out for me to inspect." His request rang out unexpectedly. Turning around, he saw a rather portly gentleman fixated on an item within the display case. The curator, moving through the crowd, promptly approached, cheerfully retrieving the key to unlock the case, allowing the gentleman to examine the artifact closely. Is this even possible? Chu Feng was taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. Since it was his first time attending an auction, he was unaware that items placed within the display case could be closely observed if one expressed interest. Curator. After the gentleman finished his inspection, Chu Feng beckoned to the curator, eager to investigate the thousand-armed Buddha statue further to ascertain any hidden secrets before the auction commenced. The curator approached, scanning Chu Feng from head to toe before frowning and asking, "Is there something you need?" "Hello, I would like to examine this Buddha statue up close." Chu Feng ziplit gautotens. The curator glanced at the statue before shifting his gaze back to Chu Feng, then forced a smile as he replied, "I'm afraid, sir, due to the regulations regarding antiques, this item can only be viewed through the glass and cannot be opened or touched." "Is that so?" Chu Feng refrained from further comment, turning to leave, having discerned from the curator's expression and demeanor that he was lying. Regulations simply depended on the person speaking. It seemed that appearances mattered greatly, and he realized that he must acquire more suitable clothing, as his current attire was 2 years old and nearly worn out from wear. "Sir, please wait." Curator Li Yaodong hastened after Chu Feng, his expression serious as he implored, "Sir, may I kindly request to see your invitation?" As the head of a high-end auction, Li Yaodong regularly interacted with prominent individuals, believing he could gauge a person's background and status with just a glance. Chu Feng's shabby attire suggested he was not wealthy, raising suspicions that he might be a thief. Without an invitation, he had no right to be present at the auction. Yet Li Yaodong understood that security occasionally overlooked certain individuals slipping in. As the person in charge, he would be held accountable if anything went awry. Thus, driven by duty and intuition, Li Yaodong deemed it necessary to verify Chu Feng's invitation. The sudden request for verification put Chu Feng in a difficult position. He had been unaware that an invitation was required for this auction, as there had been no checks at the entrance when he arrived. Noticing Chu Feng's lack of movement to produce an invitation, Li Yaodong's expression darkened as he touched his earpiece, about to call security to escort him out, when someone approached them. "Oh, what a coincidence! You're here too?" The speaker was none other than Zhong Yun. "Master Zhong, do you know him?" Li Yaodong paused his call to security, reasoning that if Zhong Yun knew the man, he likely wasn't a thief. "I do." Zhong Yun nodded, adding, "He is the ex-husband of Luo Xiyu from the Luo Group." Li Yaodong was aware of the Luo Group, but had no interest in the personal matters of Luo Xiyu's ex-husband. He only needed to ascertain that Chu Feng was not an unknown entity. Thus, he smiled and prepared to leave. However, Zhong Yun called out, "Manager Li, please wait a moment." "Master Zhong, is there anything else?" Li Yaodong turned back. Zhong Yun studied Chu Feng with a sinister smile and said, "Manager Li, I suspect he lacks an invitation and likely harbors ill intentions in being here. I suggest you investigate thoroughly." Despite realizing that Chu Feng might not be as simple as he appeared, the earlier incident left Zhong Yun with a bitter taste. Being checked for an invitation by the organizers felt akin to a slap in the face, a source of great embarrassment for him. Li Yaodong was taken aback, pondering why someone he thought was familiar would suggest verifying Chu Feng's invitation. Knowing Zhong Yun's influential status in Yun City, he understood that ignoring his request could lead to trouble. Thus, he turned to Chu Feng with a smile, saying, "Sir, may I kindly ask you to present your invitation?" Creating trouble out of nothing, Chu Feng shot a glance at the troublesome Zhong Yun, preparing to inform him that the invitation was with Qin Yanran, when a commotion erupted around them as everyone rushed towards the entrance. "The Divine Doctor has arrived." "Really? Is it Zhang Wensheng, the Divine Doctor? Hurry, let us go welcome him and get acquainted." Many individuals, their faces alight with excitement, surged forward to catch a glimpse of the Divine Doctor, eager for the chance to connect with him. As the organizer, Li Yaodong saw the gathering crowd and worried that their excitement might cause the artifacts to topple. He quickly moved to manage the situation, momentarily neglecting Chu Feng. Upon hearing that the Divine Doctor was coming, Zhong Yun's eyes lit up, and he no longer wished to waste time on Chu Feng, quickly advancing to join the throng. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Wensheng made his entrance. "Zhang uncle, do you remember me?" Zhong Yun shouted, straining his voice to be heard. Glancing over, Zhang Wensheng recognized Zhong Yun vaguely and furrowed his brow, asking, "Who are you?" "Uncle Zhang, I'm the grandson of Zhong Xiaoming. 5 years ago, you treated my grandfather. Do you remember?" The opportunity to engage in conversation made Zhong Yun very happy. 5 years? Zhang Wensheng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, I have treated many people over the years, and how could I remember Zhong Xiaoming? Nonetheless, he believed in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, so he merely smiled and chose to ignore Zhong Yun. Having come to participate in an auction to acquire some precious medicinal materials, Zhang Wensheng had no time to indulge those seeking to ingratiate themselves, and he spoke directly. Everyone, please disperse. Your presence here prevents me from examining the items I wish to purchase, fearing they might be remembered for their disobedience by the esteemed physician. The prominent figures of Yunxing quickly scattered, not daring to linger near Zhang Wensheng. Zhong Yun intended to speak with Zhang Wensheng, but as he prepared to do so, he noticed that Zhang did not even glance in his direction and walked away, causing a surge of anger within him. At that moment, Zhong Yun spotted Chu Feng and, with a glint in his eye, nudged the approaching Li Yaodong, saying, "Manager Li, you haven't checked that person's invitation yet." Li Yaodong's eyes flashed with displeasure. Puzzled by Zhong Yun's fixation on Chu Feng, bound by the latter's status, he approached Chu Feng with a smile, stating, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the delay. May I kindly request to see your invitation? Is this never-ending?" Chu Feng's expression turned icy. Chapter 27. Recklessness comes at a cost. Everything has its limits. Even a clay Buddha has its 3 points of temper, let alone a martial artist. This was the third time he had been asked for his invitation. Chu Feng contemplated revealing that the invitation was with Qin Yiren, assuring it could be retrieved shortly, but he refrained. He understood that Zhong Yun, who harbored animosity towards him, would not miss any opportunity to undermine him. If he disclosed that the invitation was with Qin Yiren, Zhong Yun would undoubtedly exploit it to craft various attacks, fabricating negative narratives about him. Thus, he decided to see if his lack of an invitation would indeed lead to his expulsion. He shook his head and replied, "I do not have one. Indeed, there is none." Zhong Yun's eyes sparkled as he remarked, "Manager Li, see, I told you he lacks an invitation. I remember this person being rather unsavory. You should have security detain him and check for any missing items on the premises." At this moment, Zhong Yun's mind was racing. He knew that Chu Feng's presence here was undoubtedly due to Qin Yiren bringing him along. Yet he was uncertain why she had not shown up. Not perceiving himself as inferior to Chu Feng, Zhong Yun sought to take advantage of Qin Yiren's absence to embarrass him in front of the city's elite. Fantasizing that this might prompt Qin Yiren to realize Chu Feng's inadequacies and cast him aside, thus providing Zhong Yun with an opportunity. Li Yaodong's words summoned 3 security personnel swiftly. "Sir, without an invitation, you cannot participate in the auction. Please leave." Although the individual lacked an invitation, Li Yaodong maintained a polite demeanor as a service worker. Why be polite to a worthless individual? Just throw him out. Zhong Yun shouted loudly. Several onlookers turned their attention towards them, and one wealthy second generation asked, "Zhong Xiao, who is he? Who else could it be? Have you heard of the Luo family's waste?" Zhong Yun replied with a laugh. "Is he not the husband of Luo Shiyu from the Luo group?" Came the question. "Yes, indeed, he is that waste. But he has now become Shiyu's ex-husband, having just left empty-handed. Perhaps he is here to scrounge some free snacks because he is broke and hungry." After surveying Chu Feng's attire, the onlooker's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. "Sir, please." Li Yaodong did his utmost to remain courteous. Chu Feng remained unmoved. Meeting Zhong Yun's provocatively challenging gaze, he calmly replied, "It seems you have been quite arrogant lately. Haha, just a little ranked third in the world." Zhong Yun boasted with evident pride. Then, as if struck by a thought, he leaned closer to Chu Feng and whispered, "I forgot to tell you, she was with me last night. I truly did not expect that in 5 years you have not touched her. It seems you're lacking, haha. But fear not. What you cannot give her, I can." Ah! Suddenly, Zhong Yun let out a horrific scream and distanced himself from Chu Feng, clutching his abdomen in agony. What have you done to me?" Zhong Yun's face twisted in pain at that moment. He felt as if a needle had pierced his abdomen, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. Chu Feng smiled calmly. "Recklessness comes at a cost. You sought to provoke me, yet remain blissfully unaware of the consequences. Thus, I shall strip you of your dignity." He snapped his fingers. The sharp sound echoed, causing Zhong Yun's entire body to tremble, followed by a grimace as warmth uncontrollably surged forth. "What?" Seeing that Chu Feng remained, Li Yaodong, who was about to instruct security to forcibly remove him, caught sight of the liquid trickling down Zhong Yun's pant leg, leaving him utterly stunned. He could not comprehend what had transpired, only knowing that Zhong Yun was no child. Did he not understand the nature of this gathering? Such behavior was unbecoming, was it not? My heavens, what are you doing, Zhong Xiao? Seeking fame through such disgraceful means? The wealthy second generation who had previously conversed with Zhong Yun was equally astonished and immediately pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Who was this person dressed so well, yet acting like a fool? Unable to recognize the need for a restroom, he resolves to take care of business right here. Oh dear, the stench is unbearable. What kind of temperament is this? In that instant, faced with ridicule and disdain, Zhong Yun felt as if he wished for death. He understood that his uncontrollable situation was undoubtedly connected to Chu Feng's earlier strike to his abdomen. With eyes filled with unmitigated resentment, he looked at Chu Feng, and his mouth twitched once more. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhong Yun's stomach suddenly roared. This is bad. An unusual sensation surged through him, and he instinctively tried to clench. But the overwhelming urge to expel was too intense to suppress. Not wishing to suffer further humiliation, Zhong Yun instinctively dashed toward the restroom. But the moment he moved his foot, fear gripped him, causing him to freeze in place, half-crouched. His intuition warned him that moving would lead to disaster. Get away. I need to go now. Some onlookers sensed the oddity and swiftly pulled their companions away. Quick, carry Zhong Xiao to the restroom. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Li Yaodong understood that Zhong Yun could not move recklessly and instructed security to assist him. They could manage the mess caused by urine on site. But if anything else were to soil the ground, the entire venue would be compromised, disrupting the auction. Though reluctant, two security personnel promptly approached to support Zhong Yun's arms. No, please. As the tension mounted, Zhong Yun finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his mind racing with only two words. It's over. Oh no. Retreat. What is happening? How could such a thing occur in this setting? My heavens, I can't take it anymore. I must get some fresh air. In an instant, the unbearable stench permeated the entire venue, causing everyone to cover their noses and rush outside. Zhong Yun lay on the ground, despairing and wishing for death. At the entrance of the Grand Hotel, all attendees of the auction fled, while newcomers inquired about the commotion. Upon learning that the young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Yun, had caused such chaos, the crowd was left speechless, including Luo Shiyu. Anxiously searching for Zhong Yun, she was incredulous upon hearing the description and dashed up to the third floor through the throng. As the elevator doors opened, the noxious odor nearly made her retch. Determined to uncover the truth, she pressed on despite her discomfort toward the exhibition hall. Inside the hall, Zhong Yun remained collapsed on the floor, spotting Luo Shiyu's entrance. He wailed like a child. Zhong Guyu, you. Luo Shiyu halted abruptly, at a loss for words. It was he. It was all his doing. Zhong Yun, gritting his teeth, howled in rage. As a rational individual, it is inconceivable to act in such a manner, even in a state of urgency. In an unusual display of anxiety, Luo Shiyu hastily inquired, Who? That good-for-nothing, your damned ex-husband. It's all his fault that I find myself in this predicament. Luo Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Chu Feng would be implicated yet again, although she was unaware of how Chu Feng had caused Zhong Yun's distress. The embarrassment suffered by Zhong Yun diminished her own dignity. With a sense of indignation, she demanded, Where is he? Downstairs. Wang Zuan obediently delivered 1,000 yuan in cash to Chu Feng, only to be met with an anguished roar. Chu Feng, you are despicable. Chapter 28. The courage I gave in the elite of Yun City had gathered in unison. Luo Shiyu's voice resonated loudly, abruptly silencing the previously bustling atmosphere. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their attention to the president of the Luo group, bewildered by her emotional upheaval. Chu Feng, how could you treat Brother Zhong in such a manner? Do you comprehend the repercussions this will have on his future? Luo Shiyu advanced closer, her gaze sharp as a blade. Are you truly concerned for him? Chu Feng the Dole, a smirk playing on his lips. It's the first time in 5 years of marriage that I've seen you so anxious over another man. Quite commendable. His tone dripped with sarcasm. At that moment, faced with Luo Shiyu's piercing glare, he could hardly suppress a laugh. Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from signing the stock transfer agreement and allowed Luo Shiyu to stew in her own anxiety. A murmur of gossip began to circulate. So, he is Luo Shiyu's husband? One can hardly judge a book by its cover. Look at how well-dressed she is, while her husband appears to be wearing clothes that are at least a year old. Do you not understand? They are together merely due to a marriage contract. devoid of any emotional foundation. The man is utterly useless, capable only of washing clothes and cooking. Is such a person worthy of attention? The incessant chatter reached Luo Xiu's ears. Realizing that everyone was aware of her connection to Chu Feng, she felt compelled to clarify, exclaiming, "Chu Feng and I have long since agreed to divorce. He is no longer my husband, but my ex-husband." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Their gazes at Luo Xiu, now laced with contempt. Family disgrace should remain private. A divorce is a personal matter, and to clarify it in front of so many is unbecoming of a corporate president. Instead of garnering understanding, her explanation led to increased disdain, intensifying her frustration. With her anger towards Chu Feng already simmering, she attributed all blame to him. Had he not harmed Zhong Yun, she would not be here seeking an explanation. Her eyes now brimming with venomous resentment. Had she foreseen this, she would have advised Zhong Yun to seek someone more formidable to eliminate Chu Feng from existence. Chu Feng observed the shifts in Luo Xiu's expression with keen interest. He found her arrogance and ignorance tiresome and turned to leave the crowd. Without the title of ex-wife, had she dared to confront him so brazenly, he would have taught her a lesson in propriety. As Chu Feng made his way downstairs, Luo Xiu, unwilling to let him go, hastened to block his path. Fuming, "Chu Feng, you must provide Brother Zhong with an explanation today." An explanation? Chu Feng arched an eyebrow. Who does he think he is that I owe him any explanation? After a brief pause, he coldly continued, "Luo Xiu, please comprehend our current relationship. Do not presume that I will still accommodate you as I did before. You denied me for 5 years, and mere moments after signing the divorce agreement, you rushed to another man's bed. It is a testament to my mercy that I have not laid a hand on you. Do not provoke me further." The chill in his words struck Luo Xiu like ice water, causing her to shudder, her complexion paling. She had not expected Chu Feng to be aware of her affair with Zhong Yun, much less to expose it before such a large audience. Such revelations would undoubtedly tarnish her image as president, rendering her appear utterly shameless. As the whispers of ridicule began to circulate, Luo Xiu became acutely aware of her precarious position. The president of the Luo group was indeed a remarkable character, harboring feelings for another while remaining married to this man. And now, having just divorced, she sought solace in another's arms. It was a scandalous revelation. Goodness, you truly are an exceptional backup. The crowd, entertained by the unfolding drama, offered no sympathy for Chu Feng, some even deeming him deserving of his plight. Why had he endured for 5 years? The barrage of comments pierced Luo Xiu's skin, leaving her wishing for a hole to hide in. Simultaneously, she regretted her impulsive decision to confront Chu Feng, as her actions had precipitated this entire debacle. Silence. As the noise escalated, Chu Feng's voice rang out, resonating like thunder in the ears of the crowd, prompting an immediate hush. "Are you all so idle that you enjoy gossiping? Return to your own affairs." His words stirred a tempest of reactions. Men and women alike regarded Chu Feng with astonishment, some eyes brimming with indignation. This shabby figure dare to challenge them? You know not what you speak, young man. Who granted you the audacity to silence us? How splendid. Luo Xiu's teeth clenched, her expression shifting to one of delight as she regarded Chu Feng with renewed pride. Moments ago, she had been tormented by the onslaught of accusations, uncertain how to redirect attention. Yet now, Chu Feng's fierce command had silenced the crowd. She was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals present and understood that defying them was akin to declaring war on all of Yun City. The pressure dissipated, and Luo Xiu envisioned the difficulties Chu Feng would face in the future. The more she pondered, the more elated she became. The courage I gave him. Suddenly, a voice cut through the crowd. I gave him the courage. The previously raucous gathering fell silent, once more, as Qin Yinran stepped forward. Her demeanor composed as she faced the crowd with a defiant tone. Do any of you have objections? The Qin family was a prominent force in Yun City, and as the future heir, her words commanded respect, prompting most to remain silent. However, not all families fear the Qin clan. Huang Xian, the head of the Huang family, who had long been at odds with them, scoffed. Qin Yinran, Yun City is not solely under the purview of the Qin family. Womi, do my words hold no weight? Another voice emerged, belonging to Zhang Wensheng, who had long wished to speak but had lacked the opportunity. He approached Chu Feng, his tone humble. Master Chu, I have long wished to voice my support for you. I hope you can forgive my delay. What? You, the esteemed medical sage, address a junior as you? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, the spectacle was not over. A resounding voice followed, and I, Chapter 29, have I truly erred? What? The crowd turned to the source of the voice, their hearts once again racing. The speaker was none other than Zhao Honglong. The elder of the Zhao family was also stepping forward to support this young man. Weren't the Qin and Zhao families rumored to be at odds? Nearly on the brink of conflict? How could they both stand in solidarity with this young man? At that moment, spectators were bewildered by the unfolding events. Many instinctively rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Three individuals, each remarkable in their own right, stand together at this moment due to a singular person. Could this truly be the so-called worthless husband of Luo Shiyu, as rumored? Was it not said that he lived in the Luo family like a mere dog? All eyes are fixed on Chu Feng. Among the crowd, a man who had previously endured provocation and felt deeply aggrieved, had prepared to incite the ire of the elite of Yin City against the Qin family and settle scores with Huang Xian over Qin Yinji. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Honglong's appearance, he immediately fell silent, no longer daring to speak. While Huang Xian may have dismissed the young Qin Yinji, he could not afford to overlook the esteemed medical sage Zhang Wensheng and the venerable Zhao Honglong. A sense of impending crisis washed over Huang Xian as he realized that the tides in Yin City might be shifting. The top families in Yin City consist of 5 clans: the Qin, Zhao, Huang, Long, and Sun families. All 5 are martial arts clans, with the Sun and Long families remaining relatively low-key due to their enterprises not being based in Yin City. The Huang, Zhao, and Qin families, relying heavily on the city for their development, engage in fierce competition both overtly and covertly. Recently, upon learning that Zhao Honglong and Qin Shanha had clashed, potentially jeopardizing Qin Shanha's life, Huang Xian had plotted in secrecy, anticipating that the conflict between the Qin and Zhao families would leave them mutually weakened, allowing the Huang family to swoop in. However, to his astonishment, he had heard no news of their ongoing feud. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, acutely aware that should the Qin and Zhao families join forces against the Huang family, their downfall would be inevitable. Thus, he refrained from uttering a single word, fearing he might become a target for both families. The most astonished person in attendance was undoubtedly Luo Shiyu. She had anticipated that Chu Feng would provoke the ire of Yin City's elite, only to find herself mistaken as Qin Yinji boldly stepped forward despite the imminent consequences. What was even more difficult for Luo Shiyu to accept was the sight of the esteemed medical sage Zhang Wensheng and the venerable Zhao Honglong aligning themselves with Chu Feng. Each of these figures was someone the Luo family aspired to befriend, yet here they were, showing support for this so-called worthless man. In her daily life, she had often racked her brain over how to connect with these three, yet now they were all rallying behind Chu Feng. Luo Shiyu pinched her thigh discreetly, wishing fervently that this were all a dream. However, the sharp pain brought her back to reality. As she gazed at Chu Feng, who appeared unchanged, doubts began to swirl within her. She questioned whether he had hidden his true self over the years. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a memory surfaced when she had initially resisted marrying Chu Feng and had sought her grandfather's counsel. He had mentioned that Chu Feng's master was a formidable figure whose very stomp could shake the realm. It dawned on her that Chu Feng himself was no ordinary man, and that marrying him could only bring advantages to the Luo family. When Chu Feng first entered the Luo household, the family had speculated that if his master was so remarkable, he too must possess some unique qualities that could benefit them. Yet in reality, Chu Feng had never exhibited any extraordinary traits. Once, a former suitor of Luo Shiyu had visited and, embittered by his failure to win her affection, had berated and mocked Chu Feng. Any other man might have retaliated fiercely to reclaim his dignity, yet Chu Feng merely smiled, as if nothing had transpired. From that moment on, the label of worthless was firmly affixed to him, and the Luo family regarded him with disdain. At this moment, Luo Shiyu pondered whether, if Chu Feng were truly a worthless man, he could have possibly formed connections with the Qin and Zhao families and the esteemed medical sage upon leaving the Luo family. Regret began to fester within her. "Brother Chu, I brought you some clothes. They're in the car. You should change," Qin Yinji suddenly said to Chu Feng. She had noticed his attire was quite worn and had long wished to help him change. However, due to their ambiguous relationship and her busy schedule, she had no time to take him shopping. Considering the auction event that day, She had selected 2 suits based on her memory of his height and weight, hoping to arrive in time to present them to him. But unforeseen traffic delays had caused Chu Feng to make quite an entrance. Qin Yinji was unperturbed by the earlier events. Her sole focus was on defending the man she admired. As Chu Feng turned to change, she cast a frosty glare at Luo Xiu. Under Qin Yinji's provocative gaze, Luo Xiu felt a complex mix of emotions, her hands clenching tightly as she could not meet her eyes. Indeed, it is true that clothes make the man. Once he donned the new attire, Chu Feng appeared no different from a wealthy heir. As he returned, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. Luo Xiu, caught in a dilemma about whether to stay or leave, lifted her gaze amidst the commotion, momentarily stunned. Was this truly him? She struggled to believe her eyes, her lips parting in disbelief. Having been married to Chu Feng for 5 years, she had not realized how charismatic and handsome he looked in a suit. As she regained her composure, regret washed over her more intensely. She repeatedly questioned herself. Had she truly made a mistake? Qin Yinji turned to glance back, equally taken aback, her eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance. She had always perceived that Chu Feng possessed a certain charm, but his casual demeanor and athletic wear had dulled that impression. In a suit, he exuded a mature, yet slightly aloof aura, causing her heart to race. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Yaodong's voice suddenly boomed as he held a microphone aloft. We encountered a minor hiccup earlier that disrupted the atmosphere, and on behalf of the auction house, I apologize. After deliberation, we have changed the venue for the auction from the 3rd floor to the 5th floor. Please make your way to the 5th floor. The auction will commence shortly. The crowd began to move toward the hotel entrance. Master Chu, please. Zhao Honglong gestured with a slight bow, to which Chu Feng nodded slightly, leading the way. Luo Xiu remained rooted in place, waiting for the crowd to disperse before she slowly followed, each step feeling heavier than the last. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, she felt as though all her strength had been sapped away. Looking up at the sky, she silently questioned herself. Had she truly erred? Upstairs, as Chu Feng and Qin Yinji settled into their seats, a young man of similar age suddenly approached them. Is it you? Who? Chu Feng inquired, his expression one of confusion. The man before him appeared to be in his 30s, with a nondescript appearance. Yet, Chu Feng sensed hostility in the man's gaze. How had he acquired yet another foe? Sucheng, what is your intention? Qin Yinji interjected, rising to her feet, her eyes piercing as she regarded the newcomer. Sucheng shifted his hostile gaze from Chu Feng to Qin Yinji, his demeanor softening instantly. Yinji, I heard you have someone by your side, so I came to take a look. Qin Yinji huffed coldly, her expression frosty. Who I choose to associate with is my prerogative. You have no right to interfere. I made it clear that we are not meant to be. If you continue to pursue this, don't blame me for placing you on my blacklist permanently. Su Chang's face fell, anxiety evident as he protested. Yinji, please don't be upset. I only came to see. I mean no harm. Enough, leave now. Qin Yinji showed no mercy, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Sucheng opened his mouth to retort, but, after casting one last glance at Chu Feng, turned to leave. Brother Chu, he was just a friend from before, concerned about my situation. Qin Yinji hurriedly explained, seemingly worried that Chu Feng might overthink the situation. Chu Feng chuckled, teasing friend? More like a suitor, I say. At this remark, Qin Yinji became flustered, quickly clarifying, he does wish to pursue me. But I feel nothing for him. I've told him countless times that we're not suited for each other. Yet he just won't take the hint. Seeing the beauty in distress, Chu Feng smiled reassuringly and promptly diverted the conversation to other topics. As for the sudden appearance of Su Cheng, who harbored animosity towards him, Chu Feng paid him no heed. Through his keen observation, he discerned that Su Cheng hailed from a prosperous lineage, with his family being affluent merchants for 3 generations. However, in the realm of martial artists, wealth is not an absolute power. Those who seek trouble will inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Sitting several meters away, Su Cheng's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Feng and Qin Yinran, his teeth gradually clenched in frustration. Although he was well aware that Qin Yinran held no romantic feelings for him, he had always regarded her as his own, forbidding other men from approaching or pursuing her. Even if Qin Yinran herself had not realized this fact. In recent years, she had indeed noticed a decline in male acquaintances. Some who were initially enthusiastic grew distant over time or simply vanished. Given her indifference towards them, she did not ponder the matter further. Little did she know, as a stunning beauty, many men desired to pursue her, no matter their inner thoughts. It was Su Cheng's machinations that caused this rift. He either wielded his financial influence or utilized his connections, all with one objective: to keep others entirely away from Qin Yanran. His purpose was to orchestrate a grand scheme. He reasoned that Qin Yanran's current indifference was due to her youth, compounded by the fact that she had not yet reached the age where marriage was an urgent necessity. Therefore, he believed that by isolating her from other men, when the time came for her to marry, he would be the one she would turn to. Unbeknownst to him, even if Qin Yanran did not encounter Chu Feng and eventually reached a more mature age, she would never choose him. Everyone possesses their own principles. Some individuals simply cannot be liked at first glance and will never be liked thereafter. The Qin family lacked for nothing, and Qin Yanran was not desperate for marriage. She had lived quite comfortably in her years of singleness. Su Cheng, whose eyes brimmed with hatred towards Chu Feng, snapped his fingers to summon a bodyguard standing at the periphery. Investigate that young man thoroughly and uncover any dirt on him. Ensure it's done swiftly. Once the bodyguard departed, Su Cheng took a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil and anxiety. In this moment, he felt immense pressure. His instincts as a man told him that Chu Feng might be the greatest threat he had ever encountered. For the smile and demeanor Qin Yanran exhibited around him had never been seen with any other man. In another corner of the venue, Luo Xiu entered quietly, her gaze fixated on the position where Chu Feng was seated. To the average observer, the Luo group was indeed a powerful company, yet compared to the entire Yun city, it stood on the sidelines. Observing the two engaged in light-hearted conversation and reflecting on past events, Luo Xiu bit her lip in frustration, struggling to comprehend how circumstances had unfolded in such a manner. He had been discarded and deemed worthless, yet after their divorce, he had prospered. At this moment, lost in thought, Luo Xiu could not help but lament that if only time could reverse, had she known Chu Feng would meet Qin Yanran, Zhao Honglong, and Zhang Wensheng, she would never have divorced him. If she could forge connections with these three families, the Luo family's rise would be meteoric, transforming them into a top-tier family in Yun City within a few short years. Alas, fantasies remain mere fantasies. After a brief moment of introspection, Luo Xiu's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted as she pondered how to reclaim everything she had lost. Time slowly passed as the auction commenced, much to the growing impatience of the attendees. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you," began an elderly man in his 60s, who introduced the first item for auction, a renowned painting. Many began bidding, while Chu Feng observed quietly, with Qin Yanran attentively explaining the nuances of bidding to him. The initial phase of the auction primarily featured calligraphy and paintings, subjects that held no interest for Chu Feng. Soon, they transitioned to the second phase, focusing on jewelry. Upon seeing the jade set he had previously admired, Chu Feng's interest peaked. The Emperor Green jade set was the highlight of this phase. Wealthy individuals relish collecting such rare items imbued with intangible value, prompting a flurry of bids as the auction began. Chu Feng merely watched, not rushing to place a bid. Although he had never participated in an auction, one does not need experience to know that early bidding is often futile. Before long, the price for the jade set soared to 300 million, with Su Cheng as the highest bidder. He was particularly fond of this set, believing it would enhance Qin Yanran's beauty, thus wishing to acquire it as a gift for her. "Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to compete. I am prepared to see this through to the end," Su Cheng declared with a smug expression, surveying the crowd. His tone, though calm, carried an unmistakable threat. He aimed to convey that this item was his, and any competitors would face repercussions. Seeing no one else daring to bid, Su Cheng's satisfaction grew, and he gestured to the auctioneer to finalize the sale. The auctioneer nodded slightly, raising his gavel to strike, when Chu Feng's voice rang out, "I bid 400 million. "What? For 100 million? Wasn't it just 300 million? How could the bid suddenly jump to 400 million? Is this how auctions work? My goodness." A direct increase of 100 million? After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted into commotion. All eyes turned to Chu Feng, perplexed by his intentions. Speculating whether he was merely an impetuous youth, considering the current bid for the jade set was already at its peak, further increases seemed unnecessary. Su Cheng also regarded Chu Feng with surprise, taken aback that he dared to oppose him. Not only that, but he had raised the bid by 100 million. Young and reckless, he thought, especially since he viewed Chu Feng as a rival. He was determined not to lose face in front of his competitor, declaring 500 million. Not wanting to appear weak, he believed he had to raise the stakes. The room fell silent, all eyes trained on Chu Feng, eager to see whether he would continue this duel of bids or if he truly had the means to secure the jade set. 700 million. Chu Feng raised the bid by another 200 million. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many gasping instinctively. Those present were primarily influential and affluent figures in Yin City, and while many prided themselves on their wealth, they could not help but feel a sense of dread at Chu Feng's audacity. Damn it! Su Cheng's teeth gritted tightly. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront this reckless youth. He understood that to save face, he would need to raise the bid to 900 million. Spending 900 million on a jade set would undoubtedly invite ridicule, especially if it were merely to satisfy a rival challenge. Although the Su family was wealthy, capable of producing not just 900 million, but even 9 billion, the issue at hand was not just about money. It was about not wasting it on someone who might not appreciate the gift. Yet, surrendering was not an option Su Cheng was willing to entertain. The crowd, already numbed by the shock of the escalating bids, now turned their attention back to Su Cheng, eager to see whether this affluent young man would continue the bidding war. The tension in the air was palpable. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. 1 billion. Su Cheng glared at Chu Feng, adopting a demeanor of certainty, hoping to intimidate him into submission. As the crowd's gaze shifted back to Chu Feng, eagerly awaiting his next move, he suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, the elderly man on stage noticed that Chu Feng remained silent and promptly reminded him, "Sir, would you like to continue bidding?" Chu Feng shook his head, and the old man decisively struck his gavel. "Humph," challenging me without a moment of self-reflection. Su Cheng, feeling a surge of triumph, was suddenly pained at the thought of losing 6 billion due to Chu Feng's mere words. This bitterness was unbearable. He quietly resolved to keep a close watch on Chu Feng, intending to raise the price on any item he desired, ensuring that he would suffer a financial blow. Chu Feng was not disheartened by his failure to acquire the jade set, as it was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because Qin Yinran had intervened. Initially, Qin Yinran believed that Chu Feng's bidding stemmed from a fondness for the jade set. However, upon witnessing Su Cheng's stubbornness, she quietly inquired why he would spend such a fortune on something that could easily be replaced. Such jade sets were not unique in the world. With sufficient funds, one could assemble an even finer collection. Furious spending seemed unwarranted to her. When she learned that Chu Feng intended to purchase the jade set as a gift for her heart swelled with joy. Yet, she was not a woman prone to frivolity. She recognized the impracticality of such expenses and immediately advised Chu Feng against squandering money on seemingly useless items. She insisted that as long as it was from him, she would cherish even a simple wooden hairpin. With her sentiments expressed, Chu Feng naturally refrained from further extravagant expenditures. The auction proceeded, and in a corner, Luo Shiyu remained in a state of stupor. Her intuition suggested that Chu Feng's earlier bid was not a mere fluke. He genuinely possessed wealth. If he were merely attempting to drive up prices without means, he would not have risked losing billions. How could a man who had exited a marriage with nothing suddenly spend billions as if they were mere coins? Luo Shiyu was perplexed, noting that post-divorce, Chu Feng felt like an entirely different person, one she no longer recognized. During the third round of the auction, various martial arts techniques and unique manuscripts were offered, along with potent elixirs beneficial to martial artists. Several items caught Qin Yinran's interest, but as she prepared to bid, Chu Feng intervened. "What use are these worthless items? Let's not waste our money." Rolling her eyes at his remark, she thought, "How can such fine items be deemed worthless in your eyes?" Chu Feng chuckled, assuring her that he would compose 2 martial arts manuals more suitable for her. Many of the items were either incomplete or flawed. Taking them home would not only fail to assist, but could also cause significant repercussions. Understanding that Chu Feng had traversed far along the martial path, Qin Yinran nodded, her impatience dissipating. The fourth round featured assorted items, including the Buddha statue Chu Feng had previously coveted. As the bidding commenced, Chu Feng remained silent, waiting for the right moment. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yinran nudged his arm and said, "Let me handle this. Su Cheng has been eyeing you, likely seeking to retaliate for your earlier bid. While we may not be short on funds, there is no need for such extravagance. If we have money to spare, We might as well donate it to help children in the mountains improve their lives. Su Cheng had indeed been fixated on Chu Feng, a fact Chu Feng had already noted. With 100 billion at his disposal, he was unperturbed by the thought of raising prices. However, as the lovely lady suggested, there was no need to waste money on petty rivalries, and he nodded in agreement. Cursed be it. Seeing Qin Yinran bid on Chu Feng's behalf, Su Cheng was furious. Gripping the armrest of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he might crush it. If Chu Feng were to bid, he would fight tooth and nail. However, against Qin Yinran, he dared not oppose her. The Buddha statue of uncertain age ultimately fell into Qin Yinran's possession for 3 million. With the auction concluded, a social banquet began, the atmosphere immediately escalating. Many attendees had not come solely for the auction, but rather for the networking opportunity that followed, as some individuals were not easily accessible in daily life. For instance, Luo Shiyu had come with the intent of connecting with influential figures in Yun City to expand the channels for her family's business. However, the preceding events had left her utterly disinterested in mingling with others. In a corner of the banquet hall, Su Cheng slammed his palm down on the table after reviewing the documents in his hand. Damn it, I thought it was someone remarkable. Just a useless fool daring to challenge me. Watch me obliterate you. Su Cheng approached Luo Shiyu, who sat in another corner, lost in thought. Miss Luo, greetings, he said with a genial smile. Luo Shiyu, momentarily startled, recognized him as the heir of the Shanghai Financial Association and quickly rose to greet him, her face lighting up with delight. Young Master Su, hello. The Shanghai Financial Association ranked among the top 50 in the nation. Its financial prowess formidable. Luo Shiyu had long sought a connection with them, but her family's firm had barely registered in their eyes and had been disregarded. Now, the heir of Shanghai Financial Association was initiating conversation with her. Luo Shiyu was taken aback, feeling as if she were in a dream, and resolved internally to seize this opportunity. She understood that obtaining support from Shanghai Financial Association would not only compensate for the losses from the failed collaboration with Qin Yinran's company, but elevate her family's business to new heights. Miss Luo, why are you sitting here lost in thought? Despite this being their first interaction, Su Cheng showed no signs of awkwardness and took a seat beside her, deliberately positioning himself close. Luo Shiyu forced a smile, saying, there are many unfamiliar faces here. I didn't know whom to approach. To avoid disrupting others' enjoyment, I ended up sitting here in silence. Haha, Miss Luo, you are too modest. After complimenting her, Su Cheng gazed at her with admiration. Look at how beautiful you are. I believe there must be many admirers in this room. They probably find you so frosty, like an iceberg, that they hesitate to approach. In response to his teasing, Luo Shiyu retorted, if that is the case, young Master Su, why have you come over? Oomph. Su Cheng declared with arrogance, who am I? In this nation, there is no one I would shy away from approaching. If you truly are an iceberg, then I am a volcano, fully capable of melting you and merging with you completely. Merge? Such words could easily be misconstrued. Su Cheng's flirtation caused a blush to creep onto Luo Shiyu's cheeks, and she shyly replied, young Master Su, I have a thin skin. Please refrain from teasing me further. With a serious expression, Su Cheng asserted, this is no jest. I speak only the truth. If you are indeed an iceberg, then I am the volcano determined to bring about our complete fusion. Once again, Luo Shiyu's earlier discontent regarding Chu Feng transformed rapidly into excitement and eagerness as she subconsciously perceived Su Cheng's interest in her. As soothing music began to play and the lights dimmed, indicating the imminent commencement of the ball, Su Cheng cheerfully asked, Miss Luo, the ball is about to start. You must not have a partner yet. Originally, her partner had been Zhong Yun, but he was still at the hotel, preparing. Even if he were ready, Luo Shiyu did not wish to miss this opportunity for advancement. Realizing Su Cheng's intentions, she shook her head, saying, no, young Master Su. You referred to me as an iceberg. Who would dare to ask this iceberg to be their partner? Although she self-deprecatingly jested, Luo Shiyu felt a surge of excitement within. To prevent Su Cheng from detecting her eagerness, she bit her lip and feigned a look of disappointment. At this moment, she ardently wished to become Su Cheng's dance partner, not merely to cling to the affluent leg of Shanghai Financial, but to impress Chu Feng. During the divorce, she had imagined him leaving with nothing, disappearing from Yun City henceforth. Little did she expect that barely after their separation, Chu Feng would swiftly develop a different relationship with Qin Yinran. The once inconsequential man she had dismissed had suddenly garnered the support of the sage of medicine and the Zhao family patriarch, with auction bids soaring to 1 or 2 billion, as if money were of no concern. The impact on Luo Xiyu was profound. Now, with Su Cheng approaching her, she envisioned leveraging his assistance to flaunt before Chu Feng, making him realize that he was not the only one with the support of Qin Yinran. She too had the future heir of Shanghai, financial, showing interest in her. In her singular desire to retaliate, Luo Xiyu failed to contemplate that as a recently divorced woman with merely average looks and a family that was rather unremarkable in Yin City, she possessed little merit to attract the attention of such a distinguished young man. Su Cheng, a seasoned player in the realm of romance, was certainly not oblivious to her intentions. Were it not for his ulterior motives, he would have swiftly slapped her across the face, urging her to reflect upon her own worth before daring to engage in such manipulation. Though irked internally, Su Cheng maintained a genial facade, saying, "Miss Luo, did I not just mention that I am a volcano? Tonight, I shall be your dance partner." Growing impatient with Luo Xiyu's antics, Su Cheng reached out, grasping her hand resting on the table. Luo Xiyu trembled, not out of shyness, but from a surge of excitement. She bashfully replied, "Su Gongzi, I am not a good dancer, and with so many esteemed figures from Yin City present, what if I embarrass you? Let anyone dare to mock, and I shall ensure they regret it. Come, let's head to the dance floor." The two, harboring ulterior motives, entered the dance floor hand in hand and began to sway to the music. Throughout the dance, Luo Xiyu endeavored to showcase her best self, calculating that as long as Su Cheng was pleased, he might casually invest several billion into the Luo group. Simultaneously, she pondered the possibilities for after the banquet, debating whether to accompany Su Cheng to a hotel if he proposed it. She felt torn. On the edge of the dance floor, Qin Yinran caught sight of Luo Xiyu and Su Cheng together and, astonished, nudged Chu Feng's arm, inquiring, "Brother Chu, would you like to dance?" Women are inherently perceptive. With a mere glance, Qin Yinran discerned that Su Cheng and Luo Xiyu's pairing was intended to provoke Chu Feng. Her man could not afford to lose face. Thus, she too desired to dance with Chu Feng, silently retaliating. Chu Feng had already noted the unfolding scene, realizing that Su Cheng, in an effort to provoke him, was deliberately steering Luo Xiyu towards where he sat. Faced with the beautiful woman's eager gaze, Chu Feng awkwardly smiled and replied, "Never mind, I do not dance." For over 20 years, although he possessed numerous skills, dancing was not among them. Qin Yinran pouted, expressing her frustration. "If that is the case, then forget it. Yet, watching them makes my blood boil." Chu Feng, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "They are merely jesters. Let them dance. I am curious to see how high he can leap in the end." On the dance floor, while Su Cheng appeared engrossed in the dance, his attention was fixated on Chu Feng. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze shifting towards them, he deliberately let his hand, which had been resting on Luo Xiyu's shoulder, slide down to squeeze her behind. Luo Xiyu shivered, casting an annoyed glance at Su Cheng, but refrained from speaking. Su Cheng began to caress her, while casting a provocative look towards Chu Feng, as if to say, "Boy, the woman you failed to possess for 5 years is now at my mercy." This was intolerable. Qin Yinran, having witnessed the scene, stood up abruptly. "What are you doing?" Chu Feng looked up at the furious beauty, perplexed. He did not understand why Qin Yinran was getting involved when Su Cheng was challenging him. Their relationship had grown more complicated, but that was a private matter. Her involvement now seemed inappropriate. "Sit down." Without waiting for a response, he spoke coldly. "In all matters, there exists a balance. Over the years, many had sought to subdue Qin Yinran, yet they only ended up with wounds. Thus, she bore the moniker of the Black Rose in Yin City. At that moment, however, this Black Rose met her match. Without uttering a word, she obediently returned to her seat. As Su Cheng continued his brazen provocation, Qin Yinran's anger flared. "Brother Chu, if you can endure this, I cannot." Qin Yinran could not fathom why Chu Feng, with his capabilities, would tolerate Su Cheng, regardless of his wealth and connections. She believed he should not feel compelled to endure such disrespect and could easily slap Su Cheng down. Leaning back in his chair, Chu Feng intertwined his fingers behind his head, appearing relaxed, as though he were merely watching a performance. He was keen to observe how far Su Cheng would go and how much Luo Xiyu could endure. Noticing the beautiful woman still fuming, he casually remarked, "That is my ex-wife, not my current wife." Why should I be angry? If she chooses to demean herself, that is her decision and has nothing to do with me. Do you believe Su Cheng wishes for me to confront him? The moment I act, he will seize the opportunity to make a spectacle, questioning why. Despite my divorce from Luo Shiyu, I am meddling in her affairs, and I can assure you, the rest of the guests would join in the chorus of mockery. Therefore, for both emotional and rational reasons, I should not be angry, nor do I wish to be. Conversely, he posed a question: how do you think the crowd perceives Luo Shiyu? With a sudden realization, Qin Yinran understood that Chu Feng's analysis was spot on. There was no connection between the two. If she retaliated in anger, onlookers would only ridicule her. Moreover, Su Cheng wielded considerable influence, and many present were eager to flatter him. Should Chu Feng lose his temper, he would be subjected to widespread criticism. Remaining still was indeed the most prudent course of action. Luo Shiyu had only just divorced, and now she was in Su Cheng's arms, which would lead others to scorn her, branding her as someone who coveted wealth over integrity, willing to sacrifice her dignity for money. In this public setting, resorting to violence would only worsen her situation. Having come to this conclusion, Qin Yinran, like Chu Feng, reclined back in her chair, observing with indifference. On the dance floor, Su Cheng, noticing the two's demeanor, furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that Chu Feng would react with rage and that he could exploit the situation to humiliate him, but he did not take the bait. Was 5 years of marital affection merely a figment of imagination? Reflecting on the earlier reports, he recalled that when Chu Feng and Luo Shiyu were still married, he had doted on her and cared deeply for her. It was precisely because of love that he had refrained from retaliating against her. Su Cheng could not believe that Chu Feng's heart was so callous that he would disregard everything so soon after their divorce. It seemed he had not yet struck the right chord. To provoke Chu Feng thoroughly, he clenched his teeth and shifted his hand from behind Luo Shiyu to the front. "Sudago, please don't." Realizing Su Cheng's intentions, Luo Shiyu's eyes widened in alarm, filled with desperation. She was not unwilling but deemed the setting inappropriate. Surrounded by so many people, although the lighting was dim, it was not so dark as to be invisible. As the president of a corporation, how could she maintain her dignity if word spread about such behavior? "Do not worry, no one will see." Su Cheng's tone was unyielding, disregarding Luo Shiyu's concerns. At that moment, he only sought to assert his desires. Sensing Luo Shiyu's resistance, he continued, "As long as you make me happy tonight, I will grant you any request you have afterward." Both were no longer children. Su Cheng understood her underlying motives well. As anticipated upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu ceased her struggles and fixed her gaze on Su Cheng, asking, "Is it really true?" Su Cheng let out a cold smile and replied, "Who am I that I need to deceive you?" For the future of the Luo family, Luo Shiyu gritted her teeth and buried her head on Su Cheng's shoulder, allowing him to do as he pleased. My heavens, are these two having too much fun? Qin Yinran nearly dropped her jaw in shock. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Chu Feng chuckled indifferently, unable to comprehend Su Cheng's mindset and why he thought this method would provoke him. As time dragged on, Su Cheng noticed that Chu Feng remained unmoved and his emotions erupted like a volcano. Driven by impatience and anger, he increased his force, causing Luo Shiyu to emit a pained groan, which she could only endure. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. She had thought this would provoke Chu Feng and help him regain some dignity, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. Not only did it fail to provoke him, but she had also become the laughingstock. What on earth is young Master Su doing? So impatient. There are rooms upstairs. Why not go there? Is he truly so shameless? You young people wouldn't understand. They just love excitement. Not everyone was dancing. Many, like Chu Feng, were sitting on the periphery, observing. Su Cheng's brazen actions gradually drew attention, and those who witnessed it had their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Luo Shiyu is really something. It seems she's truly risking everything for the Su family. This woman was truly remarkable. Her ex-husband was sitting not far away, yet she was allowing young Master Su to treat her this way. That fellow named Chu Feng was also quite a character. After all, Luo Shiyu was his ex-wife, and he could only watch as she was subjected to such treatment. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. It was evident that Su Cheng's actions were meant to provoke Luo Shiyu's ex-husband, attempting to reclaim the dignity he had lost at the auction. Everyone had their own thoughts. Since Su Cheng was the instigator, no one dared to offend him. They merely indulged their eyes, refraining from taking out their phones to capture the moment. Had it been anyone else, the incident would have likely been shared across the internet for all to see. As the music concluded, Su Cheng reluctantly withdrew his hand. Luo Shiyu's once flushed face had turned pale, her eyes flickering with pain. Her lips parted as she gasped for breath to alleviate her discomfort. At that moment, she felt a burning sensation in her chest, and any slight movement sent tremors through her body. Simultaneously, upon catching the gazes of those around her, she felt regret and shame, wishing she could vanish instantly. Frustrated at not achieving his goal, Su Cheng sulkily moved to the side and pondered how to reclaim his lost dignity. While lost in thought, he spotted someone in the crowd, and his eyes brightened with determination. That brat. I refuse to believe he won't take the bait this time. Chapter 34. No please, useless soft tactics won't work. It's time for a hard approach. Su Cheng was determined. As the future heir of the Shanghai Financial Group, he believed he could handle even a mere youth. The person Su Cheng had set his sights on was Huang Yu, the young master of the Huang family, a martial arts lineage in Yin City. Despite his youth, he was already a mid-stage practitioner of hidden strength. Huang Xiao, it's been a while. I hope all is well. Huang Yu, engaged in conversation, turned upon hearing Su Cheng's voice and smiled. Ah, it's young Master Su. He cast a glance at Luo Shiyu, who was silently trailing behind, his smile turning more mischievous as he teased. Young Master Su certainly knows how to have fun. You must have been most pleased at the event just now. Recalling the earlier incident, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and disdainfully glanced at Luo Shiyu before retorting. Pleased? It was all a facade, hollow and superficial. If you're curious, Huang Xiao, feel free to try it yourself. Luo Shiyu shot her head up, her eyes burning with indignation. What do you think I am? Anyone can try? Su Cheng, fueled by anger, glared at her and snapped. Am I mistaken? Don't you know your own worth? If you look at me like that again, believe me, I won't hesitate to hit you in front of everyone. Faced with his reprimand, Luo Shiyu felt tears welling in her eyes, her hands clenched tightly together. At that moment, she genuinely regretted her choices. Initially flattered by Su Cheng's advances, she had naively believed he had feelings for her. Yet after everything, she realized he had no interest in her. She was merely a tool to provoke Chu Feng. The growing sense of grievance reminded her of Chu Feng's attitude towards her over the past 5 years, leaving her feelings complex and tumultuous. Huang Xiao, I need your assistance with something. Su Cheng, who had no desire to waste any more time, looked earnestly at Huang Yu. Young Master Su, do we really need to be so polite? Just tell me what you need. Huang Yu replied with a grin. Su Cheng quickly leaned in, expressing his anger towards Chu Feng in just a few words. Huang Yu glanced at Chu Feng, who was seated nearby, and chuckled. Young Master Su, this is a private matter between you two. It might not be appropriate for me to intervene. Huang Yu had been keeping an eye on Chu Feng, despite his youth. He had gained the support of 2 major martial arts families in Yin City, along with a renowned healer, so he was no ordinary opponent. His relationship with Su Cheng appeared friendly, yet it was merely superficial. He didn't want to stir trouble with someone formidable. Oh, come on, Huang Xiao. If I had your skills, would I even need to ask for your help? Su Cheng draped an arm around Huang Yu's shoulders and lowered his voice. Initially reluctant to involve himself, Huang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up at Su Cheng's words, and he asked, slightly excited, Really? Su Cheng grinned. Well, have I ever not meant what I said? We've known each other long enough. Do I seem like someone who goes back on my word? After a moment's contemplation, Huang Yu gritted his teeth and replied, All right, it's settled then. However, there are too many people here. It's not suitable to act directly. We will wait for the right opportunity. Su Cheng nodded, feeling somewhat relieved at the prospect of what lay ahead for Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Yinran observed that it was nearly time for everyone to disperse, so she said, Chuge, you sit tight. I'll go greet a few seniors. Chu Feng also stood up, stating, I'll head to the restroom. Anticipating that Su Cheng would not relent and would likely create trouble, Qin Yinran advised, Chuge, if Su Cheng continues to pester you, just mention my name. Given Chu Feng's calm demeanor, she assumed he was accustomed to keeping a low profile and avoiding conflict. Hence her suggestion. With a faint smile, Chu Feng replied, Do you think I would fear him? Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do they think I'm a sickly cat? Anything can happen once, but not thrice. Although Su Cheng had yet to confront him directly, it didn't mean nothing had occurred. Should there be a next time? Chu Feng would not hold back. What does wealth matter in the face of strength? Qin Yinran said nothing further, nodding before walking away. Not far off, Su Cheng noticed Chu Feng heading to the restroom and immediately nudged Huang Yu. Huang Yu rose, heading towards the restroom, while Su Cheng followed with a sinister smile, eager to witness Chu Feng facing the consequences. Knowing these two were going to confront Chu Feng, Luo Xiu hesitated but ultimately decided to follow. In the restroom, as Chu Feng finished and stepped out, Huang Yu stood at the doorway, saying, "Buddy of all people, why did you have to provoke young Master Su? Since young Master Su sought my assistance, I can only apologize to you." Chu Feng looked past Huang Yu to Su Cheng standing behind him and remarked, "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You had your chance but squandered it. Don't come begging for mercy later." Having lived nearly 30 years as a wealthy heir, this was the first time Su Cheng had been so mockingly challenged. His eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "You brat, I'm not here to debate with you. I hope you can still act so arrogantly later. Huang Xiao, it's all in your hands." Huang Yu, rolling up his sleeves, advanced towards Chu Feng, exuding confidence with each step. Chu Feng stood still, his expression tranquil. Suddenly, at a distance of 10 feet, Huang Xian unleashed a punch, his formidable fist slicing through the air with a whoosh aimed directly at Chu Feng's chest. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired between breaths. A dull thud reverberated, shaking the surrounding space. What? The smile on Huang Yu's face immediately froze, his eyes widening uncontrollably. Before throwing the punch, he had believed that he could render Chu Feng incapacitated. Yet, in reality, he had failed to even make his opponent retreat. This individual possessed strength superior to his own. In mere seconds, Huang Yu comprehended why the Qin and Zhao families had rallied behind the young man. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake." Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yu dropped to his knees to beg for forgiveness. What? Su Cheng, who had been prepared to spectate the drama, was left dumbfounded. The helper he had summoned had knelt in surrender after just one punch. He could not comprehend this turn of events. "Huang, what are you doing?" Su Cheng asked instinctively. Bewildered, "Brother, it was he who sought my assistance. I bear no ill will towards you." Huang Yu was too engrossed in his own defense to acknowledge Su Cheng, who had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "No problem, it's all good. Chu Feng's my ami Ali." Huang Yu, feeling a sudden release of tension, struggled to rise, believing he had been forgiven. However, before he could utter a word, he felt himself being propelled into the air uncontrollably. Thud! Huang Yu crashed against the wall, the force fracturing it. "Run!" Su Cheng, witnessing his ally being knocked down in one encounter, wasted no time turning to flee. Yet after barely 2 steps, he suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground, clutching his right leg. Blood flowed through his fingers, having been struck by a small rock dislodged when Huang Yu hit the wall. As he beheld Chu Feng approaching, Su Cheng realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and hurriedly pleaded, "Brother, let us speak amicably. I know I was wrong. Please do not strike me." Chu Feng raised his foot and pressed it against Su Cheng's chest, pinning him to the ground. "I have said it. There is no point in begging for mercy, for it is futile." The next moment, the entire banquet hall was thrown into chaos. Chapter 35, A Shocking Presence. The piercing cries echoed like the wails of a slaughtered pig, resonating in everyone's ears. What? Am I not seeing correctly? Is that Su Xiao? As the crowd followed the source of the screams and beheld the scene unfolding at the restroom entrance, they were left in a state of shock, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. However, no one was more astonished than Luo Xiu. Being a native of Yun City, while she had never interacted with Huang Yu, she was aware that the Huang family was a revered martial arts lineage, and Huang Yu was a martial artist endowed with strength beyond that of ordinary people. When she saw Su Cheng summon Huang Yu, she thought that although Chu Feng displayed some extraordinary traits, being targeted by a martial artist like Huang Yu would likely spell disaster for him. Yet, the reality struck her like a bolt from the blue. Although her relationship with Chu Feng had been strained, they had lived together for 5 years. Over that time, she had never suspected that Chu Feng was also a martial artist, one whose prowess far surpassed that of Huang Yu. In the midst of her shock, she finally understood why Chu Feng had garnered the attention of Qin Yinyan immediately after leaving the Luo family, and had earned the support of the Zhao family patriarch and the revered healer Zhang Wensheng. Everything stemmed from the fact that he was a martial artist. Regret washed over her. As Luo Xiu gradually regained her composure, she felt profound remorse for having neglected Chu Feng over the past 5 years, and for divorcing him for her first love, Zhongyun. With a martial artist as a husband, How could the Luo family fail to thrive? With such a powerful ally, who would dare to intimidate the Luo family? Yet now, it seemed all too late. You enjoy playing games, don't you? Chu Feng stated nonchalantly, his toes pressing down once more on Su Cheng's abdomen, sending waves of pain through him, accompanied by an icy chill penetrating deeper. Release the young master. A burly man, flanked by several others, stormed into the banquet hall, glaring at Chu Feng with a mix of anxiety and anger. The Su family had always wielded considerable power. They believed no one in Yin City would dare to bully Su Cheng, and thus had remained outside, engaging in idle chatter. Attack! Seeing that Chu Feng remained unfazed, the burly man waved his hand and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, accompanied by the audible gulping of the burly man and his companions. In that instant, those who had mocked Chu Feng, deemed him inadequate, and questioned his masculinity, felt a chill run down their spines, retreating quietly, fearful that he had already marked them for retribution. Qin Yinyan hurried to Chu Feng's side, gazing down at the pale and groaning Su Cheng. Coldly, she remarked, "Of all people to provoke, you chose him? Do you truly believe the Su family can dominate Yin City unchallenged?" Su Cheng dared not speak, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and regret. "Brother Chu, please spare his life." Acknowledging that Su Cheng was not an inconsequential figure and that his demise would have significant repercussions, Qin Yinyan felt compelled to intercede. Even against her wishes, Chu Feng remained silent, hesitating for a few seconds before lifting his foot. Su Cheng flipped over and crawled away like a dog, desperate to distance himself from this harbinger of doom. "Young master." The injured, burly man struggled to rise and assist Su Cheng. Catching sight of Zhang, Wensheng observing from a distance, he quickly called out, "Divine Dr. Zhang, please come and help treat our young master." Zhang Wensheng raised an eyebrow and slowly approached, while Su Cheng looked on with hopeful eyes. "I'm sorry, I might treat someone else, but not you." Both Su Cheng and the burly man were taken aback, and the onlookers wore puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend why Zhang Wensheng would utter such words. Did he not know who Su Cheng was? Such a statement could easily provoke the Su family's wrath. Why? Why can others be treated but not me? Su Cheng, desperate to alleviate his pain, asked indignantly. Zhang Wensheng maintained a stern expression, saying nothing as he walked directly toward Chu Feng and stood behind him. The reason for his refusal to treat Su Cheng seemed self-evident. The crowd was engulfed in waves of astonishment, utterly unable to fathom how a man who had been oppressed for 5 years by the Luo family could possess such significance that even the esteemed healer would defer to him. I do not wish to see today's events splashed across the internet tomorrow. If I do, I must regretfully take action. Chu Feng's calm voice resonated throughout the hall, sending chills down the spines of all present. After issuing his warning, Chu Feng turned and departed with Qin Yinyan. Chu Feng, Luo Shiyu, having regained her senses and with tears in her eyes, rushed forward to block his path. "Chu Feng, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake. Come home with me," she implored, her face filled with desperation. Despite knowing that her chances of reconciling with Chu Feng were slim, she was determined to try. For she understood that he had genuinely loved her, enduring 5 years of oppression in silence. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to surrender. Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "We are already divorced." "No." Luo Shiyu shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she protested. "We merely signed the divorce agreement. We are not truly divorced. We do not yet have the divorce certificate, do we?" "Ah, you reminded me." Chu Feng exclaimed with feigned delight. "Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize this matter, lest you find yourself obstructed by a marriage certificate when trying to marry someone else." With that, Chu Feng sidestepped Luo Shiyu and walked away without looking back. Overwhelmed with anguish and heartbreak, Luo Shiyu collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The banquet, which could have continued a while longer, gradually came to an end as Chu Feng departed and the guests trickled out. As the crowd dispersed, Huang Xian rushed into the hall, scanning the room before heading straight for the restroom. Upon seeing his son lying unconscious on the floor, Huang Xian hurried to check on him. The moment he did, his entire body trembled. His son had been utterly incapacitated. Who did this? Huang Xian's bloodshot eyes suddenly fixed on Huang Yu's lackey. Yes, it was a young man named Chu. He was formidable, having incapacitated the young master in an instant. The lackey was so frightened that he nearly curled up. Huang Xian trembled, incredulous as he gazed at Huang Yu, unable to fathom the strength of the opponent who had reduced his son, already skilled in dark energy, to a mere shell of his former self. Sir, we should get the young master to the hospital, the lackey urged, trembling with fear. Huang Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him, and lifted his son from the ground to leave. Once in the car, he took out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran was returning to the Qin family with Chu Feng, discussing the potential retaliation from the Su family. Suddenly, she let out a soft huff and, after glancing in the rearview mirror, remarked, "Brother Chu, it seems someone is following us." "I know." Chu Feng had sensed the pursuit the moment they left the hotel. After a brief pause, he instructed, "Find a secluded spot. We'll deal with them there." Qin Yanran, agreeing with the plan, recalled an abandoned construction site nearby and promptly changed direction. At the deserted site, just as Chu Feng and Qin Yanran exited the vehicle, 3 vans sped in behind them. With a clatter, 8 burly men emerged from each vehicle, all dressed identically, representing the Black Dragon Gang, one of the underground forces in Yun City. Over 20 men quickly spread out, forming a circle around the two, but they did not attack immediately. "Brother Chu, leave them to me." Qin Yanran turned to Chu Feng eagerly. Since embarking on her martial arts journey, Qin Shanhai had taught her that the most effective and rapid way to enhance her strength was through combat. Only through real battles could one hone their skills. Merely practicing forms would lead to superficial strength. While she could handle ordinary opponents, true martial artists would easily defeat her in a few moves. For a long time, she had yearned for a sparring partner, but as the president of Tianmei Group, her busy schedule left little opportunity, and her striking beauty meant few dared to challenge her. Now, however, the members of the Black Dragon Gang seemed tailor-made for her training. "Be careful." Chu Feng leaped onto the car hood. After making a phone call, the leader approached Qin Yanran, saying, "Miss Qin, our target is the person behind you. My young master has stated that the Black Dragon Gang does not wish to incur enmity with the Qin family. Please step aside to avoid any innocent injuries." Qin Yanran scoffed, retorting, "If the Black Dragon Gang doesn't want trouble with the Qin family, then you should leave quickly. I am standing right here. Let's see what you can do." The leader's expression darkened. Realizing they couldn't avoid a confrontation with the Qin family, he waved his hand, signaling his men to attack. Qin Yanran immediately took her stance and engaged in combat with the thugs. While the Black Dragon Gang was ostensibly a street gang, they also practiced martial arts and trained daily, making them competent fighters. Thus, facing over 20 attackers, Qin Yanran found herself under considerable pressure, yet invigorated by the challenge. She understood that pressure was a catalyst for growth. Chu Feng, perched on the car hood, initially observed the fight, but soon realized these were no ordinary thugs. As soon as he sensed any sign of danger, he would intervene. Time dragged on, and after 6 or 7 members of the Black Dragon Gang fell, Qin Yanran's energy noticeably waned, her movements and reactions slowing. Nevertheless, she grit her teeth and continued to fend off the relentless punches. After 3 more opponents fell, she was caught off guard and struck on the shoulder, staggering backward and nearly collapsing. Chu Feng swiftly leaped down. "Brother Chu, I can handle this." Qin Yanran, her delicate face glistening with sweat, declared as she pivoted and charged back into the fray. She had only taken down half of her foes, and she was unwilling to relent. She wanted to test her recent training and discover her limits. Yet, within 10 seconds, Chu Feng could no longer remain a mere spectator. Like the wind, he darted around Qin Yanran, and screams erupted. In just 5 seconds, the remaining members of the Black Dragon Gang lay groaning on the ground. "Brother Chu, you really didn't need to intervene. I could handle it." Qin Yanran gasped, clutching her chest, her eyes filled with frustration. "Stubbornness." Chu Feng shot her a glare, admonishing, "Determination is one thing, but strength is another. High spirits do not equate to matching strength." Qin Yanran smiled playfully, not daring to retort. She was fully aware of her own limits and recognized that Chu Feng was right. Had he not intervened, she would indeed have been injured. Her intent was to defeat the Black Dragon Gang solely on her own merits, but she lacked the strength to do so. Recognizing that these individuals were merely hired muscle, Chu Feng and Qin Yanran decided not to waste any more words. Just as they prepared to leave, 3 luxury cars arrived at the scene. A hefty bald man emerged, and upon seeing his fallen subordinates, his jowly face darkened with anger. "Useless fools. You couldn't handle a single task. What a waste of all the money I've poured into you. This man was Wei Mubao, the heir of the Black Dragon Gang. Young master, it's not that we are incapable. That young man is also a martial artist. The intel was incorrect. The leader, who had lost an arm, spoke with great difficulty. A martial artist? Wei Mubao's brows furrowed, surprise flickering across his face. He had not been informed that the opponent was a martial artist prior to taking this job. Had he known, he would not have sent such incompetent members to confront him. Cursing his benefactor in his mind, Wei Mubao approached with a smile, saying, Miss Qin, it's been a while. Have we met? Qin Yinran dismissed him coldly. They were strangers who had merely heard of each other's reputations. There was nothing to reminisce about. Wei Mubao's smile faltered slightly as he continued. Miss Qin is renowned for her beauty in Yun City, admired by many as a dream goddess, and I am no exception. Although we haven't met, I've kept a close eye on your developments. Enough. Qin Yinran interrupted, visibly disgusted. Who sent you? The Black Dragon Gang had a reputation for resolving problems for a price. Unable to ascertain who had hired them, she directed her question to Wei Mubao, the one who had accepted the task. Miss Qin, you know the rules of the Black Dragon Gang. We don't disclose our clients, Wei Mubao replied with a smirk, his gaze shifting to Chu Feng. I didn't expect you to be so deep-seated, a martial artist indeed. Had I known, I wouldn't have dispatched these useless men. Chu Feng stepped forward, calmly stating, it was someone named Zhong who hired you, wasn't it? He was fully aware of the trouble he had stirred up. Whether Su Cheng or Huang Yu, neither had the time nor inclination, and both knew he was a martial artist. They would not recruit the likes of the Black Dragon Gang for revenge. The only remaining suspect was the foolish Zhong Yun, who would undoubtedly seek retribution after the humiliation he had suffered, especially after being unable to participate in the auction. Wei Mubao's smile faltered momentarily before he replied seriously, sorry, I cannot disclose that information. You only need to know that you won't be leaving today, regardless of your prowess. The Black Dragon Gang will see this job through to the end, as per our agreement. Qin Yinran suddenly laughed. She couldn't comprehend Wei Mubao's audacity. Did he really believe the Black Dragon Gang could take down Chu Feng? To provoke such a formidable presence would spell disaster for the gang. Chu Feng also chuckled, fully aware of the impending chaos. Laughing, he said, in that case, take your time to summon the strongest members of your Black Dragon Gang. Otherwise, Chapter 37. Pay back in kind. Seeing that Chu Feng had nothing further to say, Wei Mubao narrowed his eyes and questioned, otherwise what? Otherwise? Your corpulent body shall stay here to nourish the stray dogs surrounding us today. Chu Feng retorted. Such bravado. Wei Mubao stomped his foot, causing his entire frame to tremble, almost as if it were a manifestation of his pent-up anger. I shall see just how arrogant you truly are. Despite knowing that Chu Feng was a martial artist, he dismissed him due to his youth. Anyone who embarked on the path of martial arts understood its arduous nature. 10 martial artists could come, and none would regard Chu Feng with any respect. It was this very underestimation that led many who provoked him to suffer dire consequences. Boss, he is incredibly formidable. The previous leader spoke urgently. He had witnessed Chu Feng's prowess firsthand as he effortlessly brought down all 20 of them, as if they were mere autumn leaves. He realized that to underestimate him would surely result in defeat. You worthless fool, be quiet. You bring so many men, yet couldn't he even touch a hair on his head. Just wait until I deal with you. After chastising his subordinate, Wei Mubao turned to the calm middle-aged man standing behind him, saying, Uncle Li, you're here? Li Yong scanned Chu Feng with a glint in his eye and replied with a smile, it would be unfair for me to intervene. Let old Gio handle this. He hasn't fought in a while and is itching for action. Isn't that right, old Gio? The man referred to as old Gio stood further back, lean and tall, resembling a bamboo stalk at first glance, appearing to be in his 30s. Upon hearing Li Yong's words, he stepped forward, his combat spirit ignited. Old Gio, teach this brat a lesson. With that tough mouth, break every tooth in his head. Wei Mubao exclaimed excitedly. Old Gio nodded and proceeded towards Chu Feng. I've watched the show. Now it's your turn to be the spectator. Chu Feng the ma? Suddenly wrapping his arms around Qin Yinran's waist and lifting her onto the car's hood. Qin Yinran smiled blissfully, aware that these men posed no threat to Chu Feng. Yet she still expressed concern. Be careful. Chu Feng nodded and turned to face the approaching old Gio, who stood 3 yards away. Young man, remember my name, the living king of hell, Yan Gio. With that, Yan Gio lunged at Chu Feng, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Hey! Wei Mubao raised his hands, ready to cheer for Yin Jiao, but his voice caught in his throat and his hands froze mid-air. This was because Yin Jiao, who had actively attacked, not only failed to touch Chu Feng, but was seized by the neck and lifted off the ground. Living king of hell, you say? Chu Feng looked into Yin Jiao's eyes, which were filled with palpable fear, and said, "Go down to the underworld and truly be a king of hell." With a crack, a sound echoed, and Yin Jiao, who had been struggling, suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground like a noodle. The scene fell into an eerie silence. As if no one was present, Wei Mubao's throat went dry, and the layers of fat on his body quivered uncontrollably. Behind him, Liang, who had previously dismissed Chu Feng, had turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Is this truly a human being? As a fellow martial artist, Liang understood Yin Jiao's strength well. Though not as powerful as himself, defeating Yin Jiao would require a tremendous effort. Yin Jiao was undoubtedly a top-tier fighter among those in the late stages of dark energy. Yet, facing Chu Feng, it took but a single move before he was caught by the neck, unable to escape. Liang felt a chill run down his spine, unable to fathom the true power of a mere 20-something. Qin Yanran, sitting on the engine hood, wore a similarly dazed expression. She had anticipated a fierce battle, ready to learn from Chu Feng's techniques, only for it to end in an instant, far too swiftly for her liking. After dispatching Yin Jiao, Chu Feng approached Wei Mubao. His words were not mere bravado. Having proclaimed that Wei Mubao's excess flesh would be left to feed stray dogs, he intended to see that through. "Brother, let us discuss this calmly. Let us talk it over." The dazed Wei Mubao retreated in panic as Chu Feng advanced. The Black Dragon Gang had only 6 formidable martial artists, and though Yin Jiao ranked 4th, he had perished before he even realized it. Wei Mubao had no hope that the third-ranked Liang could turn the tide. At this moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation he faced. Chu Feng continued his slow advance, unrelenting. When confronted with the coffin, one could not expect leniency. Mistakes demanded consequences. Uncle Li, save me." Realizing Chu Feng's intentions were directed at him, Wei Mubao completely panicked. Even though he knew Liang was no match for Chu Feng, he instinctively called for help. Liang stood frozen, as if weighed down by lead, seemingly deaf to the pleas. What a joke. Facing such a person was akin to suicide. In moments of peril, self-preservation reigned supreme. Thought, realizing escape was futile, Wei Mubao suddenly collapsed to his knees, pleading desperately, "Brother, I understand my mistake. Please grant me a chance to apologize." With a sharp crack, Chu Feng's foot connected with Wei Mubao's face, propelling his 200-plus-pound frame like a stone, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Ugh! Wei Mubao groaned painfully, blood and shattered teeth spilling from his mouth. An eye for an eye, Chu Feng thought, as he made Wei Mubao experience the same broken teeth he had wished upon him. Yet the ordeal was not over. As Chu Feng approached once more, Wei Mubao, despite his growing dizziness, instinctively moved to bow repeatedly, mumbling incoherent pleas for mercy. "Stand up, Chu Feng Goman Gun Li," causing Wei Mubao to tremble as he rose unsteadily. "I'll give you a chance to call for help. Summon anyone you believe can save you." Heavens! Who am I to call? Wei Mubao felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Not calling, are we?" Chu Feng's expression turned icy. I'll call. Even knowing that summoning the strongest member of the gang, his father Wei Dongqing, would likely be futile, Wei Mubao hastily retrieved his phone to dial. Due to his numbed face and the absence of teeth, his speech was slurred, making it difficult for Wei Dongqing on the other end to comprehend his words. Suddenly, Chu Feng stepped forward, snatching the phone from Wei Mubao's hand, declaring, "If you want your son to live, bring a knife." Chapter 38. Stepping in for the fair maiden, bring a knife? Wei Mubao's eyelids twitched. A flicker of understanding crossed his mind as he recalled Chu Feng's earlier words. It seemed today he could evade death, but not without sacrificing a piece of himself. The thought of the impending situation drained what little strength he had left, leaving him barely able to stand, enduring immense torment. "Who are you? What have you done to my son?" Wei Dongqing's anxious inquiry crackled over the line, filled with confusion. Though he had no clear idea of the circumstances, he sensed his son was in peril, desperate to fly to his aid. Chu Feng offered no explanation, merely providing a general location before abruptly hanging up. In control of the situation, he had no desire to waste time explaining himself to someone he deemed insignificant. Explanations are a luxury reserved for the weak, when facing the strong. Brother, if I reveal the identity of the financial backer, will you let me off the hook? Wei Mubao, reluctant to face the painful consequences of his situation, found himself compromising his principles in exchange for his own safety. Isn't it Zhong Yun? Did you really think I was unaware of that? Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Ah, you knew? Wei Mubao was taken aback and disappointed. He had thought this information would be of great value to Chu Feng, but it seemed he had underestimated him. His hope was dashed as beads of sweat began to gather and trickle down his round face. Just wait. I've already given you a chance. If you refuse to heed my warnings, then you shall face the consequences. After delivering this lesson, Chu Feng turned back to Qin Yanran. Noticing her troubled expression and forlorn gaze, he inquired, "What troubles you?" Qin Yanran pouted, her face etched with distress. "I thought by taking action, you would learn a great deal. However, it's clear that you completely overwhelmed them, making the entire spectacle rather unentertaining." Chu Feng scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. He understood her grievances, yet given the disparity in their strengths, he could not simply allow himself to be struck without retaliating. "By the way, Chu Ge, how do you plan to handle the Black Dragon Gang from here on?" Despite her complaints, Qin Yanran was primarily curious about Chu Feng's intentions regarding the gang. Would he eradicate them or suppress their influence? What are your thoughts on the matter? Chu Feng countered. To him, the Black Dragon Gang was inconsequential. Yet, he recalled that the Qin family had substantial roots in Yun City, where the gang also held sway. If he could subdue them and make them a vassal of the Qin family, it would undoubtedly benefit their standing. Unaware of Chu Feng's thoughts, Qin Yanran pondered aloud. The Black Dragon Gang is a considerable force in Yun City. I believe that subjugating them would yield greater benefits than annihilation. They operate in the shadows, engaging in activities we cannot publicly partake in, allowing them to handle matters discreetly. For instance, dealing with Zhong Yun, who seeks revenge against you, will be tricky for you to address openly. Rather than confronting him directly, it would be prudent to let the Black Dragon Gang handle him, systematically teaching him the meaning of suffering. In agreement, Chu Feng nodded. Then it shall be done. Moments latte. As a vehicle approached, it was quickly followed by dozens more. With a clamor, numerous members of the Black Dragon Gang disembarked. In an instant, hundreds surrounded the area, creating an impenetrable blockade. Under normal circumstances, Wei Mubao, the prince, would have rejoiced at such a show of force. Yet now, he felt no sense of relief. In the face of undeniable strength, numbers were rendered meaningless. His instincts told him that even if 1,000 men arrived, they could not subdue Chu Feng. The recollection of Chu Feng's displayed prowess left him with an unsettling feeling. How could someone so young possess such formidable power? He shuddered to think of what would happen as years passed. As the members of the Black Dragon Gang closed in, a robust, bald man emerged from the throng. Wei Dongqing immediately spotted Yin Jiao lying on the ground, his brow furrowed with concern. Unable to approach closely enough to ascertain whether Yin Jiao was unconscious or deceased, he felt a sense of foreboding. As Yin Jiao's superior, Wei Dongqing was well aware of his capabilities. The sight of him on the ground suggested that the opposing force was even stronger. Scanning the scene left him perplexed. He could not fathom who had bested Yin Jiao. Though he had seen Chu Feng, he had made the same mistake as others, underestimating his strength. Noting the bloodied face of his son, Wei Dongqing's temper flared. He stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Qin Yanran. "Miss Qin, what does this mean? The Black Dragon Gang has never interfered with the Qin family. Are you preparing for war?" Confounded by the situation, Wei Dongqing suspected that only Qin Shanhai could have orchestrated such an event, yet he noticed the elder was conspicuously absent. Qin Yanran jumped down from the car's hood, her demeanor icy. "Wei Dongqing, I find your words rather displeasing. Are you implying that our Qin family seeks conflict with your Black Dragon Gang? Isn't that the case?" Wei Dongqing's expression suggested such. He believed that if the Qin family had not intended to confront the Black Dragon Gang, there would have been no reason to summon him with a weapon. Qin Yanran scoffed. "You Black Dragon Gang have become so accustomed to arrogance that you think it permissible to bully others while expecting to remain unscathed." Her disdain for such tyranny was palpable. Had it not been for the prying eyes of onlookers, she would have acted more decisively. "Enough," Wei Dongqing retorted angrily. "Qin Yanran, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Call your father or grandfather." The audacity of a younger generation reprimanding an elder infuriated him. "And who do you believe you are to chastise her?" Chu Feng stepped forward, defending her. "Young man, You would do well to choose your words carefully, Wei Dongqing warned. He perceived Chu Feng's intervention as an attempt to impress the young lady, dismissing him as just another youth seeking to show off. As Wei Mubao sensed the tension rising between his father and this formidable opponent, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was about to step in to caution his father when a piercing glance from Chu Feng froze him in place. He understood that Chu Feng was aware of his intentions and was deliberately preventing him from acting. Unbeknownst to him, Liang had not been injured. He simply refrained from approaching due to fear. Chu Feng's gaze conveyed that as long as he remained a passive observer, he would be safe. Ignoring this advice could lead to dire consequences, as evidenced by Yin Jio's plight. With a challenging expression, Chu Feng took 2 steps forward, addressing Wei Dongqing provocatively. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? The air was thick with tension, and the confrontation loomed imminent. Where is Qin Shanhai? Bring him forth, Wei Dongqing demanded, unwilling to waste time on a mere youth. I'm afraid my grandfather is not here. Qin Yanran replied, joining Chu Feng's side. If you have something to say, you may address me directly. Wei Dongqing's expression was one of astonishment, yet, as he pondered further, he recognized that the voice from the earlier phone call did not indeed resemble that of Qin Shanhai. If it was not Qin Shanhai, then who could it be? Scanning the scene, he fixed his gaze upon Chu Feng. Although he had little understanding of Qin Yanran, his experience told him that she lacked the strength to subdue Yin Jio. Consequently, the only person left was Chu Feng. Recalling the voice from the call, which had sounded quite youthful, Wei Dongqing's pupils constricted, and his piercing gaze suddenly focused on Chu Feng. It was you? The one who called earlier was you? His tone and expression were rife with shock. While he was unaware of the specific circumstances under which Yin Jio was defeated, the outcome spoke volumes. To bring down Yin Jio, one must possess considerable strength. If Chu Feng were merely a few years older, Wei Dongqing might not have been so astounded. It was primarily the youthfulness that struck him. It was me. Chu Feng nodded and inquired, did you bring the knife? What for? Wei Dongqing questioned, maintaining his composure. Although he had yet to fully grasp Chu Feng's intentions, he understood that the purpose of his arrival was to resolve the issue, not to settle scores. Furthermore, Chu Feng's nonchalance led him to realize that this young man might be far more formidable than he initially assumed. The excess fat on your foolish son is quite excessive. I noticed the stray dogs around here seem rather pitiful. I was considering having you carve off some of that fat to feed them. With a creak, Wei Dongqing's fists tightened, causing his arms to tremble slightly. A single statement not only insulted him, but also suggested that he should sacrifice flesh from his son to feed stray dogs. Kid, I warn you one last time. Do not challenge my limits. Otherwise, I will ensure you leave here with nothing. He scoffed at the notion of feeding dogs with his son's flesh. Chu Feng smiled calmly. Why not? Shall we make a wager? Wei Dongqing did not respond immediately, his gaze dark and filled with suspicion. At that moment, he finally grasped the source of his unease. Despite his presence as the leader, it was abnormal that Li Yang had not approached him with information. Given how severely his son had been beaten, Li Yang should have been at his side, crying out for vengeance against the true culprit. Yet, neither had moved from their spots, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Something was amiss, far too amiss. Gazing at the smiling Chu Feng, Wei Dongqing repressed his earlier disdain and regarded the young man seriously. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a grave tone. What shall we wager on? How shall we wager? Quite simply, I assure you that you will soon use a knife to carve flesh from your son. If you do not, then I shall accept my loss. Playing around? The choice to carve flesh lies with me, does it not? Wei Dongqing thought it impossible for him to lose. After all, he was the one wielding the knife. Thus he could never bring himself to carve flesh from his own son. However, just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sudden alarm tightened his senses. Something was amiss. In moments of ease, one often finds hidden traps. The confidence with which Chu Feng carried himself indicated he possessed a certainty of victory. But why? Wei Dongqing could not fathom where Chu Feng's confidence stemmed from. If I were to lose, what would you require of me? Since it is a wager, certain terms must be clarified beforehand, Wei Dongqing thought, trying to understand Chu Feng's motives for proposing a bet before deciding whether to proceed. If you lose, the Black Dragon Gang must heed the commands of the Qin family and serve them henceforth. The prestigious underground force of Yun City reduced to a subordinate? As the leader, Wei Dongqing immediately shook his head. Impossible. Let us change that. The Black Dragon Gang can form an alliance with the Qin family. But to become a vassal is out of the question. Brother Chu, Qin Yanran suddenly interjected, leaning in to whisper forming an alliance is acceptable. Initially intending to subdue the Black Dragon Gang, Qin Yinran realized that an alliance was more fitting upon hearing Wei Dongqing's suggestion. The Black Dragon Gang was not an inconsequential faction, and, as a formidable martial artist, Wei Dongqing would find it insulting to be reduced to the position of a subordinate. However, Qin Yinran believed that Chu Feng, confident enough to propose such a wager, must possess 100% certainty of success. Yet, she considered the long-term implications. What if the Black Dragon Gang were to be subdued? If Chu Feng could remain with the Qin family indefinitely, subjugation would be viable. If not, an alliance was necessary, ensuring both parties stood on equal footing. Only then would the Qin family be secure. Otherwise, the moment Chu Feng departed, the humiliated Black Dragon Gang would likely rise in rebellion. Naturally, beauty held sway over decisions. Chu Feng nodded. Agreed. And if you lose? Wei Dongqing continued to inquire. Chu Feng spoke slowly. If I were to lose. Chapter 40. Son, I am sorry. After a long pause, there was no further elaboration. Wei Dongqing's brows furrowed in impatience. What is this? You propose a wager, yet do not know what you would owe upon losing? From the outset, Chu Feng had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. Thus, why should he concern himself with the consequences of losing? The one embroiled in the situation often fails to see the truth. Observing with clarity, Qin Yinran remarked, shouldn't the terms be proposed by you? Recognizing his oversight, Wei Dongqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shifting his gaze to Qin Yinran, he declared, if you lose, she shall become my daughter-in-law. As the renowned beauty of Yin City, Qin Yinran's status was well known. Wei Dongqing recalled a casual conversation with his son, wherein he had asked whom he fancied in Yin City, to which Wei Mubai had promptly replied with Qin Yinran's name. Acknowledging the parity in power between the Qin family and the Black Dragon Gang, Wei Dongqing understood that Qin Yinran would never deign to look upon his son, and he had never sought to pursue the matter further. Now, however, an opportunity lay before him that he could not afford to overlook. Agreed. The response came not from Chu Feng, but from Qin Yinran herself. Do you have such faith in my victory? Chu Feng questioned, astonished by her reply. Qin Yinran blushed and replied softly. If you're willing to let me marry that fat fool, then you may concede now. Chu Feng chuckled, a warmth unfurling within him. He understood that this was trust. It was precisely because Qin Yinran had unreserved faith in him that she consented before he even spoke. Such trust had been absent in his interactions with Luo Xiu over the past 5 years, where every suggestion he made was met with scrutiny and criticism. Very well. Since everything is agreed upon, let us commence. Wei Dongqing immediately adopted a fighting stance, preparing to engage. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, I never stated that I would fight you. Not fight. How can we determine a victor without a contest? Just as Wei Dongqing was about to inquire further, Chu Feng interjected, even if we were to fight, you would not be a match for me. It would only serve to humiliate yourself. What? Such blatant insult ignited the suppressed rage within Wei Dongqing, who roared and charged at Chu Feng. At that moment, he was eager to discover just how audacious this young man was and what grounds he had to belittle him, considering his early-stage mastery of martial arts. Boom! The air trembled as Wei Dongqing charged forward, only to be forced back in an instant. Though he initiated the attack, the rapid retreat was involuntary. After stumbling back over 10 meters, he finally managed to regain his footing. When he looked up again, his expression was filled with disbelief. All his doubts were now clarified. The calm demeanor of his opponent, who dared to disregard him, was underpinned by formidable strength. To effortlessly block his assault, Chu Feng must possess at least late-stage mastery of martial arts. Such a young and formidable opponent? Wei Dongqing's mind was momentarily unsettled. After several deep breaths, he finally spoke. Though I am unaware of the source of your strength, surrendering to you is out of the question. A matter is a matter. Wei Dongqing had not forgotten the earlier agreement. It was not stated that if he lost, he would concede, but rather that it depended on whether he would draw blood from his son. As long as he refrained from harming him, that would constitute a victory. Are you certain? If I am not mistaken, over the past year, you have experienced a sharp pain in your lower abdomen at midnight, correct? You have sought medical attention, but found nothing amiss, yet discomfort lingers. As Chu Feng spoke, Wei Dongqing's expression shifted. Moreover, in the past 2 months, your limbs have likely been trembling uncontrollably. Your strength must also be waning. Across from him, Wei Dongqing's eyes widened in horror. The shock of realizing Chu Feng's formidable abilities eclipsing his earlier astonishment. He could not comprehend how Chu Feng was aware of his secret. For a martial artist, the most feared revelation was the exposure of one's weaknesses to others. Thus, Wei Dongqing had conducted covert examinations and treatments for his ailments, with results that were less than satisfactory. As Chu Feng had indicated, the initial discomfort had escalated, and now his hands and feet trembled involuntarily, a gut feeling warning him that something was dreadfully wrong, yet he could not fathom the cause. During their first encounter, Chu Feng had discerned his symptoms at a glance, leaving Wei Dongqing unable to contain his current state. Why has this happened? Wei Dongqing rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Chu Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "Why should I divulge that information to you? I can assure you, your condition is grave. If left untreated, your strength will diminish to the dark level in 3 months, followed by the Ming level in another 3, after which you may as well await death. You have less than a year left to live." At the prime of his life, Wei Dongqing was not willing to accept such a fate. Narrowing his eyes at Chu Feng, he inquired, "Can you treat me?" "Whether I can treat you depends on your willingness to endure pain," came the straightforward response. The implication was clear: to submit and allow for treatment, he must be willing to sacrifice. Wei Dongqing fell into silence. He harbored no qualms about inflicting pain on others, but cutting into his son's flesh was a different matter entirely. "I have little time. Decide swiftly. Get Chu Feng." Wei Dongqing glanced at Wei Mubao, who appeared pale and trembling. "Dad, is what he says true? Are you really ill?" Wei Mubao struggled to speak. After Wei Dongqing nodded, his son insisted, "Dad, go ahead. I have plenty of flesh. Losing a bit won't matter as long as it can cure you. Moreover, allying with the Qin family is not a bad thing. It will only accelerate the development of the Black Dragon Gang." Though Wei Mubao seemed arrogant and unruly, his words revealed a glimmer of conscience and foresight. "Bring me the knife." For the sake of himself and the Black Dragon Gang, Wei Dongqing, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to proceed. Shortly, an underling presented a gleaming dagger. Prior to the act, Wei Dongqing inhaled deeply and instructed his subordinates, "Everyone disperse and prevent anyone from prying into this matter." Such a significant commotion had already piqued the curiosity of many, and the crowd was gathering outside. The Black Dragon Gang adhered to strict rules. At his command, everyone swiftly retreated to a distance, driving away onlookers. With the dagger in hand, Wei Dongqing approached Wei Mubao step by step. This outcome was ultimately unavoidable. He understood that it was a consequence of his own reckless actions. Wei Mubao bore no resentment, closing his eyes in acceptance. "Son, forgive me. Do not blame your father." Chapter 41. "I want to remarry him. Is he really going to cut?" Chu Feng. She had assumed that when it came to slicing into Wei Mubao's flesh, Chu Feng was merely speaking out of bravado and would intervene when Wei Dongqing was about to act. "Why would I waste my time here with him?" Chu Feng ziplit gan li. "There's plenty of excess flesh on that person. Removing a piece will hardly matter, will it?" The beauty reconsidered and thought that since Wei Mubao had been so emboldened by his status as the heir of the Black Dragon Gang, he hardly deserved mercy. This could be seen as a form of retribution against those he had oppressed, despite being mentally prepared when the knife finally struck. Wei Mubao could not help but let out a pained scream. For the sake of the future, Wei Dongqing severed a chunk of flesh from his son, then turned to Chu Feng, silently inquiring if it was sufficient. After Chu Feng nodded, he gestured to Liang, who promptly took Wei Mubao to the hospital. "Younger brother." Wei Dongqing approached Chu Feng, his face beaming with courtesy. "This isn't the ideal place for conversation. Why don't we head to the Black Dragon Gang?" The future rested in the hands of this young man, and Wei Dongqing could not afford to be rude or dismissive. At that moment, he simply wished to make Chu Feng feel welcome, as that was the only way to secure his assistance in treatment. Chu Feng checked the time on his phone and replied, "Let us postpone that. It's getting late, and I need to return to rest. Come to the Qin family for your treatment another day." Though he was eager for immediate treatment, the initiative lay with Chu Feng. Wei Dongqing could only smile and nod in agreement, suppressing his frustration. On the way back, Qin Yinran suddenly said, "Brother Chu, shouldn't we teach that fellow Zhong Yun a lesson for repeatedly trying to deal with you?" "What sort of lesson do you have in mind?" Chu Feng countered. There were many ways to teach someone a lesson. It depended on whether he preferred a direct approach or a more gradual one. "You decide." A mere clown, Chu Feng truly did not regard Zhong Yun as a threat. Otherwise, he would have dealt with him long ago. Qin Yinran nodded. contemplating how to handle the Zhong family. Meanwhile, at the Luo family's old residence, all members who had received the news hurriedly convened. Once most family members had gathered, Luo Lan turned to her daughter and asked, Shiyu, now that everyone is here, what do you wish to discuss? Previously, when Luo Shiyu returned home, she had mentioned a grave matter, startling Luo Lan, who had pressed for details. However, Luo Shiyu had only insisted on summoning the family for a meeting, warning that the Luo family might vanish from Yin City. Upon hearing the news, every Luo family member dropped their tasks and rushed over. Shiyu, you gathered us for what reason? Inquired Luo Shiyu's father, Luo Duqing. Since Luo Shiyu's company had risen, he and his wife had retired early, spending their days either playing cards or traveling, leaving the family's affairs entirely in their daughter's hands. With a troubled expression, Luo Shiyu stood and declared, what I have to say concerns Chu Feng. What? Luo Shiyu's uncle, Luo Dujuan, exclaimed, visibly displeased. You called us here in a hurry just to talk about that waste? His tone dripped with disdain. Before Luo Shiyu could respond, her aunt, Luo Duxin, chimed in, Shiyu, if you're discussing that waste, isn't that a bit of an overreaction? I was enjoying a good game of mahjong with friends. I thought something significant had occurred. Pausing, she suddenly recalled something and asked, somewhat nervously, Shiyu, didn't I hear your mother say you divorced that waste? He signed the agreement and left with nothing. Has he changed his mind and wants to remarry you? At this, tension rippled through the gathered Luo family members. Since the rise of the Luo group, all family members had begun to rely on this lucrative tree for their sustenance. Upon learning of Chu Feng and Luo Shiyu's divorce, and his decision to leave with nothing, the Luo family could hardly contain their joy. They were aware that had he chosen to take half of the Luo group's assets, their annual dividends would significantly diminish. It was not his intention to reconcile with me. As it became apparent that Chu Feng was not returning to claim any assets, the tension in the room eased momentarily. However, Luo Shiyu's subsequent declaration left them in disbelief. I intend to remarry him. The room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All gazes fixated on Luo Shiyu. Shiyu, I must have misheard. You want to remarry that useless man? Luo Duqing, the first to regain his composure, stared blankly at his daughter, while the others were equally perplexed. For the past 2 years, they had been devising ways to facilitate the divorce in order to protect the Luo family's assets from division. Now that they had finally succeeded, why was there suddenly talk of remarriage? No, we cannot allow him back. Luo Duqing stood up decisively, declaring, we have worked hard to rid ourselves of that good-for-nothing. We cannot let him return. Shiyu, have you lost your mind? Why would you want to remarry that worthless man? There are countless superior individuals in Yun City. Luo Lan, utterly baffled by her daughter's intentions, interjected, Shiyu, didn't you have your heart set on Zhong Yun, who has just returned? You were planning a future with him. Why the sudden shift towards that good-for-nothing? With her eyes already swollen and red from crying, Luo Shiyu took a deep breath and declared, Chu Feng is not useless. From this moment on, I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner. Furthermore, she continued, I have summoned you here not to seek your counsel, but to inform you. I also wish to remind you that if you encounter him in the future, you must not view him through the same lens as before. At that moment, Luo Shiyu felt as if she were awakening from a long stupor. She finally realized that her deep-seated disdain for Chu Feng over the past 5 years was largely influenced by her family's elders. Their constant derision had gradually instilled in her a similar contempt for him. Now, recognizing that Chu Feng was far from ordinary and had concealed his true capabilities, she found it perplexing that he had remained silent amid her family's scorn and bullying for 5 long years. It dawned on her that it was precisely this disdainful attitude from her family that had led Chu Feng to deliberately downplay his abilities, to act as if he were insignificant, all to observe their true natures. Now that he had seen through their facades, coupled with her own provocations, he had chosen to abandon himself and opted for divorce. Gee, what on earth is happening? Luo Duqing, drawing from his own experiences, sensed that the abrupt change in his daughter's demeanor must have a significant cause. All eyes were now fixed on Luo Shiyu, and in the next moment, they were taken aback as she broke down in tears, sobbing like a child who had just been scolded. For so long, Luo Shiyu had been the pillar of strength for the Luo family. Her tears sent them into a frenzy, for they had never witnessed her in such a vulnerable state, indicating that something profoundly important must have transpired. Shiyu, what is wrong? Please don't frighten your mother. If you're feeling wronged, speak up. Your family is your strongest support. Luo Lan rushed forward to lift her daughter from the floor, holding her tightly in comfort. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Luo Duqing approached his daughter, his expression grave as he inquired, "Shu, has that good-for-nothing threatened you?" He suspected that Chu Feng must have some leverage over her, prompting her sudden desire for remarriage. Luo Xiu merely continued to weep. Luo Dukan also stepped forward concerned and asked Xiu, "Please stop crying. Did that good-for-nothing bully you? Don't worry. Your aunt knows a powerful figure in the underworld. If he dares to mistreat you, I will have that figure take care of him." Yet, Luo Xiu remained inconsolable, leaving everyone anxious and helpless. After more than 10 minutes, her emotions began to stabilize. She wiped her tears, inhaled deeply, and explained, "Chu Feng did not threaten me, nor did he bully me. I have already stated that you must no longer refer to him as worthless. You are entirely unaware of the events that have transpired during this time, nor do you comprehend the monumental opportunities our family has squandered." Having cried it out, Luo Xiu recounted everything that had happened since the signing of the divorce agreement, right up to the recent auction event. Upon finishing, the room fell silent once more. The Luo family had not anticipated that Chu Feng had concealed his true self so deeply. He possessed the prowess to retaliate against all of them, yet had remained inconspicuous for 5 years. Meanwhile, they had repeatedly overstepped their bounds. The thought that Luo Xiu mentioned Huang Yu from the martial arts family being knocked unconscious by him sent chills down their spines. They could hardly fathom the consequences had he decided to retaliate against them when they oppressed him. While they were filled with trepidation, they could not comprehend why Chu Feng had acted in such a manner. He clearly possessed immense strength. A mere display of it would have altered their treatment of him. Now it seemed it was all too late. A profound sense of regret enveloped each of their hearts. They began to understand Luo Xiu's motivation for seeking reconciliation with Chu Feng. With someone of such capability backing the Luo family, how could they not aspire to grow stronger and ascend to the pinnacle of Yun City's elite families? Remarriage was imperative. They had to bring Chu Feng back into the fold. The perspective and intentions of the family underwent a complete transformation. "Xiu, how do you plan to remarry him?" Luo Duqing asked anxiously. Given everything that has transpired, he may not readily agree. After taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Luo Xiu replied, "The situation we find ourselves in today is partly due to your actions over the past 5 years. Here's my plan." Meanwhile, at the Su family, Su Cheng's parents anxiously awaited outside a specialized treatment room. A bodyguard approached, handing a recently gathered dossier to Su Xiu. At the Huang family, Huang Xian glared at his unconscious son, his expression darkened and murderous intent simmering in his eyes. The following morning, as Chu Feng rose from bed, he received a message from Luo Xiu, assuring him that she would arrive punctually at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Yanran, who had also seen the message, inquired with concern, "Do you need me to accompany you?" Chu Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, "I can handle this myself. You should attend to your own matters." Qin Yanran softly acknowledged this and suddenly remembered her earlier threat to Zhong Yun. She promptly stepped aside to contact him. At the Zhong family, having rested overnight, Zhong Yun was fully revived. He immediately messaged Luo Xiu, intending to warn her that within 3 days, Chu Feng would undoubtedly vanish from Yun City, as Wei Mubua had ordered him to resolve the issue within that time frame. However, upon sending the message, he was met with a red indicating that he had been blocked by Luo Xiu. Confused, he double-checked and confirmed that he had indeed been blocked. What is happening? Zhong Yun quickly dialed her number, only to find that he had been blocked there as well. Just yesterday, everything had seemed fine. Why had she blocked him without explanation overnight? Lacking contact information for the other members of the Luo family, he decided to visit Luo Xiu's home to confront her about the sudden blocking. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xiu was currently seething with hatred towards him. Once a person's perspective shifts, it can irrevocably alter their course. After much contemplation, Luo Xiu recognized that her family's influence had played a significant role in the current situation. But so too had Zhong Yun. 5 years ago, they should have severed ties completely. Yet Zhong Yun's persistent pleas from abroad had led her to believe that he would return once he had completed his studies, and they could build a life together. Luo Xiu now realized that had Zhong Yun not entangled her, she might have maintained a more amiable disposition towards Chu Feng. If they had decisively ended their connection, Although she might have struggled with the idea of a hasty marriage, she would have gradually embraced Chu Feng, and perhaps the outcome would not be as it is now. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chu Feng arrived early, as he was not accustomed to making others wait. Although he could dismiss Luo Xiyu without a second thought, knowing she would not dare complain even if left waiting all day, he was not so petty as to torment her for his amusement. Regret, after all, was the most torturous of emotions. You useless piece of trash. Calling me here for a divorce. As Chu Feng squatted outside, engrossed in his phone, a sarcastic voice suddenly pierced the air. He looked up to see Luo Xiaodong, Luo Xiyu's cousin, who was currently embracing a provocatively dressed girl. Chu Feng regarded him with confusion. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? You worthless fool. That's all you'll ever do, just look. I bet you can only use your hands for the rest of your life, Luo Xiaodong taunted, his hands roaming over his companion's waist, reveling in his perceived superiority. He had long heard that his cousin, despite being married to Chu Feng, had never allowed him to touch her. Last night, due to being a younger member of the family, he had skipped a family meeting that was supposed to discuss the divorce. To successfully reconcile and earn Chu Feng's forgiveness, Luo Xiyu planned to have everyone who had once mistreated him apologize in person. Just then, Luo Xiaodong had been roused from slumber by a phone call from Luo Dujuan, demanding he immediately handle the divorce proceedings, lest his allowance be cut off. Living nearby, he was the first to arrive. Seeing Chu Feng, he seethed with anger, recalling that he had missed his chance to sleep in because of him. Dumbfounded, Chu Feng stood up and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "What am I doing here? You dare ask? It's all because of your mess." Furious, Luo Xiaodong stormed up to Chu Feng, raising his fist. "Stop!" A commanding voice echoed. Luo Xiaodong's fist froze mid-air as he turned to see a stunning woman approaching. He was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Qin family. He quickly turned to her, smiling amiably. "Miss Qin, hello, I'm Luo Xiaodong." Ignoring his greeting, Qin Yinran strode straight to Chu Feng, glaring at him before approaching. "Do you enjoy being so low profile? Someone was about to punch you, and you remained unfazed." Chu Feng chuckled nonchalantly. "I have tough skin. The pain won't be mine in the end. If he lays a hand on me, I will ensure he understands the consequences. By the way, weren't you at the office? What brings you here?" Qin Yinran rolled her eyes and explained, "I happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you." "Happen to pass by? Do you expect me to believe that?" Under Chu Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Yinran's cheeks flushed, and she glanced at Luo Xiaodong, who was staring blankly at them. He was astonished to discover that Chu Feng, whom he deemed worthless, was acquainted with the esteemed young lady of the Qin family, and their relationship seemed quite cordial. Dressed in a professional ensemble that exuded both maturity and a hint of allure, Qin Yinran captivated Luo Xiaodong, who suddenly found his own companion utterly unappealing in comparison. Now, that is a goddess, he thought, his heart racing. "Who is she, Brother Dong?" his companion asked, feeling a pang of jealousy as she noticed Luo Xiaodong's fixation on Qin Yinran. She leaned in closer, only to be shoved away as Luo Xiaodong barked, "Get lost. Your presence disgusts me." The girl, fuming with anger and bewilderment at his abrupt change in demeanor, stomped her foot and left, unable to comprehend how quickly he could turn against her. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, Luo Xiaodong cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, straightened his back, and approached Chu Feng and Qin Yinran with a grin. "Brother-in-law, I was just joking earlier. How could I possibly hit you? You're my brother-in-law, right?" At that moment, Luo Xiaodong was calculating. He believed that since Chu Feng seemed to have a good rapport with Qin Yinran, he needed to maintain a favorable relationship with this worthless man if he wanted to attract the goddess's attention. Chu Feng Chuka Lai Di, raising his hand to rest on Qin Yinran's waist, then remarked, "What was that you said? That I'd only be able to rely on my hands for the rest of my life?" Seeing the goddess permit Chu Feng to place a hand on her waist left Luo Xiaodong feeling utterly disheartened. He couldn't fathom what remarkable quality this worthless man possessed that could win the favor of such a divine being. "Xiaodong," a voice called out, and he turned to see his uncle, aunt, and the rest of the family approaching in a large group. "Isn't it just a divorce? Why do so many need to come?" Luo Xiaodong was bewildered. As the Luo family drew closer and spotted Qin Yinran, their expression soured, particularly Luo Xiyu, who felt a sharp pang upon seeing Chu Feng retract his hand from Qin Yinran's waist. Facing the inevitable, She knew she had no right to confront Chu Feng about anything. Taking a deep breath, she approached him. "I'll wait for you in the car." Qin Yan ran. Being perceptive, turned and left. Chu Feng retrieved their marriage certificate from his bag and said, "Let us go inside and finalize the paperwork." Chu Feng. Luo Shiyu's fingers twisted together nervously. "I didn't come here to divorce you today." "Not divorcing?" Chu Feng frowned, but before he could react further, Luo Shiyu pulled out the previously signed agreement and tore it in two with a decisive rip. "Let's not get divorced, okay? We all recognize our mistakes. And I call my family here today to apologize to you." With a gesture from Luo Shiyu, the entire Luo family gathered around her, bowing and saying in unison, "Chu Feng, we are sorry. We are here to apologize." Luo Xiaodong stood frozen, only to be seized by Luo Duqing, who forced him down. "Not a divorce? Here, to apologize?" Luo Xiaodong was stunned and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He secretly rejoiced that he had been interrupted by Qin Yanran before he could confront Chu Feng. Otherwise, his family would have been furious to discover he had attempted to attack Chu Feng. What is this charade? Chu Feng was utterly perplexed by Luo Shiyu's intentions. Did she truly believe that groveling and apologizing would restore their relationship to its former state? "Chu Feng, come home," the family urged. "Yes, Chu Feng, we were wrong before. And we've all realized our mistakes. Let us go home and live well with Shiyu." The Luo family members, now standing upright, began to shower him with flattery and attempts to persuade him, believing that a collective effort might sway his decision. "Is this amusing to you?" Chu Feng asked, glancing at the hesitant Luo Shiyu. He continued, "Once spilled, can water be retrieved? I have not lacked for opportunities over the past 5 years. How many chances have I given you? Did you ever treat me with sincerity? Had you shown remorse even once in these 5 years? We would not have arrived at such a dire conclusion." With a thud, Luo Shiyu fell to her knees, weeping. "Chu Feng, we truly understand our wrongs now. I know I was at fault. Please don't do this. Let's go inside." Chu Feng, devoid of any inclination to waste time with him, spoke coldly. Thud, thud, the entire Luo family knelt before him, pleading for forgiveness. The commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, who gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. So many people kneeling before a young man. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Give you 3 minutes. If you do not come in, I will ensure the complete disappearance of the Luo group. With this declaration, Chu Feng entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. As he had just stated, the past 5 years had always presented opportunities. Even a single act of remorse from the Luo family would have spared them his wrath. However, over these 5 years, not a single member of the Luo family extended him even a modicum of kindness, their words consistently laced with disdain, referring to him as worthless and demanding that he fetch them what they desired. Observing the retreating figure of Chu Feng, Luo Shiyu's delicate face turned pale. Her lips bitten so hard they bled, her eyes filled with despair. After their discussion the previous night, she had entertained the hope that her family would collectively apologize to Chu Feng, thereby saving face, believing he would acquiesce. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to her face. The combination of despair and heartache made Luo Shiyu genuinely wish for death at that moment. Suddenly, her gaze hardened with resolve, and she sprang up, hurling herself towards the pillars at the entrance. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chu Feng did not wait long for Luo Shiyu to arrive, but was instead met by a distraught Luo Lan, who appeared on the verge of tears. "Chu Feng, you must hurry and check on Shiyu. She has run into a wall." Chu Feng frowned and quickly made his way outside. There lay Luo Shiyu in the embrace of Luo Duqing, blood streaming from her forehead. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Luo Duqing hastily implored, "Chu Feng, please do not press Shiyu any further. Let us return home together." It was typical for couples to argue and bicker. There was no need for such dramatics. If she had erred, he would speak on her behalf. At such a critical juncture, was he still thinking along those lines? Chu Feng felt an urge to laugh. He wished to ask Luo Duqing if he had been blind for the past 5 years, unable to see how Luo Shiyu and the rest of the Luo family had behaved. Some matters could be forgiven, others were non-negotiable. Let's leave it at this. We will reconvene for the divorce another day. With that, Chu Feng departed, leaving the Luo family gazing at him with forlorn expressions. It was over. The faces of the Luo family turned ashen, despair etched in their eyes. They had thought that a collective act of contrition, even kneeling in apology, would earn them forgiveness. believing that Luo Shiyu's extreme actions could compel Chu Feng to return. Now, they finally comprehended the depth of Chu Feng's anger towards the Luo family. Was it to be that she would continue this way, making divorce impossible? As Qin Yanran started the car, she remarked, "It's quite common for couples to quarrel. There's no need to escalate things further. We can sit down and talk." Being an observer of the entire affair, she understood that Luo Shiyu would undoubtedly try to evade completing the divorce process, as obtaining the certificate would sever their ties entirely. If she were in Luo Shiyu's position and suddenly discovered her husband was more formidable than she had imagined, she too would likely resist divorce. Until that certificate was in hand, a connection would persist. Qin Yanran had her own considerations regarding this matter. She was not concerned that Chu Feng would reconcile with Luo Shiyu. Rather, she worried that if they did not finalize the process, her own interest in Chu Feng would be thwarted. There were multiple ways to resolve issues, was there not? Understanding that her thoughts aligned closely with Chu Feng's, she refrained from further commentary. She was a wise woman, fully aware that men like Chu Feng had their own agendas and could not be overly influenced, lest it backfire. Upon their return to the Qin residence, the butler, Old Li, approached them, saying, "Miss, Wei Dongqing from the Black Dragon Gang is waiting in the reception hall." Exchanging a glance, they proceeded towards the hall. Upon reaching the door, they could hear the hearty laughter of Qin Shanhai and Wei Dongqing within. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Wei Dongqing promptly rose to greet him, informing Qin Yanran that he had successfully negotiated an alliance between the Qin family and the Black Dragon Gang, aimed at mutual growth and collaboration. Wei Dongqing then looked at Chu Feng with clear intent. Preferring not to delay, Chu Feng turned to Qin Yanran and said, "Let us find a quiet place." The Qin residents had no shortage of secluded spaces, and Qin Yanran promptly led the way. The treatment process, though not overly complex, consumed a considerable amount of time, lasting over 2 hours. Once Chu Feng had gathered the silver needles, he inscribed a prescription. "You will need to procure these herbs yourself, brew them, and take the concoction for 10 consecutive days, and you shall be well." Wei Dongqing received the prescription with utmost care, as if handling an invaluable treasure. Folding it and placing it close to him, after ensuring everything was in order, he inquired, "Master, how much should I offer as a consultation fee?" Although he recognized that Chu Feng likely did not lack for money, he understood the importance of propriety in such matters. He did not wish to leave a negative impression on someone so formidable and skilled. "No need." Chu Feng shook his head, continuing, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply ensure that the Qin family diligently resolves any issues that arise in the future. Do not present one face to me while displaying another behind my back." In essence, forming an alliance was merely a cooperative endeavor, and whether it held firm or faltered would largely depend on the decisions of the leaders. Aware of his circumstances, Chu Feng anticipated that the Qin family, now allied with him, would inevitably face opposition from various forces. While the Black Dragon Gang was not overwhelmingly strong, it was a significant underground entity in Yun City, possessing a certain degree of power. In times of crisis, loyalty and support would be the best recompense he could receive. "Absolutely not. I assure you, this will not happen." Wei Dongqing quickly shook his head, pledging earnestly, from this day forward, the Qin family and the Black Dragon Gang will be the most steadfast of allies, thriving together through thick and thin. Chu Feng nodded, preparing to take his leave when a thought struck him regarding a matter he had been investigating. Given the Black Dragon Gang's long-standing presence in Yun City, they might possess relevant information. "Wei Gang leader, I wonder if you have heard of an incident that occurred in Yun City 20 years ago?" Upon hearing this, both Qin Shanhai and Qin Yanran cast curious glances at him. They had long been intrigued by Chu Feng's background. Yet their investigations had yielded scant information, only that he had suddenly appeared at the Luo family's side, saving the ailing patriarch with a miraculous pill and subsequently marrying Luo Shiyu. For 5 years, he had largely remained within the confines of the Luo family, doing little else. While their curiosity lingered, they hesitated to inquire directly, fearing it might be too intrusive. Now, with Chu Feng suddenly probing into events from 20 years prior, they sensed a connection to his own history, their attentions fully captured. "Master Chu, please continue. Should I have any knowledge, I will certainly share it." Wei Dongqing's expression turned serious as he awaited further details. 20 years ago, in August, there was a massacre in Yun City involving a family with the surname Chu. A household of over 10 individuals was brutally slain. Have you heard of this incident? 20 years ago, Wei Dongqing's brow furrowed in deep thought, while Qin Yanran appeared puzzled. And Qin Shanhai's expression flickered, as if he was grappling with something unsaid. After a moment, Wei Dongqing hesitated before replying, Master Chu, to be frank, when I first arrived in Yun City 20 years ago, I was preoccupied with the development of the Black Dragon Gang and was only vaguely aware of the massacre you mentioned. However, rest assured, I will dispatch someone immediately to investigate, and I will inform you as soon as I have any news. Chu Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, did not display disappointment at this outcome. Though he had spent 5 years within the Luo family, it did not mean he had ceased his inquiries. Clearly, this matter had been deliberately obscured. Otherwise, he would not have uncovered so little pertinent information. 5 years had already passed. He could afford to wait a little longer. Nodding, he watched as Wei Dongqing left, leaving behind his contact information to facilitate future communication. No sooner had Wei Dongqing departed than Qin Shanhai spoke up. Chu Feng, I may have some insight regarding your inquiry. Observing Qin Shanhai, Chu Feng suddenly smacked his forehead, mentally chiding himself for his oversight. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing treasure. The Qin family had flourished in Yun City for many years. 20 years ago, they were at the peak of their power, and so was Qin Shanhai. Consumed by worry over how to investigate this matter, I had overlooked the ever-present Qin Shanhai, who must have heard something relevant 2 decades ago. Taking a deep breath to quell my anxiety, I said, Old man, please share your thoughts. The matter at hand was not trivial, and Qin Shanhai promptly gestured for us to sit in the nearby pavilion for a more leisurely discussion. Once seated, he directly inquired, Chu Feng, are you the orphan of the Chu family, which was annihilated in Yun City 20 years ago? Chu Feng bore the surname Chu, and given that he was merely a child at that time, the details aligned. Thus, when Qin Shanhai heard Chu Feng's question about the tragic demise of the Chu family, he instinctively made a connection. Po, Chu Feng Zipli? That's precisely what I am investigating. The reasons behind the Chu family's extermination 2 decades ago. With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, In truth, I am uncertain whether I am indeed a descendant of the Chu family, but one thing is clear. I must have some connection to them. Ordinary people retain some memories from when they were 6 or 7 years old. Yet Chu Feng was different. He could only recall being taken up the mountain by his master 20 years ago, with no memory of anything prior to that. Thus, he descended into Yun City, primarily because his master, Wu Daozi, had mentioned that he encountered him in that very city. Years ago, when Wu Daozi ventured down from the mountain, he happened upon a house engulfed in flames during a midnight stroll. Driven by the impulse to save lives, he rushed into the inferno, only to discover numerous corpses strewn about. The victims had already been brutally slain, their bodies consumed by the fire. As the flames raged, Wu Daozi prepared to leave when he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from a well. Upon investigation, he found a child submerged in the water. With only a hazy awareness of the situation, he rescued the child and treated him, later realizing that the boy possessed remarkable potential and thus brought him to the mountain. Upon awakening, Chu Feng was oblivious to his own surname. After a thorough examination, Wu Daozi concluded that the child had likely ingested a substance that impaired his memory, resulting in amnesia. Since he was found in the Chu family home, Wu Daozi named him Chu Feng. As for whether Chu Feng was indeed a member of the Chu family, Wu Daozi's subsequent investigation revealed that, following the fire, 18 bodies were discovered, which corresponded exactly to the number of people in the Chu family. Although Chu Feng resided with the Chu family, he was an additional presence, which cast doubt on his true lineage. Nevertheless, he understood that to uncover the truth about his heritage, he must delve into the history of the obliterated Chu family. In response to Chu Feng's ambiguous statements, Qin Shanhai did not press further but nodded and remarked, the Chu family strength was moderate 20 years ago, classified as a middle-ranking family, with 2 martial artists of roughly dark energy caliber. The prevailing rumor was that the entire family perished in a fire, but in truth, they were victims of retaliation from a formidable adversary. The identity of this foe remains unclear, but it was a powerful organization, with the entire Chu family deceased. No one pursued the matter further, attributing their deaths solely to the fire. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. He had anticipated that. As a local of Yun City, and given the Qin family's former prominence, Qin Shanhai would possess insights beyond the ordinary. Instead, the information he provided mirrored what Chu Feng had uncovered over 5 years of investigation, with one notable exception. Indeed, after the fire, 18 bodies were found among the ruins, exactly matching the number of the Chu family. However, through painstakingly gathered forensic evidence, Chu Feng deduced that 2 individuals from the Chu family must have survived. This conclusion arose from the fact that among the 18 family members, there were 8 males and 10 females, yet the recovered bodies comprised 10 males and 8 females. Thus, he inferred that 2 females had escaped, likely a mother and her child. After the massacre, the mother and daughter, fearful of exposure, remained hidden, and the aggressors deliberately concealed the truth, causing this anomaly to go unnoticed. To comprehend why he was discovered in the well of the Chu family, Chu Feng's only hope lay in locating the mother and daughter who had evaded death. However, the passage of time had rendered it exceedingly difficult to ascertain their identities, as the remains had long since been dealt with. Consequently, his investigation was at a standstill. Disappointment, while expected, weighed heavily on him. The Qin family had no ties to the Chu family, and thus would have little reason to focus on their affairs. Contemplating, Chu Feng asked, "Old man, are there any individuals in Yin City who were close to the Chu family back then?" Understanding the wisdom behind the saying that trees may die, but people adapt, Chu Feng realized that while locating the mother and daughter was improbable, he could pursue leads through those who had been friendly with the Chu family. They might possess knowledge regarding the true events surrounding the family's demise or the identities of the surviving mother and daughter, albeit under the duress of the perpetrator's intimidation. His inquiry revealed that only one family had maintained a close relationship with the Chus, but they had departed Yin City a decade prior, rumored to have relocated overseas. Given his belief that a single family could not encompass all of the Chu family's acquaintances, Chu Feng was hopeful. Pondering intently, Qin Shanhai suddenly exclaimed, "There is someone." "Really?" Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just as he was about to inquire about the individual's identity, Qin Shanhai continued, "However, I'm unsure if he is still alive. His name is Cui Ming Shan, a few years younger than I, and he shared a close bond with the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Dongshan. A few years ago, I heard he had fallen gravely ill. Regardless of whether he was alive, this individual represented a potential lead for investigation." Chu Feng promptly rose, asking, "Old man, do you know where Cui Ming Shan's family resides?" Recognizing Chu Feng's earnestness, Qin Shanhai stood as well, declaring, "Let's go at once." The 3 of them set off without delay. They soon arrived at their destination, but upon knocking and inquiring, they learned that the Cui family had already moved away. Fortunately, the residents knew their new location, and the trio continued on their way. In the car, as Qin Shanhai gazed at the buildings outside, he mused, "Life is indeed unpredictable." The former Cui family was quite formidable, with their estate spanning at least 100 acres. Yet now they seemed to have fallen to such depths as to reside in a village within the city. Alas! Qin Yin Ran smiled wryly, responding, "Grandpa, such is the nature of the world. No family remains perpetually prosperous. Our Qin family will also face its decline one day." "Nonsense. Why should that be the case?" Qin Shanhai retorted sternly. "The Chun family of our nation has thrived for over a century. As long as one possesses sufficient foundation, prosperity can endure indefinitely." Upon arriving at Haiyin village, Qin Yin Ran refrained from further commentary. She found a suitable spot to park the vehicle and disembarked to inquire about the Cui family's whereabouts. Upon discovering that they were just ahead at a fork in the road, marked by a red gate, the trio hastened towards it. However, as they approached the entrance, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. Chapter 46. Unrepentant, facing death, is everything all right? A cold glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he swiftly pushed the door open and entered. Inside the courtyard, 5 burly men were menacingly cornering a middle-aged couple at the entrance. Behind them knelt another man, clutching his shoulder in agony, clearly the source of the earlier scream. "Cui Long, how dare you harm my brother? You must court your own demise." The leading man, Biao Zi, waved his hand, signaling his companions to advance on the middle-aged couple. "Stop!" Chu Feng bellowed with righteous fury. The group instinctively turned to look, their gazes momentarily surveying Chu Feng and Qin Shanhai before fixating on Qin Yin Ran, who was undeniably a striking beauty. "Who are you, kid?" Biao Zi, momentarily distracted by the allure of Qin Yin Ran, shifted his focus back to Chu Feng, abandoning the middle-aged couple for the moment. Ignoring Biao Zi's provocations, Chu Feng turned to the middle-aged couple and inquired, "Is this the home of Cui Ming Shan?" "Yes, Cui Ming Shan is my father." The middle-aged man replied. Very well. Chu Feng nodded at Chui Long before his gaze landed coldly on Biaozi's face. You have 1 minute to vacate the premises. How audacious. Biaozi let out a cold scoff, gazing at Chu Feng with astonishment. Kid, you may not look very old, but your tone is quite audacious. Do you know who we are? To dare tell us to scram? I reckon you wish to leave Haiyan village horizontally. Chu Feng remained unresponsive. A minute passed, a full minute. Noticing Chu Feng's indifference, Biaozi shifted his gaze to Qin Yinran, grinning as he teased. Beautiful lady, what should I call you? Qin Yinran rolled her eyes, her fierce gaze sweeping over the 5 men as she declared, Look again, and I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. Ha ha ha! The 5 brutes, accustomed to their arrogance, burst into raucous laughter, completely disregarding the 3 before them. As the minute elapsed, Chu Feng exchanged a glance with Qin Yinran, who promptly stepped forward. Huh? Biaozi paused, chuckling. Are you sure you want to take us on, beautiful? Before he could fully comprehend, Qin Yinran struck him across the face with a resounding slap, the force sending him spinning in place. Ugh! Biaozi spat out blood, his hand wiping across his mouth as he fished out 2 broken teeth. Gazing at his shattered dentition, Biaozi's bloodshot eyes locked on Qin Yinran, his voice hoarse with indignation. You dare hit me? Humph. That was merely a light touch. Qin Yinran suddenly lunged forward, landing a knee to Biaozi's abdomen. The excruciating pain crumpled him to the ground like a shrimp. Seeing their leader assaulted, the remaining 4 rushed toward Qin Yinran, but as street thugs, they were no match for her. In mere moments, they lay on the ground, groaning in defeat. Will you roll or not? Qin Yinran placed her foot on Biaozi's chest, gradually applying more pressure. Roll. This is your cue to roll. In a bid to avoid further suffering, Biaozi quickly bowed his head and, with his subordinates, fled in disarray. Chui Long approached with his wife, concern etched across his face. Little brother, they're the biggest bullies in Haiyan village. If you strike them, they may come back for trouble later. Chu Feng frowned at this. Although Chui Long was a martial artist, his strength was evidently inferior to Qin Yinran's. It was perplexing to see someone with such potential cower before common thugs. Chu Feng couldn't fathom how far the Chui family had fallen, leaving them with the power to resist, yet paralyzed by fear. Noticing the worry on Chui Long and his wife's faces, Chu Feng stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Brother, this conflict was initiated by us, and we will surely resolve it before we leave. You need not worry. Chui Long nodded, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Little brother, what brings you to my home? His intuition suggested the 3 visitors were anything but ordinary. Brother, we seek the esteemed Elder Chui. This lady is an old friend of his, Chu Feng said, gesturing towards Qin Shanhai, intending to reminisce before delving into matters concerning the Chu family. However, this direct approach felt somewhat abrupt. To find my father? You are too late. He passed away last year. Chui Long's face fell, laden with grief. Dead? Chu Feng was taken aback, his newfound hope doused with cold water. The anticipation he had just felt evaporated, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Yinran leaned in and whispered a few words, hinting that Chui Long, as the son of Chui Mingshan, might have had past dealings with the Chu family and likely knew of their plight. With Chui Mingshan deceased, they could only turn to his son for any insights. With no other option, Chu Feng took a deep breath and politely inquired, Brother, may we come inside for a moment? Please. Chui Long quickly stepped aside. Upon entering the modestly furnished home, Chu Feng's brow furrowed deeply, sensing something was amiss. The old adage rings true, a dead camel is larger than a horse. The Chui family, despite their current predicament, had once been a notable clan. Surely they shouldn't be reduced to such circumstances. Moreover, Chui Long appeared robust, exuding the strength of a capable worker. Yet they lived as though both partners were incapacitated, struggling to get by. My home is rather humble. Please do not mind. Chui Long apologized, visibly embarrassed. Chu Feng offered a gentle smile, settling onto a small stool before asking, Brother Chui, why did those men come to your home to cause trouble? He added, You seem to be a martial artist. Dealing with them should be a breeze. Yet you appear unwilling to resist their oppression. Chui Long's expression grew complex as he glanced at his wife and replied helplessly, This is my home, and they're the tyrants of Haiyan village, backed by a formidable force in Yunqing. If I strike them, even more powerful individuals will come after me. What then? Their visit is not without cause. My father borrowed money from them for treatment, and they have come to collect. Different positions yield different considerations. Chu Feng understood Cui Long's perspective, nodding thoughtfully before asking, "How much do you owe them?" "Initially, we borrowed 100,000, but now, with interest, it has ballooned to 1 million. Usury?" A cold glint flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, whether Cui Long could provide the information he sought or not. It was imperative to assist in resolving this matter. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from the entrance. A group of over 20 men stormed into the yard, led by the very Biaozi who had fled in disgrace moments before. "Brother, it's them." Biaozi pointed menacingly at Chu Feng and his companions. Irritated at the interruption, Chu Feng stepped forward to confront the approaching mob. "Unrepentant fools, prepare for your demise." Chapter 47. A fortuitous strike the air in the courtyard grew palpably tense. The middle-aged man beside Biaozi, whom he referred to as brother, took a step forward, smiling amiably. "Little brother, I am Zhou Qing. May I ask for your name?" Zhou Qing was also a martial artist, albeit a mid-level one. Yet, the instinct that comes with being a martial artist told him this young man was formidable and not to be trifled with. He decided to tread carefully. Chu Feng, instead of revealing his name, scrutinized Zhou Qing and asked, "So, you're the leader of this band of ruffians, the tyrant of Haiyan village?" Zhou Qing chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "I wouldn't call myself a tyrant. I'm merely making a living. It's the support of my brothers that elevates my status. Without them, I am nothing. You borrowed 100,000, and now you demand 1 million. As Chu Feng descended the steps, he approached Zhou Qing, remarking, "Your methods must have led to the demise of countless innocents." Having spent time online, he had seen news of ordinary people driven to suicide under the pressure of criminal forces. The mere thought of individuals with a modicum of power seizing control filled him with disdain. He believed such societal parasites deserved to be dealt with ruthlessly. Martial artists wield unique power to protect, not to harm. Those who defy the principles of martial arts do not deserve to wield its power. Zhou Qing's expression darkened. He felt that despite his attempts to engage Chu Feng amicably, the latter was openly dismissive, puncturing his ego with sharp words. Even a clay idol has a temper. How much more so a living person? Anger surged within Zhou Qing as he clenched his fists. Just as he was formulating a plan, a gust of wind swept towards him, causing his eyes to widen instinctively. In the blink of an eye, the 3-meter distance between him and Chu Feng vanished, leaving Chu Feng standing before him. What speed is this? Is he even human? The suffocating aura snapped Zhou Qing out of his shock. He attempted to struggle, but found his body unresponsive, fear pooling in his eyes. "Brother," seeing that their leader had not yet reacted and had fallen into Chu Feng's grasp. Biaozi and the others grew anxious and panicked. They wanted to rush forward, but were deterred by their fear, completely thrown into disarray. After a tense 10 seconds, Chu Feng suddenly released his grip, causing Zhou Qing to collapse onto the ground like a rag doll, gasping for breath. Having lived for several decades and faced numerous dangers, he had never felt death so close. Experience told Zhou Qing that if Chu Feng had held on for just 5 seconds longer, he would likely have met his end. Attack! Without any awareness of the gravity of the situation, Biaozi commanded his over 20 subordinates to strike. In his mind, numbers equated to power. How could Chu Feng, no matter how formidable, stand against more than 40 hands? Stop! Just as the gangsters were about to move, Zhou Qing, with a darkened expression, rubbed his neck and stood up. As Biaozi approached, Zhou Qing raised his hand and slapped Biaozi across the face with a force greater than that of Qin Yanran's earlier strike, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood and several teeth scattered on the floor. "Damn it! All you know is to fight without a shred of insight. The fortune I painstakingly built is about to be squandered by you." Zhou Qing glared fiercely at Biaozi, who hung his head in silence. After scolding him, Zhou Qing turned to Chu Feng, leaning forward with a humble posture, saying, "Brother, there was a misunderstanding earlier. I hope you can overlook it and let us go." Reality dawned on Zhou Qing that lowering his head was the only way to survive today. He had just brushed against death and had no desire to flirt with it again, knowing that if he did, it would be his true end. "Let you go? Allow you to continue oppressing ordinary people?" Chu Feng's expression oscillated between a smirk and a frown as he continued. "You think the world's rules are dictated by your whims? You bully the weak and bow to the strong. Is that how it works?" No. Zhou Qing hastily shook his head. Just as he was about to explain, Chu Feng suddenly kicked him in the abdomen. Zhou Qing's body trembled, and he uncontrollably fell to his knees, a sense of despair washing over him. He felt as if he had been rendered powerless, severing his connection to martial arts. You are unworthy of possessing martial prowess. Chu Feng looked down at Zhou Qing from above, declaring, I give you 1 day to disband all your men. Before the sun rises tomorrow, if even one of them remains in this territory, I will send you to meet the very person you dread the most. Yes, yes. Even after being crippled by Chu Feng, Zhou Qing dared not show an ounce of resentment. He endured the pain surging through his body, rising to lead his remaining subordinates away from the Cui family. Brother, are we really disbanding? Biaozi mumbled hesitantly as they stepped outside. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, his expression dark as he stared at his feet. After a moment of silence, he finally said, Disband. Each of you will receive 100,000 and leave this place for good. You are never to return to this village. At any moment, life is paramount. The power Chu Feng exhibited made Zhou Qing realize he was not jesting. If it had not heeded his warning, they would indeed meet their end. Reflecting on the day's events, Zhou Qing believed it was merely retribution for the countless misdeeds he had committed over the years. He felt no bitterness. Inside the Cui residence, as soon as Chu Feng entered, Cui Long asked excitedly, Little brother, will they really disband? Zhou Qing and his gang had been a tyrannical presence in Haiyan village, causing immense suffering to the surrounding residents. Now that they were driven away, it heralded the arrival of better days. Understanding that Cui Long had endured considerable oppression over the past 2 years, otherwise he would not be so timid despite being a martial artist. Chu Feng smiled and assured him, Brother Cui, rest assured I will send someone to check after this. If he fails to comply, he will have cause to regret it. Having witnessed Chu Feng in action, Cui Long understood he was not to be trifled with. If he said it, he would follow through, indicating that Zhou Qing and his gang would indeed vanish from Haiyan village. Suddenly, he clasped his fists and bowed to Chu Feng, expressing, Little brother, on behalf of the other villagers in Haiyan, I thank you. No need for such formality, Brother Cui. Chu Feng quickly helped Cui Long up, saying, I have a few matters to discuss with you, and I hope you can answer truthfully. At that moment, Chu Feng genuinely appreciated Zhou Qing's earlier appearance. Initially, he had been furious, feeling they disrupted his plans. Yet now, it seemed fortuitous. Resolving the menace posed by Zhou Qing aligned perfectly with Cui Long's desires, allowing him to lower his guard. Feel free to ask me anything, little brother. I, Cui Long, will answer without reservation, he assured earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng inquired, Brother Cui, I wish to ask about the annihilation of the Chu family 20 years ago. What? Cui Long exclaimed, his expression turning serious. Chapter 48, Hope Shattered Leave. You are not welcome here. Cui Long suddenly pointed towards the door, ordering them out. His heightened emotions caused his arm to tremble slightly, and his eyes were filled with fury. The abrupt change in demeanor stunned Chu Feng and his companions. Mr. Cui, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Just a moment ago, you were saying something entirely different. Qin Yanran, suppressing her anger, questioned. Though she was unaware of why Cui Long reacted so strongly upon hearing about the Chu family massacre, she sensed something was amiss. Calm down, Brother Cui. Chu Feng said patiently, I was merely asking. There is no need for such anger, is there? From Cui Long's sudden shift in attitude, Chu Feng deduced that he must know something about the Chu family's demise. Thus, it was all the more imperative that he remained. Honey, Cui Long's wife tugged at his sleeve, whispering, it's all in the past. It should be let go. There's no need to treat them this way. If it weren't for them, we would have been bullied long ago. With his wife's comforting words, Cui Long's rapid breathing gradually steadied, and his icy demeanor softened. Taking a deep breath and releasing it, he embarrassedly said, Little brother, I apologize for losing control of my emotions just now. It was unbecoming of me. Not a problem. Chu Feng smiled and then asked, Brother Cui, if I am not mistaken, the tragedy of the Chu family's annihilation must have significantly impacted your family as well, correct? Initially, upon seeing the Cui family's downfall, Chu Feng had not connected the two families. However, after witnessing Cui Long's emotional turmoil upon mentioning the Chu family, he began to piece everything together. Back then, Cui Mingshan had shared a close relationship with the Chu family. After learning of their demise, he likely conducted an investigation. The hidden instigator, wanting to prevent anyone from uncovering the truth, probably retaliated against Cui Mingshan for his inquiries. Cui Long nodded, a pained expression crossing his face as he said, Our family's current state is indeed tied to my father's stubbornness. After the Chu family's incident, he refused to believe it was merely an accident and mobilized connections to investigate, just as he uncovered a hint of evidence. He received anonymous warnings advising him to refrain from meddling. But my father, being obstinate, ignored the advice. Shortly after continuing his investigation, our family faced retribution. First, our business suffered, and those who had previously maintained good relations with us began to distance themselves. Eventually, my father was ambushed and seriously injured. Though he survived, the damage was done, and the Chui family has been in decline ever since. All these years, I've harbored immense resentment towards him because if it weren't for his meddling, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation, subjected to bullying. In the midst of speculation, Chu Feng paused momentarily, waiting for Chui Long's emotions to stabilize before continuing his inquiry. Brother Chui, did the old man uncover any useful leads during his investigation? For instance, who is the organization behind this? Or perhaps, why did this organization seek to annihilate the Chu family? Chui Long sighed with resignation and replied, "The identity of the organization remains unknown, but I discovered that the reason for the Chu family's demise was due to their pursuit of a certain object. What exactly that object is, however, remains unclear." After a brief pause, Chui Long added, "My father also found that the Chu family's calamity is likely connected to a young boy whom the head of the Chu family brought home." A boy brought back to the Chu family? Qin Yinran noticed that Chu Feng's hand suddenly clenched tightly. It was evident that the boy Chui Long mentioned was indeed him. Just as Chu Feng had previously surmised, though he had been found by his master of the Chu family, he was not a member of the family. Fearing that Chu Long might discern that Chu Feng was the boy responsible for the Chu family's tribulations, Qin Yinran moved closer and wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's. The external disturbance jolted Chu Feng from his contemplation. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions before smiling and asking Brother Chui to be honest. "I have also been investigating this matter for years. I have uncovered that a mother and daughter from the Chu family managed to escape. I wonder if the old man has discovered any information regarding this?" Desiring to ascertain what the organization sought and to uncover his own identity, his only hope lay in locating the mother and daughter who had fled and subsequently vanished from sight. Although he was aware that such inquiries might expose their identities, Chu Feng understood he had no choice. The Chui family possessed a deeper understanding of the Chu family than he did, and he firmly believed that as soon as Chui Mingshan learned of the escape of the mother and daughter, he would undoubtedly know exactly who they were and might have even assisted them in concealing their identities. Chui Long suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Feng. "You have been investigating this matter for many years?" His tone was laced with skepticism. After Chu Feng nodded, Chui Long squinted and asked, "Who are you? Why do you care so much about the Chu family? It has been 20 years since the Chu family was exterminated, and now someone suddenly emerges to investigate this matter." "Brother Chui, Chu Feng is actually the illegitimate son of Chu Dongshan," Qin Yinran interjected, defending Chu Feng, and continued. "For years, he has been investigating after discovering that not all members of the Chu family perished in the fire. Many were murdered. He has been seeking vengeance for his father." The explanation regarding his identity as an illegitimate son seeking revenge was fitting to justify his pursuit of the Chu family massacre. It is not uncommon for the head of a family to have an extramarital affair and father a child outside of marriage, though societal constraints often render such truths unspoken. Presently, many family leaders in Yun City have illegitimate children. Chui Long's skepticism dissipated, clearly accepting Qin Yinran's words. He hesitated, glancing towards the door before lowering his voice to say, "Before my father passed away, he did mention this matter to me." Chu Feng's heart instinctively tensed. Chui Long continued, "He said he had discovered that Chu Dongshan's wife and daughter had not perished in that calamity. In fact, he had secretly helped the two of them change their names and completely alter their identities to live." With his speculation validated, Chu Feng struggled to suppress his impatience and asked, "Did the old man mention what names they are using now or where they are living?" "No." Chui Long shook his head. "I had asked my father about their whereabouts and whether I should keep an eye on them, but he said they were living well and that we should not disturb them." At that moment, Chu Feng's emotions became indescribably complex. Having finally confirmed his speculations, he had hoped to quickly locate the mother and daughter, unraveling the truth of his lineage. Yet it seemed as if fate sought to thwart him, severing his hopes abruptly. Would he ever be able to uncover the truth of his origins? A chill emanated from Chu Feng, causing the expressions of those nearby to change dramatically. Chu, Brother Chu, Qin Yinran struggled to speak, attempting to awaken the uncontrolled Chu Feng. Her face was pale, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she appeared deeply distressed. Moments earlier, an icy aura had suddenly enveloped Chu Feng, as if the surrounding void had been frozen, leaving the four of them feeling an invisible pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Young friend, Qin Shanhai, the second most formidable presence at the scene, was more resilient than the others. Shocked by Chu Feng's overwhelming strength, he swiftly approached and reached out to touch Chu Feng's shoulder. The pressure he could withstand, but both Qin Yinran and Cui Long's wife could not. Especially concerning Cui Long's wife, a normal person, the brief pressure was manageable, but exceeding a minute could pose a threat to her life. In a swift turn of events, as soon as Qin Shanhai's hand made contact with Chu Feng, he was abruptly flung back as if struck by an invisible force, crashing into the table. This incident jolted Chu Feng back to his senses. Realizing his emotional outburst had nearly harmed those around him, he quickly took a deep breath and reined in his aura. Cui Long, able to breathe normally again, turned to check on his wife. Seeing that aside from her pale complexion, she was otherwise unharmed, his tension eased. However, when he looked back at Chu Feng, astonishment was all that filled his eyes. Earlier, after witnessing Chu Feng subdue Zhou Qing, he had suspected him to be a martial artist, likely at the late stage of dark energy, but now, having experienced Chu Feng's overwhelming presence, he understood that the young man was at least at the late stage of transformation, possibly even touching on the realm of a grandmaster. Such exceptional prowess at such a young age left Cui Long in awe of Chu Feng's martial talents. Old man, Chu Feng swiftly moved to Qin Shanhai's side, helping him to his feet. It's nothing. That little bump is inconsequential. Qin Shanhai chuckled, though his astonishment lingered. Since meeting Chu Feng and realizing his extraordinary nature, he had always assumed he was at the late stage of transformation. However, after the recent events, he was now certain that Chu Feng was not merely at that stage, but rather a grandmaster. Someone capable of generating a formidable aura that could impose pressure and discomfort upon others. The existence of such a young grandmaster was almost unfathomable. Amidst his astonishment, Qin Shanhai felt a surge of joy, realizing that Chu Feng and Qin Yinran might indeed become a couple, with Chu Feng potentially joining the Qin family as a son-in-law. At that moment, he knew he had made the right wager. Returning to Cui Long, Chu Feng expressed his apologies. Brother Cui, I apologize for my earlier outburst. My emotions got the better of me. And no problem. Cui Long waved his hand. Then, seemingly recalling something, he asked Chu Feng, are you very eager to find that mother and daughter? Noticing that Cui Long evidently possessed additional information regarding the pair, Chu Feng quickly nodded. Regardless, they're connected to me in some way and may know about the forces that acted against the Chu family, so I must find them. Cui Long pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know much, but I remember that during one of my visits to the Chu family, I saw the Chu family head's daughter had a round red birthmark on her right wrist. If we can trace this birthmark, we might still be able to find them. However, I am unsure if my father removed the birthmark when he helped them change their names. Regardless, this was indeed a lead. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. In any case, I appreciate Brother Chui's reminder. I will follow this lead and see what I can uncover. With that, they had gathered much information and were ready to take their leave. Casting a glance around, Chu Feng directly asked, Brother Chui, do you still wish for the Chui family to thrive? He had never been fond of being indebted to others. Despite the fact that Cui Long had not been of much assistance to himself, he still indicated a direction for further investigation. The current situation of the Chui family was dire. Should Cui Long wish it, he would spare no effort to help him rise again and restore the family to its former glory. Cui Long was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question from Chu Feng. Regaining his composure, he managed a sorrowful smile and replied, it's not that simple. In this day and age, accomplishing anything relies heavily on connections. Cui to go. Chu Feng interjected, raising his hand to interrupt Cui Long's self-deprecation. With a resolute tone, he asserted, as long as you are determined, connections and funding are not issues at all. Qin Yinran added, Cui to go. Our family has numerous projects that can be pursued. I will send someone to approach you. You just need to get to work, and within 3 to 5 years, the Chui family will surely return to its former prosperity. As someone who had been through similar trials, Chui Long quickly recognized that Qin Yanran was no ordinary individual. Faced with such a golden opportunity, who had always desired to elevate the Chui family's fortunes, would naturally not refuse. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you all in advance." After exchanging a few polite words and sharing contact information, Chu Feng and the others took their leave. Once back in the car, Chu Feng made a call to Wei Dongqing, informing him of the situation in Haiyan village and instructing him to keep a close watch. If Zhou Qing refused to heed advice, he must face consequences. Additionally, he requested that members of the Black Dragon Gang monitor Chui Long's family to ensure the couple would no longer be subjected to oppression. This matter was trivial in Wei Dongqing's eyes, and he promptly assured that it would be handled effectively. Simultaneously, Qin Yanran contacted her secretary, Zhang Wen, instructing her to meet with Chui Long today to assess which projects within the group were the most profitable, allowing Chui Long to manage them. It is better to teach someone how to fish than simply to give them fish. The choice to assign tasks to Chui Long instead of directly providing financial aid stemmed from the belief that wealth accumulated through work is more sustainable, whereas handouts may not endure. For the Chui family to reclaim its former peak, it must amass experience and connections through diligent work. Upon returning to the Qin residence, without needing Chu Feng to speak, Qin Yanran immediately mobilized her connections to ascertain the age of Chu Dongshan's daughter, Chu Yu, at the time of the family incident. She was 8 years old then, and now 2 decades had passed. Subsequently, they searched for a 28-year-old female with a red circular birthmark on her right wrist. After arranging everything, Qin Yanran approached Chu Feng and comforted him, saying, "Chu de Ge, as long as Chu Yu is alive, we will certainly find her. Do not worry too much. Having waited 20 years, a few more days were of no consequence." Chu Feng smiled gently, indicating that it was not a significant issue. Before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Chu Feng rested at the Qin residence while reviewing the information gathered by Wei Dongqing. Although the Black Dragon Gang was relatively new to such investigations, he was already aware of the information they had uncovered. Yet he meticulously examined each document to ensure no crucial details were overlooked. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel atop Yin City, a despondent Zhong Yun sat naked on the bed, his eyes filled with despair as he stared vacantly at the floor. "Am I finished?" At the opposite end of the bed, a stunning woman cautiously inquired. Prior to this, she had attempted several methods to elicit a reaction from Zhong Yun, all to no avail. He shook his head in disappointment, his face etched with bitterness as he rose from the bed and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery of Yun City with a complex expression. In recent days, he felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. First, he had suffered a significant loss of face at the auction banquet, becoming a laughingstock among the younger generation of Yin City. Then, the once adoring Luo Shiyu had abruptly changed her demeanor towards him. He wished to confront her in person to clarify her sudden shift in attitude and inquire about the shares in Tianmei Group she had previously mentioned. However, the Luo family informed him that Luo Shiyu had fallen ill and did not wish to see him, leaving him heartbroken and disappointed. Subsequently, his family encountered dire straits. The Zhong family's once thriving business faced numerous setbacks. Some were sealed off, while partners, even at the cost of paying breach of contract fees, refused to continue their collaboration. Inquiring further, Zhong Yun learned that the Zhong family had unknowingly offended someone powerful, becoming a target for retaliation, and businesses across Yin City were wary of being associated with them. Additionally, although he had sought assistance from the Black Dragon Gang to deal with Chu Feng, that young man continued to live unbothered. When he contacted the Black Dragon Gang, they offered no explanation and simply refunded the money he had initially paid. Overwhelmed by a series of misfortunes, Zhong Yun decided to spend money on an obscure actress to vent his frustrations. However, once in bed, he found himself utterly unresponsive, as if a part of him had ceased to exist, deepening his sense of despair. Why is this happening? Wasn't he everything fine before? Why has it suddenly changed? Zhong Yun slumped in his chair, unable to comprehend the rapidity of these changes. After 5 years of studying abroad, he returned to his homeland, eager to make a mark and assert dominance over the younger generation of Yun City, only to be met with insurmountable obstacles. Could it be him? Does he truly possess such formidable power? If that were the case, why would he have endured 5 years of humiliation like a waste? As he contemplated, Zhong Yun instinctively thought of Chu Feng, realizing that the only person he had provoked recently was him. Although he was not present at the auction banquet, He had learned through various channels that Chu Feng had struck Su Cheng and Huang Yu. At the time, he had rejoiced, thinking that these two families held significant power in Yun City, and Chu Feng's audacity would surely result in severe repercussions. However, now he observed that both the Su and Huang families seemed completely unfazed, as if the incident had never occurred. After much reflection, Zhong Yun became increasingly convinced that the abrupt change in Luo Xiu's attitude, the targeting of the Zhong family, and his own downfall were all intricately linked to Chu Feng. Pain was etched across his face. But what did it matter? Even if he knew the truth, the Zhong family was currently mired in crisis, unable to spare any energy to deal with that young man. In the Su family's reception room, Su Shi regarded the unexpectedly arrived Huang Xian and asked, "Brother Huang, what is your take on this matter?" Huang Xian clenched the armrests of his eaten chair, seething as he replied, "That brat has reduced my son to a cripple, dashing the hopes of the Huang family. How could I possibly view this lightly? I will stop at nothing to eliminate him, even if it costs the Huang family everything." Su Shiyu maintained a stoic expression, casually responding, "Brother Huang, I believe you have conducted your own investigation into that young man's circumstances. At such a young age, he possesses such strength. His background must be exceptional. It's likely he is a disciple from a significant force, making it perilous to take action against him. Killing him would invoke the wrath of that powerful entity, a burden the Huang family may not be able to bear." His words dripped with sarcasm. Was Su Shiyu not furious that his son had been nearly killed? He was indeed furious and longed to immediately see Chu Feng dismembered. However, he refrained from acting due to the young man's martial prowess. His strength at such a young age indicated he might be a disciple undergoing training from a major force. Although the Su family held considerable power, they were merely insignificant in the face of such forces and dared not provoke them. Therefore, until they fully understood Chu Feng's background, Su Shiyu could only suppress his anger. In fact, he had already calculated that if Chu Feng truly was a disciple from a major force, the Su family would not only refrain from seeking revenge, but would also have to bring Su Cheng along to apologize. Huang Xian snorted dismissively. "What of a disciple from a major force? My Huang family's future is at stake. Should I still be concerned about the repercussions of a powerful entity? It's utterly laughable." Across from him, Su Shiyu's eyes flickered, and after clearing his throat, he inquired, "Then how do you plan to deal with that young man? Based on current investigations, he is at least at the transformation stage, which is not easy to handle." Huang Xian's eyes darted around before he contemptuously replied, "What of the transformation stage? There are countless individuals stronger than that in the divine state. As long as the funds are sufficient, there will be no shortage of people willing to take action." Understanding Huang Xian's intention to hire someone stronger to deal with Chu Feng, Su Shiyu nodded and said, "In that case, Huang brother, you may proceed first. I must attend to Xiao Cheng for now and lack the energy to confront that young man." Huang Xian let out a cold laugh, fully aware of Su Shiyu's ulterior motives. He merely wished to let the Huang family test the waters. If the Huang family managed to subdue Chu Feng, the Su family would not need to exert further effort. Conversely, should the Huang family fail, the Su family would gain insight into the young man's capabilities before deciding whether to seek revenge. Huang Xian's purpose in coming here was to ensure that the Su family did not remain aloof. How could a shared adversary be faced solely by the Huang family? Both men were seasoned veterans of their respective clans, and Huang Xian had no desire to waste time in circumlocution. He stated plainly, "Su brother, I have come for this very matter. My family's funds are currently tied up in business, and I cannot withdraw them immediately. However, enlisting a formidable warrior requires substantial financial resources, and I fear your assistance is essential." If one did not wish to exert effort, it was simple. Money would suffice. The Su family was not lacking in that regard. Su Shiyu recognized that Huang Xian's visit was not for idle chatter, and he responded straightforwardly, "How much is needed?" 10 billion. 10 billion? Su Shiyu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is it truly that expensive?" Huang Xian chuckled, "Good things do not come cheaply. It would suffice to hire an individual for several tens of millions, but if they fail to handle that young man, we would be forced to search anew. Have you heard of the Dark Knight organization? They have quoted 20 billion. If both our families contribute 10 billion each, we need not concern ourselves with how many personnel they deploy. Ultimately, they will ensure that young man is eliminated." Even though it was evident that the Dark Knight organization had not actually quoted 20 billion, and that Huang Xian aimed to extract a handsome sum from Su Shiyu, He chose to see through the ruse without confronting it. He nodded and said, agreed. Please provide me with an account later, and I shall have the funds transferred. With his objective achieved, Huang Xian wasted no further time, exchanged pleasantries, and departed with a smile. Su Shiyu stood at the entrance, watching the vehicle fade into the distance, his expression gradually darkening. You scoundrel, if you cannot accomplish this task with 10 billion, I swear I will ensure you regret it. In the evening, at the Qin residence, Qin Yinran rushed into the courtyard. Upon entering and spotting Chu Feng, she exclaimed anxiously, Chu brother, this is terrible. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. The beautiful woman was well acquainted with troubling matters. He promptly inquired, what is it? Chu brother, someone has hired an assassin to kill you. Upon hearing the specifics, Chu Feng could not help but roll his eyes, his expression one of disdain. His meaning was clear, silently questioning the beauty. You know my capabilities? Am I the sort to be worried or fearful? Chu brother, this time it is different. Qin Yinran gazed earnestly at him, fully aware of his extraordinary strength. Few could match him, yet she understood that despite his prowess, he was not invincible, not the king of the world. Before Chu Feng could ask why the situation was different, she continued, this time it is the Dark Knight organization targeting you. Chu brother, have you heard of the Dark Knight organization? Having lived a secluded life on the mountain and followed her to the Luo family, Chu Feng had not delved into the nature of the Dark Knight organization. However, from its title, he could surmise its significance and thus inquired, an assassin organization? Indeed, Qin Yinran's delicate features turned serious as she explained. The Dark Knight organization is a vast and powerful group of assassins with members spread across the globe. Their numbers difficult to quantify. It is said that they have operatives in every region. They act swiftly, taking contracts in the morning and completing them by night. As a global assassin organization, it boasts many formidable individuals, with some specializing in targeting ordinary people while others focus on martial artists. Under normal circumstances, hiring an assassin means that if they fail, one must pay again for another attempt. But the Dark Knight organization operates differently. Their principle is one payment for lifetime service, continuing their efforts until the objective is achieved. Do you understand what this means, Chu brother? The implication was clear, and Chu Feng smiled, saying so. If they send one person to kill me and that fails, more will follow until I am dead? Exactly. Qin Yinran nodded, her face filled with concern. Chu brother, I know you are immensely powerful and do not take the opponent lightly, but this time it is truly different. Once they realize you are not easy to deal with, they will send stronger martial artists. No matter how skilled one is, they fear the blade. Two fists can ultimately be overpowered by four hands. Calm and composed, Chu Feng did not want the beauty to worry unnecessarily. He comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, do not fret. I shall meet force with force and water with earth. If they send one, I will kill one. If they send two, I will kill two. Knowing an event is imminent, worry does not resolve anything, does it? Let things unfold naturally. Despite his reassurances, the psychological state of worry cannot be dismissed simply by verbalizing it. Qin Yinran's lovely face momentarily lacked any sign of joy. By the way, who do you think is funding this from behind the scenes? Not wanting to see the beauty continue to fret, Chu Feng shifted the topic. The Dark Knight organization was not an entity that just anyone could afford. Their premium rates, based on rumors, began in the billions. Most likely, it is either the Su family or the Huang family. I lean towards the Su family. Having been close to Chu Feng, Qin Yinran was well aware of his adversaries. At present, only the Su and Huang families had the means to do this. After the auction banquet concluded, she had suspected that the Su and Huang families might retaliate and had been discreetly monitoring their movements. However, it seemed both families recognized Chu Feng's formidable strength and refrained from taking action. Now it appeared that the Su or Huang families, fully aware of Chu Feng's capabilities, prefer to spend money on an assassin rather than take matters into their own hands. The reason she suspected the Su family was that they were not lacking in wealth and were entirely capable of affording the Dark Knight organization. After Su Cheng was humiliated in front of many, the Su family could not afford to lose face. Not seeking revenge would not align with their character. In excluding the Huang family, she reasoned that they were a martial arts family, and Huang Yu was a martial artist whose strength was comparable to that of his grandfather. Martial families tend to possess an inherent sense of superiority and prefer to resolve matters themselves. Chu Feng shook his head and stated, I actually believe it is the Huang family hiring the Dark Knight organization. Oh, the beauty was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Why do you think so? Chu Feng began to articulate his reasoning. The Su family was indeed a powerful family in Yin City and placed great importance on face. Anyone who dared to provoke them would undoubtedly face retaliation. However, fundamentally, the Su family were merchants, and merchants prioritize profit. In the face of profit, everything else can be overlooked. Negotiations can be made. Knowing they could not easily deal with him, would the Su family dare to hire someone to kill him? The leaders of the Su family had surely contemplated the consequences. If the Dark Knight organization could not kill him swiftly, and it became known that the Su family had commissioned the hit, would they not face repercussions themselves? When it comes to survival versus dignity, merchants will always choose the former. Thus, without absolute certainty, the Su family would not dare to retaliate, not at least for the time being. After hearing his analysis, Qin Yinran hesitated, but the Huang family is a martial arts family. It seems unlikely. If all goes as expected, it is indeed him. Chu Feng a sut family. Continuing his analysis, that Huang Yu was rendered a cripple by me. His father could not possibly be unaware. Huang Xian, whom I also caught a glimpse of downstairs, has a cunning visage, a typical face of treachery, and is known for his duplicitous nature, favoring underhanded tactics. Through his son's injuries, he must know I am not to be trifled with, and he may not necessarily be my match. Directly confronting me could lead to unintentional fatal consequences for them, resulting in the Huang family's withdrawal from the stage of Yin City. Therefore, to preserve their strength, they can only seek external help to deal with me. Upon reflecting on Chu Feng's analysis, Qin Yinyan suddenly found it quite reasonable. The Huang family and the Su family, in provoking Chu Feng, have suffered the most losses. It is the Huang family that feels the greatest resentment and finds it hardest to swallow their pride, and they are the ones who dare not gamble. As martial artists, resorting to outsiders for vengeance, Qin Yinyan's opinion of the Huang family plummeted, feeling they were unworthy of being a martial arts clan. Recalling the formidable Knight organization, she felt a surge of concern and asked, "Brother Chu, what shall we do next?" The assassins from the Knight organization could appear at any moment. Although they might not be able to harm you, their presence is akin to a fly buzzing incessantly before you, quite bothersome. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. Worrying will never resolve anything. Chu Feng smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Do not fret just yet. Come inside. I have something wonderful to show you." Noticing the peculiar smile on Chu Feng's face, the beauty instinctively thought of certain things. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson as she mused on the notion of something wonderful. After all, she had seen everything he possessed, so was there really a need to see more? Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued, and she promptly stepped forward, following him into the room. Chapter 52. Closing the door to work inside, as the light suddenly dimmed, Chu Feng turned to see Qin Yinyan shutting the door and couldn't he help but inquire, "What are you doing?" "Closing the door," she replied. "What is the point of closing it in broad daylight?" Chu Feng was further perplexed. Qin Yinyan shot him a glare. "If I don't close the door, shall I leave it wide open? What if someone suddenly barges in? That would be mortifying. I am not accustomed to such things." In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had yet to comprehend her meaning, but upon catching sight of her flushed cheeks and averted gaze, he quickly realized she had misunderstood and awkwardly clarified. "What I intend to show you is not something on my person. It is this." Pointing to a pile of items on the table, Qin Yinyan's embarrassment deepened, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. After all that, it was merely her misunderstanding. To mask the awkward atmosphere, she took a deep breath and shifted her attention to the table, asking, "What are these things?" As she approached for a closer look, she discovered it was the Buddhist statue she had seen auctioned for 3 million, now reduced to a heap of splintered wood. Qin Yinyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You dismantled a 3 million antique just like that?" Although wealthy, one shouldn't squander so recklessly. Chu Feng sat down beside her, casually toying with a piece of wood as he explained, "When I bid on this item, it was never about its monetary value. From the moment I saw it at the exhibition, I sensed something unusual. Sure enough, it was concealing something valuable." As curiosity flickered in her gaze, Chu Feng produced a small red bead, about the size of a fingertip, almost like a magician's trick. "What is this?" Qin Yanyan asked, taking the bead into her hands for a closer examination. After inspecting it from various angles and still failing to comprehend it, she turned to Chu Feng for answers. "If I am not mistaken, This is a medicinal pill, sealed with a layer of wax to preserve its potency from external influences. A medicinal pill? Qin Yinyan's heart raced, her attention snapping back to the red bead. She shook it near her ear and could indeed hear a faint clinking sound. What kind of healing pill is this? At that moment, her curiosity piqued, and as another thought crossed her mind, her voice quivered with excitement. In this modern era, such medicinal pills are quite rare. However, as a member of a martial arts family, she was well aware of their historical significance. Long ago, these pills were highly coveted by martial artists. In the heat of battle, injuries were inevitable, and the quickest route to recovery was through the consumption of various herbal concoctions formed into pills. In simpler terms, a martial artist sustaining the same injury would experience vastly different outcomes depending on whether they took a medicinal pill. Those who consumed them would find their injuries mitigated or alleviated, allowing for complete recovery, while those who delayed treatment without the pills risked permanent damage, hindering their martial path. For instance, if her grandfather had taken a medicinal pill when injured in his youth, he would not have been plagued by lingering ailments for a lifetime. Nowadays, rapid technological advancements have led to environmental pollution, making it difficult for many precious herbs to thrive. Additionally, the shifting times have led many to abandon the pursuit of pill concoction, resulting in a scarcity of such remedies on the market. Initially, upon seeing the 3 million antique reduced to mere splinters, Qin Yinyan thought Chu Feng had been wasteful. However, she now found no regret, instead believing that the 3 million spent was exceedingly worthwhile. Although she was still unaware of the specific effects of the pill in her hand, she understood that once news spread, the threshold of the Qin family would soon be breached. Its true value was immeasurable. It was something priceless yet without a market. After returning the pill to Chu Feng, Qin Yinyan inquired with great curiosity, "Brother Chu, can this medicinal pill cure my grandfather?" In recent days, she had not ceased her search for the herbs Chu Feng had mentioned. Just as she had initially suspected, the herb known as divine stone grass seemed to be extinct, utterly unattainable. Although Chu Feng claimed to know where it might be found, she remembered he had said it was a possibility, and its actual existence remained uncertain until they ventured out to seek it. Now, having stumbled upon a medicinal pill, she hoped it could resolve her grandfather's condition, alleviating the need for both herself and Chu Feng to search for the divine stone grass. No, Chu Feng firmly shook his head, explaining, "Medicinal pills are not like the miraculous remedies depicted in novels or television shows that can instantly heal a person's injuries. They can only alleviate conditions, providing certain assistance. Your grandfather's situation has been building up over many years. Taking a medicinal pill will not yield the desired results. Moreover, we still do not know the specific effects of this pill. Different herbs concocted into a medicinal pill yield varying effects. Due to the outer wax seal, the fragrance of the herbs is undetectable, making it impossible to ascertain the pill's effects at this time. Breaking the wax seal would lead to the escape of the medicinal essence contained within, diminishing its potency. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Chu Feng was reluctant to tamper with the outer seal. However, one thing was certain. This medicinal pill, hidden within an ancient Buddha statue that had become an antique, must be of considerable age. The older the medicinal pill, the rarer and more valuable it is. Chu Feng pondered how to determine the effects of the pill. Upon realizing that the pill could not solve her grandfather's ailment, Qin Yinyan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The reality was as such, yet she did not dwell on it, stating, "Brother Chu, just as you initially suspected, the divine stone grass is nowhere to be found externally. We will need to set aside some time to visit the location you mentioned and see if we can find it. This matter is straightforward." Chu Feng nodded. "I can depart at any time. You simply need to arrange your own affairs before we set out. Will take a long time?" The anxious beauty planned to depart the following day. The round trip will likely take 6 or 7 days. Furthermore, we will spend most of that time in the mountains, where there is no cell signal, so you must arrange everything in advance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yinyan had no choice but to reconsider her initial thoughts. She had thought that even if she were not present at the company, she could still handle matters via phone. However, it was now evident that everything needed to be in order before they could leave. She did not wish to return from the journey to find chaos awaiting her at the company. Eager to depart, he recalled the multitude of tasks requiring his attention and promptly rose to prepare for his journey to Tianmei Group. "What? Are you leaving already?" Noticing a peculiar tone in Chu Feng's voice, Qin Yinyan turned to clarify, I wish to set off by tomorrow. So I must head to the company now to arrange a few matters. Chu Feng stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor and remarked, the door is shut. Wouldn't it be a waste not to accomplish anything? The beauty's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Afterwards, Chu Feng and Qin Yinjin departed from the Qin residence towards Tianmei Group. Initially, he intended to remain in the courtyard, seeking to ascertain the efficacy of the elixirs without disturbing the outer wax seal. However, the intensity of their prior encounter stirred Qin Yinjin's exhaustion. Observing her fatigue, Chu Feng suggested she postpone her company affairs until the next day, assuring her that as long as he remained at the Qin residence, the absence of the divine stone grass would not significantly impact the situation. Yet, Qin Yinjin, with her impatient nature, insisted on addressing matters she had already confirmed. Recognizing her resolve and considering the potential threat from the night organization, Chu Feng decided to accompany her. After all, remaining unseen would offer the organization no opportunity. He also wished to confront this formidable assassin group that sought his life. Chu Feng's strategy was straightforward. Through the assassin, he aimed to establish contact with the organization's upper echelons, clearly communicating that their efforts would be futile and that he preferred a definitive resolution. Allowing them to continue sending assassins would be akin to an incessant fly buzzing before him, quite bothersome. Upon arriving at Tianmei Group, Qin Yinjin, eager to address her tasks, exited the vehicle and ascended the building, while Chu Feng proceeded to the underground parking. Being his first visit, he was unfamiliar with the layout and, after several futile attempts to locate the elevator, opted to return to the ground level and enter through the main entrance. Stop! As he approached the doorway, a stern security guard blocked his path. Please present your ID card. ID card? Chu Feng paused, then explained, I don't have one. I'm accompanying President Qin. He mentioned Qin Yinjin's name, hoping it would carry weight. The guard scanned him with disdain, his expression clearly conveying a sense of superiority. You? Accompanying President Qin? With that attire, what qualifies you for such an association? Perceiving the guard's skepticism, Chu Feng patiently reiterated, Sir, I truly came with President Qin. She went upstairs to attend to something while I parked the car. With a scoff, the guard retorted, if that's the case, why didn't you use your ID to take the elevator from the underground parking? Chu Feng was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, are you dense? If I could use the card, would I be standing here? Tianmei Group, being associated with medical aesthetics, was renowned for its abundance of beautiful women, with female employees comprising 95% of the workforce, all of whom were striking. Consequently, individuals with ulterior motives often sought ways to infiltrate the company for video shoots or to approach potential targets. Lacking an ID, the guard instinctively categorized Chu Feng as one of these interlopers, dismissively waving him away. You should leave. Company policy prohibits entry without an ID card. Understanding that the guard was merely fulfilling his duty, Chu Feng refrained from forcing his way in and prepared to contact Qin Yinjin to resolve the issue. What are you doing? Just as he retrieved his phone, a voice inquired from the side. A robust, imposing man approached. Zhang. He wishes to enter, but lacks an ID card. The guard informed him promptly. Zhang scrutinized Chu Feng, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a grin. Brother, it's actually quite simple to get in. Care to chat? Originally, a phone call could have resolved the matter. However, sensing something amiss in Zhang's tone and demeanor, Chu Feng recognized the underlying scheme. Tianmei Group was Qin Yinjin's company. Given the clear policy against entry without an ID, it was suspicious that the head of security would suggest an easy way in. Though the issue seemed minor, any mishap could have significant repercussions for Tianmei's operations, potentially exposing sensitive information and impacting stock prices. Thus, Chu Feng nodded, deciding to delve into the situation, intending to uncover how those abusing their authority operated behind the scenes to assist Qin Yinjin in eliminating these pests. Seeing Chu Feng's agreement, Zhang laughed heartily and led him towards a secluded corner of the building. Brother, is this your first visit? Chu Feng nodded, and Zhang continued. Since it's your first time, let me explain the situation. Without an ID card, you won't be able to enter normally, but I can help you. Of course, assistance doesn't come free. A token of appreciation is expected, right? Chu Feng nodded again. Zhang elaborated. The fee varies depending on the floor you wish to access. The higher you go, the more it costs. The differences in fee structure are significant. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Feng asked, what distinctions exist? Of course, There are distinctions. Zhang replied with enthusiasm. The higher the floor, the more stunning the women. Each is a successful beauty, earning hundreds of thousands or even millions annually. Just imagine, if you could win a favor of even one, your future would be set. Chu Feng chuckled in amusement, then inquired, so what are the specific charges? 1,000 for the first floor. If you wish to go to the second, it's 2,000. For the 8th floor, it's 8,000, and so forth. Tianmei Group has 30 floors. You decide which one you wish to visit. Zhang's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he awaited Chu Feng's response. Glancing upward, Chu Feng hesitated before remarking, "The view from a 30th floor must be quite splendid, right?" Upon noticing Chu Feng's interest in the 30th floor, Zhang's expression shifted, and he quickly advised, "Brother, I wouldn't recommend the 30th floor. It's the CEO's office. Aside from the boss and her few secretaries, there aren't many people there. Although the secretaries are incredibly beautiful, they have high standards. I doubt you would catch their attention. It's better to choose a floor below 30. 29 is also good. It's just one floor below 30, and if you want to enjoy the view, it's quite suitable." No, no, no. Chu Feng shook his head firmly. "I still wish to go to the 30th floor." Before Zhang could object, Chu Feng declared, "As long as you can get me to the 30th floor, money is no object." Upon hearing that money was not an issue, Zhang's impending objections fell silent. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had encountered a lucrative opportunity. The 30th floor is certainly possible, but it will cost 100,000. Deal. 100,000 it is. Chu Feng's willingness surprised Zhang, who had initially hesitated, contemplating whether the sum was excessive. Now, he regretted not asking for 200,000. Realizing he might lose this golden opportunity, Zhang quickly pulled out his phone, stating, "Let us settle the payment. Once it's done, I'll take you upstairs." In response, Chu Feng simply shook his head with a smile. "Not paying?" Zhang's anger flared. "What do you mean? Are you toying with me?" Zhang glared at Chu Feng. His fists clenched, his large hands making his fists appear formidable. Indeed, somewhat intimidating at first glance. No. Chu Feng feigned alarm, hastily explaining, "Brother, it's just that I don't want to pay before we go up. What if we don't actually get there? How would I reclaim my money?" "Impossible," Zhang replied with unwavering conviction. "Within Tianmei Group, there is no place I cannot access. You need not worry." Chu Feng shook his head and replied, "I can give you half now, but you must show me the view I wish to see on the 30th floor before I release the other half." Zhang, the team leader, hesitated slightly, but realizing that the money would eventually land in his own pocket, he nodded in agreement. After transferring 50,000, he promptly led Chu Feng to the back of the Tianmei Group, entering through the rear door. Once inside the elevator, Zhang swiped his card and pressed the button for the 30th floor. With a serious expression, he cautioned, "Brother, the 30th floor is unlike any other. You must not wander off. You must listen to my instructions, understood? Rest assured, I know what to do." Chu Feng replied with a grin, secretly plotting how to outsmart him once they reached the top. The elevator quickly ascended to the 30th floor. As the doors opened, Zhang eagerly presented his phone to Chu Feng. The meaning was clear. As the security captain, he was acutely aware that the 30th floor was indeed different, and he had already devised a plan for what to do next. It was all about the details. The first step was to secure the remaining money. "Brother, is there really any need to rush?" Chu Feng said with a hint of displeasure. "Do I look like someone in need of money? I've already given you 50,000. I assure you, you won't lose a dime from the remainder. We've just arrived at the 30th floor, and you're already acting like this. It's quite unbecoming, don't you think?" Realizing his impatience, Zhang forced a smile. Since the money was still in Chu Feng's possession, he did not persist at the elevator door. He pointed down the corridor toward a glass window and said, "Brother, if you want to see the view, you can do so from there. Go ahead." Chu Feng frowned and feigned annoyance, saying, "Brother, you must have misunderstood. The view I seek is not of this kind." "What do you mean?" Zhang asked, perplexed. "On the 30th floor, besides this view, what other view could there be?" With a smile, Chu Feng replied, "I've heard that the owner of Tianmei Group, Qin Yanran, is quite a remarkable sight in Yun City. The view I wish to see is her. Think about it. Do you take me for a fool? Spending 100,000 just to see this kind of view?" It dawned on Zhang that Chu Feng was after the owner. His expression darkened. He had initially thought he was outsmarting Chu Feng with his plan to bring him up for a brief tour before escorting him back down. But he now realized he was caught in a game of wits where he was at a disadvantage. As a subordinate, Zhang understood that if he allowed Chu Feng to barge into the boss's office, he would certainly be fired. He quickly adopted a serious tone, saying, "Brother, it's not easy to meet General Manager Qin. I can't fulfill that request. We should head back down." At this point, Zhang no longer dared to think of the remaining 50,000. He merely wanted to get Chu Feng out of sight before the secretary appeared. He reached out to grab Chu Feng's arm, intending to forcibly lead him away. Chu Feng stepped back to evade him and shouted, "What do you mean? Are you trying to be dishonest?" His booming voice startled Zhang, who quickly glanced toward the other end of the corridor, then glared at Chu Feng and whispered a threat. "Kid, I advise you to cooperate and come down with me. I won't demand the remaining 50,000. If you dare to cause a scene, you'll regret it." With a disdainful smile, Chu Feng turned and walked toward the other end of the corridor. Looking for trouble, the towering Zhang, feeling his anger rise, swiftly advanced toward Chu Feng, aiming to seize him by the neck like a chick. However, just as his hand was about to touch Chu Feng, the latter spun around and struck his arm with lightning speed. "Ah!" The sudden pain caused Zhang to instinctively scream, but he quickly clamped his mouth shut to avoid attracting attention. In that moment, he realized this young man was not to be trifled with. "Brother." Unable to subdue Chu Feng and not wanting to escalate the situation, Zhang suddenly knelt before him, pleading desperately, "Brother, please have mercy. I'm just a worker. Don't make this difficult for me. If General Qin finds out I brought someone up here without permission, I'll lose my job. Brother, let us head downstairs. I won't take a single cent. I'll refund you everything, all right?" Chu Feng ignored Zhang's imploring eyes and continued to walk ahead. It was over. Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had initially thought Chu Feng was an easy target, one he could exploit for his own gain. But he realized too late that he was merely a pawn in Chu Feng's game. As they reached the corridor intersection, Zhang Wen, busy with her tasks, looked up and upon seeing Chu Feng, quickly stood and greeted, "Mr. Chu, General Qin said you can go directly in to see her. Tell her to come out. There is something that requires her attention." Zhang Wen, sensing Chu Feng was serious, hurried into the office to inform Qin Yanran. "What is the matter?" Qin Yanran emerged in a hurry, asking, "You should have mentioned that entry requires an identity card. I almost couldn't get up here." Chu Feng zet bo zet. Upon hearing this, the beautiful Qin Yanran slapped her forehead in frustration, apologizing, "I was too hasty and forgot. The security didn't give you any trouble, did they?" "Trouble? Not exactly," Chu Feng replied with a smile. "But through this incident, I've uncovered a hidden peril within your company." "What peril?" The two beautiful women's eyes were instantly fixed on Chu Feng's face. Returning to the corridor intersection, he raised his chin and asked, "Will you confess? Or shall I assist you in revealing it?" Just then, Zhang, the security captain, emerged with a remorseful expression, saying, "General Qin, I made a mistake. Please punish me." Realizing that something had transpired between Chu Feng and the security captain, Qin Yanran's expression turned icy as she coldly ordered, "To the office." As Zhang walked silently, he finally understood that he was not the tool he had thought he was, but rather the prey. What a reversal! In the office, upon learning that Zhang and his fellow security personnel had exploited their positions for profit by secretly bringing unauthorized individuals into the company building, Qin Yanran slammed her hand on the desk in fury. As the anger surged within her, she suddenly recalled a significant incident that had occurred at the beginning of the year. She rose abruptly, her piercing gaze locking onto Zhang. Chapter 55, A Den of Thieves. Earlier this year, there had been a breach of company secrets. Although the public relations team responded promptly, the fallout still cost Tianmei Group dearly. Following the incident, Qin Yanran had instructed Zhang Yin to lead a thorough investigation of all employees to identify the source of the leak. However, after 2 weeks of fruitless searching, the situation only served to sow fear among the staff, forcing Qin Yanran to abandon the investigation. At this moment, understanding everything, she realized why no conclusions had been drawn back then. How could one expect to catch a thief when they themselves were part of the scheme? "Zhang, was the incident earlier this year related to your accepting bribes to allow unauthorized entry?" The leak was indeed connected to their profit-seeking actions, and feeling guilty, Zhang lowered his head, unable to respond. "General, should we report this to the police?" Zhang Wen, filled with indignation, had come to regard Tianmei Group as her second home. It was intolerable that there were thieves in her home now. Upon hearing the mention of involving the police, Zhang's face turned pale as he pleaded, "General, I truly regret my actions. Please don't report me. It would ruin my life. General, please don't call the police. I'll do anything you ask." I'll even bow to you. Bang, bang. Before Qin Yinran could speak, Zhang repeatedly bowed his forehead to the ground. Seeing Zhang's pitiful pleas, and considering that during his tenure he had not caused any further serious issues aside from a breach, Qin Yinran waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you can go. As of this moment, you are dismissed." Zhang Yan, feeling liberated, rose to express his gratitude before hastily departing, as if fearing that any delay would prevent his escape. As he closed the door, he cast a resentful glance at Chu Feng, who was lounging on the sofa. "Mr. Qin, the previous incident has caused significant losses to the company. Are we simply going to let it go?" Zhang Wen remarked with deep dissatisfaction. If it were her, she would ensure that the other party faced severe consequences. "Such a course of action is futile," Qin Yinran said, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window to explain. "Time has elapsed, and the key evidence has long been lost. Even if we were to report it to the authorities, the repercussions for him would be minimal. Moreover, do you believe he possesses the means to compensate for the losses?" After careful consideration, Zhang Wen conceded. The damages incurred were so substantial that even if Captain Zhang were sold off entirely, it would be impossible to make amends. She nodded, refraining from further entanglement in the matter. Given that Captain Zhang was the head of security and had now been dismissed, Zhang Wen continued, "Mr. Qin, should we seek a new security captain or promote from within our existing staff? Are there any suitable candidates among us?" Qin Yinran countered, prompting Zhang Wen to ponder. Shaking her head slightly, she replied, "It's unlikely. Most remaining personnel are closely tied to Captain Zhang and would be unsuitable. It would be best to recruit externally." Qin Yinran acknowledged this with a sound of agreement and was about to assign Zhang Wen the task when she noticed Chu Feng on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, she recalled their earlier interaction during a break, where he had expressed a desire to find some work. At the time, she had remarked that with his capabilities, he need not concern himself with employment. Chu Feng, however, had countered that despite his skills, he had been idle at the Luo family estate for nearly 5 years and felt increasingly disconnected from society. He wished to avoid continuing in such a manner and needed to engage more with the outside world. Was he not the perfect candidate? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached him. "Brother Chu, didn't you mention wanting to find something to do? How about the position of security captain?" Qin Yinran was well aware of Chu Feng's capabilities. With him in charge, not even a fly would dare enter Tianmei Group. Furthermore, should he join the company, he could remain in the office alongside her. A splendid arrangement indeed. Yet, she worried that he might deem the position beneath him. Chu Feng set down his phone and smiled, saying, "If you think it's suitable, then I'm fine with it." "Haha, then it's settled," Qin Yinran exclaimed, her delight akin to that of a child, dancing with joy. Zhang Wen was momentarily taken aback. Having known Qin Yinran for nearly a decade, she had never witnessed her display such exuberance. Curiosity piqued, she glanced at Chu Feng, pondering what charm he possessed that could so easily win over the typically aloof Qin Yinran. "Zhang Jia, I have some matters to attend to. Could you please assist Brother Chu in obtaining his identity card and take him to the security department to hand over the relevant affairs?" Zhang Wen nodded and promptly led Chu Feng to the human resources department, where they established his information and created his identity card. Once that was completed, she took him to the security department, where all the security personnel had gathered, aware that their captain had been set up, leading to the boss discovering their illicit dealings. Anger simmered among them. "Damn it, it's all that little brat-ass fault. He clearly knows Mr. Qin, yet pretends not to. If it weren't for his schemes, how would T have been exposed?" Zhang Yin seethed, recalling the earlier events that ignited his fury, wishing he could confront Chu Feng immediately. "Zhang, go here. Have a smoke to calm down." A sycophantic guard offered a cigarette and lit it for him. Despite Zhang Yan's dismissal, he remained viewed as their captain by the other guards. Initially, the security department had operated straightforwardly, with everyone earning a fixed salary. While the pay was decent, it was hardly sufficient to support families, leaving no room for indulgences at nightclubs or entertainment venues. However, since Zhang Yan's arrival, he had uncovered lucrative opportunities, and the guards' wallets had grown substantially, allowing them to enjoy better meals and experiences. Naturally, they had all agreed that if any of them were caught by upper management, they would bear the consequences alone, ensuring the others remained unscathed and retained their livelihoods. Thus, Zhang Yin had previously spoken to Qin Yinran in a similar manner. Otherwise, the furious Qin Yinran would not have merely dismissed Zhang Yin. She would have overhauled the entire security department. Now, faced with the reality that his departure was inevitable, Zhang Yin spoke up. All right, this time was my bad luck. Just be cautious in the future. If any of you strike it rich, don't forget about me. He then turned to Shan Ji and instructed, make sure to investigate that kid's background. I don't care about his relationship with the boss. If he dares to cut off my source of income, I will make him pay. How dare he not inquire about who I, Zhang am? The mere thought of Chu Feng ignited Zhang Yan's rage, his plump hands clenching tightly, his narrowed eyes flashing with fury. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Chu Feng strolled in with a grin. No need to investigate. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. He had expected to find a single thief. He was astonished to discover a den of them. Chapter 56. Forming one's own security team, the security room was not particularly soundproof, and the recent exchanges had clearly reached both Chu Feng and Zhang Wen's ears. Zhang Wen surveyed the 10 individuals in the room, her voice rising in indignation. You are truly despicable. The company has provided you with such generous treatment and benefits, yet you betray us behind our backs. Do you have any sense of loyalty to Tianmei? She had initially believed only Zhang Yin was culpable, but it turned out that all had participated in the wrongdoing. Like Zhang Yin, you are all dismissed. Zhang Wen was acutely aware that such parasites must be eradicated as soon as they were discovered. The guards stood up, their expressions defiant as they glared at Chu Feng and Zhang Wen. You again, you little brat. Zhang Yin gritted his teeth, his anger palpable. It was Chu Feng's interference that had led to the exposure of his illicit activities to the boss, resulting in his immediate dismissal. Now, because of Chu Feng, the others faced the same fate, all dismissed. The resentment within Zhang Yin surged like a tempestuous sea, with each wave higher than the last. The others stood with clenched fists, glaring fiercely at Chu Feng. With Captain Zhang now out of the picture, they had initially thought it was merely a stroke of bad luck for him, unaware that their own fortunes had also soured due to this young man. What do you intend to do? Noticing the guards' escalating agitation, Zhang Wen stepped forward to admonish them. Ah, do you still wish to resort to violence? Do you believe I won't call the police right now? The mere mention of the police forced the guards to suppress the boiling fury within them. Tianmei Group had chosen not to pursue further consequences, opting only to dismiss them, which was already a generous outcome. As adults, they could discern right from wrong. Zhang Yin scoffed, waving his hand. Let us go. If we're not welcome here, we'll find somewhere else. As the guards filed past Chu Feng with glares, the security room stood empty, leaving only Chu Feng as the sole occupant. Zhang Wen found herself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she said, Chu Feng, I shall promptly have HR recruit new staff to reorganize the security department. No need. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need? Are you suggesting you will single-handedly oversee the entire security for the group? With the size of Tianmei Group, is that even feasible? Zhang Wen thought to herself. But Chu Feng quickly added, I will simply bring in a few reliable individuals. The security department is tasked with ensuring the stability of the entire group, and there is much to be done. Once the Human Resources Department announces recruitment, the interview and selection process will take at least 3 to 5 days. This prolonged duration is unacceptable to Chu Feng. Although he wishes to engage in some work, he does not aspire to transform himself into an overzealous, dutiful office worker. It is a simple matter. Chu Feng retrieves his phone and calls Wei Dongqing, informing him that Tianmei Group requires 10 security personnel. He requests that Wei select 10 physically capable individuals from the gang who are observant and responsive. The Black Dragon Gang and the Qin family have already established a cooperative relationship, so this is a trivial matter for them. Furthermore, since it is Chu Feng making the request, Wei Dongqing dares not delay and immediately sets off to handpick suitable candidates. Aware of Chu Feng's significant standing in President Qin's eyes, Zhang Wen refrains from further comment and proceeds upstairs to report the situation to Qin Iran. Busy with her tasks, Qin Iran, upon hearing that Chu Feng needs to arrange personnel, does not express any reservations. Instead, she instructs Zhang Wen to provide any assistance he requires, affirming that his words hold weight. She also asks Zhang Wen to convey this intention to the heads of other departments, to prevent any potential underestimation of Chu Feng that could lead to misunderstandings. With all security personnel dismissed and Wei Dongqing's efforts to mobilize replacements requiring time, the main entrance cannot remain unguarded. Otherwise, unauthorized individuals may enter. Thus, Chu Feng, the newly appointed head of security, must take it upon himself to man the entrance. In the restaurant diagonally across, Zhang Yin and his companions, gathered in discussion, burst into laughter upon seeing Chu Feng stationed at the entrance. This is the consequence of driving us away. Deservedly so. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, Zhang Yin sneered, his eyes darting with mischief. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brothers, I have devised a brilliant plan to deal with this brat." "What plan, Brother Zhang?" The remaining 9 fixated their gazes on Zhang Yin. "Tonight we—" Upon hearing the scheme, their eyes lit up in excitement, and they applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent! This is a perfect way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let us proceed with it." The days spent guarding the entrance were monotonous and tedious. However, for Chu Feng, who was already accustomed to solitude, it was not particularly bothersome. As evening approached, employees of Tianmei Group began to leave work, each casting curious glances at Chu Feng. News of the events in the security department had spread, and everyone was aware that President Qin had appointed a young man as the head of security. They were surprised to find that this newly appointed head was left with no subordinates. Curiosity swirled around Chu Feng's identity, especially since rumors had long circulated that the Black Rose of Yun City had found a companion, someone very close to a young man. Chu Feng fit this description, prompting speculation that he might indeed be the individual in question. However, despite these thoughts, they noted that Chu Feng was not particularly handsome, merely passable in appearance. They reasoned that if he were President Qin's favored individual, she would hardly allow him to serve as a mere security chief, leading them to abandon further conjecture. High-ranking executives who understood the intricacies of Chu Feng's relationship with Qin Iran greeted him with amicable smiles and nods as they passed by, to which Chu Feng responded courteously. As the company personnel began to leave, Wei Dongqing called to inform him that he would soon arrive at Tianmei Group. At this opportune moment, Chu Feng instructed Wei Dongqing to head directly to the main entrance. Soon, several vehicles halted before the entrance of Tianmei Group. 10 carefully selected young individuals were brought before Chu Feng by Wei Dongqing, standing in perfect formation like sentinels. "Master, what do you think? If anyone is unsuitable, just say the word, and I will replace them immediately." Chu Feng surveyed the 10, recognizing them as martial artists, and nodded in satisfaction. He then led them to the security office to collect necessary equipment and brief them on their duties according to the established guidelines. These 10 had already been informed by Wei Dongqing of the exceptional opportunity this represented. They understood that seizing this chance could lead to remarkable advancements in their martial arts journey. Thus, even though they were from the Black Dragon Gang, they treated Chu Feng's commands with the utmost respect, akin to soldiers obeying their commander. After organizing everything, Chu Feng prepared to ascend to find Qin Iran. As he took a few steps, he noticed that Wei Dongqing, who should have left by now, lingered at the entrance, gazing eagerly at him. Chu Feng frowned and inquired, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" "Master Chu." Wei Dongqing approached, rubbing his hands and shuffling his feet, hesitating as if he were a bashful maiden. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, impatiently urging, "Spit it out." As a grown man, his hesitance was rather disconcerting. "Master Chu, I wanted to ask if you need more personnel?" Despite knowing the odds were slim, Wei Dongqing mustered the courage to speak. Initially, he thought Chu Feng was merely resolving issues for Qin Iran. But upon arriving and witnessing Chu Feng's new role, he could hardly contain his desire to join. He thought to himself that had he known earlier, he would have ensured his inclusion. He recognized that being close to Chu Feng would yield significant benefits. People thrive when they adapt. Solutions arise from human ingenuity. To remain near Chu Feng, Wei Dongqing was willing to set aside his pride, understanding that dignity holds little value in the pursuit of martial arts. Observing Wei Dongqing's intentions, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you truly willing to lower yourself as the leader of a gang to undertake this?" To have the head of the Black Dragon Gang serve as a security guard would undoubtedly astonish many. What is there to lower? As long as you, Master Chu, approve. I can do anything these young men can do. I can endure the same hardships they face. Wei Dongqing spoke with conviction to demonstrate his resolve. "Very well. I happen to need a deputy captain. Since you are restless, you may take the position." Chu Feng replied, "With you here, I can attend to other matters without worry." What began as a mere trial turned into a reality, bringing immense joy to Wei Dongqing, who rushed to the security office without a thought for his previously discarded clothes. Hastily donning a uniform, the other 10 watched in astonishment, realizing that Wei Dongqing's prior instructions were no mere fabrication. If they were, he would never have demeaned himself in such a manner. In the top-floor office, upon hearing Chu Feng's news, Qin Yiran abruptly stood, fixating on him with suspicion. "Brother Chu, are you certain you're not jesting?" Her expression revealed her doubt. The leader of the Black Dragon gang, serving as a security guard and even as a deputy captain, it seemed implausible to her. She suspected that Chu Feng was merely trying to lighten her workload with a joke. "Do you doubt me?" Chu Feng Juke, proudly retrieving the walkie-talkie from his waist. "Old Wei, come to the top floor. The chairwoman wishes to see you." "Really?" Qin Yiran's lips quivered involuntarily. "Moments latte." A knock echoed at the office door. After granting entrance, Wei Dongxing stepped inside, greeting Qin Yiran respectfully as chairwoman. The impact of the truth was overwhelming. Qin Yiran instinctively pinched her fingers, confirming that she was not dreaming. Upon noticing Wei Dongxing in ill-fitting security attire, she struggled to suppress her laughter. "Uncle Wei, if a uniform doesn't fit, feel free to hold off wearing it. I'll arrange for a new one immediately." "Chairwoman, I am now the deputy captain of the security department. Just call me Old Wei." Wei Dongxing seemed intent on extolling Chu Feng's virtues, completely disregarding his own status in Yun City. Just as Qin Yiran was about to remind him that rank should not be disregarded, Chu Feng interjected, "Business is business. This company is a serious place. We must adhere to proper protocols." "Indeed, chairwoman, we must adhere to proper protocols. If everything is based on relations, chaos will ensue." Wei Dongxing quickly supported this sentiment. Seeing this, Qin Yiran chose not to elaborate further. Wei Dongxing, sensing that he had no further role to play, chose to exit the office to avoid interrupting Chu Feng and Qin Yiran as they shared whispers. He considered his current attire and anticipated that the employees would surely find it amusing when they saw him at work the next day. Unbeknownst to them, he was the leader of the Black Dragon gang, and their mockery could easily provoke him. In a hurry, Qin Yiran contacted Zhang Wan, insisting she customize new uniforms overnight. Upon hearing the request for new uniforms, Chu Feng immediately suggested altering the current style, deeming it insufficiently impressive and lacking in intimidation. With wealth, matters could be addressed swiftly. Within half an hour, Zhang Wan sent numerous photos of uniform designs for selection. Qin Yiran handed her phone to Chu Feng for him to liaise with Zhang Wan. Once finalized, Zhang Wan confirmed that the uniforms would be delivered to the company within 2 hours. Aware of Qin Yiran's urgency to resolve matters, Chu Feng refrained from further conversation, instead opting to relax on the sofa. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the intercom, announcing, "Captain, report. We have apprehended several thieves." Chu Feng sprang to his feet and swiftly exited the office. Curious about what the thieves intended to steal from Tianmei Group, Qin Yiran followed suit. In the lobby on the first floor, 8 individuals knelt, comprising the security guards who had been dismissed earlier that day, surrounded by 3 intimidating figures. The kneeling group felt utterly despondent. The idea for the theft had originated from Zhang Yan, who had reasoned that since Tianmei Group had terminated their employment and would take at least 3 days to rehire, the security measures would be ineffective against them, as they knew all the access codes. With Chu Feng newly appointed and isolated, it was unlikely he could change the security system passwords in time. As former security personnel, they knew precisely where valuable items were stored. Zhang Yan's plan was to seize this opportunity to compensate for their loss and undermine Chu Feng's authority as the new captain, suggesting that while others had managed to prevent theft, he had failed. However, they had not anticipated Chu Feng's rapid response. Within mere hours, security personnel were summoned. Not only did they arrive, but they were also formidable, akin to retired special forces. Though the 8 outnumbered the 2, they were swiftly overpowered. The 8 could hardly fathom the punishment awaiting them. Soon, Chu Feng and Wei Dongxing arrived at the scene. Spotting familiar faces, Chu Feng remarked, "You lot truly are incorrigible. I spared you once during the day, and yet you return to wreak havoc at night? Well, this path is one you have chosen for yourselves." Qin Yiran, upon recognizing the would-be thieves as former security personnel, furiously commanded, "Call the police." "Ms. Qin, we realize our mistakes. Please, spare us this once. Do not call the authorities." The 8 pleaded, bowing in desperation, but Qin Yiran remained unmoved. "You have overstepped your bounds. There is no need for further leniency." Suddenly, Chu Feng inquired about the whereabouts of Li Wei, recalling that they had initially numbered 10, yet only 8 had been apprehended. It was evident that 2 remained unaccounted for, and given the terrified demeanor of those present, it was clear they lacked the capability to orchestrate such a plan. Zhang Yin was undoubtedly lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. Who? Li Wei feigna de ignoranza. Having benefited from Zhang Yan's favors over the past 2 years, he sought to shield him, even at the cost of his own safety. This was a collective plan, unrelated to Captain Zhang. With an icy undertone, Chu Feng's patience wore thin. I know it was you who orchestrated this. I don't know. Li Wei resolutely shook his head, raising his voice. We planned this together. It has nothing to do with Captain Zhang. His insistence was a desperate attempt to shield Zhang Yan from further involvement, hoping to minimize the fallout for him. However, Chu Feng had means to extract the truth. He suddenly seized Li Wei by the neck and lifted him off the ground, swiftly applying pressure to various sensitive points on his body. Ah, it tickles, so itchy. Once thrown to the ground, Li Wei clawed at his skin, crying out in agony as he scratched at the bloodied marks he had left on himself, seemingly unaware of the pain. Convinced that the more he scratched, the more relief he might find. Do you wish to experience this as well? Chu Feng surveyed the others, who were frozen in shock. The torturous method was unprecedented. Though they had not experienced it firsthand, Li Wei's reaction painted a vivid picture of his torment. I'll talk. Just don't torture me like that. As Chu Feng approached another individual, he immediately capitulated. Upon learning Zhang Yan's hiding spot, he exchanged a glance with Wei Dongqing, who promptly took a subordinate and headed out to apprehend him. After ensuring Li Wei would not continue his cries, Chu Feng merely kicked him lightly, silencing him. Soon, Zhang Yan was dragged back by Wei Dongqing, unceremoniously tossed onto the ground, along with another accomplice responsible for driving. Witnessing the complete capture of his gang, Zhang Yan's face turned ashen. It was only at this moment that he comprehended how gravely he had underestimated Chu Feng. He had assumed that Chu Feng's youth translated to ineptitude, but the reality brought him despair and regret. In keeping with Qin Yinran's reputation for leniency, Zhang Yan again bowed in remorse, professing his newfound understanding of his mistakes and promising to cease his reckless actions. It's too late. The police are on their way, Qin Yinran coldly declared before ascending the stairs to attend to her duties. Moments later, the wail of sirens echoed, and over a dozen officers arrived to assess the situation. After gathering the details, their leader gestured for Zhang Yan and the others to be taken away. The specifics of their charges would be addressed the following day by Zhang Wan. Once the subordinates had dispersed, the leader, Chu Feng, approached Wei Dongqing, whispering, Mr. Wei, what brings you here? His gaze discreetly flickered to Wei Dongqing's attire, unsure how to articulate his observations. Surprised that Chu Feng recognized him, Wei Dongqing chuckled to mask his awkwardness, replying, I was simply passing the time, experiencing life. You may pretend you didn't see me. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chu Feng nodded, suppressing his astonishment as he departed. Back in the car, he reflected on Wei Dongqing's appearance, marveling at the life of the affluent, which eluded his comprehension. In the lobby, as Chu Feng prepared to ascend the staircase, Wei Dongqing caught up with him, asking, Captain, should we mobilize another team to bolster the group's security? Having reviewed Tianmei Group's security system, Chu Feng, while not particularly tech-savvy, recognized that Qin Yinran had invested considerably in their safety measures. Given that personnel security was primarily responsible for daytime operations, he deemed it a waste of resources to summon additional staff, shaking his head. No need. These few are sufficient. The 10 you recruited possess excellent qualities. If they perform well, I shall teach them a few techniques when time permits. Delighted, Wei Dongqing beamed like a child. As 3 hours slipped by and the clock neared midnight, Qin Yinran exhaled deeply and instinctively stretched. Her striking figure was revealed, prompting a reaction from Chu Feng. Noticing this, Qin Yinran not only refrained from retracting her arm, but further accentuated her alluring pose. Yinran, do you realize you are playing with fire? Chu Feng Vima, rising to his feet with a slightly heightened tone. With a triumphant smile, Qin Yinran's enchanting eyes sparkled as she declared, You are the fire, and I am merely playing with it. One must wonder, how many men could withstand such tantalizing provocation? In a swift motion, Chu Feng stepped forward, resembling a gust of wind as he reached Qin Yinran, pulling her into his embrace. Their gazes locked, each desire surged forth through their eyes. Despite the setting being an office, it was evident that neither wished to dwell on such trivialities. Just as Chu Feng lifted Qin Yinran to sit atop the desk, preparing to escalate their encounter, his expression abruptly shifted. In response to the imminent danger, he swiftly pulled her aside. A whoosh. followed by a dull thud echoed as a bullet pierced through the wooden bookshelf behind them, leaving a small hole. A sniper? Regaining her composure, Qin Yinran asked Chu Feng, her face etched with panic. Though her affluent background had exposed her to numerous experiences, being targeted by a sniper was something she had only witnessed in films. She never anticipated that such a perilous encounter would unfold in her own life. She understood all too well that had it not been for Chu Feng's timely reaction, the bullet might have already struck her down. Aware of her current vulnerability to such threats, Chu Feng squeezed her hand reassuringly, stating, "It must be an assassin from the Dark Knight organization. You stay here and don't move. I will deal with him." "Be careful," Qin Yinran urged with concern. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, retorting, "If a mere scoundrel who relies on external forces can kill me, then my 20 years of existence would have been for naught." With that, Chu Feng seemed to spring into action, darting through the air with remarkable agility. Bang! 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 The sound of bullets striking various surfaces resonated as Chu Feng transformed into a phantom, swiftly maneuvering around the office. In a blink, he vanished from sight. On the rooftop of the adjacent building, the Dark Knight assassins, realizing they had lost track of Chu Feng, furrowed their brows and resumed their search. Yet, despite their efforts, it was as if their target had evaporated into thin air. Where did he go? As the assassin hesitated, contemplating whether to change positions in pursuit of their target, a chilling voice pierced through the air behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The assassin felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his entire being chilled to the core. It had only been a minute since he lost sight of his target. In that brief span, not only had the opponent located his hiding place, but he had also traversed the distance from the opposite building. In that instant, the assassin comprehended why the target's photograph had been marked in red when he received the mission. The red mark indicated that the target was not an ordinary one, possessing a certain capacity for retaliation, cautioning the assassin to proceed with care. However, seeing the target was youthful and the reward substantial, he had disregarded the warning and accepted the task. Ultimately, being an assassin meant that conceding defeat was not in his nature. Various thoughts raced through his mind as he swiftly drew a glinting dagger from his waist, contorting his body into a peculiar stance, directing the blade toward Chu Feng. He anticipated that the target would instinctively evade, allowing him to either retreat or continue his assault with ease. However, the next moment, the assassin was taken aback. The dagger, shimmering with lethal intent, was effortlessly pinched between Chu Feng's fingers. "I surrender." Faced with the thwarting of his attack and realizing he was outmatched, the assassin abandoned his resistance. "Quite perceptive." Chu Feng smirked, tilting his chin slightly. "Shall we have a chat?" "About what?" "Naturally, about your life and death." He continued, "If the conversation goes well, you live. If not, you die." As Chu Feng turned to walk a short distance away, exposing his back, the assassin's eyes flickered, but ultimately, he set aside his thoughts of ambush and obediently positioned himself beside Chu Feng. "What rank do you hold in the Dark Knight organization?" In light of his failed assassination attempt, Chu Feng aimed to glean more about the organization, contemplating whether resolving this matter through higher-ups was feasible. "An ordinary rank," the assassin replied. "How does your organization typically communicate? Do you know who dispatches the missions, or can you establish contact?" Chu Feng posed a series of inquiries, to which the assassin responded truthfully. Unfortunately, the answers were less than satisfactory. According to the assassin's information, he belonged to the outermost layer of the Dark Knight organization, lacking the privilege to interact with the core members. All communication, mission assignments, and rewards were conducted online, with no face-to-face encounters with other members in reality. This revelation led Chu Feng to realize that halting the assassination attempt through higher-ups would be a daunting task. He then asked, "Is there any method to rescind a bounty once it has been issued?" The assassin pondered before responding. "There are only two ways to revoke a bounty. One is through the high-ranking officials of the organization, and the other is if the client pays a penalty to retract it. Typically, the penalty would amount to several times the original bounty." Noticing Chu Feng's perplexity, the assassin elaborated. "Every task incurs considerable resource expenditure for the organization, including investigations and such. If the client withdraws the bounty post-issuance, it results in unnecessary waste of the organization's resources." To his surprise, there were so many intricacies involved. When one path is blocked, another must be taken. Having deduced that someone had contracted a hit on him, suspecting it might be Huang Xian, Chu Feng had contemplated discussing matters with that old fellow. However, due to ongoing issues with Qin Yinran, he had set that thought aside for the time being. Now, it seemed unavoidable that he must seek him out. As Chu Feng fell silent, the assassin, believing he had no further relevance, began to turn away. What do you think you're doing? Just as the assassin took a step away, Chu Feng's cold voice rang out. The assassin swallowed hard, his throat parched, and quietly inquired. I've shared everything you wish to know. Am I not allowed to leave? Chu Feng scoffed under his breath, contemplating how the assassin had chosen the moment of his intended interaction with the beautiful woman to strike, clearly intending to toy with him. Furthermore, had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have already been a corpse. To think he could merely divulge common knowledge and expect to walk away unscathed? How naive! As Chu Feng's words settled, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Yet, before he could make any move, an invisible pressure bore down on him, akin to a mountain crashing onto his shoulders. In that instant, he watched helplessly as Chu Feng's hand descended upon his head. After neutralizing the assassin, Chu Feng returned to the spot where the assassin had lain in wait, inspecting the sniper rifle. Pleased with its quality, he stowed it away in his bag. At the top floor of Tianmei Group, Qin Yinran had been patiently lying on the ground, awaiting Chu Feng's return after dealing with the assassin. Hearing the door open, she turned to look and quickly inquired, "Is it resolved?" "All clear. You can get up now." The beauty rose from the floor, surveying the disarrayed office with a weary expression. Fortunately, the situation had been largely addressed once they stepped out and returned. The damages to the walls and such could be repaired. Qin Yinran decided to inform Zhang Wen about the need for repairs in the office, for certain areas had been damaged. Initially, the two had been filled with passion, eager to engage in their own interaction within the office. However, the interruption from the assassin had extinguished that fervent desire, and with debris scattered across the floor, it was clear that attempting to recapture those earlier sentiments would be futile. With time slipping away and affairs concluded, Chu Feng exchanged a few words with Wei Dongqing before departing Tianmei Group with the beauty. After safely delivering Qin Yinran back to the Qin residence, Chu Feng followed the navigation she had previously set up and drove toward the Huang family. As long as the bounty from the Dark Knight organization remained active, the assassin could strike at any moment. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, the earlier assassination attempt made him acutely aware that assassins do not discriminate between the innocent and the guilty. They will exploit anyone or anything that can serve their purpose. Therefore, as long as Qin Yinran remained by his side, danger would perpetually loom. To avert any unnecessary complications, rescinding the bounty had become imperative. Upon reaching his destination, Chu Feng seized the sniper rifle left by the assassin, casting a glance around until his eyes settled on a towering tree. He approached it directly and ascended its branches. Peering through the scope, he swiftly identified his target. Inside the house, Huang Yu was sharing tea with Huang Xian. Observing the menacing expression on Huang Yu's face and the tension in her clenched fists, Chu Feng deduced that she was likely speaking about him. After a moment's observation, he abruptly squeezed the trigger. Inside, just as Huang Yu brought the teacup to her lips, it exploded violently. A scream escaped her as blood streamed through her fingers that covered her mouth. "Yue!" Huang Xian exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. At that moment, a vigilant martial artist alerted him to the imminent danger, and he swiftly maneuvered, pulling Huang Yu down beneath the table. The tea set on the table shattered with a series of loud cracks. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the Huang family's guards. Up in the tree, within moments, over a dozen guards surrounded the tree where Chu Feng was perched. "Who is up there? Come down immediately." Huang Xian, accompanied by the wounded Huang Yu, arrived at the base of the tree. Narrowing his eyes, he called out, "Who dares to hide? Show yourself." "Huh!" Chu Feng leaped down from the tree, responding, "Who said I was hiding? It's you." Huang Xian's complexion paled as he recognized the creditor who had come to confront him. "Surprised to see me?" Chu Feng replied with a grin. Instinctively, Huang Xian tensed, preparing for a potential confrontation, aware that the visitor bore ill intentions. Chu Feng's purpose for this visit was indeed to eradicate the Huang family from Yun City, yet he had several matters to address before that. He looked at the Huang family and inquired, "Don't you wish to invite me in for a chat?" Huang Xian hesitated before silently gesturing to his guards to disperse. He then pointed toward the entrance with a finger. At that moment, curiosity gnawed at him. He wanted to know what this creditor was truly after. A martial artist utilizing firearms for a covert attack. Reflecting on the previous events and witnessing his injured son, Huang Xian couldn't help but mock, "Little brother, you certainly have a flair for theatrics. A martial artist resorting to a gun for a sneak attack? Had it not been for my quick reflexes, who knows what might have transpired?" Chu Feng chuckled and retorted, "You should be grateful I wasn't in a hurry to end your life. Otherwise, do you think you could have evaded that shot? Not every martial artist possesses such keen awareness. Engaging in sniping was merely an experiment for him, a curiosity about something he had never encountered before. Had he truly wished it, Huang Yu would have already become a corpse. Despite Huang Xian being a martial artist, his current abilities had yet to reach the point where he could deflect bullets with sheer physical prowess. A hit would either kill him or leave him severely incapacitated. With a creaking sound, Huang Xian clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of anger at Chu Feng's taunts and disdain. At that moment, he longed to confront Chu Feng and teach this brash youth a lesson. However, a flicker of rationality cautioned him that this individual was not ordinary. Engaging might not yield favorable results, and given the circumstances, escalating tensions would be unwise. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. Chu Feng noticed the tumult of emotions within Huang Xian, but feigned ignorance, striding confidently into the Huang residence. Huang Yu retreated a few steps, calling to one of the guards before hastily following Huang Xian. At that moment, gazing at Chu Feng's back, resentment filled her eyes. The path of martial arts had slipped from her grasp, all thanks to this individual. Huang Yu had resolved that since Chu Feng dared to show up today, regardless of his prowess, he would not leave alive. Little did she know, Chu Feng had no intention of allowing the Huang family to see another dawn. Upon entering the reception room, Chu Feng, noticing Huang Xian's silence, wrapped his fingers on the table and remarked, "Is this how the Huang family treats its guests? Not even offering a cup of tea?" If it were anyone else, Huang Xian would have immediately served tea graciously. Yet, faced with an adversary like Chu Feng, he had no inclination. He straightforwardly asked, "What exactly do you want of the Huang family?" Meanwhile, Huang Yu, her eyes darting, suddenly stood up and left. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Feng wasted no time, a playful smile on his face as he declared, "The rifle I used to snipe you was just acquired an hour ago from an assassin. The organization to which that assassin belongs is called the Night Organization. They aim to kill me because someone has placed a bounty of 100 million on my head." Huang Xian's expression flickered, his fingers pressing down on the table. However, he maintained an air of indifference, casually asking, "And what does that have to do with us?" In such close proximity, any subtle change could not escape Chu Feng's keen observation. From the slight shift in Huang Xian's gaze, he deduced that he had not erred. It was indeed the Huang family that had issued the bounty to the Night Organization. With this realization, the remaining steps were straightforward. He smiled and said, "You were the one who placed the bounty, weren't you?" Under Chu Feng's scrutiny, Huang Xian felt a surge of panic. He understood that remaining silent would only lead to his secrets being uncovered. He scoffed coldly, "Kid, you need to provide evidence when making accusations. Haven't you offended many people? Why do you insist it was me who issued the bounty?" Taking the initiative to attack was the best defense. To assert his confidence, Huang Xian stared defiantly at Chu Feng, unwilling to admit anything. It wasn't that he was ashamed of his actions, but admitting it would lead to a direct confrontation, rendering the bounty pointless. The Night Organization had already begun its operations, and true to their reputation, they would not relent until Chu Feng was dead. Huang Xian doubted that even Chu Feng, formidable as he might be, could outmatch a long-established assassin organization. Even if they couldn't kill him outright, the relentless attacks would be enough to drive anyone mad. Stubborn as a dead duck, a sudden aura of authority radiated from Chu Feng as he stood tall and declared, "If I didn't have evidence, would I have come to your doorstep?" The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Just as Huang Xian was about to speak, Huang Yu suddenly entered with 3 cups of tea, saying, "Dad, our family has always been a prestigious lineage. We cannot allow anyone to ridicule us, can we?" Seeing Huang Yu present a cup of tea to Chu Feng, Huang Xian scoffed, "This person doesn't deserve to drink our tea. Don't you remember? You were just injured by him." Huang Yu smiled, and after sitting down, spoke earnestly, "Dad, I've been thinking these past few days that it's better to resolve enmities than to hold grudges, right? The past is the past. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only perpetual interests. Isn't that right, big brother? I admit my previous mistakes, and I have been punished for them. Moving forward, I hope you can overlook past grievances and lead us to grow stronger." Watching his son's seemingly repentant demeanor, Huang Xian was taken aback. He was well aware of how deep Huang Yu's hatred for Chu Feng ran. Why was he suddenly saying such things? Just as he pondered this, he noticed the 3 cups of tea his son had brought and suddenly understood. Despite his knowledge of everything, Huang Xian still snorted coldly, maintaining his stern facade. Faced with Huang Yu's abrupt change in attitude, Chu Feng smirked. Can you truly let go of your grievances? Indeed, Huang Yu affirmed, nodding resolutely. Chu Feng raised his teacup with a smile, blowing away the froth that floated on the surface, and was about to drink when he paused to ask, "Are you looking to call me big brother?" At that moment, Huang Yu felt as if his heart was gripped tightly by a hand. To avoid revealing any emotion to Chu Feng, he obediently nodded like a chick pecking for grains, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. You're so impressive. I want to call you big brother." "Excellent." Chu Feng beamed, nodding with satisfaction. Then kneel and kowtow. What? Both father and son were taken aback. Was it just calling a big brother? Was he serious? Chu Feng continued to explain, "Isn't that how it's done on television? Since you wish to honor me as big brother, there must be a ceremony, and you must present me with tea. Is it merely lip service when you say to acknowledge me as the elder brother?" The dilemma was abruptly thrust upon Huang Xian and his son. Chapter 61. If I had known today, I would not have acted as I did back then. In that moment, the father and son found themselves in a quandary. Experience told Huang Xian that Chu Feng's demand was solely intended to humiliate his son. However, upon contemplating the act of serving tea, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. After exchanging a knowing glance with his son, Huang Yu quickly stepped forward, respectfully accepting the teacup from Chu Feng and placing it on the table, then kneeling down before him. Bowing to an adversary was more excruciating than killing Huang Yu. But in order to retain Chu Feng's presence here today, he endured the torment and hastily knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Afterward, he lifted the tea cup from the table and smiled, saying, "Elder brother, please enjoy the tea. Now that is more like it." Chu Feng appeared quite pleased and took a sip from the cup, then raised an eyebrow, nodding in approval. "This tea is indeed delightful." Having achieved his objective, Huang Xian slyly smiled and remarked, "Little brother, since you enjoy tea, do indulge further. I shall have someone prepare a few pounds for you when you leave." "Very well." Chu Feng took another generous sip before setting the cup down. Observing the considerable reduction in the tea within the cup, both Huang Xian and Huang Yu exchanged excited glances, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. They understood that what followed would be a matter of waiting. Once the time was right, it would be the moment for their enemies to meet their demise. To prolong the inevitable, Huang Xian altered his previous demeanor and softly stated that he had not sought any assassination organization for a bounty. It was likely other families in Yin City. Huang Yu interjected, suggesting that the Su family was the most probable culprit, as they were a conventional business family with ample wealth, and such humiliation inflicted upon Su Cheng would be intolerable. Throughout the entire exchange, Chu Feng simply observed, allowing them to stall for time. He was curious to see how long this father and son duo could maintain their charade. 5 minutes later, as the two were nearly out of things to say, endlessly circling one topic, Chu Feng lost his patience. Suddenly, he grimaced in pain, clutching his heart, and with an anxious expression pointed at the teacup, exclaiming, "What? What have you put in this tea?" The effects of the poison finally manifested. Huang Xian and Huang Yu, who had been at a loss for words moments before, simultaneously chuckled sinisterly, revealing their true intentions. Huang Yu rose, sneering at Chu Feng. "You really thought that our Huang family's tea was so exquisite? Did you believe I could swallow the humiliation of being rendered a cripple? Today, the Huang family shall become your grave. I will make you understand what it truly means to suffer." Confident of his victory, Huang Xian also stood, taunting Chu Feng. "Do you think you're clever? Just from one failed assassination attempt, you deduce that I hired an assassin? What keen senses you possess. Had I known this, I wouldn't have wasted $1 billion. However, upon further reflection, it's not a loss. Without that bounty, you would not have come here. As long as you perish, I would gladly part with 100 million, ha ha ha." With a thunderous command, over 20 Huang family guards, previously lying in ambush, stormed into the room. "This brat has lost the ability to move. Bind him with steel cables. Damn it, how dare you cripple my son? It would be too lenient to let you die so quickly." Huang Xian seethed, glaring at the slumped Chu Feng. 2 guards rushed forward, steel cables in hand, But as they pulled Chu Feng from his seat, they were met with an unexpected force, sent crashing into their comrades. What? The sudden turn of events left Huang Xian and Huang Yu, who had been so confident moments before, in shock. They stared in disbelief as Chu Feng, who had appeared incapacitated just a moment ago, now looked entirely unharmed. The two instinctively shook their heads, trying to convince themselves that their eyes were not deceiving them. It was a stark reality. Chu Feng had not been poisoned. How could this be? The father and son were bewildered, unable to comprehend why Chu Feng, who had consumed the poisoned tea, remained unscathed. At that moment, Chu Feng spoke disdainfully. You thought such feeble poison could incapacitate me? You are woefully naive. With that, he opened his mouth over the teacup, and all the tea he had just ingested was expelled back into the cup, not a single drop lost. Witnessing this, Huang Xian trembled, his legs buckling as he staggered backward, his face paling visibly while his body began to shake. Deep down, he realized that the Huang family's demise was imminent. Since learning of Chu Feng, Huang Xian had been speculating about the extent of his strength. Ultimately, he concluded that he was likely a late-stage Hua Jin practitioner. But now, the truth dawned upon him. This young man before him was a master. Only a master could expel what had been ingested without a trace. Once a martial artist reaches the master realm, their internal energy does not dissipate like that of a Hua Jin practitioner, but rather condenses and stabilizes, circulating freely in their meridians under their control. Clearly, Chu Feng had anticipated Huang Yu's scheme and knew the tea was laced with poison. As the liquid entered his mouth, he enveloped it with his true energy, preventing his organs from absorbing it, thus avoiding poisoning. Had the Huang family unwittingly provoked a master, they could scarcely contend with a late-stage Hua Jin practitioner, let alone a highly coveted master among martial artists. In that moment, Huang Xian was engulfed in a dreamlike state. After decades on the martial path, he had never felt such intense despair. The sky had fallen. Perhaps this was what it felt like. Huang Yu, inexperienced and still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouted in anger, "Go! All of you attack! Kill him!" The Huang family guards lunged at Chu Feng. Huang Xian, jolted from his stupor, wished to intervene, but it was too late. Screams echoed. The 20-plus Huang family guards fell before Chu Feng like fragile tofu. In the blink of an eye, they all lay sprawled on the ground. You! Huang Yu was utterly panicked, his face ashen, trembling in fear, collapsing to the ground. Thud. Huang Xian suddenly sank to his knees, gazing at Chu Feng with pleading eyes. "Master, we were wrong. We truly failed to recognize your greatness. We understand our errors now. Please, show us mercy and spare the Huang family." Aware that he had no other recourse but to kneel and beg for mercy, Huang Xian's heart was filled with regret. Had he known his opponent was a master, what did it matter if his son was crippled? Even if his son were slain, it would be for the best to prevent future harm to others. Masters were a rarity in the entire nation, and this one was so young. Who could predict how far he could grow? As Chu Feng approached with a cold smile, he remarked, "What does the ancient saying go? Ah yes, if I had known today, I would not have acted as I did back then. I had no intention of troubling you, but you chose to provoke me. What am I to do? It's truly troublesome." Chapter 62. Filial piety and death inside the room. As Chu Feng's lament came to an end, an eerie silence fell. The temperature had inexplicably dropped, causing the tea in the cups on the table to begin congealing. Facing the grim reaper before him, Huang Xian stammered, "Master, we truly recognize our mistakes. If you could spare our lives, the Huang family will serve you faithfully, obeying your every command from this day forth. Is that so?" Noting Chu Feng's interest in his proposal, Huang Xian nodded fervently. Indeed. Then first, revoke the bounty against me." Understanding he had no standing to negotiate, Huang Xian swiftly produced his phone, logging into the platform where the bounty was posted, and promptly rescinded it. Despite the 900 million penalty he would incur, he hesitated not for a moment, expeditiously settling the amount. Once everything was settled, he nervously handed the phone to Chu Feng and said, "Master, the bounty has been revoked. Take a look." Chu Feng took the phone, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the bounty had indeed been cancelled. "You have been quite obedient. There is one more task I need you to complete. If you succeed, I may spare the Huang family. Master, please instruct me." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Huang Xian expressed his loyalty, declaring, "Even if it means traversing through fire and brimstone, I will not flinch." Chu Feng gestured towards the already stunned Huang Yu and said, He dared to drug me, and I wish for his demise. You know what you must do, don't you? What? You want me to kill my own son? Huang Xian was taken aback. He never anticipated that Chu Feng's demand would be such. This was his flesh and blood. How could he possibly consider killing his own son to save his own life? Did you not just proclaim that you would face fire and sword without a second thought? Is such a simple task now burdensome for you? An invisible murderous intent enveloped Huang Xian. The weight of it sharpened his senses, and a fierce glare fell upon his son. Huang Yu met his father's gaze and realized that his father was indeed contemplating his death. In a panic, he exclaimed, "Dad, I am your son. Are you really going to kill me? Dad, he is sowing discord between us. How could you even think of killing me? It's all your fault." Huang Xian slowly rose, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Huang Yu. "It is because of you that the Huang family has fallen to such depths. Had I known you would be such a disappointment, I would never have brought you into this world. Your death could pave a way for the Huang family survival. If you live, the legacy of 3 generations of the Huang family will perish alongside you. My son, for the sake of the Huang family, you must bear this burden." With that, Huang Xian shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, and struck Huang Yu on the head. "No!" Before Huang Yu could utter another word, his body trembled, and soon his eyes lost their luster, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Ah!" Huang Xian cried out in anguish, kneeling and clutching his head, never having thought he would one day take his own son's life. Yet, if he refrained, the Huang family would face a fate far worse than the death of 1 or 2 members. The grim arithmetic of sacrifice weighed heavily on him. Watching the scene unfold with a detached demeanor, Chu Feng waited until Huang Xian's cries subsided before saying, "Stand up, I have more questions for you." Despite the torment gnawing at him, Huang Xian complied, struggling to rise and adopting a posture of respect. "Regarding the bounty on me, did the Su family have any involvement?" "Yes," Huang Xian replied without hesitation, his hatred for the Su family reaching unprecedented heights. The root of this entire ordeal traced back to Su Cheng. Had it not been for Su Cheng's meddling, his son would not have crossed paths with Chu Feng and suffer the consequences. He continued, "The funds for the bounty were provided entirely by Su Shiyu, and the transfer records are available." "Excellent." Chu Feng nodded, then instructed, "Your next task is to eliminate the Su family for me. Can you manage that?" Huang Xian's lips twitched. He understood that Chu Feng intended to incite a conflict between the Huang and Su families. "Don't want to?" Faced with Chu Feng's challenge and driven by the instinct for survival, Huang Xian quickly nodded in agreement. Complying with the command offered a glimmer of hope for the Huang family's survival. Otherwise, he knew that news of the Huang family's demise would echo through the clouds by morning. "I will give you 3 days. I want to see the Su family vanish from Yin City. If they are still here in 3 days, then it will be the Huang family's turn to disappear." With that, Chu Feng turned and departed. Huang Xian stood there like a statue, only regaining his senses when the temperature in the room returned to normal. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at Huang Yu's lifeless body, tears silently streaming down his face. In that instant, he felt as though he had aged 2 decades. The act of filicide had become his reality. Huang Xian let out a bitter laugh, which soon morphed into a frenzied cackle. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Qin Yeren awaited Chu Feng's return. As she began to doze off, she heard movement and looked up to see Chu Feng returning. She quickly rose and rushed towards him, her eyes scanning his figure. "What are you looking for?" Chu Feng asked, puzzled. "I want to see if you're injured. If you are hurt, it would break my heart." Chu Feng smiled gently and replied, "Just a minor matter with the Huang family. It could not possibly harm me." Acknowledging Chu Feng's prowess, Qin Yeren refrained from further inquiries and curiously asked, "Has the Huang family been completely eradicated?" "No." Chu Feng shook his head and took a seat on a stone chair. "Initially, I intended to erase the Huang family from Yin City entirely, but I changed my mind midway, since there was no pressing matter at hand." And seeing the curiosity in her beautiful eyes, Chu Feng decided to recount the events that transpired at the Huang family. Qin Yeren listened attentively. Upon hearing how Huang Xian, in a desperate attempt to preserve his life and the Huang family, had callously killed his own son, her face was filled with astonishment. She found it hard to fathom how a man could bring himself to commit such an act against his own flesh and blood after raising him for over 20 years. Simultaneously, she shuddered at Chu Feng's ruthlessness. While his demands may seem trivial to others, asking Huang Xian to take his own son's life was an exceptionally cruel method of manipulation. It was easy to envision that even if Huang Xian managed to survive, he would forever be haunted by the nightmare of his actions. However, upon further reflection, Qin Yiren concluded that Huang Xian had brought this upon himself and deserved such a fate. The reason was simple. Every action has its consequences. Mistakes must be met with punishment. To avoid confronting one's errors, clinging to delusions would only result in harsher repercussions. Realizing that allowing Huang Xian to live could pose an unpredictable threat, Qin Yiren expressed her concerns. Brother Chu, Huang Xian remains a formidable opponent. Allowing him to live could ultimately be disastrous. Should we seize an opportunity to? She mimicked a gesture from a television show, placing her arm in front of her neck. She understood that Huang Xian, pushed to the brink of filicide, would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards Chu Feng. His current submission stemmed from Chu Feng's overwhelming strength, which rendered him unable to stand tall. Yet, Chu Feng could not monitor him perpetually. Once given a moment to breathe, Huang Xian would undoubtedly seek revenge. Being merciful to one's enemies is a cruelty to oneself, a truth Qin Yiren fully grasped. Not yet. Chu Feng calmly shook his head. In the short term, he will not be a significant threat. Once the Huang and Su families tear each other apart, someone else will inevitably step in to deal with him. I can't imagine that the Huang family, having developed over the years in Yin City, has not made a single enemy. Reflecting on the entire plan, Qin Yiren realized that Chu Feng's approach was indeed twofold. The Su family, despite being a commercial power, lacked martial prowess. However, in this era, wealth can summon warriors to act as protectors, making them a formidable adversary. Huang Xian, desperate to survive and keep the Huang family afloat, would have no choice but to exhaust all means to contend with the Su family. Once the dust settled, if the Su family managed to eliminate the Huang family, then Chu Feng would have no need to intervene. Conversely, if the Huang family somehow triumphed, they would inevitably suffer severe losses, at which point families wronged by the Huang family over the years would emerge to claim their share. Qin Yiren contemplated that if it weren't for her family intervening to deal with the Huang family, the Qin family would have taken the initiative to swallow them whole, thereby establishing themselves as the indisputable leaders of Yin City. As they were to embark on a long journey the following day, both of them rested soundly that night. At dawn, they set off from Yin City, heading straight for the southern region of Wuzhou. After approximately 8 hours of travel from Yin City, situated beneath Dongfang Maozhou, they finally arrived in Wuzhou. The heat from the continent, named after the midday sun, was oppressive. As they exited the airport, the wave of heat was almost unbearable for Qin Yiren, who felt a surge of trepidation at the thought of enduring several days of such sweltering temperatures. Their destination was a small town south of Wuzhou called Shannon, so they wasted no time and continued onward. On the way, Qin Yiren, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Chu, how did you come to know that the divine stone grass grows in this region?" Recently, she had been searching for the elusive divine stone grass, which, according to various reports, had been extinct for over a century. Yet, Chu Feng claimed to have seen it, leaving her intrigued about whether he had emerged from the mountains near where it grew. Over a decade ago, I came here for business and encountered danger along the way. In my attempt to evade it, I fortuitously came across the grass and have remembered it ever since, he explained. "Brother Chu, could you share your past with me?" Qin Yiren's voice was sweet and delicate. Having gotten to know Chu Feng, she realized that while much had transpired, she remained unaware of his specific circumstances, which she found unsatisfactory. Since they rarely had the opportunity to chat, and, given their current situation in the car, it was the perfect moment for a leisurely conversation. She was genuinely curious about the remarkable experiences that had bestowed upon him such formidable strength at a young age. If it were anyone else, Chu Feng might have dismissed the inquiry, but with Qin Yiren, he felt no need for concealment. His story was straightforward, beginning with the destruction of the Chu family in Yin City. He could recall little of what transpired there, only to awaken on a mountain, where he subsequently trained under his master. The experience was rather monotonous. There was little to entertain him on the mountain aside from the rigorous training, punctuated occasionally by reading and studying medicine and metaphysics. His daily training exceeded that of the average martial artist, a key reason for his exceptional prowess at such a young age. Another reason lay in the fact that his master was an exceptional teacher, possessing unique insights into the martial path and having devised distinct training techniques. To create one's own techniques? Qin Yiren was taken aback. She recalled her grandfather mentioning that those capable of crafting their own martial arts techniques were typically at least grandmasters. The martial arts journey begins with Mingjin, followed by Anjin, Huajin, Zongshi, and ultimately Grandmaster. Each level is a barrier that many martial artists struggle to cross. Out of 10,000 martial artists, perhaps 1,000 may reach Anjin, 10 may achieve Huajin, and only 1 may ascend to Zongshi. As for Grandmaster, even among 100 Zongshi, few attain that level. Furthermore, becoming a Grandmaster is not merely a matter of arduous training. It requires a harmonious confluence of timing, location, and interpersonal relations. It had been decades since a Grandmaster had emerged in the entire realm of Shenzhou. The existing Grandmasters had survived since before this era, now all advanced in age and largely hidden within the great sects and powers of Shenzhou. Now that Qin Yanran had come to her senses, she fully understood why Chu Feng possessed such impressive strength at such a young age. Having a Grandmaster as a mentor certainly warranted such prowess. Once composed, her curiosity resurfaced. "So, Brother Chu, what is your current realm?" she asked. "Are you at the late stage of Huajin?" She recalled her grandfather's speculation that Chu Feng was likely at that stage. After a brief hesitation concerning his own secrets, Chu Feng smiled and replied, "I'm slightly stronger than what you perceive. Following Huajin, the next stage is Zongshi." Qin Yanran's eyes widened uncontrollably, her gaze toward Chu Feng filled with astonishment. She had assumed that being at the late stage of Huajin was already impressive, only to discover he was a Zongshi. Had there ever been a Zongshi so young in the history of Shenzhou? After ruminating on this, she could not recall any such individual. The revelation was overwhelming, leaving her feeling breathless. Had she known, she would have refrained from asking. Understanding the reality and comparing it to her own abilities made her feel woefully inadequate, as if she were unworthy of even being in Chu Feng's presence. Noticing the impact this revelation had on her, Chu Feng gently squeezed her hand and reassured her. Different individuals tread different paths. Do not compare yourself to others. Simply follow your own heart. Excessive comparison only complicates your journey. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yanran nodded in agreement. For the remainder of the journey, her words dwindled as she engaged in self-reflection, while Chu Feng closed his eyes to rest. Upon reaching Shannon City at 3 in the morning, Chu Feng, familiar with the area, navigated through the streets until they arrived at a barbecue stall. He called out to a stout man grilling food, "Hey, you fatso! Who dares to seek death?" The man bellowed, shaking the tables at the stall with his furious shout. "It's you, you little rascal." Upon recognizing Chu Feng, the man's face transformed into a fierce expression. In the next moment, he brandished a cleaver and charged towards them. Chapter 64. Chu Feng is angry. Seeing the approaching man with a knife, Qin Yanran instinctively stepped back. Earlier, Chu Feng had mentioned that he only had one friend in Shannon, and she had been eager to meet him. She had not anticipated that their meeting would lead to such hostility. The stout man, who appeared to weigh over 300 pounds, moved with surprising agility, wielding the cleaver with a speed that sliced through the air. Chu Feng stood his ground, seemingly unfazed by the descending blade. "Chu!" Qin Yanran instinctively called out, taking a step forward. However, she halted as the cleaver stopped just above Chu Feng's forehead, barely grazing his skin. Such control over force was not something just anyone could achieve. Though she felt no discernible power emanating from the stout man, Qin Yanran concluded that he, too, was a martial artist of considerable skill. Every time, it's the same. It's really dull. The stout man rolled his eyes and returned to his barbecue stall after retracting the cleaver. The customers at the stall, who had been holding their breath, finally relaxed and resumed their meals. "Don't worry, he's just joking around with me." Chu Feng turned to Qin Yanran with a smile, offering an explanation. She managed a weak smile, pondering how such a joke could be so alarming. After finding a place to sit, Chu Feng nonchalantly remarked, "Hey, fatso, just bring us whatever you have." "I'm sorry, but I don't serve just anyone." The stout man paused before retorting with a rather unfriendly tone. "Furthermore, you're not welcome here, so you can leave." Qin Yanran glanced between the busy stout man and Chu Feng, hesitatingly asking, "Is he still upset with you?" "Chu Feng not that, et lie. A long time ago, we were on good terms. However, after I joined the Luo family 5 years ago, I severed all ties with those I once knew. I did this to prevent them from seeking me out and drawing attention from the Luo family. Anyone who is my friend must possess some status and reputation." Now it made sense to Qin Yanran. She understood that as a zongshi, anyone who was considered a friend of Chu Feng would undoubtedly be formidable, possessing a certain level of renown. Chu Feng had chosen to remain low-key upon entering the Luo family to discern the true nature of its members. If someone of notable status suddenly sought him out, it would inevitably raise suspicions among the Luo family, revealing their hypocritical faces. Despite his brusque demeanor, the stout man did not act unfriendly. He soon delivered a selection of grilled delicacies to their table. While he maintained a stern expression toward Chu Feng, he was all smiles and courtesy toward Qin Yanran, encouraging her to order whatever she desired. Chu Feng, however, acted as if he had seen nothing. "Brother Chu, are you not going to explain?" Qin Yanran inquired, glancing at the busy stout man. "Explain what?" He responded. "Explain why you sever ties with him?" With an indifferent smile, Chu Feng remarked, "There is no need for that. Just wait and see. He'll soon come crawling to speak with me. I know this foolish fat man all too well." Sure enough, 10 minutes later, when the chubby fellow brought something up, he didn't turn to leave immediately. Instead, he pulled over a stool and sat down, wearing a pained expression as he lamented, "My dear brother, can't you lower your head just once?" Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Yanran pressed her lips together, suppressing a laugh. "You know my temperament. Do you think you deserve me to bow down to you?" Her words were blunt and unyielding. The muscles on the fat man's right cheek twitched visibly, and he weakly replied, "Not worthy. I want to be able to catch up with you in this lifetime. I'm simply unworthy for eternity." After saying that, the fat man's gaze fell upon Qin Yanran as he inquired, "Is this the sister-in-law you've neglected to contact for 5 years?" "No, she is already divorced." Chu Feng ziplit non jialen. The fat man was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed derisively. "I told you long ago, women are like clothes, yet you insisted she was different. Look at that. She has still ended up on the path to divorce. Now you know the wisdom of heeding the advice of the elders, right?" Chu Feng scoffed in return. "I'm sorry, but I was the one who initiated the divorce. She is currently begging me to remarry, but I can't be bothered." The fat man rolled his eyes, appearing at a loss for words. Noting the banter between the two, Qin Yanran could no longer hold back and interjected, all right. We're friends after all. Is there any point in this back and forth?" "Oof." The fat man snorted, but then softened his tone, "For the sake of the beauty, I want to hold it against you. Now what brings you here?" In truth, aside from the 5 years of silence, they had only known each other for a little over a year. However, the fat man knew Chu Feng well enough to understand that his sudden appearance was not without reason. He was too familiar with Chu Feng's calm demeanor. He wouldn't wander out unless there was something significant at hand. "I'm here to visit an old friend, but I also have a matter to discuss." Chu Feng stated directly, "I need to venture into the depths of the Chien cave and require your influence." The fat man's sparse eyebrows knitted together in concern. After a brief pause, he asked, "What do you intend to do in there?" Qin Yanran, who was just about to eat, hesitated momentarily, sensing a hint of tension in the fat man's voice. Though she knew not what the Chien cave entailed, it seemed far from ordinary. "I need to procure some divine stone grass," Chu Feng clarified. Upon hearing this, the fat man appeared to sink slightly. "As long as you're not seeking him, then we can negotiate." "I'm not looking for him. I have no desire to confront him just yet," Chu Feng replied. "Who is he?" Qin Yanran's heart raced with curiosity, unable to fathom who he could be. From the conversation, it seemed he was even more formidable than Chu Feng, or else Chu Feng wouldn't have spoken in such a manner. Yet, knowing it was not the time to inquire further, she pretended not to understand. The fat man acknowledged with a grunt and suddenly stood up, announcing loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some matters to attend to, so I want to be able to host any longer. Please finish your meals and depart swiftly. To make up for the inconvenience, the meal is on the house." Could business be conducted in such a manner, sending guests away? While Qin Yanran wondered if anyone would be upset, she noticed all the patrons rising, taking their unfinished meals with them, and cheerfully bidding farewell to the fat man. Subsequently, the fat man fetched a box of liquor, and after Chu Feng nodded, he finally broke into a grin, appearing quite pleased. "Drink. We want to return until we're intoxicated." The fat man slammed a bottle of liquor heavily onto the table before Chu Feng could withdraw his hand, only for it to be seized suddenly. "Are you injured? Who did this?" The temperature around them plummeted, causing Qin Yanran to shiver instinctively. She realized that Chu Feng was enraged. This was the first time she had seen him this way since they had met. The fat man chuckled nervously as he struggled, but no matter how he moved, Chu Feng's grip on his wrist remained firm. After a tense 10 seconds, Chu Feng finally released him, his tone harsh as he questioned, "Why didn't you come to me when you were hurt? It's just a minor injury, no need for concern." The fat man replied, his voice barely above a whisper, clearly guilty. "Minor injury? Your foundation has been compromised, and you consider that minor?" Chu Feng retorted, visibly irked. "Wang fatty, you really are something." Recognizing that Chu Feng was genuinely angry, Qin Yinran quietly placed her hand on his knee to soothe him. Not wishing to dwell on the matter any longer, the fat man smiled and twisted off the bottle cap. "Let us drink first. This situation is a bit complicated. We can discuss it later." Though angered, the bond of friendship would not allow their grievances to last long. Under the fat man's persistent encouragement, Chu Feng's irritation quickly dissipated, and they began to drink. They consumed liquor as if it were water, leaving Qin Yinran beside them gasping in suppressed astonishment. In no time, an entire box of liquor was finished. The fat man's face was flushed, and his eyes were dazed, unmistakably inebriated, while Chu Feng remained composed, his gaze sharp and unchanged. This made Qin Yinran wonder if he was truly incapable of getting drunk. Noticing the late hour, the fat man, belching from the liquor, cheerfully suggested, let us go, it's time to rest." Neglecting the stall, the fat man led them to a small courtyard a few hundred meters away. The courtyard contained only 2 rooms, and recognizing the unusual nature of their relationship, the fat man didn't inquire about separate sleeping arrangements, directly placing Chu Feng and Qin Yinran in the same room. "You rest first. I have some things to discuss with that foolish fat man." Recognizing that their conversation was stifled due to her presence, Qin Yinran nodded, while Chu Feng exited the room, leaving with the fat man. He didn't return until just before dawn, carrying the fat man, who was already unconscious. As a martial artist, his ability to metabolize alcohol far exceeded that of an ordinary person. By 9 o'clock, the fat man was as if nothing had happened, urging them to join him for breakfast and prepare the supplies needed for their mountain expedition. Noticing that the items purchased were for 3 people, Qin Yinran quietly asked, "Is he going too?" Chu Feng nodded, explaining he must come along. The destination is a forbidden area of a certain faction, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. However, he has some standing within that faction, and only with him can I enter to seek the divine stonegrass. A forbidden area of a faction? Qin Yinran began to ponder the various factions in the Divine Land. It was rumored that there were 9 major factions, all hidden in unknown locales. In the southern region, the dominant faction seemed to be called the Divine Fire Sect. Connecting this to their destination, the Chien Cave, both names bore the character for fire, leading Qin Yinran to wonder if their journey was indeed heading toward the forbidden grounds of the Divine Fire Sect. These 9 factions were undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in the Divine Land. Any one of them could easily dominate a small place like Yun City. As Qin Yinran contemplated, she felt a surge of excitement and apprehension. She understood that if not for meeting Chu Feng, a door that would have remained closed for a lifetime was now slowly creaking open. Once the basic supplies were secured, the trio set off, plunging into the vast mountains to the south. As they ventured into the forest, Chu Feng suddenly cautioned, "Be prepared. I realize you Haven Tea spent much time in such environments, and you might struggle to adapt." Qin Yinran nodded, her teeth clenched tightly. "As long as I can find the divine stonegrass, I'll endure, even if it takes 3 months instead of 3 days." Deeper into the mountains, the denser the vegetation became, making the path increasingly arduous. All are martial artists, endowed with physical strength that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Thus, the trio pressed forward without pause. Throughout the journey, Chu Feng and Wang Pengzi never took a moment to rest, while Qin Yinran's sole respite came when they encountered impassable terrain, allowing the 2 men to forge a path, granting her a brief reprieve. Despite this, the relentless strain left Qin Yinran visibly fatigued and haggard. After 3 days, an immense valley suddenly unfolded before them. As she gazed upon the scene within, Qin Yinran's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. At the heart of the valley lay an expansive complex of buildings, reminiscent of a small county town hidden deep within the mountains. In her recollection, there had been no such structures in these woods. She recalled studying satellite images of the southern region, where towering mountains sprawled without any sign of habitation. Yet, the reality before her was undeniably tangible. No need for astonishment. This is the Sacred Fire Sect. One can only access this place by adhering to a specific route, for outsiders are easily lost within the forest and cannot find their way here. Her surmised intuition was confirmed, leaving Qin Yanran with a parched throat. The Sacred Fire Sect, one of the 9 major powers, was revered like a deity among the martial families of small towns, something they dared not even dream of encountering in their lifetimes. Yet now, she was about to step into its realm. Let's proceed, Wang Pengzi declared with a complex expression as he moved forward, gradually regaining her composure. Qin Yanran recalled the events of their journey and quietly inquired of Chu Feng, "Is Brother Wang a member of the Sacred Fire Sect?" Chu Feng smiled and nodded, replying, "If he weren't, why would I seek him out? With his guidance, their journey would be significantly eased." The 9 major powers occupy distinct quadrants, each surrounded by invisible formations that conceal their whereabouts. This explains why many in the realm are aware of the 9 major powers, yet fail to pinpoint their locations. Ordinary people find it difficult to engage with martial families, while martial families struggle to connect with the 9 major powers. In the presence of these powers, martial families are akin to traditional establishments compared to street vendors, utterly incomparable. The 9 major powers focus intently on the path of martial cultivation, with all members being martial artists. As the trio advanced, a figure suddenly leaped down from a tree. "Halt! Who goes there? Please present your credentials." Wang Pengzi's expression darkened as he retorted, "Are you blind? Do you not recognize me?" The middle-aged man blocking their path was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Pengzi intently. As he gazed, his eyes widened uncontrollably, and he stammered, Young master." Before the man could finish his sentence, Wang Pengzi barked, "Get out of my way, and do not obstruct my path." The middle-aged man promptly fell silent and stepped aside, his demeanor respectful. With a stern countenance, Wang Pengzi continued onward with Chu Feng. Once they were a distance away, the middle-aged man hurriedly transmitted information back through a special messaging method. Meanwhile, deep within the Sacred Fire Sect, an even plumper figure received the news from the lookout and sprang to his feet. Chapter 66. A step ahead at the entrance of the Sacred Fire Sect, as Chu Feng and his companions emerged from the forest, a group awaited them. The leader was none other than Wang Shi-san, the master of the Sacred Fire Sect, who resembled a small mound of earth. Despite his considerable girth, he was without doubt a formidable master. Upon seeing Wang Pengzi approach, Wang Shi-san clenched his fists, the layers of fat on his body quivering with his increasingly rapid breaths. From a distance, as Qin Yanran observed Wang Shi-san and then turned her gaze to Wang Pengzi, she was certain that they were father and son. Noticing the gravity of the situation, standing at the forefront, it was evident that Wang Shi-san held a position of high authority within the sect. As she contemplated this, her pupils constricted, and her focus sharpened on Wang Pengzi's back. She recalled the reaction of the man who had blocked their path upon seeing Wang Pengzi. He had called him young master and, after being reprimanded, had not dared to display any displeasure, instead adopting a respectful demeanor. The man who sold barbecued skewers outside, could he truly be the young master of the Sacred Fire Sect? With this notion firmly lodged in her mind, Qin Yanran felt both certain and incredulous. The Sacred Fire Sect, one of the 9 major powers, meant that the young master's status was immeasurably high. Wherever he went, he would undoubtedly be treated with the utmost respect by martial families. Yet this individual appeared to be a mere vendor grilling skewers for passersby. Unless witnessed firsthand, Qin Yanran could scarcely believe it. "Welcome back, young master." As Chu Feng and his companions approached within 10 paces of Wang Shi-san and the others, the disciples of the Sacred Fire Sect behind Wang Shi-san clasped their fists in greeting. Wang Pengzi halted his steps, his demeanor icy as he stated, "I have declared that I will never return to the Sacred Fire Sect, and I shall not set foot here again. I'm only here to convey a message from my elder brother. My brother has matters to attend to at the Crimson Flame Cavern, and should anyone dare to impede him, they will be my enemies, and I shall ensure they cannot enter or exit the Sacred Fire Sect." Having uttered these words, Wang Pengzi turned to Chu Feng and said, "I have done all I can. The rest is up to you. I shall take my leave." Understanding the complexities of their past, Chu Feng felt helpless in this situation, but nodded in agreement. "So," Wang Shi-san called as Wang Pengzi hastened away, seemingly oblivious to his father's voice, swiftly vanishing into the forest. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng advanced and addressed Wang Shi-san. "Uncle Wang, I've tried to persuade him, but he refuses to listen. Wang Shisan reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the forest, offering a wry smile as he replied, Xiao Feng, let this matter unfold in due course. I believe that with time, his perspective will shift. By the way, you have been absent for several years. Where have you been enjoying yourself? From their exchange, Qin Yanran discerned that Chu Feng shared a deep connection with the Sacred Fire sect and had known them for quite some time. Just out and about, experiencing the world, Chu Feng casually summarized his past. Wang Shisan nodded, gesturing, come, let us discuss this further inside. Experiencing the grandeur of a major power for the first time, Qin Yanran felt noticeably anxious, closely following Chu Feng. In her mind, the layout of such a power resembled a celestial palace, with towering halls exuding majesty, teeming with formidable martial artists. However, upon stepping into the Sacred Fire sect, she discovered that reality differed greatly from her imagination. The structures were predominantly wooden, and aside from that, there was little distinction from the outside world, resembling a secluded small town where the inhabitants dressed simply. Some appeared to have just returned from the fields, shouldering farming tools, their clothes caked in dirt. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the buildings gradually grew taller and more imposing, and everyone they encountered exuded an invisible pressure that weighed upon Qin Yanran. Throughout the journey, Wang Shisan conversed with Chu Feng. Upon learning that Chu Feng had come to the Crimson Flame Cavern in search of the divine stone herb, Wang Shisan's expression shifted slightly, stating, Xiao Feng, since you seek the divine stone herb, you must expedite your pace. Why? Chu Feng asked, sensing an unexpected urgency. 3 days ago, 3 disciples from the Fortune Gate arrived, also seeking the divine stone herb. I owe a personal favor to the Fortune Gate from years past, and I can only permit them entry. Another major power? They too sought the divine stone herb? Qin Yanran felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the herb might be claimed by them first. If it fell into the hands of another major power, obtaining it would become exceedingly difficult. Time was of the essence. Chu Feng immediately declared, Uncle Wang, if that is the case, I shall not linger any longer. I will head to find the divine stone herb, and we can discuss everything else upon my return. Wang Shisan nodded and instructed one of the disciples to lead the way to the Crimson Flame Cavern. Just as they were about to set off, Chu Feng turned to Qin Yanran, saying, you should stay here. I had initially planned to take you in for a tour, but with this unexpected development, it is more convenient for me to go alone. Fully aware of her current limitations in strength, Qin Yanran understood that accompanying Chu Feng would only serve as a hindrance. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Uncle Wang, I kindly ask you to look after my friend. Wang Shisan waved his hand and replied, rest assured, I will take good care of him. The divine stone grass was limited, and if one dawdled, they might be outpaced by others. Without further ado, Chu Feng immediately followed the guide to the Crimson Flame Cave. They swiftly arrived at a cave located roughly a kilometer from the Sacred Fire sect. 2 elderly men, both at the late stage of the transformation realm, were stationed at the entrance. After the guide explained the situation, the 2 elders granted them passage. Chu Feng plunged into the cave. The cave stone walls were adorned with intricate patterns, and the temperature rose as he ventured deeper. As he walked, he noticed flickering lights at the end of the path, and soon a vast crimson space unfolded before him. The expanse was immense, with no visible boundaries, and in many areas, lava flowed gently across the ground. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng leaped into the Crimson Flame Cave, moving with an ethereal swiftness toward the depths. As he delved deeper, some red flora began to appear, both grass and trees, though none were particularly large. Having visited this place before, he navigated with ease. After nearly half a day's journey, a series of undulating hills emerged ahead. After discerning his direction, Chu Feng made his way into a ravine, his heart tinged with urgency. It was here that he had once encountered the divine stone grass. If no one from a Fortune Gate had come, Chu Feng would not have felt rushed. However, uncertainty loomed over whether the divine stone grass still existed. As he approached a spot beneath a scarlet stone and beheld 3 stalks emanating a faint red glow, Chu Feng slowed his pace and exhaled slowly. They had not been harvested. That was good news. The last time he had seen the divine stone grass, it had yet to mature. Years had passed, and the 3 stalks had now reached the harvesting stage. After taking a deep breath, Chu Feng set to work excavating them. Harvesting the divine stone grass was akin to how ordinary people would carefully unearth wild ginseng. One needed to be cautious not to damage the roots. Thus, The extraction of the 3 stalks consumed Chu Feng 4 hours. Suddenly, with the grass safely stored in a box, a piercing sound sliced through the air, aimed directly at his back. Chapter 67. Swift Arrival and Departure. With a swift motion, Chu Feng spun around and seized a shadow that had shot toward him. It was a crossbow bolt, its tip shimmering with blue light, clearly laced with deadly poison. He slowly raised his gaze to the heights above, where 2 men and a woman were fixated on him. The one who had fired the bolt was a young man clad in a blue robe. Crack! In a defiant gesture, Chu Feng snapped the arrow in his grasp. Where did these fools come from? The young man in the red robe cursed angrily, leading his companions to leap down swiftly. After casting a glance at the box in Chu Feng's other hand, the young man said slowly, "Buddy, do you know you possess something that does not belong to you?" At that moment, all 3 harbored the same question. Upon arriving at the Sacred Fire sect, Wang Shisan had failed to mention that others were also searching for the divine stonegrass. Had they known that others were in pursuit, they would not have been so lax during their own search. Now, after expending considerable effort to find this place, they were thwarted by someone who had come out of nowhere. It appeared that they had merely been delayed by 3 to 5 hours. The more they pondered, the greater their regret and anger became. Hearing the other's words, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "The divine stone grass grows here, and is therefore a common property. How can you claim it does not belong to me? Since I found it first, it is mine." The only woman among them interjected, "We entered this place specifically for the divine stone grass. It is something we had already arranged with the Sacred Fire sect. Of course, it does not belong to you." This brazen logic was something Chu Feng had never encountered before. Understanding that they hailed from the Fortune Gate, such arrogance and disregard were somewhat comprehensible. With a calm smile, he turned to leave. He had no time to waste on these children. "Stop!" The young man in the blue robe shot another bolt, which thudded into the ground before Chu Feng. "Buddy, you can leave, but leave the divine stone grass behind." The young man in the red robe leaped forward, blocking Chu Feng's path. The woman also jumped aside, forming a triangle around him, making it clear that he could not escape without relinquishing the divine stone grass. Among the 3, the strongest was merely at the late stage of the Dark Realm, which was nothing more than child's play in Chu Feng's eyes. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with them, coldly stating, "I advise you not to seek your own demise." In another location, had they dared to act so arrogantly, Chu Feng would have long since taught them a lesson. However, given that this was the territory of the Sacred Fire sect, and they were from the Fortune Gate, causing harm or inflicting injury would complicate matters for Wang Shisan. Thus, Chu Feng could only suppress his temper. Of course, if they persisted in their obstinacy, relying on their modest strength to forcefully seize the grass, a lesson would be warranted without significant consequence. "Oof, who do you think you are?" The young man in the red robe sneered while flexing his wrist. "I'll say it again, leave the divine stone grass." Seeking death. Chu Feng's expression turned icy as he took a step forward. The red-robed youth, sensing Chu Feng's intent to strike, scoffed disdainfully. Yet, before the disdain could fully escape his lips, his expression shifted dramatically as Chu Feng accelerated, closing the distance in an instant. Before the young man had any time to react, he found himself lifted off the ground by his neck, elevated by 20 centimeters. What? The 2 companions widened their eyes instinctively. They had not sensed any overwhelming aura from Chu Feng, and given his youthful appearance, they presumed him to be merely a Dark Realm warrior. They were utterly unprepared for the reality that he was, in fact, a formidable transformation realm cultivator. The red-robed youth, feeling the intensity of the grip, was engulfed by fear, realizing he dared not struggle. He understood that if he angered Chu Feng, a mere exertion could easily extinguish his life. With the threat established, Chu Feng casually tossed the red-robed youth aside as if discarding refuse and continued on his path. The 3 could only watch helplessly. There was no alternative. Faced with a transformation realm warrior, even if they acted in unison, they could not hope to stop him. Watching his figure recede into the distance, the red-robed youth cursed in frustration. "Damn it, we were a step too late. Vian Yi, are we really just going to let him take the divine stone grass?" The woman exclaimed anxiously. The young man in the blue robe added, "The divine stone grass here may be the last of its kind in the world. Without it, all our previous efforts will be in vain." After a moment of silence, the red-robed youth replied, "Let us leave for now." Since he had entered this place, he must have some connection with Wang Zhongzhu. They would seek his assistance in mediating. The divine stone grass must be secured. The other two nodded in agreement, and the trio set off toward the exit. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, having reached the summit of the mountain, slowed his pace and glanced back toward the depths of the Crimson Flame Cave. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "For the sake of Wang Fatty, I shall spare you this time." At the Sacred Fire Sect, Wang Shisan was deep in meditation when a disciple suddenly arrived to inform him that Chu Feng had returned. So soon? An expression of surprise flashed across Wang Shisan's face as he rose to leave his courtyard. In the guest hall, Qin Yinjin, who had also received the news, arrived just as Wang Shisan did. "Xiao Feng, have you found the divine stone grass?" Chu Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Uncle Wang, I found it." He then opened the box and revealed a stalk of divine stone grass, saying, "These 3 stalks of divine stone grass may be among the last in existence. I will need 2 for myself, and the remaining 1 can be left for the Sacred Fire Sect." Understanding the importance of propriety, Chu Feng recognized that taking all of it would be inappropriate. Wang Shisan nodded, instructing a disciple to collect the grass. He then casually inquired, "Did you encounter the 3 disciples from the Fortune Gate?" "I did. Just as I finished gathering the divine stone grass, they arrived. Chu Feng v. Gao. They were young and brash, demanding I leave the divine stone grass behind. I paid them no mind." After a pause, Chu Feng continued, "They should be emerging soon. They may come to inquire about me, Uncle Wang." Without waiting for the rest of the words to emerge, Wang Shisan said, "Rest assured, I know how to respond to them. Whoever obtains it first will have the fortune. If they dare to act recklessly, I will certainly teach them a lesson." Originally, Chu Feng intended to discuss the matter of Wang Fatty with Wang Shisan, but upon unexpectedly encountering the 3 from Butianmen, he quickly reconsidered and said apologetically, "Uncle Wang, I still need to wait for the divine stone grass to save someone, so I shall not disturb you any longer." Wang Shisan was taken aback and smiled, asking, "Really can't stay another day?" Chu Feng shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Shisan, with a resigned expression, said, "All right then, since you have matters to attend to, I will not insist. Do come visit the Divine Fire Sect when you have time. Our doors will always be open to you." After expressing his gratitude with a cupped fist, Chu Feng immediately departed with Qin Yinji. Just 3 hours after their departure, the 3 from Butianmen emerged from the Crimson Flame Cave. Upon learning that Chu Feng had already left, their expressions darkened immediately. Chapter 68. To kill or not to kill. Deep within the forest, 3 figures moved swiftly. As they walked, the young man in blue suddenly halted and said, "Brother One, that kid is too fast. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up." Previously, the 3 who emerged from the Crimson Flame Cave had immediately informed the disciples of the Divine Fire Sect that they were looking for Wang Shisan, hoping he would speak a few words on their behalf when Chu Feng came out, persuading him to surrender a portion of the divine stone grass. However, Wang Shisan had already anticipated their intentions and did not show his face, instructing his disciples to handle the situation. Upon learning from the attending disciple that Chu Feng had just left, the 3 were taken aback. While still inside the Crimson Flame Cave, they had not seen Chu Feng and assumed he had gone elsewhere, planning to wait for him. To their surprise, he had already departed. They immediately inquired about Chu Feng's route, thinking that as long as they could trace his path, they could find him again. But only Wang Shisan knew the route Chu Feng had taken. With Wang Shisan absent, they had no choice but to alter their plans and swiftly leave the Divine Fire Sect in pursuit of Chu Feng, contemplating whether they could exchange something else for the divine stone grass, and if that failed, at least remember his appearance to have their sect track him down and reclaim it. However, despite their gritted teeth and relentless pursuit, they never caught a glimpse of Chu Feng's shadow. The young man in red took a deep breath to calm his internal energy and said with a somber look, "If we can't catch up, there's no choice. Let's remember that kid's features, then head out. Once outside, we can gather information about him from the others. Anyone daring to steal what we desire shall pay the price." As he spoke, the young man's fists clenched, cracking audibly. "Are you looking for me?" Just as the 3 were about to move, Chu Feng cheerfully appeared from behind. Upon seeing the suddenly reappearing Chu Feng, the 3 were taken aback, their eyes brightening. The young man in red immediately suppressed his previous gloom, smiling broadly. "Buddy, we were indeed looking for you. I admit, we were wrong before. I hope you won't hold it against us." Chu Feng pulled a slight smile, a facade of congeniality masking his true feelings, indicating to his companions to somehow record Chu Feng's appearance. The young man in red lowered his stance, saying, "Buddy, The divine stone grass is of immense value to us. Surely, it would be unreasonable to ask for just one. Could you perhaps part with it? Chu Feng ziplit gon li, ima saw thee. But there is only one divine stone grass. Nonsense. The young man in red nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He had already noted the location where the divine stone grass grew and deduced from the excavation range that there must be at least 2 plants. Clearly, there were 2. Yet he insisted there was only one, showing blatant disrespect. Suppressing his anger, the young man said, "Buddy, we are disciples of Bu Tianmin, one of the 9 great powers of the divine continent. If you could part with it, Bu Tianmin would owe you a favor, should you ever need assistance from us. Feel free to ask." At this point, he had no choice but to invoke the name of his sect to intimidate Chu Feng into handing over the divine stone grass. He believed that, given Bu Tianmin's might, Chu Feng would not dare to refuse. In contrast to his expectations, however, Chu Feng merely chuckled lightly and disdainfully remarked, "Bu Tianmin, is that impressive?" What? The 3 were momentarily stunned, not expecting Chu Feng to dismiss their sect so casually, his words dripping with derision. Had it not been for the knowledge that they were no match for him, they would have found it difficult to swallow such an insult. To insult their sect was to insult themselves, and they would not let it go easily. The young man in red inhaled deeply and asked, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Chu Feng responded with a question of his own. "Do you know why I am here waiting for you?" The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Chu Feng smiled. "Rest assured, you will soon find out." In the next instant, an invisible aura descended upon them like a storm, enveloping the 3. Under the pressure of this aura, their expressions changed dramatically. "This is a Grandmaster?" At that moment, they realized that if their instincts were correct, this was the kind of might only a Grandmaster could possess. With so few people present, the origin of this oppressive aura was obvious. As they looked at Chu Feng again, their shock only deepened. They had assumed he was merely a practitioner, but he was, in fact, a Grandmaster. Such a young Grandmaster. Why had they never heard of him? When had such a genius emerged in the divine continent? Amidst their astonishment, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Just as Chu Feng had stated, they would soon learn the purpose of his wait. He was there to eliminate them. "Master, The young man in red barely began to speak before his vision blurred, and he felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, darkness gradually closing in. The other 2, likewise, had no chance to utter a word before collapsing to the ground. As their consciousness faded, they all shared the same thought. Why were they being killed? Even in death, they could not comprehend why a Grandmaster like Chu Feng would want to make an enemy of such insignificant figures. Easily dispatching the 3, Chu Feng remained composed. After surveying the surroundings, he approached a large stone partially buried in the ground, bracing himself against it to lift it from its resting place. After placing the 3 bodies into the pit, he covered them with the stone, ensuring no trace of the incident remained. Only then did he leave. By a small stream, Qin Yinji sat idly, and upon hearing a noise, she turned to see Chu Feng returning, quickly rising to greet him. "Is it all taken care of?" she asked with curiosity. Chu Feng nodded, and she expressed her concern. "Is there really no impact? Aren't they disciples of Bu Tianmin? Being disciples of a major power." She worried that killing them might provoke retaliation from Bu Tianmin. "It's fine. Not doing this would be the real danger." Chu Feng reassured her, patting her arm as they continued on their way, explaining the necessity of his actions. Though his activities had been limited over the years, it did not mean he had not acquired experience. Along the journey, Chu Feng understood that the more powerful the individual, the less they could be allowed to remain. Swift and decisive action was essential. Such individuals, emboldened by their sect's backing, were often arrogant and vengeful. Having preemptively taken the divine stone grass they sought, they would undoubtedly not give up easily and would search for his whereabouts. If they discovered his origin, it would only lead to formidable figures from Bu Tianmin confronting him. Although he was confident that even if Bu Tianmin sent a Grandmaster, they could not harm him, he still had to consider the implications for the Qin family. To prevent a series of complications later, Chu Feng realized that the best course of action was to ensure the 3 simply vanished. Even if Bu Tianmin learned of their disappearance, they would remain oblivious to the cause and the hand behind it, allowing the incident to fade away quietly. After hearing his analysis, Qin Yinji suddenly gazed at Chu Feng with fervent eyes. Noticing the heat in her gaze, Chu Feng felt a surge of emotions. Was she feeling wild? He instinctively glanced around. Chapter 69. the pillar of the Qin family this. There are no suitable places. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Surrounded by dense shrubs, there was not a single flat and clean spot in sight, causing Chu Feng's enthusiasm to wane instantly. Qin Yinran, puzzled, paused and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "What am I planning to do?" Now, it was Chu Feng's turn to be taken aback, thinking that her gaze should have implied what she intended to do instead. In their mutual gaze, realizing the misunderstanding, Chu Feng awkwardly cleared his throat twice, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, let's move on." After taking a few steps, Qin Yinran suddenly halted. At that moment, she comprehended the meaning behind Chu Feng's previous words. Her fair cheeks flushing as she said, "How could this place be suitable? I am not." The words thirsty were too difficult for the beauty to articulate. Having already misinterpreted the situation, Chu Feng chose not to dwell on the matter, smiling and gesturing for them to hurry along. With nothing else to occupy their time, as they journeyed, Chu Feng began imparting martial arts knowledge to Qin Yinran, teaching her a unique footwork technique known as the Nine Palaces Step, a remarkable movement created by Taoists. Prolonged practice of this technique immensely benefits martial arts cultivation and can yield unexpected advantages in combat, rendering one's movements elusive and difficult to target, resulting in missed attacks from opponents. Once Qin Yinran grew accustomed to the Nine Palaces Step, Chu Feng proceeded to teach her a breathing technique for meditation, a method typically reserved for the elite, inaccessible to the martial families in the outside world. Engaged in practice while on the move, Qin Yinran remained spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. What took them 3 days to enter only took just over 2 days to exit, as they barely rested. Upon their arrival before Wang Pengzi, he was momentarily stunned and then asked, "Did you find it so quickly?" Chu Feng nodded and inquired, "Have you given any thought to our previous discussion?" When they had first arrived, during an overnight conversation, Chu Feng had suggested that Wang Pengzi accompany him to Yun City for assistance with his lingering injuries. At that time, Wang Pengzi had said he needed to contemplate it and would provide an answer once matters were settled. Now, as Chu Feng prepared to return to Yun City, he sought an answer. Wang Pengzi hesitated for a few seconds before responding, "You go ahead. I'll come find you later." Understanding the mutual familiarity, Chu Feng did not press the issue. Just as he was about to turn back with Qin Yinran, he suddenly turned around and said, "Pengzi, let bygones be bygones. There is no need to hold on to the past. Uncle Wang is also quite remorseful. Isn't, though Wang Shusan did not explicitly state it. Chu Feng understood that he needed to convey those sentiments. Wang Pengzi forced a bitter smile and waved his hand. "Let us go." Chu Feng did not linger with unnecessary words. He was not one to chatter idly, and thus he promptly led Qin Yinran back. "Brother Chu, is there a significant conflict between Brother Wang and his father?" Qin Yinran was curious about this matter, especially considering Wang Pengzi had chosen to abandon his position as a young patriarch and forsake his fortunes to grill skewers for others. An incomprehensible decision. "Every family has its own struggles," was all Chu Feng offered as an explanation. Not receiving further elaboration, Qin Yinran wisely refrained from probing deeper, recognizing that it was inappropriate for an outsider to pry into familial affairs. Eager to return to Yun City, the two traveled without pause, opting for the fastest means of transportation available. Consequently, they landed in Yun City the next day. Upon returning to the Qin residence, they entered to find a chair lying on the ground by the door, which raised Qin Yinran's brow in concern. Under normal circumstances, there would always be someone stationed at the entrance to greet visitors. Now, however, the absence of personnel and the fallen chair signified something amiss. A dreadful premonition weighed heavily upon Qin Yinran's heart. Noticing the change in the beauty's expression, Chu Feng asked, "What is wrong?" "I don't know." Qin Yinran shook her head and explained, "The people here rarely leave unless something is wrong, and now they are missing with the chair on the floor." Having spent considerable time within the Qin residence, Chu Feng had always kept an eye on the situation at the entrance. Just then, a powerful aura surged forth, prompting Chu Feng to spring into action, swiftly heading inside. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Qin, who was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Shanhai stood nearby, his expression grim as he glared at a middle-aged man across from him, who also bore a trace of blood at his lips. "Not going to contact him, are you?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. This man was none other than Chu Feng. He had come primarily to find Chu Feng, but since he was out, the middle-aged man had forcibly compelled Qin Shanhai to make contact. Qin Shanhai realized that even if he managed to get in touch with Chu Feng, it was unlikely for him to arrive immediately. Moreover, if the two outside were to learn of the incident at home, their worry would only escalate, rendering them unmanageable. Adding to the situation, Qin, who had exchanged unkind words when the intruder first entered, leading the middle-aged man, who believed he was in control, to act without hesitation. With his late-stage transformation strength, he completely overwhelmed the father and son. Observing Qin Shanhai's silence, the middle-aged man clenched his fists, declaring, if you refuse to contact him, then the Qin family will vanish from Yun City today. What audacity! A voice suddenly echoed. Who gave you the audacity to speak so brazenly here? As the words fell, Chu Feng appeared at the door. Seeing him return, both Qin Shanhai and Qin Hu felt a surge of relief, their worries dissipating entirely. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Feng had become the pillar of the Qin family. As long as he was present, no problem seemed insurmountable. Grandfather. The belated Qin Yanran rushed in upon seeing the blood at Qin Shanhai's mouth, her face filled with concern. Mifine, kuf. Qin Shanhai managed a difficult smile. The middle-aged man turned to face Chu Feng, scanning him with narrowed eyes and stating, your strength is commendable for one so young. You are indeed a talent. It was you who coerced Huang Xian to annihilate the Su family, was it? Realizing the middle-aged man was an ally of the Su family, Chu Feng stepped forward and replied indifferently, yes, that was me. Do you have any objections? The middle-aged man scoffed derisively, then pivoted with a swift motion, launching himself at Chu Feng in a flurry of afterimages. His intent was clear, to eliminate Chu Feng without delay. To those watching, the middle-aged man appeared incredibly fast. However, to Chu Feng, his speed was akin to that of a snail. As he faced the incoming attack, Chu Feng also threw a punch. The sound of a dull thud resonated as fist met fist. Chu Feng did not budge an inch, while the middle-aged man was violently propelled backward, crashing into a table. What? The middle-aged man, struggling to rise, gazed incredulously at his limp right arm, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had assumed his late-stage transformation strength would easily subdue this brash youth. To his astonishment, he was decisively defeated. Could it be that this young man was a master? As he looked upon Chu Feng approaching, panic gripped the middle-aged man. Chapter 70. The Su family is doomed, little brother. Let us discuss this calmly. The middle-aged man, now thoroughly consumed by fear, could only lower his head as Chu Feng approached. If it meant preserving his life, he would sacrifice all pride and dignity. Chu Feng regarded him coolly, asking with curiosity, what happened to your earlier bravado? He could never comprehend why every individual he encountered displayed such arrogance before resorting to negotiation once faced with adversity. In this world, it isn't that simple. Little brother, I admit I was a bit impulsive. I apologize. No. Chu Feng interrupted the middle-aged man's attempts at justification, saying, you weren't impulsive. You acted perfectly according to your strength, didn't you? Your power allows you to dictate life and death, correct? Might makes right, does it not? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chu Feng and realizing he might not escape this day, the middle-aged man grew increasingly frantic. As thoughts raced through his mind, he hastily exclaimed, little brother, you can't kill me. I am a devotee of the Divine Path sect. As I heard about the Divine Path sect, the expressions of Qin Shanhai and others changed dramatically. The Divine Path sect is the largest martial arts organization in the Shenzhou, formed by the most prominent martial arts families, closely tied to the Shenzhou government, essentially serving as its backbone. The offerings within the sect hold significant status. Any individual from the sect visiting a small place like Yin City would be treated as if a high-ranking government official had arrived. A middle-aged man hailing from the Divine Path sect posed a considerable challenge. To kill him would mean offending the sect, while sparing him would undoubtedly lead to retaliation, as he would not swallow the humiliation and would likely unite the sect against Chu Feng and the Qian family. Once targeted by the Divine Path sect, the Qian family would inevitably face severe suppression. In this moment, Qin Shanhai's mind was in turmoil, uncertain of how Chu Feng would handle the situation. The middle-aged man, having invoked the name of the Divine Path sect, seemed to lose much of his fear and even bore a hint of pride. He knew that within the realm of Shenzhou, no one dared to disregard the sect. With a slight lift of his brow, Chu Feng, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, asked, are you threatening me? Just as the middle-aged man opened his mouth to respond, Chu Feng acted swiftly, seizing him and lifting him effortlessly. The sound of crunching bones echoed, sending chills down the spines of Qian Shanhai and the others. A formidable late-stage warrior was reduced to the frailty of a chick under Chu Feng's grip. In all his years, this was the first time Qian Shanhai had witnessed a late-stage martial artist so swiftly dispatched. What sent shivers down his spine was that even after the Divine Path sect had been mentioned, Chu Feng remained unmoved. Worrying about impending danger, he reconsidered. Given Chu Feng's ability to annihilate a late-stage warrior, he indeed had no need to regard the Divine Path sect with apprehension. Although the sect was the most powerful force in Shenzhou, facing such a formidable individual would compel them to ponder whether or not to make him an enemy. After casually discarding the corpse on the ground, Chu Feng approached the still-shocked trio and reassured them, "Old man, there is no need to worry. I will handle this matter." Qian Shanhai felt a bitter pang in his heart, but managed to smile. "You taking action doesn't worry me at all." The man was already dead. Worrying now served no purpose. They had to confront the reality that the middle-aged man had made it clear he intended to eliminate the Qian family. Knowing that Chu Feng had surely contemplated the final outcome of his actions, Qian Shanhai felt a mix of admiration and concern. Seeing that both Qian Shanhai and Qianhu were injured, Chu Feng wasted no time and instructed them to sit for treatment. Although both had spat blood, their injuries were not severe, requiring merely recuperation. After the treatment, Chu Feng prepared 2 prescriptions and handed them to Qian Yanran. "What shall we do with this body? Should we return it to the Divine Path sect?" Qianhu inquired, still staring at the lifeless form on the ground, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The unpredictability of life had shown him that in the grand scheme, one mountain is indeed higher than another. Initially, he had perceived the middle-aged man as an insurmountable giant, yet before Chu Feng, the man appeared as insignificant as an ant, crushed underfoot with ease. As a devotee of the Divine Path sect, he hesitated to dispose of the body recklessly. Chu Feng glanced at the corpse, stating, "Bury it in a secluded place. There is no need to return it to the Divine Path sect." Most likely, the man had ventured out to earn some extra money without the sect's knowledge. In the course of investigating the massacre of the Chu family, Chu Feng had speculated whether the Divine Path sect was involved. This suspicion arose from the government's apparent involvement in erasing evidence after the tragedy. However, due to the passage of time, the individuals responsible for the cover-up had long since passed away, preventing further inquiry. Nevertheless, Chu Feng was well acquainted with the Divine Path sect. As the foremost power in Shenzhou, every action of its members was under public scrutiny. To maintain an image of fairness and justice, the higher-ups imposed restrictions on members, forbidding them from associating with local families to avoid becoming the backbone of certain martial arts families. Rules are rigid, yet human nature is not. Martial artists, like everyone else, must eat, enjoy life, and support their families. Some members of the Divine Path sect secretly collaborated with influential families, helping them eliminate rivals in exchange for rewards. The individual who came to the Qian family was clearly enticed by the wealth of the Su family. Disposing of the body would only lead the Divine Path sect to believe the middle-aged man had gone missing. However, returning it directly to the sect would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Even though he was unafraid of the sect, they could easily target the Qian family elsewhere with just a word. Since unnecessary trouble could be avoided, it should be. Qianhu, an astute individual, quickly grasped the nuances of the situation and promptly took action. Procuring a sack to discreetly remove the middle-aged man's body from the Qian residence and transport it to the mountains. Meanwhile, Su Shiyu had been waiting in the reception hall. "Dad, is there still no news?" Su Zheng in guit im ba din di. Since sending help to the Qian family, the father and son had remained there, receiving updates from their watchers stationed outside the Qian residence. Upon learning that Chu Feng had returned, they anticipated a resolution soon. However, nearly 2 hours had passed without any reports. Inquiries yielded no clarity, and they heard no sounds of conflict from the Qian family. Nor did they see the middle-aged man emerge. No. Su Shiyu glanced at the time. Half an hour had elapsed since the last report. He pondered it should be soon. Boya is an exceptionally formidable martial artist. Dealing with that young man should pose little difficulty. Reflecting on the opponent's strength, Su Chang felt reassured and picked up his phone to alleviate his boredom. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the door. They looked up to see the watcher returning, and Su Shiyu stood to ask, "What brings you back? Has it ended?" The watcher, expressionless and pale, offered no response. As Su Shiyu was about to erupt in anger, a figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his mind exploded in disbelief. He realized that the Su family was doomed. It was none other than Chu Feng. The Su family had dared to enlist a formidable adversary against the Qian family. Failing to respond would make Chu Feng feel he was being underestimated. Su Cheng, upon seeing Chu Feng, felt his face drain of color, his strength evaporating as he struggled to remain upright. Though some time had passed since the banquet hall incident, the memory of the harrowing scene haunted him, instilling profound fear. Su Shiyu's eyes mirrored despair, filled with regret for underestimating the situation. Particularly recalling the events that befell the Huang family, he was gripped by terror, apprehensive that a similar fate awaited his own household. How would he choose when faced with such a dire scenario? Chu Feng walked straight to a chair, seated himself, and smilingly remarked, "What is this? Surprised to see me?" What was destined to come had indeed arrived. Su Shiyu, having ascended to a position of power within the Shanghai Financial Group, quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he clenched and relaxed his fists, suppressing his fear and despair before stepping forward to inquire, "Young brother, is there any room for negotiation?" Understanding the opponent's intentions before contemplating a solution was Su Shiyu's consistent strategy when facing adversaries. He was acutely aware that the Su family was at the brink of annihilation, and he felt that not directly begging for mercy would allow him to retain some dignity, even if he was to perish. If kneeling for mercy could not alter the inevitable outcome, what value is there in such humiliation? What do you think? Chu Feng gazed at the man before him with an amused expression. Su Shiyu's eyes flickered. He composed himself and stated, "If you can grant the Su family a path to survival, we are willing to agree to any terms." Preserving life was paramount. As long as he lived, Su Shiyu would willingly forsake the Su family's vast wealth, confident that with his years of built connections, a resurgence would not be insurmountable. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." With a smile, Chu Feng said, "Please consider the situation from my perspective. If you were in my shoes, would you perhaps leave me a glimmer of hope? When you sought someone out, did you ever contemplate sparing my life?" He could not fathom the mindset of Su Shiyu, who believed that wealth could resolve any issue and that everything could be negotiated. At this moment, Chu Feng was acutely aware that his presence in this very place was solely due to his formidable strength. Had his capabilities been any less, the outcome would have been starkly different. Other matters could be discussed, but the intent to take his life was non-negotiable. Understanding the implication of Chu Feng's words, Su Shiyu trembled uncontrollably, suppressing the resurgence of fear as he steadied himself, and said, "Young brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. It was indeed my fault. If you could grant me a chance at life, the Su family's entire fortune shall be transferred to you, leaving us with not a single penny. What do you say?" Chu Feng rose, prompting Su Shiyu to instinctively take a couple steps back. He surveyed the father and son duo and remarked, when faced with consequences, "One must stand tall. A mistake is a mistake, and one must bravely confront the repercussions." 10 minutes later, Chu Feng departed the Su residence as leisurely as if taking a stroll. The following morning, as the rising sun illuminated Cloud City, explosive news rapidly spread, akin to a seismic tremor, instilling fear in countless merchants. The Su father and son had gone mad. The Su family issued a substantial bounty, seeking a renowned healer to treat the two. Overnight, they had both descended into madness, a scenario easily imagined as being orchestrated by an external force. Influential figures across Cloud City speculated on who possessed the audacity to act against the Su family. The renowned Shanghai Consortium, under the leadership of the now deranged Su Shiyu, swiftly fell into disarray, consumed by rival factions. Meanwhile, in the Qin household, Qin Yinran awoke to the headline news, momentarily stunned before hastening to find Chu Feng. "Brother Chu, I thought you had dealt with those two." Last night, upon hearing Chu Feng's intention to visit the Su family, she had known he sought vengeance. Initially, she anticipated that the Su family would enlist the aid of a powerful figure from the Divine Path sect, and that Chu Feng would respond with equal force against Su Shiyu and his son. However, the fact that they had merely gone mad struck her as more unsettling than death itself. In a vast land like the Divine Province, skilled healers were plentiful. Despite the collapse of the Shanghai Consortium, the Su family had amassed considerable wealth over the years, affording them the means to summon any healer in the realm. What if, against the odds, someone managed to restore the two? That would lead to endless retribution. In response to her concerns, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Am I truly so ruthless?" "Brother Chu, that's not what I meant," Qin Yinran quickly clarified. "The Su family holds significant power. If they recover, they will undoubtedly seek revenge." Chu Feng remained unfazed, reassuring her, "Are you not aware of my medical prowess? Even if all the doctors in the Divine Province were summoned, they could not heal them. Furthermore, their madness is merely temporary. Within a month, they will perish without warning." The sudden demise of Su Shiyu, a figure of considerable renown, would create even greater upheaval and attract more attention. The effects of their insanity would be less noticeable, allowing them to fade away quietly without raising any suspicions. "I see." Qin Yinran nodded, then inquired, "And what a Huang family?" The initial plan had been for Huang Xian to deal with the Su family, inciting a mutual destruction between the two factions. Yet, the plan had unraveled swiftly. Huang Xian, seemingly hesitant to confront the Su family, had instead informed Su Shiyu of the developments, prompting the Su family to summon a powerful ally from the Divine Path sect. Had Qin Yinran not returned in time, she realized that the shocking news would have centered on her family rather than the Su family. Thus, resentment brewed within her towards Huang Xian for his manipulative tactics. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Chu Feng declared, "Since there's nothing urgent, accompany me for a stroll at the Huang residence." Aware that Chu Feng would not let the Huang family remain standing and intended to eradicate them, Qin Yinran, despite her numerous responsibilities at the company, had no choice but to postpone them. Soon, they arrived at the Huang residence. Just as they entered, Qin Hu called. Upon hearing the news, she grasped Chu Feng's arm and sighed. "Brother Chu, it seems we made a fruitless trip. Huang Xian has gone to my house." Having seen the news, Huang Xian understood that the events surrounding the Su family were undoubtedly linked to Chu Feng and that he would not easily let him off the hook. He decided to visit Chu Feng, hoping that his proactive apology would garner him more understanding. A fruitless trip, indeed, but it would not be in vain. Contemplating the inevitable outcome, Chu Feng asked, "Are there any notable mountains nearby? Have him meet me at the summit." Qin Yinran pointed towards a distant peak, Longchong Mountain. With a destination in mind, the two promptly made their way to Longchong Mountain. Shortly after reaching the summit, Huang Xian hurriedly arrived. Upon their meeting, Huang Xian immediately knelt before Chu Feng, his knee bending in submission. "Master, I was wrong." Before the figure before him, Huang Xian felt a deep-seated terror. He understood that if he did not exhibit a demeanor of humility, any sign of defiance could lead to his demise. "What have you erred in?" Chu Feng gazed down at Huang Xian from above, curious to see what excuses the old man would conjure. Having squandered the opportunity presented to him, Huang Xian's hand had forced him to take drastic measures, convinced that his failure to act as instructed led to the current predicament. "I failed to heed your advice, master, and did not eliminate the Su family. Due to my loss, I intended to resolve my family's matters before focusing on the task you assigned me," Huang Xian murmured. "Is that so?" Chu Feng stepped closer, halting just a pace before Huang Xian. "Did not Su Shiyu come to seek you out? You seem to have carelessly revealed that I advised you to take action against the Su family." Upon hearing these words, Huang Xian's complexion paled, and he hastily explained, "Master, it was truly unintentional. I was in a poor emotional state and inadvertently let it slip. On the way, he had gambled that Su Shiyu would not disclose this information, thus leaving Chu Feng unaware of the Su family summons for assistance from the Divine Path sect. However, it was now clear to Huang Xian that his gamble had failed. The exchange had appeared casual, yet was laden with intention. Huang Xian, who had been compelled to take the life of his own son, wrestled with profound guilt and self-reproach. Before the architect of his torment, Chu Feng, he felt an amalgamation of fear and resentment. When Su Shiyu had visited, he had contemplated leveraging the situation to his advantage, inadvertently disclosing that Chu Feng's next target was the annihilation of the Su family. To ensure that the Su family did not summon an inadequate ally to confront Chu Feng, he had emphasized that to eliminate Chu Feng, only a master-level expert would suffice. However, words are often misinterpreted. What is said can take on a different meaning in the ears of others. The Su family indeed had the means to acquire such a master, but it was unlikely that one would arrive immediately. Analyzing the situation, Su Shiyu presumed Huang Xian was simply frightened and, given Chu Feng's youth, doubted he could possibly be a master-level warrior. He interpreted Huang Xian's suggestion to seek a master as a cautious approach. Yet, masters were not easily found like cabbages by the roadside. Self-assured in his deductions, Su Shiyu, eager to strike first amidst a looming crisis, hastily summoned a mid-level master from the Divine Path sect with financial inducements. When Chu Feng appeared before him last night, Su Shiyu felt a pang of regret for not heeding Huang Xian's counsel to patiently seek a master. The failure to enlist a competent warrior to deal with Chu Feng had inadvertently set in motion the downfall of the Su family. All of this was revealed to Chu Feng before he acted, as Su Shiyu sought to gain clemency. Thus, when Huang Xian approached, Chu Feng was eager to see what nonsense he would concoct. As the temperature around them noticeably dropped, Huang Xian's face turned ashen. Realizing that Chu Feng had indeed set his sights on him with lethal intent, he deeply regretted his impulsive choice, lamenting the squandered opportunity that came at the cost of his son's life. "Shall I take action, or will you?" Huang Xian lifted his gaze, initially intending to feign pity to elicit forgiveness. However, upon meeting Chu Feng's frigid stare, he realized that pleading for mercy was futile. The once proud master of the Huang family, a formidable warrior who had reigned for decades, now faced a disgraceful demise. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xian rose and gazed at the sun high in the sky, declaring, "I shall do it myself." To be slain by another would leave his heart in turmoil. After casting one last glance at this world, he resolutely walked toward the nearby cliff, stepping into the void without a moment's hesitation. Qin Yinran rushed to the edge of the cliff, peering down but unable to discern the depths below. With concern etched on her face, she voiced her worry. Can he truly die from such a fall? After all, he is a seasoned warrior with considerable vitality. At this height, unless he's a master like me. The implication was clear. Such a leap would offer no chance of survival unless one possessed extraordinary skills. They immediately retraced their steps, and after much contemplation, Qin Yinran, unable to shake her unease, sent a message to Qin Hu, requesting he personally check on Huang Xian's fate. If Huang Xian had indeed perished, the Qin family could then seize control of the Huang family's assets. Death would not deter them from claiming what was rightfully theirs. Qin Yinran felt no remorse, for the world was devoid of compassion. If the Qin family did not act preemptively, other families would soon seize the opportunity once Huang Xian's body was discovered. After a brief stop at the Qin residence, they proceeded to Tianmei Group. Upon arriving at the office, Qin Yinran received a call from Qin Hu, informing her that Huang Xian had met his end from the fall. With his demise confirmed, there was no need for further deliberation. Qin Yinran and Qin Hu exchanged knowing smiles before mobilizing their connections and resources to launch an assault on the Huang family's enterprises. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was downstairs listening to Wei Dongqing report on the security situation at Tianmei Group during his absence. In an effort to alleviate his own burden, Wei Dongqing had personally funded upgrades to the security measures, anxious that Chu Feng might be displeased. Upon concluding his report, he resembled a remorseful child, head bowed and breath held. Upgrading security was undoubtedly a positive initiative, and Chu Feng expressed his approval with a nod. "Well done." Hearing these words, Wei Dongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curious about Wei Dongqing's identity, Chu Feng inquired, "Has anyone discovered your presence here as a security guard?" "Indeed," Wei Dongqing replied with a sheepish smile, "but I handled it." As the renowned leader of the Black Dragon Gang, his face was well known. Yet many at Tianmei Group pretended not to recognize him, intimidated by his presence. Chu Feng chose not to pursue the topic further. Reclining in his chair to browse his phone, Wei Dongqing sat down as well, scrolling through videos, most of which discussed the Su family's recent turmoil. Speculation abounded regarding the cause of their erratic behavior, ranging from offending a master to suffering retribution for their misdeeds. Suddenly, a thought struck Wei Dongqing. He recalled that Su Cheng had previously crossed paths with Chu Feng, resulting in injury. Given his understanding of Su Shiyu, it was inconceivable that he would not seek vengeance for his son as humiliation. With Chu Feng's return coinciding with the Su family's breakdown, a bold hypothesis emerged in Wei Dongqing's mind. He reasoned that it was unlikely anyone but Chu Feng would dare confront the Su family, given their formidable influence in Yunqing. If that were the case, Wei Dongqing felt a surge of relief for aligning himself with Chu Feng rather than opposing him. Had he not recognized the situation earlier, the Black Dragon Gang might have long since vanished from Yunqing. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a security guard rushed in. "What is the matter?" Wei Dongxing glared at him, visibly irritated. "Captain," the guard barely managed to utter before noticing Chu Feng, quickly adding, "There's a disturbance downstairs." Chu Feng set aside his phone and rose, followed closely by Wei Dongxing, who admonished his subordinate, "If there's trouble, handle it without all this fuss." The guard immediately lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng remarked, "The troublemaker is evidently a warrior. Otherwise, why would he act so brazenly? A typical person would not dare to cause a scene, especially with the backing of the Black Dragon Gang's security." The urgency of the report indicated that the instigator was not only a warrior, but possessed considerable strength, beyond the capabilities of mere ordinary security personnel. Chu Feng found it perplexing that Wei Dongxing, the leader, could fail to grasp such a fundamental aspect. "Let us proceed and assess the situation," he commanded, and the three of them made their way downstairs. Simultaneously, the lobby of Tianmei Group was crowded with employees peering curiously out the glass walls. In the open area below, a sports car was parked, adorned with flowers arranged in the shape of a heart. At its center stood a young man clad in a white suit, clutching a bouquet of roses and gazing longingly at the upper floors of the building. Nearby, three men in their 30s loomed, two in black suits and the eldest in martial attire. The bodyguards were holding a sign featuring a photo of a demure girl, inscribed with the words, "Lin Xiao, I love you." A few meters away, two Tianmei security personnel leaned against each other, pale and wincing in pain. Upon seeing their captain and deputy arrive, the guards' expressions brightened. As Chu Feng approached, one of the guards rushed forward to explain the situation. The young man had come to profess his love to a girl named Lin Xiao, and in light of the potential disruption to the employees, the guards attempted to intervene. Unfortunately, the young man had shown no regard for their warning, dismissing them with threats. As Black Dragon Gang security, they were not accustomed to such treatment, and one guard retaliated, only to be met with a swift counterattack from the white-haired man accompanying the young suitor. Recognizing the man as a formidable warrior, one guard hurried upstairs to fetch Wei Dongxing. Realizing that one of his men had been injured without provocation, Chu Feng stepped forward to confront the young man, who looked astonished at his approach. Without hesitation, Chu Feng kicked the heart-shaped flowers aside. "You!" The young man seethed, glaring at Chu Feng. "Do you know who I am? How dare you interrupt my declaration? You're merely a lousy guard seeking death." Rolling his eyes, Chu Feng continued to kick the flowers aside. When the young man realized his threats bore no weight, he swung the bouquet like a weapon at Chu Feng, only to be met with a fist that connected squarely with his face. The impact sent him crashing into the windshield of the sports car, shattering the glass. Upstairs, a chorus of gasps erupted from numerous women. "Wow, our captain is so dominant. Incredible. He dared to confront such a powerful figure. I love it. This is the man I've always been searching for." Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, his effortless display of strength had captured the hearts of many women above. The sudden turn of events left the trio of the young man's entourage momentarily stunned. The white-haired, middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, and seeing his master attacked, he charged at Chu Feng like a whirlwind. Mid-stage transformation? Sensing the energy radiating from a man, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering the current state of martial arts practitioners. Another mid-stage warrior was a rare sight indeed. There were hardly a handful who had reached such a level in Yunqing. Before he could finish his thought, the middle-aged man, Xia Yuanming, lunged at him, his hand outstretched like an eagle's claw, aiming to seize Chu Feng by the throat. With an impassive expression, Chu Feng effortlessly deflected Xia Yuanming's hand, sending him stumbling back 2 steps with the force of his dismissal. As Xia Yuanming came to a halt, he squinted at Chu Feng, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Despite the simplicity of their confrontation, it had revealed the strength of his opponent. Moments ago, witnessing Chu Feng effortlessly send the young master flying through the air, Xia Yuanming realized that he too was a martial artist. However, due to his inability to sense any fluctuation in energy, he instinctively assumed Chu Feng was merely a practitioner of the Mingjin level. Now, Xia Yuanming finally understood why he had failed to detect any energy from Chu Feng during the altercation. It turned out that Chu Feng's prowess surpassed his own. At such a young age, he had reached the latter stages of the Huajin phase. Such a prodigy, yet he was reduced to working as a mere bodyguard at Tianmei Group. Xia Yuanming found it utterly perplexing. "How dare you strike me?" Young Xia Fanbai, having clambered out of his sports car, rushed over while clutching his face, barking orders at Xia Yuanming. "Uncle, take him down." sever his head, and use it as a ball for me. Enraged, Xia Fanbai was consumed by his emotions, completely oblivious to the grim expression on Xia Yuanming's face. Uncle, hurry up. Why are you hesitating? Enough, Fanbai. Xia Yuanming interrupted him, lowering his voice. We shall discuss this later. We need to retreat for now. Experience told him that this young man was not to be trifled with, and that Yin City was not as easily managed as he had presumed. Even if the young master had been attacked, swallowing his pride was the only option to avoid further conflict. Retreat? Xia Fanbai paused, noticing the serious demeanor of Xia Yuanming. Realizing that he was not joking, he suddenly recalled that his protector had indeed engaged in combat with Chu Feng. Yet, after merely exchanging blows, Xia Yuanming was now suggesting they withdraw? Intelligent enough to piece things together, Xia Fanbai quickly understood that the person who had struck him possessed considerable strength, making it difficult for Xia Yuanming to subdue him. Otherwise, he would not still be standing there, refraining from further confrontation. So young, looking about the same age as himself, yet possessing a strength that left his protector hesitant, Xia Fanbai was astounded, taking a deep breath to suppress his anger before casting a fierce glance at Chu Feng and turning back toward the sports car. Xia Yuanming, ever watchful, observed Chu Feng's stillness before slowly turning away. Halt! Chu Feng's sudden voice caused Xia Yuanming to whirl around, his body tense as if confronted by a formidable foe. Retrieve the items you brought. Upon realizing it was merely this request, Xia Yuanming breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to the other two bodyguards, who promptly came forth to collect the scattered flowers. Impressive, truly impressive. After witnessing Xia Fanbai and his entourage leave in disgrace, Wei Dongqing's intense gaze was fixated on Chu Feng. He alone could discern the extent of Xia Yuanming's earlier anxiety. He was indeed like a startled bird. This realization confirmed for Wei Dongqing that his decision to follow Chu Feng had been entirely correct. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the upper floors. He is mine. I have my eye on him. You cannot take him from me. How ridiculous. What you see belongs to you. I have seen him too. He is mine. Fair competition. Based on merit. Whoever can win him over shall claim him. My idol. This is the man I have been searching for. Within Tianmei Group, there were over 300 single women, all of whom were now profoundly intrigued by Chu Feng's performance and began strategizing how to capture his attention. Both married and unmarried women exchanged glances, contemplating whether to be direct or subtle in order to pique Chu Feng's interest. Old Wei, in a state of shock, Wei Dongqing hurried over to Chu Feng's side. Boss, what are your orders? Investigate the origins of that group. They appear to be from out of town. Chu Feng Institute. Although he had successfully driven them away, he knew they would not relent easily and would undoubtedly return. Wei Dongqing nodded and promptly went to the monitoring room to review the footage and identify the individuals. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, who had unwittingly captured the hearts of many, he meandered through the building on a leisurely inspection. Just as he entered the second floor, a cute girl rushed up to him and asked, "Brother, could I have your contact information?" Before Chu Feng could respond, a tall, elegant woman approached him gracefully, saying, "My name is Li Wan. May we get acquainted?" At that moment, Chu Feng caught sight of several girls hurrying towards him from a distance. Their eager expressions led him to believe that, if he were not being vain, they were indeed approaching him. What is happening? On his first day at work, no one paid him any attention. Some women even looked at him with disdain. Now suddenly, they were all so enthusiastic. "Handsome, I like you. Can we be friends?" "Little brother, the older sister has taken a liking to you. Would you go on a date with me?" As Chu Feng stood there in bewilderment, he found himself surrounded by women, including a couple of married women openly expressing their desire to support him financially. Faced with the prospect of being besieged by a group of women who seemed like hungry wolves, he felt an uncontrollable sense of panic. Seeing the commotion escalating as they clamored for his contact information, Chu Feng hurriedly pushed through the crowd and fled down the stairs. Believing it to be a singular occurrence on the second floor, he proceeded to the third. "He's here." As he stepped into the third-floor office area, someone shouted. Chu Feng immediately noticed several women rising from their seats, and his heart raced. Without hesitation, he turned and swiftly retreated. This time, he made no detours but went straight back to the security office, as his intuition warned him that the other floors would likely be no different from the second and third. Sitting on the sofa, he pondered the situation, realizing that the earlier events downstairs had sparked an unexpected interest among the women. In his mind, women had always been gentle and often passive in matters of affection. However, he now recognized his error. Women may appear passive when not confronted with a man who piques their interest, but when such a man appears, they are akin to how men behave when they see a beautiful woman, eager and willing to approach without hesitation. The situation was far from over. Soon after, two security personnel entered the office, one hesitantly approaching Chu Feng and asking, "Captain, two girls on the 8th floor want your contact information. Should we give it to them?" The other added, "Captain, 6 girls on the 5th floor are also asking for your contact information. Should we oblige?" Feeling overwhelmed, Chu Feng realized that, for the first time in his life, he was facing such a dilemma. It seemed that nearly every floor had women vying for his attention, making it nearly impossible for him to navigate through the building. "Captain," one of the security guards spoke cautiously. "No." Chu Feng firmly rejected the request. Rising to his feet as a solution began to form in his mind, he took the elevator directly to the top floor, entering Qin Yinran's office. She set aside her work and approached Chu Feng, noticing his troubled expression. "What's the matter?" "A serious issue has arisen." "A serious issue?" Qin Yinran's heart skipped a beat, her expression changing as she anxiously inquired, "What kind of serious issue?" At that moment, her pulse quickened, for she believed there was nothing Chu Feng could not handle. However, if he deemed it a serious matter, it must be something genuinely challenging to resolve. "You must have noticed what transpired downstairs earlier?" Qin Yinran nodded. She had seen Xia Fanbai's initial advances, but knowing Chu Feng was present and capable of managing the situation, she had refrained from commenting further. "Is their background significant?" she asked, her mind racing, suspecting they might belong to a powerful faction. "Not at all." Chu Feng shook his head, feeling disheartened. "They are employees of your company." Upon hearing the news, Mei Rin's brows furrowed tightly, perplexed as to why the conversation had suddenly shifted to the company's employees. Just as she was about to inquire, Chu Feng continued, explaining that it was likely due to his earlier dismissal of someone, which had caught the attention of many women in the company. Now, women on various floors were seeking his contact information in hopes of going on a date with him. What? After all that tension, this is the reality? Regaining her composure, Qin Yinran shot Chu Feng a glare and gently patted her chest to calm her racing heart. "Do you realize you nearly scare me to death? I thought that person was affiliated with some major power. Company matters hardly qualify as significant." Her tone naturally carried a hint of pride as she added, "Their interest in you is merely a reflection of your excellence." Although many women were drawn to Chu Feng, she was untroubled by the prospect of him developing feelings for someone else. The affection he garnered from other women only served to affirm her discerning taste. After all, if he weren't remarkable, no one else would be interested. However, this situation was untenable. If left unresolved, it would hinder her ability to work normally and conduct her inspections. Chu Feng was acutely aware of his responsibilities. He understood that failing to address this matter would lead to incessant interruptions and unwelcome advances wherever he went. To deny someone who sought his contact information would be hurtful, yet acquiescing would only invite disturbances, a most bothersome dilemma indeed. With a cheerful smile, Qin Yinran declared, "Not to worry, I shall take care of this." She then returned to her desk, picking up her phone to send a message to Zhang Wan, instructing her to issue a company-wide announcement. Upon seeing the announcement, Tianmei Group employees were initially taken aback, but soon many women were moved to tears, for the proclamation was undeniably imposing. Chapter 75. The treasure girl Qin Yinran's announcement was quite simple, consisting of but a single statement: "The head of security is my man." Faced with the president, the employees dared not contest, nor had the right to do so, for in terms of wealth or attractiveness, they could not possibly rival Qin Yinran. Each woman, though begrudging, had no choice but to concede. Once Zhang Wen reported that the matter was resolved, Qin Yinran turned to Chu Feng and said, "Brother Chu, everything is settled. No one will pester you for your contact information anymore." A wave of relief washed over Chu Feng as he rose to leave the office. As he reached the elevator, he heard Wei Dongqing's voice over the intercom, prompting him to head to the security room. "Boss, we've got a lead. That young man is named Xia Fanbai, the young master of the Xia family in Maozhou." The Xia family wielded considerable influence. Though not the foremost family in the region, they were certainly formidable. Recently, it seemed the Xia family had set their sights on Yun City, aiming to dominate its prominent families and transform it into their personal garden. After pausing for a moment, Wei Dongqing continued, "Lin Xiao from our company was previously developing in the main state, and Xia Fanbai has been pursuing her, but she did not acquiesce. Now that Lin Xiao has come to Tianmei, he followed her here to conduct business. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Lin Xiao's composure. The Xia family, being a powerful clan in Maozhou, commanded immense wealth and influence. Hence, it was likely that even if Xia Fanbai were lacking in merit, he would still attract numerous admirers. The fact that Lin Xiao, facing such overwhelming temptation, remained unaffected indicated her exceptional character. He inquired, "In which department is Lin Xiao?" "The RD department." Determined to meet this intriguing young woman, Chu Feng made his way to the RD department, eager to discover what kind of upbringing allowed her to resist such significant allure. Furthermore, he wished to ascertain Lin Xiao's feelings towards Xia Fanbai, as he knew that the latter's pursuit would not simply dissipate. As an employee of Tianmei Group, Lin Xiao was part of their ranks. Should she harbor any interest in Xia Fanbai, it would be their affair as long as he did not cause a ruckus at Tianmei. However, if she were to find him disagreeable, it would warrant protective measures to ensure that Xia Fanbai recognized the need to refrain from disturbing her, as constant interruptions could impede her work performance. Accompanied by Wei Dongqing, they entered the RD department, where numerous women cast glances at Chu Feng. However, due to Qin Yinran's announcement, they hesitated to approach him for his contact details, merely observing from a distance. "Boss, that girl over there is Lin Xiao." Following Wei Dongqing's gaze, Chu Feng spotted Lin Xiao, a fresh-faced girl in her 20s, radiating purity and charm, surpassing even the image Xia Fanbai had previously presented. As their eyes met, Lin Xiao appeared momentarily stunned before approaching them with a gentle demeanor. "Captain, thank you for earlier. If you hadn't driven that person away, I would have had no idea how to return home today." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, before asking, "Would it be convenient to have a chat?" Lin Xiao nodded, and the trio proceeded to the conference room. Given their unfamiliarity, Chu Feng wasted no time and directly conveyed his thoughts. As the head of security, he would provide his utmost support should she require assistance. "Captain, I have no interest in Xia Fanbai whatsoever." Lin Xiao paused briefly before elaborating. "His family is indeed privileged, but I am acutely aware of my own background. Our families are mismatched. A union is impossible. His pursuit of me is merely a game, but my circumstances do not allow for frivolity. Moreover, he is not my type." Chu Feng and Wei Dongqing exchanged glances, both impressed by Lin Xiao's maturity. Despite her youth, she possessed a profound understanding that Xia Fanbai's advances were fueled by vanity. Once he had his fun, she would be discarded. As the son of the Xia family, he would face no repercussions, whereas Lin Xiao, from a less illustrious background, could not afford to waste her time. Should Xia Fanbai tire of her and move on, she would face the dual burden of age and the rumors that would inevitably follow, tarnishing her reputation. Realizing the futility of the situation, Lin Xiao refused to demean herself. Such young women were a rarity in today's world. With a smile, Chu Feng remarked, "It's commendable that you hold such views. Since you are disinterested in Xia Fanbai, should he dare to pursue you further, feel free to contact me." Concerned about the Xia family's clout, Lin Xiao replied anxiously, "Brother Chu, the Xia family is powerful. Your assistance might bring trouble. Perhaps it's best to let it go." Although she was genuinely grateful for his offer, the thought of him facing difficulties on her account weighed heavily on her conscience. Understanding her apprehension, Chu Feng chuckled reassuringly, "It's of no concern. I've already crossed him. With debts piling up, I have no need for your worries. I can handle this." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Lin Xiao refrained from further protest, and Chu Feng voluntarily provided her with his phone number. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Xiao stood to resume her work. Chu Feng suddenly emitted a light grunt. Lin Xiao, who had just risen, turned back, concerned. "Brother Chu, is something wrong? Are you hurt?" Chu Feng's gaze was fixed on the bandaged area of her right wrist. Lin Xiao lifted her hand to reveal her wrist, explaining, "No, it's an old injury that hasn't fully healed. To prevent infection, I wrapped it." Impressed by her demeanor, Chu Feng said, "I have some knowledge of medicine. Allow me to examine it." Lin Xiao hesitated, but Wei Dongqing chimed in, "Young lady, do not hesitate. Countless have sought the boss's help. You should let him take a look. You truly are fortunate." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Xiao slowly unwrapped the bandage from her wrist. A stark circular scar was visible, oozing a yellowish discharge. Chu Feng leaned closer to inspect it and inquired, "This appears to be a chemical burn, correct?" Lin Xiao shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I was hurt when I was very young, and since then, it's been like this. It is precisely to heal this wound that I chose to engage in the medical beauty industry. Chu Feng nodded, carefully examining the injury before replying. It's not a big issue. Why prepare some ointment later? Not only will it heal the wound, but it will also eliminate the scar. Oh, really? Lin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Just as Chu Feng was about to nod, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. Boss, that person from before is back. Chapter 76. Do you even qualify? Lin Zhao knew who that person was, and her delicate face clearly displayed her panic. As a small fry at the bottom of society, she felt utterly overwhelmed in the presence of someone like Xia Fanbai, a young master from a prominent family. Noticing her distress, Chu Feng chuckled and said, "It's fine. No need to worry. You go back to work. I will handle him." After exchanging a grateful glance, Lin Zhao left the conference room, while Chu Feng and Wei Dongxing took the elevator to the first floor. In just over an hour, Xia Fanbai had switched vehicles and brought 2 companions with him. The 2 parties faced each other in front of the building. Concerned that resolving the matter here would attract the attention of the employees upstairs, Chu Feng suggested, "Let's move to the parking lot to avoid disrupting their work." Xia Fanbai, with an ice pack pressed against his cheek, nodded and followed Chu Feng and the others to the parking lot. Upon arrival, Chu Feng glanced at the 2 individuals accompanying Xia Fanbai. One was Xia Yuanming, whom he had already encountered, while the other was an older man, likely in his 60s, whose strength was slightly superior to Xia Yuanming's, indicating he was at the late stage of the transformation realm. The swift mobilization of a late-stage fighter suggested that the Xia family's influence was indeed formidable. After assessing the situation, Chu Feng focused on Xia Fanbai, smilingly asking, "What's wrong? Did my previous punch feel too light, leaving you unsatisfied?" "Oomph," Xia Fanbai retorted, slamming the ice pack onto the ground in frustration. "Kid, don't let a bit of skill make you arrogant. Is being at the late stage of the transformation realm something to boast about? Let me tell you, there are always greater talents beyond your imagination." He paused before continuing, "I have always been the one to beat others. If you dare to strike me, you'll regret it." Chu Feng smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I hope you possess the capability to back up those words. If you cannot, I will make you acquainted with the meaning of defeat." Such arrogance. The older man, Xiao Wushuang, approached with a cold demeanor, his hawkish gaze fixed on Chu Feng. "Young man, I must admit your talents at such a young age, but remember, being talented does not grant you the privilege to be reckless. This world is far more complex than you realize. If you are indeed a genius, you should cherish this rare luck, remain humble, and diligently hone your skills. Only when you possess absolute strength should you dare to be proud. Those who attract attention often meet their demise because they overestimate their own worth. Do you understand?" With a slight smirk, Chu Feng retorted, "Are you trying to teach me how to conduct myself?" Xiao Wushuang widened his stance, preparing to strike, and declared, "I intend not only to teach you how to act, but also how to be a person. One day, you will be grateful for the lessons I imparted today." Chu Feng shook his head in exasperation, suddenly looking up with disdain. "Teach me how to act and be a person? You? Do you even qualify?" Feeling provoked, Xiao Wushuang's anger surged, and he prepared to step forward to teach the young man a lesson about humility. However, his expression abruptly changed. His countenance resembled that of a ghost as he stared in terror at Chu Feng. "Why you? You're not at the late stage of the transformation realm?" Just moments ago, he had sensed a fleeting aura from Chu Feng that clearly did not belong to a transformation realm fighter. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Who told you I was at the late stage of the transformation realm?" In the next instant, Chu Feng's aura surged, emanating a formidable pressure that enveloped Xiao Wushuang. With deliberate control, he concentrated this pressure entirely on him. As Xiao Wushuang hesitated, questioning his own perception, he suddenly found himself engulfed by the overwhelming force. Terrified, he gasped in shock, feeling his shoulders involuntarily slump under the weight of the pressure. "Weren't you going to teach me how to act and be a person? I offer you a chance. What will you do now?" Chu Feng advanced step by step, each stride intensifying the pressure upon Xiao Wushuang. Thud! When Chu Feng took his 5th step, Xiao Wushuang could no longer maintain his stance and was compelled to kneel on one knee to withstand the overwhelming force. Behind him, Xia Yuanming and Xia Fanbai wore expressions of disbelief. Despite Xia Yuanming being at the mid-stage of the transformation realm and not directly targeted by the pressure, he could still sense the emanating aura. Just sensing it was enough to terrify him. Previously, He had assumed Chu Feng was merely at the late stage of the transformation realm, never considering the possibility of him being a master due to his youth. He had never heard of a master under 70 years of age in the country. He never expected that such a young man as Chu Feng could actually be a master. When had the country produced such a young master? And why had he never received any news about it? The more he pondered, the more he trembled. As a martial artist, he knew he could offend anyone, but not a master. Yet they had done just that. While Xiao Fanbai had also pursued the martial way, being the pampered young master of the Xiao family. He had never endured hardship and was only at the early stage of the Bright Realm. His low strength, combined with the fact that Chu Feng was currently targeting Xiao Wushuang, meant he sensed nothing amiss, his face a mixture of confusion and panic. He could not comprehend why Xiao Wushuang was kneeling when Chu Feng had done nothing at all. He had assumed that bringing Xiao Wushuang along, a man who had been at the late stage of the transformation realm for years, would make defeating Chu Feng, who had likely only recently entered the late stage, a trivial matter. Now, however, it seemed the situation was far from what he had anticipated. Thud! As Chu Feng approached within 10 feet of Xiao Wushuang, the latter's other leg succumbed to the pressure, forcing him to kneel fully. Just because he was older did not mean he had the right to instruct others on how to act or be. Did he take pleasure in lecturing others due to his age? Confronted with Chu Feng's reprimand, Xiao Wushuang felt a wave of shame wash over him. Initially, he had indeed believed his age afforded him the right to lecture others. However, reality had delivered a harsh slap, proving he was unworthy and lacked qualification. As the pressure from Chu Feng intensified, Xiao Wushuang set aside his shame and stammered, "Master, I recognize my error. I was blind to your talent and lacked proper upbringing. I hope you will show mercy." In the martial world, strength reigned supreme. Despite his youth, Chu Feng's formidable power set him apart, making him a master in the eyes of Xiao Wushuang. To compel Chu Feng to lift the pressure, Xiao Wushuang had no choice but to bow in submission. Fully aware that if he allowed Chu Feng to maintain this pressure for too long, it would jeopardize his martial path. After arduous efforts to reach this point, he still harbored hopes of breaking through to masterhood in his lifetime. It would be a grave loss to have his journey halted here. Having expressed his apology, he looked at Chu Feng with pleading eyes. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Feng finally relaxed his imposing aura. Gulp! Xiao Wushuang struggled to swallow, realizing this was the essence of a master. Although Chu Feng stood close, the only barrier between them was a realm, and yet when he withdrew his aura, Xiao Wushuang could sense nothing, only confirming that he was indeed a martial artist, but the extent of his strength remained elusive. "You come here," Chu Feng ordered coldly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Fanbai. Chapter 77. Ignorance of death. Xiao Fanbai felt as though he had been doused with icy water, jolting him back to reality from his shock. Confronted with Chu Feng's frigid gaze, he twisted his face in anguish, reluctantly stepping forward as commanded, clearly lowering his head in submission. As the young master of the Xiao family, he had never bowed to anyone under pressure, and the overwhelming humiliation was almost unbearable. With a sense of urgency, Xiao Wushuang turned back to urge Xiao Fanbai, "Hurry and do as the master instructed." As someone who had experienced such situations before, he was quite accepting of defeat. Losing was merely losing, and there was nothing to fear in facing it. At that moment, they were like fish on a chopping block, with no power to choose. Xia Yuanming stepped forward quickly to remind Xiao Fanbai, "Young master, you must comply with his instructions, or none of us will leave today." The opponent was a master, and given the circumstances, his temper could be deemed remarkably restrained. Though internally tormented, Xiao Fanbai ultimately suppressed his humiliation and took hesitant steps toward Chu Feng. "Do you think, as the eldest son of the Xiao family, that you can act with impunity?" Chu Feng raised his hand and lightly struck Xiao Fanbai's already swollen face. Each tap felt like a sharp needle piercing his heart. Xiao Fanbai held his breath, finally grasping the feelings of those he had previously looked down upon. "Kid, don't let your background lead you to arrogance. Without the Xiao family support, who do you think you are?" After a pause, Chu Feng added, "I've already spoken with Lin Xiao. She feels nothing for you. She is my employee, and if you dare to harass her again, I will not be as patient as I am now. Do you understand?" At that moment, Xiao Fanbai was overwhelmed by an invisible fear. He instinctively nodded, stammering, I understand. Get lost." Seeing that Chu Feng was not complicating matters further, Xiao Wushuang quickly got up from the ground, forced a smile at Chu Feng to ease the tension, then firmly grabbed Xiao Fanbai's arm, dragging him away while he remained in a daze. The trio, once aggressive, fled in disarray, not daring to look back, fearful that Chu Feng might change his mind and compel them to return. "Boss, are we letting them go too easily?" Wei Dongqing approached Chu Feng. As another leader, he would not have handled the situation this way. At the very least, Xiao Fanbai should have faced some consequences to learn a lesson. Chu Feng smiled. "I believe in giving people 2 chances. Once, twice, but not thrice. If he ignores my advice and seeks trouble again, he will naturally face the consequences. Furthermore, the Xiao family is not a small clan. I have no reason to fear them alone. But the Black Dragon Gang and Tianmei Group could easily find themselves entangled in conflict." Wei Dongqing considered Chu Feng's perspective and realized the wisdom behind it. Even though the Xia family was formidable, they dared not challenge a master. However, the Xia family's reluctance to confront Chu Feng did not mean they would hesitate to target his friends. As a major force in the region, even the slightest provocation could trouble the Qin family and the Black Dragon Gang's business. Back in the car, Xiao Wushuang and his companions were still shaken. How could there be a master in a small place like Yun City? He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, yet had already attained mastery. This was no ordinary person, but a prodigy. "Everything is in chaos. I must inform the family head immediately. Our plans to conquer Yun City may need to be revised," Xiao Wushuang murmured to himself. He hurriedly took out his phone to contact the head of the Xia family, relaying the news of a master residing in Yun City. Previously, they had viewed Yun City as easy prey, but now, with the realization that Chu Feng was a master deeply connected to Tianmei Group, he understood that what once seemed like an easy conquest had transformed into a formidable challenge. "Grandfather, do you think I've lost my chance for revenge?" Xiao Fanbai suddenly spoke, his tone heavy with despair, his gaze unfocused, still reeling from the earlier humiliation. Having lived a life of privilege, he had always bullied others. He had never been on the receiving end of such treatment. Hearing this, Xiao Wushuang felt a flicker of annoyance, but maintained his composure. "Xiao Fanbai, it's not that I'm lecturing you, but you're no longer a child. It is time to mature. Do you understand what it means to be a master? Let me be clear, even if your father were here today, he would have to bow his head and admit his mistakes. You still wish for revenge? That is utterly foolish. The fact that he did not end your life with a single blow is already a stroke of luck. Consider how young he is, and yet already a master. What heights might he achieve in the future?" Despite Xiao Wushuang's extensive experience in martial arts, he found it difficult to fathom the potential of Chu Feng. A master in his 20s was beyond his comprehension. Xiao Fanbai's eyes brimmed with despair, his expression tormented. At that moment, Xiao Wushuang had no time to console this spoiled heir. He turned to Xia Yuanming and instructed, "Quickly notify our subordinates to halt the plans against the various families in Yun City. I will provide the family head with a detailed report later." Meanwhile, the Xiao family head, Xiao Nantian, was leisurely sipping tea while observing his daughter, Xiao Wanyu, practice her martial arts. When his bodyguard delivered Xiao Wushuang's phone call, Xiao Nantian pressed the answer button with a smile, asking, "Uncle, what is it?" However, the next second, his expression changed dramatically. "Are you certain the other party is indeed a master?" The shocking news compelled Xiao Nantian to seek confirmation. "Very well. We will pause our plans in Yun City for now. Let me contemplate how to address this matter. Also, please give Xiao Fanbai proper scolding. He has become increasingly unruly lately. When he returns, I will deal with him personally. Tell him that if he continues to act so recklessly, I will break his legs, ensuring he never sets foot outside again." After hanging up, Xiao Nanshan's heart raced with intensity. A master in his 20s stationed in Yun City was something he would not believe had it come from anyone else. However, since the information came from Xiao Wushuang, there was no reason for doubt. What troubled him further was that his son had provoked this formidable figure and was now contemplating revenge. Had he not been occupied with other matters, he would have rushed to Yun City to slap some sense into that ungrateful child. "No, I cannot act rashly." Deep in thought, Xiao Nantian suddenly instructed his bodyguard, "Arrange a private jet to Yun City." Chapter 78. There is no eternal first what? The Xia family of the main state wishes to unify Yun City? On the way back to the Qin family, Qin Yanran, upon hearing about the Xia family's plans from Chu Feng, instinctively slammed on the brakes, nearly causing a rear-end collision. Without waiting for Chu Feng's confirmation, she pressed the accelerator, the car roaring to life as she sped toward the Qin family. Upon learning of the Xia family's ambitions, Qin Shanhai could not help but exclaim. It seems the skies over Yin City are about to change. The Qin family was currently absorbing the Huang family's assets while also planning to acquire those of the Su family. It would not be long before they became the leading commercial family in Yin City. Moreover, thanks to Chu Feng's treatment, Qin Shanhai's hidden ailments had diminished, and he was on the verge of regaining his former strength. With Chu Feng's presence at the Qin family, the Zhao family dared not challenge them, ensuring the Qin family's position as the foremost martial family in Yun City was secure. Striking the prominent bird first, Qin Shanhai mused, aware that if the Xiao family were to make a move on Yun City, their first target would undoubtedly be the prominent families, with the Qin family being the most obvious choice. Despite the Qin family's current development being commendable, in Qin Shanhai's eyes, the Xia family still represented an insurmountable giant, one that cannot be countered. Understanding his grandfather's concerns, Qin Yanran offered reassurance. Grandfather, there is no need to panic. As long as Brother Chu is here, I believe the Xia family will not dare to take any significant action. Qin Shanhai managed to force a smile and retorted. Could he have always remained in Yun City within the Qin family? External forces are, after all, external forces. Presently, although Chu Feng maintained a good relationship with the Qin family and had no intention of leaving, Qin Shanhai was acutely aware that he could not stay in Yun City or with the Qin family indefinitely. The Xia family, wary of him, might not take any significant actions at the moment, but once Chu Feng departed from Yun City, the Xia family would undoubtedly strike with overwhelming force to seize control of the city. At that point, as the foremost family, the Qin family would be unable to withstand such an assault. The harsh reality compelled Qin Shanhai to undergo a rapid shift in perspective. After some contemplation, he turned to Qin Yanran and suggested, Yanran, perhaps we should cease our upward expansion. Let us halt the acquisition of the Huang and Su families' businesses and abandon some of our currently developing ventures. Focus solely on strengthening your Tianmei group. A large tree attracts the wind. Ultimately, we are but a blade of grass in the vast wilderness of the world. No matter how we struggle, we can never become a towering tree. Having experienced life, Qin Shanhai had a profound understanding of its intricacies. The swift demise of the Su and Huang families only reinforced his belief that no matter how prosperous or powerful one becomes, destruction can occur in the blink of an eye. The wealth accumulated by the Qin family over the years was sufficient for current and future generations. Continuing to grow and strengthen only concentrates risk and wears one down. Although Chu Feng was formidable, he was not the world's strongest. Qin Shanhai envisioned that as more individuals became aware of his situation, various factions would inevitably approach him, seeking to stifle this genius in the cradle to prevent future threats to themselves. Contemplating the worst-case scenario, he feared that if Chu Feng were to encounter someone even stronger, resulting in his death or severe injury, the Qin family would face dire consequences. Qin Shanhai wished to avoid a fate akin to that of the Huang and Su families. To prevent such an outcome, the most prudent course of action was to halt rapid development and withdraw from the stage of Yin City. Qin Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Qin Shanhai's words, and then, with a hint of reluctance, she responded, Grandfather, has it not always been your aspiration to make the Qin family the foremost family in Yin City? It is within reach. Why abandon it now? Yanran, Qin Shanhai smiled gently, explaining, in my youth, I lacked experience and was solely focused on proving myself, which led me to set this goal. However, the events unfolding around me have made me realize what is being first truly accomplished. What remains beyond the hollow title of being Yun City's best? My greatest wish now is for your health and happiness. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and the risks associated with being number one are too great. Although Chu Feng has cured my ailment, how many more years do I have to live? In times of crisis, my demise would be inconsequential, but I cannot bear the thought of witnessing your destruction. He placed a reassuring hand on his granddaughter's shoulder, saying, please follow my advice. Stability is paramount. Qin Yanran, who was solely focused on the Qin family's growth, felt a mix of reluctance and understanding in the face of Qin Shanhai's proposal. Having witnessed the fall of the Huang and Su families, she recognized the complexity of the world and how quickly one could be destroyed if targeted by powerful adversaries. Understanding that it was time to make a decision for the Qin family's longevity, she took a deep breath, nodded, and left the small courtyard. In another courtyard, Chu Feng was preparing ointment for Lan Xiao using the medicinal herbs he had previously purchased for Qin Shanhai's treatment. Noticing Qin Yin Ran's troubled expression as she approached, he paused and inquired, "What troubles you?" After a moment's hesitation, she divulged Qin Shanhai's intentions. In that instant, she longed to confide, and Chu Feng was the only one she could turn to. Upon learning that Qin Shanhai wished to abandon development and retreat from the limelight, Chu Feng did not immediately voice his opinion. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Your grandfather's perspective is not without merit. This world is far more complex than we can fathom, and I cannot remain with the Qin family indefinitely, as I have many matters yet to attend to. Furthermore, there are many individuals stronger than I. If they set their sights on the Qin family, it could spell danger. Being number one is merely an empty title, devoid of substance." With nothing pressing, Chu Feng shared his deeper thoughts on life and existence. Water flows downward, and people strive to ascend. This is an immutable truth. However, upon reaching a certain height, one must learn to settle rather than continuously chase the elusive title of first. There are always greater individuals, and there will always be higher peaks. When one finally reaches the summit and sees all others as mere hills, they will realize that everything is ultimately meaningless. Moreover, there is no eternal first place. No matter how well one develops, there will inevitably come a day of being supplanted. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Qin Yin Ran's previously wavering heart found clarity. She smiled and said, "Chuga, I now know what I must do. Thank you for your guidance." "There's no need for such formality," Chu Feng replied with a smile. Returning to his task, having come to a resolution, Qin Yin Ran promptly called Qin Hu to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, atop the presidential suite of the Royal Hotel, Xian and Tian entered the room. "Dad!" Xia Fanbai quickly rose, greeting him with a cheerful smile. However, Xian and Tian swiftly struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. The dawn of a new day found Chu Feng preparing to accompany Qin Yin Ran to Tianmei Group when Butler Li hurriedly approached, stating, "Miss, the master requests that you both come to the reception room. Distinguished guests have arrived." "Guests so early in the morning?" Qin Yin Ran asked in surprise. "Do you know who it is?" Butler Li shook his head, replying, "I do not recognize them. They are unfamiliar faces, not from Yin City. However, judging by the master's demeanor while speaking with them, they seem to carry significant weight." Furrowing her brow, Qin Yin Ran pondered the identity of the guests. The Qin family's development had primarily centered on Yun City, with minimal partnerships outside. While there were a couple of outside connections, Butler Li was familiar with them. Assuming the guests were likely unknown figures, she suggested, "Let my grandfather handle it. I have numerous matters to attend to." The Qin family had decided to scale back its development, halting or transferring many projects, and she did not wish to waste time. "That won't do," Butler Li insisted, shaking his head resolutely. "The master is aware that you might not wish to attend, but he has insisted that you go, along with Master Chu." "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Yin Ran's brow furrowed even more, perplexed by her grandfather's insistence that she and Chu Feng meet with these guests. What significance does it hold that they hail from outside? Although displeased, she ultimately decided to accompany Chu Feng to the reception room after considering her grandfather's insistence. Upon entering the outer door, Chu Feng let out a soft exclamation. "What is it?" Qin Yin Ran turned to ask. "It's them." Chu Feng indicated the individuals in the reception room. "You know them?" "The Xia family." Qin Yin Ran's expression shifted, a sense of urgency surging within her. Just the night before, she had analyzed that the Xia family would undoubtedly target the leading families in Yun City to assert dominance, using them as an example. To avoid being oppressed or annihilated, she had planned to scale back development, and now the Xia family had come knocking at their door. The swiftness of their arrival was astonishing. Ultimately, they would have to confront this reality, considering that Chu Feng was still with the Qin family, the Xia family, despite their strength, would likely refrain from reckless actions. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yin Ran steeled herself and stepped into the reception room. Inside, Xian and Tian immediately recognized that the person accompanying Qin Yin Ran was Chu Feng. He quickly rose and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to the back of Xia Fanbai's head, who was still seated. Grimacing, Xia Fanbai got up and, taking a step forward, knelt before Chu Feng. In that moment, both Qin Yinran and Qin Shanhai were rendered speechless by Xia Fanbai's actions. They had anticipated that the Xia family's visit was to discuss matters concerning Yin City. However, they were taken aback when Xian Nantian compelled his son to kneel before Chu Feng. "Master, My son was thoughtless yesterday and inadvertently offended you. I have brought him here today to bow an apology, and I hope you can forgive us, Xia Nantian declared, punctuating his words with a kick to his son's backside. Xia Fanbai, having been previously admonished, dared not defy his father, and promptly lowered himself to the ground, his forehead making 3 distinct thuds against the floor. Afterward, he turned to his father, seeking to rise. Chu Feng remained silent, and Xia Nantian, not wanting to let his son stand, shot him a glare, indicating he should remain kneeling. Throughout this exchange, Chu Feng's expression remained largely unchanged. In fact, upon entering and catching sight of Xia Fanbai, he had surmised that the young man was likely there to offer an apology. Given his status as a master, even the influential Xia family would hesitate to offend him. Acknowledging Xia Nantian's reasonable demeanor, Chu Feng chose not to make things difficult for Xia Fanbai and merely nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Xia Nantian to allow his son to rise. Kneeling in apology was merely the first step. Xia Nantian then produced a black bank card from his pocket, presenting it reverently to Chu Feng. Master, this is a black card from Shenzhou Bank, a token of our apology. I sincerely hope you will accept it. The mention of the Shenzhou black card caught the attention of Qin Yanran and Qin Shanhai, who exchanged astonished glances. They realized the Xia family was truly willing to go to great lengths to secure Chu Feng's forgiveness. The Shenzhou black card was not something one could acquire simply with wealth. It required stringent qualifications. Although the Qin family possessed considerable assets and was a prominent martial arts lineage, they would be ignored if they attempted to apply for such a card at Shenzhou Bank. Ownership of a black card allowed access to vast sums of capital, enabling transactions amounting to billions across any branch managed by Shenzhou Bank. At this point, Qin Shanhai understood why Xia Nantian had been so courteous towards him. Clearly, he had done his research prior to their meeting and recognized the close association between Chu Feng and his granddaughter, which could lead to a future alliance with the Qin family. To earn Chu Feng's favor, or perhaps to solicit his support for the Xia family, it was only natural for Xia Nantian to be polite. Qin Shanhai also realized that without Chu Feng's involvement, Xia Nantian would likely never have crossed the threshold of the Qin residence. Chu Feng had heard of the Shenzhou black card before. Given Xia Nantian's earnest offer, declining would seem somewhat disrespectful, so he reached out and accepted the card. Xia Nantian, whose heart had been in his throat, finally felt relief once Chu Feng accepted the black card. Today's visit was merely the beginning of his intentions. The true purpose lay ahead. If the apology were to be unaccepted, subsequent plans would be difficult to implement. I have matters to attend to. Please state your business directly, Chu Feng inquired. Having discerned that Xia Nantian's early visit with Xia Fanbai was not merely for an apology, he was keen to uncover Xia Nantian's true motives. If the matter were straightforward, he would grant a favor. If it were complicated, he would dismiss it. Xia Nantian, unsure of how to broach the subject, was taken by surprise when Chu Feng spoke up. With a nervous chuckle, he bowed slightly and said, Master, it's nothing of great significance. We would like to invite you to become a patron of the Xia family. Worried that Chu Feng might decline, Xia Nantian hastily elaborated, Please rest assured, as a patron, your involvement would not be required on a daily basis. We would only ask that you assist us during critical moments when we face formidable adversaries. He continued, furthermore, as a patron, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them. The Xia family will strive to fulfill your requests. While the Xia family held considerable influence in the main state of Maozhou, they were still a step away from being part of the top-tier families. Since assuming leadership, Xia Nantian had aimed to elevate the Xia family into the ranks of the elite. Over the years, they had recruited numerous martial artists as patrons. Yet they still lacked the crucial element needed to ascend to the pinnacle of family status, a master. Without the backing of a master, they could never firmly establish themselves among the elite families. Upon hearing Xia Nantian's proposal, the room fell into an expectant silence, with 4 pairs of eyes fixated on Chu Feng's countenance. Just as they anticipated his response, he unexpectedly turned his gaze toward Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Chu Feng's unexpected maneuver. In her flustered state, she stammered, I at that moment. She was at a loss for words. After all, it was Chu Feng being invited, yet he was turning the question back on her. Should she agree or decline? Which response was truly what Chu Feng sought? Xia Nantian, equally taken aback by Chu Feng's approach, looked intently at Qin Yinran, hoping she would nod in agreement. Caught in a moment of hesitation, Qin Yinran's gaze met Chu Feng's. In that simple exchange, she realized he was extending a favor to her, and she smiled, saying, "Then let it be so." "Done," Xiao Nantian exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement as he addressed Chu Feng respectfully. "From this day forth, Master is officially a patron of the Xia family?" Chu Feng acknowledged with a nod, and before Xiao Nantian could speak further, he interjected, "I have other matters to attend to. Please have someone coordinate with me later. I also have a request that requires the Xia family's assistance." "Of course, Master. Please attend to your affairs. I am in no hurry." Xiao Nantian was eager to comply, ready to accommodate Chu Feng's wishes. As they left, Qin Yinran questioned curiously, "Brother Chu, why did you want me to speak?" She recognized the Xia family's significance and understood Chu Feng's intention to leverage their influence. She had already agreed in her heart to become a patron, yet he had chosen to have her voice it, which seemed somewhat unnecessary. "Considered a favor for you. Ultimately, the outcome remains the same. Why not gain a personal favor in the process?" The favor from the head of the Xia family was not something to be taken lightly. Qin Yinran reflected on this, realizing that having such a favor could prove advantageous should she encounter difficulties in the main state in the future. Moreover, it would help foster a positive impression of the Qin family in Xiao Nantian's eyes. The unspoken concern and unique relationship prompted her to envision the future. She was resolute that Chu Feng was destined to be her partner. As a single woman, she naturally yearned to embark on the journey of marriage with the one she loved. The thought of marriage brought to mind Chu Feng and Luo Xiyu. Although it seemed unlikely they would reunite, their divorce process remained unresolved, and it appeared that Chu Feng would soon depart, prolonging the matter further. If she wished to marry him, the divorce process must be completed. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yinran mustered the courage to ask, "Brother Chu, are you not planning to finalize your divorce with Luo Xiyu?" The question caught her off guard, as she had nearly forgotten about it. Chu Feng replied, "Of course. I will divorce her soon. This matter cannot be delayed any longer." Without hesitation, Chu Feng retrieved his phone and called Luo Xiyu. Luo Xiyu, who was preparing to leave, hesitated upon seeing the caller ID, her emotions becoming complex and conflicted. She contemplated whether Chu Feng was reaching out to reconcile and return to the Luo family, while simultaneously fearing he might be calling to finalize the divorce. After much deliberation, she gritted her teeth and answered the call. "Do you have time today?" Hearing the coldness in Chu Feng's voice, Luo Xiyu felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that her hopes were merely illusions. She couldn't help but start a cry. "Xiyu, we are no longer children. We must confront our reality. Avoiding it will not resolve our issues. Out of respect for our past relationship, I do not wish to leverage my connections to forcefully resolve this matter, as it would undoubtedly put you in an awkward position. As long as you are cooperative, I can assist the Luo family one last time." Upon hearing these words, Luo Xiyu took a deep breath and replied hoarsely, "All right." After hanging up, she collapsed onto the sofa and wept bitterly. Luo Lan, hearing her cries, emerged from her room and, upon learning that it was Chu Feng who called to propose a divorce, she expressed a regret with a sense of helplessness. "So be it. It was never meant to be between you. He did indeed offer the Luo family an opportunity, and it is our own failure to appreciate it that has led to this outcome. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Go ahead and bring this matter to a conclusion." At the Civil Affairs Bureau, as the two completed their divorce procedures and exited, Qin Yinran stepped out of her car and said, "Miss Luo, we have several projects in our family that we are planning to transfer. I wonder if you'd be interested." This was what Chu Feng had referred to as his final assistance to the Luo family. It was not his idea, but rather Qin Yinran's proposal. Being a woman herself, Qin Yinran could empathize with the emotional turmoil Luo Xiyu was experiencing and understood that Chu Feng's refusal to look back was likely influenced by her own involvement. Despite the fact that he had not yet divorced, she was entangled with Chu Feng, which cast her in a somewhat dubious light. Now that her goals had been achieved, she felt a sense of sympathy for the unfortunate Luo Xiyu and sought to make amends, thinking of the projects that the Qin family was preparing to abandon. Although she held reservations about Qin Yinran, for the sake of the Luo family's future, Luo Xiyu forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Thank you, President Qin. I'm very interested." Subsequently, Luo Xiyu accompanied Qin Yinran to Tianmei Group to discuss the takeover of the projects. Meanwhile, Chu Feng went to the research department to find Lin Xiao, delivering the ointment he had prepared overnight for her to treat her hand scar. Upon returning to the security department and just sitting down, a security guard entered and said, "Boss, there's an old man downstairs looking for you. He says his name is Zhang Wensheng." The medical sage, Zhang Wensheng? Wait, Dongqing interjected. Chu Feng furrowed his brows, pondering what this old fellow wanted. Perhaps he was still not ready to give up? With nothing pressing at hand, Chu Feng decided to go downstairs. Master Chu, Zhang Wensheng, who had been anxiously waiting, hurriedly approached with a smile, and without allowing Chu Feng to ask his purpose, he said, "Master Chu, I wonder if you are interested in a medical exchange? This afternoon, there will be a medical event where some volunteers will be treated, and the individual who excels will not only earn the title of Divine Doctor, but will also receive a rare ancient medicine as a reward." Ancient medicine? Chu Feng's interest was piqued. What kind of ancient medicine? Zhang Wensheng shook his head and explained, "I'm not certain of the specifics, but I have heard it was discovered in an ancient site, and many have studied it without fully understanding its properties. It has been designated as a prize for this medical exchange." Recently, Zhang Wensheng had been contemplating how to forge a closer connection with Chu Feng. Upon learning that the medical exchange offered ancient medicine as a reward, he believed that Chu Feng's extraordinary skills would surely lead him to appreciate something that many others had failed to thoroughly investigate. If he could assist Chu Feng in obtaining the ancient medicine, perhaps he would earn his favor and no longer be rejected. Intrigued by the ancient medicine from the ruins, Chu Feng expressed his intention to attend that afternoon. As the time approached, he drove to the Huishan villa. However, upon arrival, the receptionist pointed to a sign that read, "No drivers or dogs allowed inside." Chapter 81. Enemies do not gather without reason in all endeavors. Once one commits, it is essential to see it through to the end. This is Chu Feng's principle. As the security team leader, he believed in leading by example. And although he did not need to wear a uniform, he still donned it. Additionally, Chu Feng was not one to place excessive importance on appearances, preferring to maintain a low profile. Thus, he had not changed his clothes before coming. When a receptionist mistakenly identified him as a driver, he calmly explained, "I am not a driver. I have been invited to attend the medical exchange." "Just you?" Manager Zhou scanned Chu Feng's attire and sneered, "Brother, facts are facts. Is this amusing?" The implication was clear. Anyone could tell he was merely a security guard called in as a driver by the boss, and here he was, absurdly claiming to be invited. To dissuade Chu Feng from lingering and disrupting his work, Manager Zhou extended his hand, saying, "If you are indeed invited, please present your invitation letter." Zhang Wensheng had never mentioned the need for such a document. At that moment, a couple walked past and entered without showing anything. Chu Feng inquired, why did they not need to present an invitation letter to enter? Manager Zhou glanced at the couple and replied, "That is the president of Haisheng Pharmaceuticals. Their face is their invitation. Can yours serve as one?" It became clear that appearances mattered, because he was in a security uniform. He was specifically asked for an invitation letter, knowing that the receptionist would likely still deny him entry, even if he changed into different clothes. Chu Feng decided against putting in the effort and turned to leave. He had little interest in the so-called medical exchange. Had it not been for Zhang Wensheng's overtures about the ancient medicine, he would not have wasted his time. Since he was not allowed in, he saw no reason to linger. "Master Chu." Just as Chu Feng had taken a few steps away, Zhang Wensheng's voice called out, and he quickly approached. "Master Chu, why aren't you going in?" Zhang Wensheng asked curiously. Earlier, he had regretted not asking for contact details and had been uncertain if Chu Feng would actually show up. Upon exiting the car, he had hurriedly scanned the area, only to find him. They said that drivers and dogs are not permitted inside. What? Zhang Wensheng's face twitched in disbelief, wondering if the organizers were out of their minds to impose such an insulting requirement. Realizing that Chu Feng had been mistaken for a driver, he felt a wave of indignation. At that moment, Manager Zhou, busy with receptions, noticed Zhang Wensheng and hurried over with a smile, saying, "Dr. Zhang, you have finally arrived. Please go in quickly. Everyone is waiting for you." "Umph." Zhang Wensheng was visibly displeased and waved his hand, saying, "Let your boss find someone else. I will not participate." He had worked hard to invite the esteemed Chu Feng to preside over the medical exchange, only to see him insulted and denied entry. Zhang Wensheng could not swallow this affront. If the revered master was displeased, then the event would not proceed smoothly. "Ah." Manager Zhou's smile froze as he asked in confusion, "Dr. Zhang, what happened? Did we do something wrong? Just tell us." and we will correct it immediately. He understood that Zhang Wensheng was a significant draw for the event, and without him, the medical exchange would falter, rendering all of the boss's efforts and expenses futile. Due to his irritation, Zhang Wensheng was disinclined to explain, ignoring Manager Zhou's eager inquiry as he turned to Chu Feng and said, "Master Chu, let us leave. There is no need to participate in an event that looks down on others." "Master Chu?" Manager Zhou's astonished gaze shifted to Chu Feng, questioning if he had heard incorrectly. The divine doctor had just referred to this man as master. Realizing the implications, Manager Zhou's scalp prickled. "Divine doctor!" A booming voice called from the entrance of the villa. It was Kai Siwen, the organizer of the medical exchange. He hurried over with a smile, saying, "Dr. Zhang, why haven't you gone in? Everyone is waiting for you." Zhang Wensheng rolled his eyes and coldly replied, "Find someone else. I no longer wish to participate." "What?" Kai Siwen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Zhang Wensheng, after having agreed on everything, was now throwing a tantrum. As a boss, his composure and responsiveness were naturally commendable. He quickly approached and humbly inquired, "Master Zhang, is there anything I have done inadequately?" Given that the other party had always shown him respect, and considering they were already present, Kai Siwen felt it necessary to placate him. Zhang Wensheng turned to Manager Zhou and remarked, "What sort of people do you employ? They lack even the slightest discernment. You want to allow my esteemed guest, whom I personally invited, to enter. Then what purpose do I have in going in myself?" Kai Siwen had already noticed the young man in security attire, Chu Feng, and recalled the excited phone call he received from Zhang Wensheng that morning, where he emphasized the importance of meeting a highly skilled master and urged him to seize the opportunity. With the promise that if recognized, his father's ailment might be cured, Kai Siwen was curious about this individual who warranted such reverence from Zhang Wensheng. It now dawned on him that the Master Zhang referred to was indeed the young man in security garb. Realizing the restrictions imposed below, he understood the entire situation. In a fit of rage, he slapped Manager Zhou across the face and bellowed, "You worthless fool! I entrusted the reception to you, and this is how you handle it?" Manager Zhou, holding his face in shock, bowed his head, feeling utterly wronged and not daring to retort. He had previously discussed the implementation of a restriction sign with Kai Siwen, who had deemed the suggestion acceptable, believing it would enhance the prestige of the exchange meeting. Little did they know that this sign would lead to such grave consequences. Aware that Kai Siwen's outburst was aimed at placating Zhang Wensheng and ensuring the meeting proceeded smoothly, Manager Zhou could only grit his teeth and bear the blame for the time being. After reprimanding Manager Zhou, Kai Siwen turned and smiled at Chu Feng, saying, "Master, it is merely the folly of those below us. I hope you can forgive them. Please, Master, how shall we punish him? I will enact it immediately." Chu Feng, however, did not respond to Kai Siwen, instead directing his attention to Zhang Wensheng, stating, "You handle this." Zhang Wensheng's expression darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Yet, seeing Kai Siwen's pleading gaze and recalling the effort he had expended for this occasion, he addressed Chu Feng, "Master Chu, since we are here, shall we let it go? I assure you, Mr. Kai will properly reprimand this impertinent fellow." Kai Siwen echoed, "Indeed, Master, I shall ensure this fool is duly punished." With that, Chu Feng offered a slight nod, indicating his acquiescence. "Please, Master, do enter." Kai Siwen hatsti stipet asai, bowing deeply. Inside the estate, anticipation filled the air. Upon hearing that the renowned Master Zhang had arrived, one individual lifted their gaze, only to be struck by a sudden realization upon seeing Chu Feng, their mind reverberating with shock. At that moment, Chu Feng also noticed him and couldn't help but smile. It was none other than Zhong Yun. Time had wrought a significant transformation upon him. When he first appeared before Chu Feng, he exuded elegance, charisma, and an undeniable presence, clearly distinguishing himself as a remarkable youth. Yet now, he stood pale and haggard, his demeanor unremarkable, blending into the crowd without attracting any attention. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze upon him, Zhong Yun hastily lowered his head, his fingernails digging into his palms. Recently, both he and the Zhong family had endured numerous trials. Zhong Yun had suffered greatly, even contemplating death on several occasions. He had come to realize that all that transpired around him was linked to Chu Feng. He never imagined that the man he had derided as an incompetent fool for 5 years was, in truth, a cunning predator, capable of annihilating the Zhong family with a mere whisper. He understood that the backlash he faced stemmed from his audacious actions in pursuing Luo Xiu, actions he now regretted. Had he known the consequences, he would never have dared to touch a single hair on her head. But now, there was no turning back. As for seeking revenge, Zhong Yun was acutely aware of his own limitations. He dared not entertain such thoughts, knowing full well that provoking Chu Feng again would spell the utter ruin of both himself and his family. As Kai Siwen led Zhang Wensheng into the venue, the atmosphere became lively. Among the attendees were several well-known physicians and some business owners seeking treatment, all eager to engage with Zhang Wensheng. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, clad in his security uniform, was subconsciously regarded by the crowd as Zhang Wensheng's driver or bodyguard, receiving no further consideration. Since Chu Feng had previously advised Zhang Wensheng against becoming the center of attention, neither Kai Siwen nor Zhang Wensheng introduced him to the others. After a brief exchange, the formal proceedings of the meeting commenced. Zhang Wensheng, being the focal point and judge of the event, took the microphone and announced, "All right, the medical exchange is now underway. Please, the participating physicians and volunteers step forward. The rest, kindly retreat." The crowd began to disperse, some moving forward while others stepped back. Apart from Zhang Wensheng, the only person Chu Feng recognized was Zhong Yun, who stood among those who clearly appeared unwell. Chu Feng was taken aback, surprised that the young master of the Zhong family had come to play the role of a guinea pig. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Zhong Yun had boasted to him about his conquest of Luo Xiu, and in the course of dealing with him, Chu Feng had inadvertently ensured that Zhong Yun would struggle to regain his former standing. As a man, facing an inability to rise in certain aspects was the most unbearable predicament. Realizing the predicament he was in, Zhong Yun must have sought treatment from numerous practitioners, yet to no avail. Today, recognizing the presence of many highly skilled individuals, he had come to test his luck as a subject. "Master Chu, you should participate as well." Zhang Wensheng suddenly leaned in to remind Chu Feng quietly. Without engaging in the medical competition, one could not seize the opportunity to win and claim the ancient medicine as a reward. Chu Feng nodded and stepped forward. As Zhang Wensheng spoke to him, some attendees began to take note of him, but they did not dwell on it much, assuming he was merely Zhang Wensheng's apprentice due to his youth. "All right, we shall commence the first round." Identifying the herbs, various pre-prepared medicinal materials were brought forth. A total of 20 types of herbs were presented, and one needed to identify at least 18 to proceed to the next round. Each physician approached, examined the herbs, and wrote down their names to submit them in a designated area. Among the 20 participants, most were older, typically in their 50s or 60s, with Chu Feng being the youngest. Not inclined to compete with the elderly over herb identification, Chu Feng stepped forward, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters from the table laden with herbs. Unlike the other seasoned physicians who crowded around, touching and sniffing, he merely glanced at them before promptly beginning to write down the names of the herbs. This display sparked a wave of murmurs among the onlookers. This young man, is he really so arrogant? He can identify the herbs just by looking? Surely he must be cheating. I feel the same. Have you not noticed him trailing behind a medical sage? He likely knows what herbs are here and simply memorized them to write down. The waves of skepticism surged, some even reaching Zhang Wensheng's ears, but he paid them no mind, pretending he had not heard. Soon, the identification round concluded. Zhang Wensheng approached to verify the results. Of the 20 physicians, 15 were eliminated, leaving only 5. Just as Zhang Wensheng was about to commence the second round, an emaciated elder in his 60s suddenly declared, "I refuse to accept this. Someone has cheated." At this proclamation, all eyes turned to Chu Feng. Zhang Wensheng's expression soured as he retorted, "Huiyun, if your skills are lacking, admit it. Don't throw around accusations of cheating." "Who is cheating?" Huiyun pointed an accusing finger at Chu Feng, asserting, "He is cheating. This young man is your apprentice. Isn't? In that instant, Zhang Wensheng felt an overwhelming urge to declare that if Chu Feng were indeed his apprentice, he would gladly welcome death at that very moment. Huiyun continued, "It is evident that you have already informed him of the medicinal herbs. He has memorized them all, which is why he can write down the names without even touching them." Zhang Wensheng, as a revered physician, even if you desire your disciple to win the top prize, such overt cheating is utterly uninteresting. Do you think we are all blind? Just as Zhang Wensheng was about to erupt in anger, Chu Feng interjected, "You truly are blind if you cannot recognize such simple herbs. Who else could you be? Provoked by young man, Hui Yun was furious and retorted, Youngster, do not think that because your master is Zhang Wensheng, you can act arrogantly. Does he even deserve such regard? The weight of Chu Feng's words fell like a stone thrown into tranquil waters. Criticizing someone should come with a certain level of decorum. Yet Chu Feng boldly questioned Zhang Wensheng's worth. This statement was not only hurtful, but also likely to offend. Just as everyone expected Zhang Wensheng to retaliate, he merely smiled and said nothing, appearing as though he had not heard. This was peculiar. Hui Yun, who was seeking confrontation, was taken aback, wondering why Zhang Wensheng, known for his notorious temper, was so uncharacteristically calm today. To quell the crowd's doubts, Chu Feng stepped forward and declared, Many believe I have cheated, thinking I knew the names of all the herbs in advance and memorized them. Is that not so? Hui Yun, incensed, questioned, Then you should have no ability to distinguish what these herbs are, correct? As some nodded in agreement, Chu Feng proceeded to pick up each herb and swiftly announce their names, along with their medicinal properties. The venue fell into a profound silence, as everyone realized they had misjudged this young man. He was indeed a person of genuine skill. Some herbs were notoriously difficult to identify, requiring seasoned practitioners to examine and smell them multiple times before arriving at a conclusion. Zhang Wensheng, feeling a sense of pride, asked, Is there anyone here who still doubts? Hui Yun's face flushed with anger as he gasped for breath. All right, let us proceed to the second round. Wait, Chu Feng interjected, continuing, among the 5 who passed, 3 must also be eliminated. Chapter 83. The unyielding heart until the Yellow River is seen upon hearing Chu Feng's words. Everyone instinctively turned to Zhang Wensheng. He was clearly the judge, yet this young man now asserted that 3 individuals would be eliminated, usurping the authority. The crowd was eager to see how the notoriously irritable Zhang Wensheng would respond to such a bold interruption. However, what they witnessed was tranquility. Zhang Wensheng showed no sign of anger and calmly asked, What is it? Chu Feng pointed to 4 individuals standing not far away. You, and you. You 3 have made errors in identification and must, therefore, be eliminated. Despite having passed the first round, these individuals found themselves dismissed by a young man, which incensed the elder Hu Huan, who stepped forward angrily to demand, Who is the judge here? Is this discussion even worth continuing? Had I known this would transpire, I would have declined even the grandest of invitations. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. The other 2 elders, also named for elimination, remained silent but wore grim expressions, casting hostile glances at Chu Feng. After years of practice, they were confident in their ability to identify herbs at a mere glance. And now a young man claimed they had erred and should be disqualified? Their status was already established, and they were indifferent to the accolades. What they could not abide was a young upstart challenging their expertise. Zhang Wensheng, who understood Chu Feng's character, knew that such a direct assertion must be based on some insight, and thus he stepped forward with a smile, saying, Gentlemen, let us refrain from anger. Master Chu, having made such a bold claim, surely has his reasons. Let's hear what he has to say. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Those quick to react noted that Zhang Wensheng, by referring to Chu Feng as master, though seemingly courteous, implied a level of respect that suggested Chu Feng possessed genuine ability, at least comparable to Zhang Wensheng's own. Otherwise, he would not have received such acknowledgement. Those who sensed the shift in dynamics observed a notable change in their perception of Chu Feng. Hu Huan, fueled by rage, failed to grasp the subtlety of the situation. Young man, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. If you claim we have misidentified the herbs and lack qualification for advancement, then tell us what we have misidentified. If you can point it out, I will kneel and apologize. But if you cannot, I do not care who your master is. This matter will not end well. Having not faced such audacity in years, Hu Huan was furious. With unwavering confidence, he was determined to confront Chu Feng, forcing him into a corner. Indeed, point it out. If we are truly wrong, we will apologize. But if you cannot, do not expect an easy exit in the coming days. The other 2 stepped forward, supporting Hu Huan's challenge. Chu Feng smiled calmly, taking a step back to select a herb from the pile. You claim this is Jiushi Huang. Am I mistaken? Hu Huan glanced at it disdainfully and declared, This is undoubtedly Jiushi Huang. Even if the King of Heaven were to appear today, it remains Jiushi Huang. To this, Chu Feng playfully retorted, They say those with long hair possess short knowledge. I believe you, with your short hair, possess little knowledge as well. I assert that this is not Jiushi Huang, but rather Huang Fu Air. Huang Fu Air? Those familiar with herbs instinctively frowned, having never heard of such a variety. Zhang Wenxing's brow furrowed as well. His unwavering belief in Chu Feng led him to ponder whether the herb mistaken for Jiushi Huang was indeed the exceedingly rare Huang Fu Air. These two herbs were documented in ancient medical texts as companion herbs, easily confused due to their similar appearances, yet their medicinal properties were worlds apart. The latter was more precious, and due to its rarity, few were aware of it. Nonsense, Hu Huan retorted angrily, asserting with pride, I speak no exaggeration. I am well versed in the compendium of herbs and have never encountered one called Huang Fu Air. The other two nodded in agreement, endorsing Hu Huan's claim. No. Zhang Wensheng interjected. Huang Fu Air does indeed exist. I've seen it documented in an ancient medical text. It states that Huang Fu Air is a companion herb to Jiushi Huang, appearing under extremely specific conditions. Time is a crucial factor. Only Jiushi Huang that has grown for over 100 years has a chance of yielding Huang Fu Air. The properties of these two herbs are entirely distinct. If handled correctly, Huang Fu Air can extend life, but if mishandled, it becomes a deadly poison. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the room. The knowledge Zhang Wensheng possessed was foreign to Hu Huan and the others. The crowd mused that Zhang Wensheng truly was a medical sage. The disparity between him and Hu Huan was evident. I did not believe it. Hu Huan, unable to retreat, contended, Divine Dr. Zhang, your words carry no weight. It is clear you and this young man are colluding. Everyone can see you are biased towards him. I have perused as many ancient medical texts as you, yet have never encountered such a reference. The implication was clear. They were two peas in a pod, and Zhang Wenxing's words lacked credibility. Zhang Wenxing's expression darkened. Though he could not retaliate against Chu Feng's challenge, he was not inclined to tolerate the rebuttals of others. With a flick of her hand, she exclaimed with fury, Hu Huan, you would do well to think carefully before you speak. What do you mean by me showing favoritism? Has he said anything wrong previously? It's simply a matter of being unable to compete, and there is no need for resentment. I can unequivocally tell you that even if you were given 100 years, you would not surpass Master Chu in the art of medicine. The crowd gasped. As a medical sage, her commendation of a young man was astonishing, and their gazes towards Chu Feng shifted significantly. What you say is far more melodious than any song. You believe that you cannot surpass him, even with a century? How old is he? How many patients has he treated? The clamor was pointless. They were here to secure ancient medicine, and Chu Feng had no time to squander on these arrogant old fools who were puffed up with self-importance. He cleared his throat and cast a knowing glance at Zhang Wensheng, who had intended to argue but chose to remain silent out of respect. Good sir, have you ever heard the saying, one does not give up until they see the yellow river? Chu Feng addressed Hu Huan directly, noticing the look of confusion on Hu Huan's face. He continued, if that is the case, I shall ensure you understand true ignorance. Chapter 84. Why is the small pot made of iron? Chu Feng, who possessed immense self-confidence and refused to acknowledge any mistakes, always let his prowess speak for itself. The earlier example of Huayun was a testament to that. If one was not convinced, then one must be made to submit. Without allowing Hu Huan to speak further, he turned to the composed Kai Siwen and asked, do you have any liquor? The higher the proof, the better. Yes, Master Chu, please hold on. Kai Siwen hastily sent his subordinates to fetch some. Soon, a bottle of high-grade liquor worth several thousand on the market was presented. Chu Feng toyed with the herbs in his hand, stating, you all believe this is Jiushi Huang, so you should know that Jiushi Huang and liquor are akin to iodine encountering starch, resulting in a blue color. This is also a method to verify the authenticity of Jiushi Huang. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging that using liquor was indeed a way to test the authenticity and quality of Jiushi Huang. The better the quality, the deeper the color. Chu Feng continued, however, when Huang Fu Air encounters liquor, it does not turn blue but becomes red, and it is highly toxic, easily tested with a silver needle. Kai Siwen, perceptive as he was, quickly procured 2 small bowls and placed them on the table beside him. Chu Feng then added, Kai boss, for the sake of comparison, could you also fetch 2 chickens and buy a fresh batch of Jiushi Huang from the market? Kai Siwen smiled, Master Zhu, we have all these items in the estate. I will fetch them immediately. Soon, a batch of Jiu Shi Huang identical to what Chu Feng held, along with 2 chickens, was brought to the scene. Without a word of preamble, Chu Feng placed Huang Fu Air and the newly acquired Jiu Shi Huang into the bowls and poured in the liquor. The transformation was instantaneous. The crowd leaned forward to witness one bowl's contents turning a vivid red, reminiscent of clotted blood, while the other bowl became blue. Who has a silver needle? A person immediately produced their silver needle and presented it to Chu Feng, grinning amiably. Chu Feng used the silver needle to extract the Huang Fu Air from a bowl, and everyone watched as the lower half of the needle visibly turned black. When one commits to a task, it is essential to ensure complete submission and understanding from others. Chu Feng collected a small amount of the blood-red Huang Fu Air and forced it down the throat of one chicken. Subsequently, he took the blue Jiu Shi Huang from the bowl and fed it to the other chicken. The chicken that ingested the Huang Fu Air suddenly let out frantic squawks, collapsing and writhing on the ground before falling silent. In contrast, the chicken that consumed the Jiu Shi Huang remained perfectly still. The truth was evident at this moment. Requiring no further explanation from Chu Feng, he looked at Hu Huan with a knowing smile, as if to ask if he had anything else to say. The expressions of Hu Huan and his companions were as pale as if they had lost a child. Although their reputations did not rival Zhang Wenqing's, they were figures of some stature in their own right, and everyone treated them with a degree of respect. Yet now, they found themselves publicly humiliated by a young man. Initially, they had indeed held onto their disbelief, but now they could not deny what was before their eyes. Hui Yun, who had previously harbored resentment towards Chu Feng, felt all bitterness dissipate upon witnessing this. He recognized that despite Chu Feng's youth, he possessed genuine skill. True skill lies in the ability to discern subtleties that others overlook. What appeared to be the same substance to the naked was identified by Chu Feng as Huang Fu Air, and he proved it. From this alone, it was clear that Chu Feng was superior and had the right to chastise him. Hu Huan, Master Hu, do you have anything further to say? Do you still believe I am partial to Master Chu? Zhang Wenqing's tone was peculiar, clearly displeased with Hu Huan's earlier remarks, now seeking to undermine him. I admit it. I am outmatched. The facts lay bare before everyone, and Hu Huan knew he could not play the blame game. To do so would obliterate the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years. Thus, even though it was difficult to bow his head in acknowledgement, he had no choice but to do so. What about you two? Zhang Wenqing turned to the other 2 men, who immediately lowered their heads, assuming a posture of contrition. Zhang Wenqing nodded proudly and declared, "All right, I now announce that both of you have passed the first round of assessments. Is that all?" Chu Feng interjected again, interrupting Zhang Wenqing. Confused, Zhang Wenqing looked at him, pondering if he had overlooked anything. Many in the crowd remembered Hu Huan's earlier statement. If Chu Feng was correct, he would kneel and apologize. Hu Huan suddenly glared at Chu Feng, his jaw clenched in anger. His eyes brimmed with fury, silently warning Chu Feng to temper his words. Was he truly pushing him to such a humiliating brink? To kneel before a mere 20-something? He understood that this act would render him a laughingstock, and no one would seek his medical expertise henceforth. The 2 men behind him wore expressions of regret, lamenting their earlier decision to align with Hu Huan. Having just bowed their heads in apology, they secretly hoped Zhang Wenqing would allow matters to conclude, thinking perhaps Chu Feng had forgotten his earlier words. However, they were unprepared for his relentless pursuit of retribution, as he steadfastly remembered their promises. Disregarding Hu Huan's silent threats, Chu Feng scoffed. What? Was I the one who forced you to say those words earlier? You men are of an age where you should stand by your words. Unless you wish to admit that your statements were mere folly, I have nothing further to say. The older one becomes, the more one values face. Admitting one's words were nonsense was something Hu Huan simply could not do. Noting Hu Huan's silence, Chu Feng continued, since you refuse to acknowledge your previous statements, let's proceed as it should be. Surrounding them, many felt a sense of trepidation, realizing that offending this young man could be perilous. He was unyielding. The 3 men, seasoned and of notable backgrounds, might have otherwise feigned forgetfulness to let the matter pass, granting the elderly men some dignity. Yet Chu Feng, unfazed by the potential backlash, pressed on, leaving them no room for retreat. Unbeknownst to him, everyone has their own way of handling matters. Initially, he did not wish for things to escalate to this point. However, Hu Huan's arrogance, bolstered by age and experience, had become intolerable. If one dares to be arrogant, they must be met with a resounding slap to instill understanding of why the small pot is made of iron. Chu Feng understood that if he faltered today, the humiliation he would endure from the three men will be far worse. Mercy shown to an enemy is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. Seeing Hu Huan still standing there motionless, Chu Feng coldly remarked, "Hurry up, don't force me to assist you." Chapter 85. One's own strength to change the situation. Hu Huan trembled all over. He raised his head to glance around, desperately wishing someone would step forward to ease the tension. However, the onlookers merely regarded him with indifference. It wasn't that no one wanted to intervene. Rather, they were too intimidated. This young man, Chu Feng, had even commanded a measure of respect from Zhang Wensheng, who clearly held him in high regard. To speak up for Hu Huan now would surely offend both parties. Setting aside the mysterious origins and the uncertain medical skills of this enigmatic youth, offending Zhang Wensheng, the esteemed physician, was not a risk anyone was willing to take. Under such circumstances, self-preservation reigned supreme. I was wrong. Before Hu Huan could move, an elderly man behind him resolutely knelt down. Observing this, another elder took a deep breath and followed suit, uttering the words, "I was wrong." They understood well that there was no escaping this calamity. It was better to face everything openly than to let outsiders accuse them of cowardice. Chu Feng nodded slightly, and the two old men helped each other to their feet. It was now Hu Huan's turn. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, his face turned crimson with indignation as he knelt and muttered, "I was wrong," in a tone far from respectful. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Are you still unconvinced?" At this point, it was evident to any discerning observer that Hu Huan's pride had been bruised, yet he shook his head, unwilling to provoke further. "Proceed." Chu Feng turned his gaze to Zhang Wensheng, refraining from signaling Hu Huan to rise as he had with the two elders, which nearly caused Hu Huan to grind his teeth in frustration, forcing himself to stand. "Wait." The only middle-aged man present qualified to advance, Su Kang, stepped forward and declared, "I withdraw." A voluntary withdrawal? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon they comprehended Su Kang's rationale for relinquishing such a golden opportunity. It was clear to all that despite his youth, Chu Feng possessed exceptional medical prowess. Otherwise, Zhang Wensheng would not have referred to him as a master. Competing against him offered no hope, and rather than face humiliation, Su Kang deemed it wiser to step aside and maintain his dignity. He understood precisely why he had received the chance to advance. During the prior identification of medicinal herbs, it was unnecessary to identify all. One only needed to recognize 18 out of 20. When the others mistook Huang Fin for Jiushi Huang, Su Kang had hesitated to identify it, lacking sufficient experience, but fortuitously avoided a misstep. Having earned his place in the first round, he had initially felt elated. However, witnessing Chu Feng's dominance over Hu Huan and the others instilled fear within him. Su Kang did not believe he stood a chance against Chu Feng. Withdrawing early seemed far more prudent. "Are you certain you wish to withdraw?" Zhang Wensheng regarded Su Kang with astonishment, completely unprepared for this turn of events. What had begun as a routine exchange had been dramatically altered by Chu Feng's presence. With Su Kang's withdrawal, only Chu Feng remained. If the first round had filtered it down to a single individual, was there any need to continue with the subsequent processes? In that case, all the preparations would have been in vain. Zhang Wensheng found himself regretting having invited Chu Feng. He had anticipated his brilliance, but had not foreseen such overwhelming prowess. His mere presence had stirred the waters so tumultuously. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely Chu Feng's intention. In his eyes, regardless of how many rounds of selection occurred, the final outcome would remain unchanged. The only difference would be the time taken. The rounds of selection not only wasted time, but also exposed the audience to more varied displays, which contradicted Chu Feng's principle of modesty. Moreover, the emergence of the misleading Jiushi Huang in the first round, which led Hu Huan and the others to misidentify it, provided him with an opportunity to eliminate competitors, thereby hastening the so-called contest conclusion. Regarding Su Kang's voluntary withdrawal, Chu Feng was entirely unsurprised. He had anticipated that once everything was revealed, Su Kang would, if he had any sense, choose to withdraw rather than face humiliation. "Mr. Kai, what should we do?" At a loss for how to proceed, Zhang Wensheng turned to Kai Siwen, the owner. Kai Siwen smiled and stated, "Master Chu has outshone the crowd, becoming the sole individual to advance past the first round. Thus, There is no need to continue with the remaining processes. Master Chu is the leader of this exchange meeting, and I trust everyone has no objections? No objections. I have no objections either. The majority of the audience chuckled and shook their heads. The number of processes and the identity of the ultimate victor mattered little to those present. What was paramount was to avoid offending anyone. Observing this, Zhang Wenxing announced, "Then I declare Master Chu as the leader of this exchange meeting." Many eager to curry favor among the audience began to applaud, fostering a lively atmosphere. However, a few individuals wore forlorn expressions. These were the volunteers who had hoped to be treated by a more skilled healer. They had anticipated this opportunity, but found the process abruptly halted before they could even participate. Zhongyan ground his teeth in frustration. He perceived Chu Feng as his greatest adversary, for wherever Chu Feng appeared, his ambitions seemed thwarted. The volunteers, positioned much like security personnel, were entirely overlooked by the crowd, who had little regard for their thoughts or presence. Yet, Chu Feng did notice the few volunteers whose expressions were far from pleasant. He disregarded the audience members who approached him and instead walked over to the distressed volunteers, saying, "You came here to be test subjects, hoping to seize the opportunity for treatment, correct?" The volunteers exchanged glances, their spirits lifting as they eagerly nodded. Chu Feng smiled and continued, "The situation has changed, and I bear significant responsibility for that. Please wait a moment. Do not rush to leave. Once everything concludes, I will personally attend to your treatment." As for Zhongyan, who was nearby, Chu Feng acted as if he were a stranger, not even sparing him a glance. The volunteers were filled with excitement, while Zhongyun could not share in their joy, fully aware of the animosity between himself and Chu Feng, knowing full well that treatment from him was out of the question. As anger surged within him, Zhongyun's mind raced. If Chu Feng would not treat him, he would seek assistance elsewhere. How dare he think I am helpless? He noticed Hu Huan and the others preparing to leave and hastily pursued them. "Master Hu." Zhongyun jogged forward and, upon Hu Huan turning to him, earnestly implored, "Master Hu, I am feeling unwell. Could you please diagnose me?" Having endured humiliation and disgrace, Hu Huan was in a foul mood. He shot a glance at Chu Feng, who was encircled by onlookers, and snapped, "There is someone far more skilled over there. Go seek him out. I am no match for him." His words were laced with resentment, and his eyes gleamed with anger. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Chapter 86. The White Tiger Carries the Corpse. Are you directing your ire at me? Hu Huan's disdainful tone made Zhongyun's teeth clench instinctively. He thought to himself, if I could find him, would I still come to you? Though displeased, he recognized the anger bubbling within Hu Huan. Having been so thoroughly humiliated by Chu Feng, he was fuming. Realizing this, Zhongyun's mind began to stir. He understood he could not confront Chu Feng directly, but he could incite Hu Huan's fury against him, letting them tear each other apart. Having resolved to proceed in this manner, Zhongyun smiled and said, "Master Hu, I believe that young man's medical skills are inferior to yours. Medical expertise relies on practical experience, not mere theory. I have greater faith in your abilities." Hu Huan turned his gaze back, surprised by Zhongyun's words, and asked, "Do you genuinely believe that?" Zhongyun straightened his posture, his confidence surging as he replied, "Of course, I am sincere, and I hope Master Hu will provide me with treatment." After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and said, "To be honest, Master Hu, I have some past grievances with that fellow, and I'm somewhat familiar with the situation. If Master Hu wishes to know more, I will certainly speak without reservation." Originally, Hu Huanan was in a rather displeased mood and had no intention of treating anyone. But upon hearing Zhongyun mention his acquaintance with Chu Feng, his eyes lit up with interest. He smiled and put his arm around Zhongyun's shoulder, saying, "Let us go somewhere else to chat." It was as if he had wished for a pillow to rest his head, and now someone had come forward to assist him in investigating Chu Feng's origins. In the hall, Chu Feng noticed the four individuals departing together and realized that Zhongyun's initiative to approach Hu Huanan was unlikely to yield anything favorable. Yet he paid it no mind. With his strength evident, should Zhongyun wish to make a show, he would naturally fall as hard as he rose. Forcing a smile was not within Chu Feng's repertoire. Thus, when approached by those seeking his contact information to request his healing services, Chu Feng dismissed them entirely, turning instead to the 5 volunteers who were anxiously waiting in the corner. After asking Kai Siwen to arrange a quiet room, he led them to the treatment area. Kai Siwen, eager to witness Chu Feng's medical skills firsthand, abandoned the gathering and followed out of curiosity. "Master, can my illness be cured?" A man tormented by pain, his complexion pale and emaciated, looked at Chu Feng with hopeful eyes. "Indeed," Chu Feng replied earnestly. "Will there be a charge?" the man asked, voicing the question that weighed on the minds of the others. They had come as volunteers precisely because there was no fee, yet the circumstances had shifted, raising concerns that Chu Feng might demand payment. "No, you need not worry about anything. Simply follow my instructions," Chu Feng said firmly. "Now lie down. I will treat you." Upon learning there was no charge, the man immediately brightened, complying readily as he lay on the adjacent bed. Chu Feng wasted no time, proceeding with the examination and treatment. Kai Siwen stood quietly in the background, observing. For 5 individuals, the treatment took just over an hour. Chu Feng's methods yielded immediate results, and those treated could distinctly feel the changes in their conditions. To do good deeds thoroughly and to deliver a Buddha to the West. This was Chu Feng's approach. He paid no mind to those who, bolstered by a bit of wealth, fancied themselves superior and enjoyed putting on airs. However, he harbored compassion for these unfortunate souls, aware that their early treatments had drained their finances, leaving them unable to purchase expensive medicinal herbs for recovery. Otherwise, they would not be seeking fortune here. Chu Feng turned to Kai Siwen and said, "Mr. Kai, they will each require some medicinal herbs for their recovery. I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. I will cover the costs." Seeing Chu Feng not only offering free treatment, but also willing to provide herbs, the 5 men fell to their knees in gratitude, needing several attempts before Chu Feng could help him back up. Witnessing Chu Feng's prowess, Kai Siwen smiled and said, "Master Chu, your benevolence is commendable. You have already treated them free of charge. Let me take care of the herbs, as they are here in support of my hosting this exchange meeting, and I must express my gratitude." The men immediately showered Kai Siwen with heartfelt thanks, and he promptly recorded the prescriptions Chu Feng had just provided, instructing his subordinates to procure the herbs as quickly as possible. Once outside, Kai Siwen took a deep breath and approached Chu Feng, saying, "Master Chu, I have a humble request. I hope you can assist me." "Speak." Kai Siwen hesitated briefly before saying, "My father has been afflicted by a stubborn ailment for many years. I would be grateful if Master Chu could take a look." Having spent a fortune acquiring ancient remedies and inviting the esteemed healer Zhang Wensheng to preside over this so-called medical exchange meeting, Kai Siwen's primary goal was to sift through competitors to find the most skilled practitioners, hoping to unearth extraordinary talents who could treat his ailing father. These plans had been in motion long before Chu Feng encountered Zhang Wensheng. When Zhang Wensheng arrived in Yin City and was awed by Chu Feng's formidable healing arts, he suggested that if they could persuade Chu Feng, healing his father would not pose a significant challenge. Kai Siwen understood that anyone recommended by Zhang Wensheng must be exceptional, and he immediately sought to find Chu Feng. However, just as he was about to approach, Zhang Wensheng intervened, aware that a hasty request would likely be dismissed by Chu Feng, who was not in need of money. Kai Siwen had only money to offer. Attempting to solicit Chu Feng's assistance with mere financial incentive could backfire. After careful consideration, Zhang Wensheng conceived the idea of offering prizes at the medical exchange meeting, believing that ancient remedies would likely entice Chu Feng. Reflecting on Zhang Wensheng's strong endorsement, Kai Siwen thought to use the exchange meeting to assess whether Chu Feng truly possessed such extraordinary skills. Upon meeting him today, the young Chu Feng indeed proved remarkable, confirming him as the individual Kai Siwen was seeking. With these events transpiring, a certain rapport had been established between them, leading Kai Siwen to believe that now would be an opportune moment to request Chu Feng's assistance. At that moment, Zhang Wensheng approached with a wooden box in hand. "Master, here is the prize for this event." Upon opening the box, an object the size of a fist, dark purple in hue and reminiscent of a potato, was revealed. Chu Feng took the ancient remedy, inhaling its peculiar scent, and while he could ascertain it was indeed a medicinal substance, he could not identify its specific nature. Despite his extensive experience, he had time to study it further, so he accepted the ancient remedy. Noticing Kai Siwen watching him expectantly, Chu Feng nodded and said, "I could take a look." Upon receiving his consent, Kai Siwen was overjoyed. After instructing his secretary to properly host the guests still engaged in conversation in the front hall, he led Chu Feng and Zhang Wensheng out through a back exit. Half an hour later, their vehicle entered a valley, revealing an impressive estate before them. Observing the grand architecture, Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as the phrase white tiger holding a corpse flashed through his mind. Upon entering the estate and disembarking, Kai Siwen cheerfully guided Chu Feng towards his father for treatment. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed Chu Feng had not followed and turned to find him standing still, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Curiously, Kai Siwen inquired, "Master Chu, are you searching for something?" Chu Feng withdrew his gaze and shook his head, asking, "Is it true that your father's illness has never fully resolved, always recurring after a period of seeming recovery?" Kai Siwen nodded fervently, responding, "Yes, that is correct. Over the years, we have consulted many practitioners. Initially, there were some improvements, but eventually, it became a persistent issue. No matter who we consulted or what medications we tried, it could never be completely cured." Chu Feng continued, "And still, you have no children, correct? Even if you conceive, it often results in unfortunate miscarriages?" At these words, Kai Siwen's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning slightly frantic as he asked, "Master Chu, how do you know this?" Despite being a wealthy entrepreneur, the absence of a child weighed heavily on Kai Siwen's heart. Over the years, he had pursued various means to have a child, but whether through natural means or surrogacy, any pregnancy would inevitably end in tragedy. He had long sought the reason behind this misfortune, yet found no answers. "You are fortunate to still be alive, under normal circumstances. Your fate must be strong, otherwise you would be long forgotten," Chu Feng stated. "Though you possess a noble fate since residing in this place, your family's business has likely been in decline, growing ever worse." Hearing this, Kai Siwen was even more agitated, affirming, "Yes, that is indeed the case, Master Chu. My business has been faltering. Just last year alone, I incurred losses of 3 billion. "Master Chu, do you also possess knowledge of feng shui?" Kai Siwen asked, piecing together that Chu Feng's earlier scanning of the surroundings was likely an assessment of feng shui, and the troubles befalling his family seemed interconnected with it. "Indeed," Chu Feng replied, "your father's illness, if I am not mistaken, began to worsen precisely after moving into this location, did it not?" Once again struck by truth, Kai Siwen hastily nodded, acknowledging the veracity of the matter. Since relocating here 20 years ago, his father's illness had become increasingly difficult to treat, and simultaneously, his wife, who was 5 months pregnant, suffered a miscarriage after what had been a series of normal checkups. 20 years prior, the Kai family boasted assets exceeding 100 billion, firmly established as the wealthiest clan in Yun City. However, as time progressed, their fortune dwindled to mere tens of billions annually. Prompted by Chu Feng's observations, Kai Siwen reflected on the series of unfortunate events that had befallen his family and pondered whether they might indeed be linked to the local geomancy. Yet, he was also perplexed. He had previously consulted a feng shui expert who assured him that the site was auspicious and devoid of any issues. With uncertainty, Kai Siwen asked, "Master, could my family's misfortunes genuinely be related to the feng shui?" He recounted that the individual he had consulted had firmly stated that the feng shui of the location was quite favorable. Chu Feng, with unwavering conviction, replied, "It is indeed a matter of feng shui. The person you consulted lacks the requisite expertise, merely scratching the surface. The individual who initially arranged the feng shui here possessed remarkable skill. While it may appear advantageous at first glance, it conceals a sinister arrangement. White tiger holding a corpse." After a brief pause, Chu Feng elaborated, "It seems that the person who constructed this place for you harbored animosity towards your family, thus clandestinely placing the white tiger holding a corpse, intending for your family's demise to occur without your awareness." Kai Siwen, drenched in cold sweat, was utterly taken aback to learn that the estate he had once cherished concealed such peril. Reflecting on the Kai family's recent struggles, he no longer doubted Chu Feng's analysis and became acutely aware that the estate's feng shui indeed harbored grave issues. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising dread, he suddenly knelt before Chu Feng, beseeching, "Master Chu, I implore you, please save my family." Kai Siwen had some understanding of feng shui. He knew that wealth alone could not remedy such matters. If there were indeed problems with the feng shui, finding a true expert was paramount, for hasty actions could exacerbate the situation. Chu Feng's ability to perceive what others could not indicated his exceptional skill, and Kai Siwen believed he could address the hidden dangers of their feng shui. "Please rise," Chu Feng commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Kai Siwen complied, getting to his feet. The white tiger holding a corpse had been established for many years, resolving it would not be straightforward. Consider carefully what may have offended the individual who constructed this place. Why would they wish to harm your family? Every action has its cause. If you had not offended anyone, why would they resort to such malice? While assisting others posed no issue for Chu Feng, he was reluctant to aid those with ill intentions. Kai Siwen contemplated deeply, expressing his confusion. Master Chu, the person who helped construct this estate has been a friend since childhood. Our relationship remains strong. He has always gone to great lengths to assist me in business difficulties. It seems unlikely he would wish to harm me. Given the family's consistent misfortunes, Kai Siwen had not previously considered the feng shui angle, attributing it instead to other factors. He firmly believed that someone he had known since childhood could not betray him. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating before stating. When he assisted in constructing this place, he must have consulted a master for feng shui advice, which guided the construction process. Kai Siwen, his memory hazy from 2 decades past, took a moment before responding. It seems that he did indeed hire the renowned Tianyun master from Shenzhou at a high price to oversee the layout, implementing everything according to his guidance. At this point, it was evident that the issue lay with the so-called Tianyun master. Yet, upon further reflection, Kai Siwen remarked, however, my family has no grievances with Tianyun master. We have never interacted before. Why would he arrange a hidden white tiger holding a corpse? Recalling the Kai family's substantial wealth 2 decades ago, which inevitably attracted competitors, Chu Feng speculated, it is possible that a competitor orchestrated this, covertly enlisting Tianyun master to carry out such a scheme. This conclusion bore greater weight. Considering the Kai family's previous standing, it was plausible that their prosperity had offended other families, prompting someone to seek revenge by bribing Tianyun master to arrange the malevolent configuration. At this juncture, discussing blame was futile. Kai Siwen was consumed with thoughts of resolution. He urgently inquired, Master Chu, what must we do next? Is it too late to move from here? The revelation of the hidden white tiger holding a corpse made Kai Siwen eager to vacate the premises immediately. Wishing to escape this ominous location with his family, Chu Feng gazed over the estate, his eyes narrowed in contemplation, remaining silent. Obving Chu Feng Seziti-sen, Kai Siwen, filled with trepidation, instinctively turned to Zhang Wensheng for guidance. Zhang Wensheng, equally perplexed, shook his head in resignation, indicating he was unaware of Chu Feng's intentions. At that moment, the esteemed healer was grappling with the magnitude of his realizations. He had anticipated that Chu Feng possessed extraordinary medical skills, but he had not expected him to also excel in feng shui, a discipline far more intricate than medicine. While one could master medical practice in 3 years, the complexities of feng shui were more elusive. Yet, how could someone of such youth possess such remarkable prowess in both fields? Zhang Wensheng marveled at the prodigious talents displayed by Chu Feng. He understood that if Chu Feng were not adept at feng shui, he would not have discerned the estate's issues upon his arrival, nor would he have so accurately identified the Kai family's tribulations. Moving might be futile. Chu Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Having resided here for an extended period, the malevolent energy of the white tiger holding a corpse has seeped into every individual, rendering relocation ineffective in alleviating the harm caused. Kai Siwen's face turned pale with fear, and he felt utterly helpless as he anxiously questioned, Master Chu, what should we do? Master Chu, you must save my family. As long as you can rescue us from this calamity, you shall be regarded as my family's savior. He pleaded, desperation evident in his tone. Chu Feng raised his hand, interrupting Kai Siwen's frantic pleas. Since I have identified the problem, and you have not engaged in any grievous actions to warrant this predicament, I will assist you. However, the specifics of the resolution require careful examination, as the arrangement of the white tiger holding a corpse is exceptionally intricate. Handled properly, it could transform misfortune into fortune, allowing your family to reclaim the luck lost over the years. Yet, should the approach be flawed, even if the white tiger holding a corpse is dismantled, the residual effects will linger, potentially affecting your family for years to come. Upon hearing that a proper resolution could restore the Kai family's fortunes, Kai Siwen's excitement rendered him momentarily speechless, his face flushing with urgency. Do not follow me. It would be of little use. I shall explore the area on my own. With that, Chu Feng ventured deeper into the estate, leaving Kai Siwen and Zhang Wensheng to watch in anticipation. Once Chu Feng vanished from sight, Kai Siwen turned to grasp Zhang Wensheng's arm, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Master Zhang, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would never have met Master Chu, nor would I have discovered the feng shui trap set for my family. In that moment, Kai Siwen felt a profound sense of appreciation for Zhang Wensheng. Had it not been for him, their paths would not have crossed, and they would not find themselves in this predicament. Zhang Wensheng smiled warmly, replying, "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Kai. Perhaps this is your fortune. If you had not organized the exchange meeting, none of this would have transpired." Reflecting on the chain of events, Kai Siwen acknowledged the unpredictable nature of fate, realizing that perhaps he had saved himself. Meanwhile, in the depths of the estate, Chu Feng ambled about, observing the surroundings, more of a spectator in matters of feng shui than an active practitioner as he was in medicine. Feng shui is omnipresent. Theoretically, the opportunities for practical application far exceed those for healing others. However, Chu Feng did not pursue such endeavors. Instead, he seemed to create unnecessary burdens for himself. Unless he encountered a meticulously arranged feng shui trap designed to inflict harm, or a naturally occurring, minimally impactful negative feng shui, he would often overlook it. The white tiger clutching a corpse, in Chu Feng's mind, was undeniably arranged with great discretion. Simply put, had he not turned a corner to suddenly behold the entirety of the manor, and had he not fortuitously looked up at that moment, he would have missed this critical detail. Even with his considerable expertise in feng shui, it would have been impossible for him to discern the white tiger clutching a corpse trap at first glance. Although he did not focus intently on studying feng shui, it did not imply that he lacked knowledge in the field. When confronted with it, he would observe it closely. "Stop!" As Chu Feng walked, a sharp reprimand suddenly rang out. From his peripheral vision, a slightly plump woman approached briskly, her phoenix eyes narrowing in anger as she questioned him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Her gaze was filled with suspicion. Despite his security uniform, she recognized that the style did not match those typically worn by her household security personnel. She had noticed him earlier, wandering around as if he were a thief. Given his well-fed appearance and some other clues, Chu Feng concluded that this woman was Kai Siwen's wife. He smiled and explained, "I was invited by Mr. Kai to treat his father. I noticed some issues with the feng shui here, so I was just taking a look around." "What? Treating him? And looking at feng shui too?" The woman was taken aback, then scrutinized Chu Feng with skepticism. "Just you?" The implication was clear. A young man like him could not possibly treat the elder, whose ailment was notoriously difficult. Beyond the reach of ordinary physicians, those previously summoned had all been elderly themselves. As for feng shui, she found it hard to believe that he fit the profile. Had she never seen a feng shui master on television, with their benevolent demeanor and mystical aura, often wielding a compass? In contrast, Chu Feng, barely in his 20s, stood empty-handed. A flurry of thoughts raced through the woman's mind, and before Chu Feng could respond, she declared, "I think you are a thief." At that moment, 3 individuals rushed over the security personnel she had earlier notified. With a wave of her hand, they swiftly surrounded Chu Feng. "Quickly apprehend this thief." The 3 security guards immediately closed in on Chu Feng, denying him any opportunity to explain himself as they reached out to seize him. Unreasonable. Chu Feng's expression turned cold, and with a slight tremor, the moment their hands made contact with him, it was as if they had been pricked by a needle, instinctively retracting their hands in pain. "What are you standing there for? Can't you handle one person?" The woman, oblivious to the unfolding events, urged angrily. The 3 guards exchanged glances, their faces marked with bewilderment, and hesitated to advance. One of them called for their captain over the intercom. Just a brief encounter had led them to conclude that this young man was formidable. Only their martial arts trained captain might be able to manage him. Soon, an electric vehicle arrived, and a middle-aged man with a square face stepped out. "Captain, it's him. He's a bit tricky." The captain glanced at Chu Feng and paused in surprise. "Agua, swiftly apprehend him," the woman urged. A sharp crack echoed as Agua. The security captain slapped the woman across the face, leaving everyone, including Chu Feng, in stunned silence. "Striking one's own? Boss, you've lost your mind, haven't you?" "Yes, boss. How could you, madam?" The 2 security guards looked at Captain Agua in disbelief. As subordinates, they had never witnessed such a breach of decorum. Striking the mistress? They could hardly fathom it, wondering if the captain had been drinking, mistakenly hitting the lady instead of the intended target, Chu Feng. Agua, are you rebelling? How dare you strike me? Do you want to lose your job? The woman, nursing her sore cheek, glared furiously at Agua. Agua coldly retorted, a slap is a mild response. Do you know who this is? To dare to call him a thief and demand his capture. I see you have a death wish. I am doing this to save the Kai family. After reprimanding the lady, Agua turned to the perplexed Chu Feng and explained, Master, my name is Zhao Gua, a member of the Zhao family. You may not remember me, but I have seen you at the Zhao residence. Upon understanding the situation, Chu Feng realized that the security captain's action had been a defense of him, though he did not know this person. It turned out that Agua was indeed from the Zhao family. Agua, what nonsense are you spouting? He is merely a young lad. The woman scoffed. How dare you strike me? This matter is far from over. It is not something you can brush aside with a few words. When the elder returns, I will ensure he deals with you properly. The woman was utterly unreasonable in her outrage. Agua understood that Chu Feng would not be present here without reason. He knew that Kai Siwen was hosting a medical exchange meeting today and was aware of Chu Feng's exceptional medical skills. With a little deduction, he surmised that Chu Feng must have been invited to showcase his talents. Just as Agua was about to admonish the lady to refrain from escalating matters further, he caught sight of Kai Siwen approaching with someone. He nodded towards them, saying, The master has arrived. Go ahead and cry. He knew that once Kai Siwen learned the truth, he would not blame Agua. The woman turned to see her husband approaching and immediately burst into tears, rushing over. Darling, Agua has rebelled. He struck me. He's just a dog of the Kai family. How dare he hit me? You must stand up for me. Kai Siwen approached with a stern expression and questioned Agua. What is going on? At that moment, seeing Chu Feng present, he felt a sense of dread creeping in. Master, Madam indiscriminately accused Master Chu of being a thief and commanded us to seize him. What? Kai Siwen's complexion changed dramatically, realizing that the very thing he wished to avoid had come to pass. With a swift motion, he turned and slapped his wife, following it with a kick that sent her tumbling to the ground. Apologize to Master Chu immediately. Do you know what Master Chu is doing? He is saving our Kai family, and you still want to capture him? Apologize. Bow down and apologize now. The woman, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events, looked at Kai Siwen in terror. She had never witnessed him this enraged since their marriage. Why are you standing there? Apologize. Kai Siwen advanced, raising his foot to kick again. Enough. Chu Feng interjected suddenly, causing Kai Siwen to halt mid-motion. Nothing significant has occurred. There is no need for an apology. Having said this, Chu Feng continued deeper into the matter. He understood that the woman had mistaken him for a thief primarily due to his security uniform. The 2 slaps she received could be seen as a consequence of her short-sightedness, and there was no need to force her to kneel for an apology. He had no intention of targeting her. Vile woman, I warn you, if Master Chu harbors any grievances against our Kai family because of this, I will not spare you. Panting with indignation, Kai Siwen turned to Agua and said, Agua, you handled this well. I shall reward you with 500,000. The remaining guards were left in utter shock. They had just witnessed Agua striking the mistress and assumed his career was over. Yet, unpredictably, Agua not only remained unscathed, but was also praised and rewarded by the boss. A few individuals expressed their frustration, pondering why such fortunate events had not befallen them. Will Master Zhang and Master Chu be angered by this? Kai Siwen asked nervously, her gaze drifting into the distance, concerned that Chu Feng might harbor ill feelings towards the Kai family, thereby withholding his assistance in altering their feng shui. Zhang Wensheng shook his head, reassuring her. Since Master Chu has said there is no issue, then there is none. If there were, he would have stopped you earlier. Comforted by his words, Kai Siwen felt her racing heart gradually calm. To avoid offending their benefactor any further, she quickly gathered Zhang Wensheng and pursued the direction in which Chu Feng had departed, preparing to observe from a distance. Meanwhile, a woman, disheveled and lost, rose from the ground and inquired of Agua, Who is he? Someone who could easily bring the Kai family to ruin. Agua paused momentarily before continuing. You should be aware of the recent troubles faced by the powerful Su and Huang families in Yin City, right? The woman nodded, prompting Agua to elaborate. The young masters of both families offended him at an auction not long ago and were subsequently dealt with harshly. Shortly after, calamities befell both families. Do you not see the connection? Agua, having heard Zhao Honglong mention the downfall of the Su and Huang families, speculated that it was undoubtedly intertwined with Chu Feng. Although it was merely conjecture, anyone with insight would recognize it as truth. After all, why did these two formidable families face misfortune only after their young masters had crossed paths with the same individual? The woman's complexion had long since turned pale. Initially, she harbored considerable resentment towards Kai Siwen and Zhao Gua, even despising Chu Feng. But now, she found herself devoid of any hatred. The realization that Zhao Gua's earlier violent act had indeed been a rescue for the Zhao family washed over her. An hour later, Chu Feng and his companions returned indoors. "Master Chu, is there a solution?" Kai Siwen asked, her impatience evident as she leaned closer. "There is a resolution, but certain items are required. Please prepare them." Chu Feng Institute. He swiftly wrote down the needed items, and Kai Siwen hastily sent Zhao Gua to procure them. "Kai Zong, think carefully. Since moving into this manor, have you offended anyone?" As Kai Siwen returned after making arrangements, Chu Feng suddenly spoke again. While moving about, he had discerned additional matters. Initially, his assumptions had been incorrect. The white tiger, carrying a corpse that has been set up at your residence, was not part of the original construction. It was clandestinely altered shortly thereafter. This implied that those who might wish to harm your family were likely individuals offended during that time, and the renovations provided them the perfect opportunity. The individual responsible for the renovations holds considerable suspicion. Kai Siwen nodded thoughtfully, recalling, "After moving in, I was dissatisfied with certain areas and indeed oversaw a comprehensive renovation. However, my father managed the details, and I am unaware of where he sourced the workers. Is it imperative to uncover their identity?" Kai Siwen Muset. The white tiger, carrying a corpse, had existed for many years and had significantly impacted the Kai family. At present, her foremost desire was to dismantle this feng shui curse and alter the family's fortunes. As for identifying the original culprit, she subconsciously felt it was of little necessity, considering the passage of time made such inquiries challenging. It is crucial to ascertain. Chu Feng que la vie. Otherwise, you cannot determine the extent of the enmity between them and your family. Should the animosity be pronounced, and once the white tiger's curse is dissolved, your family's fortunes begin to improve, the opposing party may continue their covert sabotage. You would be left vulnerable, and I would lack the time to intervene again. Chu Feng was accustomed to resolving matters in one thorough sweep. Without uncovering the individual who had set the white tiger's curse and clarifying the degree of enmity involved, he would not linger to address retaliatory actions later. Indeed, Zhang Wensheng interjected, "It would be best to clarify things. The person capable of arranging such a feng shui curse must possess formidable skills. What if Master Chu successfully rectifies your family situation and they witness it, only to instigate trouble again?" The very thought sent chills down Kai Siwen's spine. She had not anticipated Chu Feng's foresight, considering even the potential repercussions. She promptly agreed. "I shall inquire with my father to see if we can clarify the situation." After exchanging a few words, Kai Siwen hurriedly departed. Inside, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Zhang Wensheng wished to engage with Chu Feng further, but found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of what might pique his interest, and wary of saying something inappropriate that could tarnish his impression. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Chu Feng noticed the box containing the ancient medicine and decided to open it, eager to discover its contents. The ancient medicine piqued Zhang Wensheng's curiosity as he shamelessly leaned in closer. "Master Chu, can you discern what this ancient medicine is?" "I am currently examining it," Chu Feng replied, scrutinizing the ancient medicine in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he squeezed it firmly, causing it to crack open with a sharp sound. Immediately, an incredibly rich fragrance enveloped the room. "My heavens, what is this? It smells divine." Zhang Wensheng inhaled deeply, and the mere scent invigorated him, bringing clarity and vitality. He felt as though he had regained 10 years of youth. This must be a divine medicine. His heart raced, for as a healer, his experience told him that the aroma alone suggested this was a legendary remedy. Consuming it could very well enhance longevity. But the revelation was not yet complete. Chu Feng squeezed the ancient medicine again, causing the cracks to widen until it disintegrated entirely. "Ah!" Zhang Wensheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master Chu, is this the true ancient medicine?" At the center of the remnants lay a pill the size of a soybean, from which the intoxicating aroma emanated. Only at this moment did he comprehend that what he initially regarded as the ancient medicine was merely an outer layer, with the genuine medicine concealed within. No wonder so many had attempted to study it, even subjecting portions to chemical analysis, yet had failed to uncover its true nature. After all, they had wasted their efforts because the guardians of the ancient medicine lacked the courage to fully expose it. Otherwise, they would have discovered the true essence long ago. Zhang Wensheng scrutinized the pill closely, inhaling its fragrance deeply as he inquired, "Master Chu, is this the legendary elixir?" As a healer, he was aware of the concept of elixirs, but he understood that the concoctions produced today could only be classified as pills. A true elixir could provoke remarkable effects with just a single dose. This pill, however, merely hinted at extraordinary stimulation through its aroma, and he could scarcely fathom the transformations that might occur if ingested. "Close enough," Chu Feng remarked, bringing the elixir to his nose for a deep inhalation. Instantly, he sensed a surge of vital energy coursing through his meridians, his eyes brightening, yet they bore traces of hesitation. This elixir, one could easily surmise, would undoubtedly yield unforeseen benefits for cultivation. To consume it or not? In that moment, as Chu Feng gazed at the elixir, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. Such rare items have become exceedingly scarce in this modern era. While consuming the elixir would undoubtedly provide him with unforeseen benefits, Chu Feng's thoughts drifted to the elderly man still residing on the mountain. The old man had long suffered from health issues and had been seeking solutions for years. He was in dire need of such a precious artifact from antiquity. Chu Feng contemplated saving the elixir for him, hoping it might alleviate or even resolve his ailments. After a brief moment of indecision, he suppressed his inner desires and inquired of Zhang Wensheng, "Do you have a flame?" Indeed, Zhang Wensheng promptly turned to retrieve a candle from the medicinal box he had brought, igniting it with care. Chu Feng rose to gather the remnants of the outer seal he had crushed earlier, placing it above the flame to warm it. The once rigid material began to show signs of melting immediately. Without the assistance of any external tools, Chu Feng skillfully resealed the elixir, preserving its medicinal properties. With everything in order and the elixir safely stored, Chu Feng felt a surge of contentment. What began as mere curiosity had unexpectedly culminated in such a remarkable discovery. Noticing the delight on Chu Feng's face, Zhang Wensheng, curious, asked, "Master Chu, what kind of elixir is this?" In a buoyant mood, Chu Feng responded with more words than usual. "I cannot specify its exact effects, but I can assure you it is a remarkable item, particularly beneficial for martial artists, as it can offer unforeseen assistance." Reflecting on his recent acquisition of this ancient elixir and Zhang Wensheng's proactive approach to seek him out, Chu Feng inquired, "You are quite eager to learn the ultimate Qianquan needle, aren't you? The nuances of human relationships dictate that favors must be returned." Chapter 91. Breaking the curse. The surprise was utterly unexpected. After a moment of shock, Zhang Wensheng nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ever since encountering Chu Feng, he had held him in high regard, consistently aligning himself with him whenever allegiances were required, all in pursuit of recognition and the opportunity to master the ultimate Qianquan needle. Now that Chu Feng had broached the subject, Zhang Wensheng felt that fortune had smiled upon him, realizing the ancient elixir's efficacy had perhaps played a role. "Very well, I can teach you, but how much you learn will depend on your own abilities." "Thank you, Master Chu." Zhang Wensheng was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, and since the necessary materials were yet to be gathered, he began explaining the fundamentals of the ultimate Qianquan needle to Zhang Wensheng. Despite his age, Zhang Wensheng's mind remained sharp. To ensure he did not miss any critical details, he took out his phone to record the information, allowing him to review it later should he encounter any uncertainties. After discussing the basic theory, Chu Feng noticed a piece of paper left over from his earlier notes on the materials needed to break the white tiger corpse curse. He proceeded to sketch a diagram illustrating the application of the ultimate Qianquan needle. At that moment, Zhang Wensheng appeared like a diligent student, listening intently to Chu Feng's explanations. He already possessed some understanding of the ultimate Qianquan needle, and many concepts clicked into place for him. Consequently, Chu Feng was quite pleased with Zhang Wensheng's engagement. Just as they concluded their discussion, Kai Siwen returned. "Master Chu, I've clarified the situation. Our family has been targeted, but it is unrelated to the person responsible for the renovations. Unrelated? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether his earlier assumptions had been mistaken. Guy Siwen, et la Bozette. My father mentioned that when the renovations were being prepared, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe appeared at the estate, claiming to be parched and in need of water. After quenching his thirst, he offered to assist with feng shui as a gesture of gratitude. Given his extraordinary demeanor, my father believed him and followed his guidance to dismantle and add various elements. The man called himself Shantong, a traveler who roamed the world, and thus, his current whereabouts remain unknown. Chu Feng smiled knowingly and replied, "Do you believe his appearance here to request water was mere coincidence?" Kai Siwen instinctively shook his head. After all, if there were no animosity between them, there would be no need for the stranger to deliberately orchestrate the White Tiger Corpse curse. The apparent coincidence was merely a fade. It was not difficult to surmise that the so-called Shantong Taoist likely had a puppet master pulling the strings behind him. However, identifying this puppeteer remained a challenge, as the current inability to locate Shantong made it difficult to investigate further. Having done all he could, and recognizing the challenge in uncovering the hidden orchestrator, Chu Feng refrained from further commentary on the matter. He merely advised Kai Siwen to remain vigilant, as the hidden mastermind might resort to further schemes if they learned that the White Tiger Corpse curse had been disrupted. Once Zhao Guo returned with the necessary items, Chu Feng took charge, leading everyone to the epicenter of the White Tiger Corpse curse, an ancient pavilion. Surrounding them were Kai Laozhong, Kai Siwen's wife, and various security personnel from Zhao Guo, all observing with curiosity. Chu Feng began to weave a bagua formation using red string, connecting it to the pavilion's pillars. Once everything was arranged, he lit an oil lamp and placed it on the stone table at the center of the pavilion. He then seized a rooster from the ground, twisting its head, causing blood to splatter across the entire pavilion. At that moment, the onlookers felt a sudden gust of wind encircle them, sending chills down their spines. Kai Siwen's wife suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in terror as she gazed at the oil lamp on the stone table. The flame flickered and transformed into a ghastly green hue, reminiscent of a horror film, sending shivers through everyone present. "Silence. Speak again, and I shall send you away." Kai Siwen shot a glare at his wife before focusing intently on Chu Feng, who had previously instructed him that he would need to bleed at a crucial moment to reverse the White Tiger Corpse curse. Time seemed to stretch as Chu Feng moved about the pavilion, gesturing with his hands. The flame of the oil lamp danced wildly, the fire flickering higher and more erratically, shifting from green to black. As the flame turned entirely black, Chu Feng delivered a forceful kick to the stone table, causing it to be pushed aside. He then stomped down again, and with a resounding crack, the floor tiles shattered, revealing a concealed hollow beneath. "Come here." Upon receiving the command, Kai Siwen hurriedly approached the pavilion. Chu Feng grasped him by the neck, pressing his fingers sharply against his brow, eliciting a stream of crimson blood. With a swift motion, Chu Feng flicked the blood into the hollow below. The sound that erupted was akin to water splashing on a hot oil, followed by a surge of black smoke billowing forth. As the smoke rushed towards him, Kai Siwen instinctively recoiled, but with his neck firmly held by Chu Feng, he found himself unable to evade. "Endure. If you cannot, the situation cannot be reversed." Hearing this admonition, Kai Siwen clenched his teeth. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt a wave of cold wash over his face, rapidly spreading throughout his body. The chill transformed into countless biting insects, frantically gnawing at him. The excruciating pain was unprecedented, prompting Kai Siwen to scream. But he quickly stifled himself, fists clenched tightly in a desperate attempt to endure. The onlookers held their breaths, witnessing a surreal scene as the black smoke emerging from the hollow seemed to take on the shape of a tiger, carrying something in its jaws. Chu Feng, Fa, reached for the oil lamp, which seemed to respond to his call, soaring into his hand. With the lamp now in his possession, he placed it above Kai Siwen's head. The black smoke enveloping Kai Siwen began to churn violently before entirely funneling into the flame of the oil lamp. As the smoke dissipated, the flame returned to its normal hue. "That's enough." Following this cue, Kai Siwen slowly opened his eyes, still trembling uncontrollably, his clothes drenched in sweat. He felt as though he might lose control of his bladder at any moment. "Take this oil lamp and place it inside the house for later use." Kai Siwen cast a glance, prompting Zhao Guo to hastily step forward to catch the oil lamp. "Master Chu, Is it ready? Chu Feng slightly shook his head and replied, it is indeed broken. The remaining areas require rectification. I will inform you how to proceed shortly. Kai Sai would note that VP then, and then observed as Chu Feng bent down and reached into a hollow in the ground. In the next moment, an object was extracted. The sight of it filled both Kai Siwen and the onlookers with terror. Chapter 92. The Arrival of the Divine Path Sect. Master Chu, what is this? Kai Siwen stared at the item in Chu Feng's hand, feeling his scalp tingle as his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. In Chu Feng's grasp was a skull, not of a human, but of an animal, inscribed with a multitude of tiny characters. Tiger's head. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tiger's head shattered into fragments in Chu Feng's hand with a crisp crack. Roar! Zhang Wensheng and the others instinctively turned their heads in alarm, having just heard a roar that resembled a real tiger nearby. With the main issue addressed, they would now attend to the remaining areas. Some items were not meant for outsiders to see. Thus, only Kai Siwen and Zhang Wensheng accompanied Chu Feng to manage the situation. Chu Feng took action where necessary, pointing out issues that required dismantling or modification, clearly instructing Kai Siwen to expedite the rectification process. By the time all tasks were completed, it was well past 8 in the evening. At the dining table, Kai Siwen curiously inquired, Master Chu, the mountain Taoist who provided the feng shui guidance, initially left immediately after his instructions. Who placed the tiger's head in the pavilion? Before Chu Feng could respond, Zhang Wensheng interjected, Kai, you're quite naive. Those who wish to harm you must have arranged everything in advance. The one who concealed the tiger's head in the pavilion was undoubtedly a worker from the initial construction, likely bribed to do so when no one was paying attention. Upon reflection, Kai Siwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and silently resolved to thoroughly investigate who the worker responsible for burying the tiger's head was. Initially, he had little hope of uncovering the mastermind due to the mountain Taoist's untraceability. However, now that he realized there were others involved, his determination reignited. He firmly believed that by locating the worker who had concealed the tiger's head, he could undoubtedly uncover who was scheming against the Kai family. The grievances inflicted upon the Kai family must be avenged. Although the destructive formation of the white tiger had been dismantled, the elder Kai's illness could not simply resolve itself. After inspecting the situation, Chu Feng decided to leave Zhang Wensheng behind to administer treatment, ensuring that once healed, the ailment would not recur. As time was of the essence, he promptly departed. Upon returning to the Qin residence, he found Qin Yinran waiting for him. Upon learning that Chu Feng had not only acquired an ancient elixir, but had also dismantled a feng shui curse, she expressed great curiosity about the entire process, playfully clinging to his arm and demanding he recount the events. Chu Feng enveloped the enchanting beauty in his embrace, chuckling as he replied, Let us return to our quarters. The night is long, and we have ample time. Understanding what was to come, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face into Chu Feng's embrace. Soon, the room resonated with a different kind of sound. After their interaction concluded, Chu Feng began narrating the day's events to Qin Yinran. After listening intently, she remarked, So, the reason the Kai family has fallen into decline over the years is due to being ensnared in a trap. Had it not been for this scheme, the wealthiest family in Yin City would surely be the Kai family. The following day, Chu Feng rose early, procuring paper and ink to write a letter. Having not contacted the old man in 5 years, once he began writing, his thoughts flowed uncontrollably. Qin Yinran, who awoke later, observed him and remarked, Brother Chu, in this day and age, why write a letter? It's not only slow, but also cumbersome. Can't you just make a video call? Chu Feng shook his head, continuing to write as he explained, That place lacks internet connectivity and is isolated from the world. I can only write letters, which are delivered once every 3 months. Upon hearing this, Qin Yinran expressed concern, asking, Are you eager to send a letter? Chu Feng longed for the old man to be informed immediately, and after he nodded, she suggested, Brother Chu, once the letter is ready, let me handle it for you. I'll find someone to deliver it directly, which will be faster. In this era, any problem could be resolved with sufficient funds. Indeed, Chu Feng paused his writing, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Previously, he had hesitated to write due to his unfortunate circumstances at the Luo residence, where he lacked the extra funds for postage, let alone hiring a courier. Now, with ample resources, there was no reason to let the money sit idle. Taking a deep breath, he resumed writing, completing the letter and passing it to Qin Yanran along with the destination details. Qin Yanran was thoroughly committed to assisting Chu Feng, promptly contacting individuals who could facilitate the delivery, disregarding costs, with only one requirement: to ensure the letter reached its destination swiftly and to bring back a response. Afterwards, the two proceeded to Tianmei Group. At noon, Wei Dongqing suddenly approached Chu Feng with an anxious expression. "What's wrong?" Chu Feng asked, looking up. "Boss, have you offended the Divine Path sect?" "The Divine Path sect? They've come looking for me so soon?" Having previously slain members of the sect, Chu Feng was not surprised by their interest in him. He retorted, "Where are they? They haven't arrived yet." Wei Dongqing shook his head and explained, "My subordinates just received news that the Divine Path sect is inquiring about your whereabouts. It won't be long before they come." "That is fine. If they want to find me, let them come." Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "They are merely the Divine Path sect. There is no need for concern. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will dam it." Having once dared to slay members of the Divine Path sect, he was not worried about their retaliation. Knowing that Chu Feng was a master-level expert, Wei Dongqing's anxiety began to dissipate somewhat, and he continued making calls to track the movements of the Divine Path sect. In the evening, Wei Dongqing returned to inform Chu Feng that the Divine Path sect had located the Qin family and had sent people there. They were seeking him specifically. To prevent the Qin family from being embroiled in this matter, Chu Feng immediately headed to the Qin residence with Wei Dongqing. He did not notify Qin Yanran, not wanting her to worry. While he personally dismissed the Divine Path sect, he recognized that others might not share his indifference towards such a formidable force in the realm. Upon arriving at the Qin family estate, they found a group of individuals just about to enter. One of them glanced back and, upon spotting Chu Feng and Wei Dongqing, alerted the others, and they all turned to approach them. "Are you Chu Feng?" the leading middle-aged man asked with a stern gaze. "That's me. What do you want?" "Chu Feng Zipli." The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he stated, "We are from the Divine Path sect. You should be well aware of why we are seeking you." In response, Chu Feng shook his head, feigning confusion. "I don't know." The group's eyes narrowed, and one stepped forward to interrogate. "Boya, don't you know? We have found out that he came here to seek you earlier, and then vanished without a trace. Do you know that Boya is a patron of our Divine Path sect?" Chu Feng continued to shake his head, asserting, "I don't know any Boya or Dogya. You got the wrong person. Furthermore, he is a living person. It's his freedom to go wherever he pleases. His disappearance has nothing to do with me." "Oof." The leading middle-aged man glared fiercely at him, stating sternly, "Chu Feng, we suspect there is a significant connection between you and Boya's disappearance, and we hope you will accompany us for an investigation." As he spoke, several individuals encircled Chu Feng. "What if I refuse to cooperate with the investigation today?" Chu Feng coldly surveyed the group. The atmosphere turned tense and charged. "Young man, do you understand that in the land of Xinzhou, whenever the Divine Path sect summons someone, regardless of their status, they must comply with the investigation?" The leading man, Peng Jingchun, glared at Chu Feng with a serious threat. They had encountered many similar individuals before. Those from noble families, martial arts clans, regardless of their status, ultimately succumbed. Those who dared to confront the Divine Path sect never met a favorable end. "I don't need to know. There is no need to squander time with you. Your people have disappeared. Go search for them instead of fixating on me. What significance does this hold? Without tangible evidence, you wish to summon me for an inquiry. Although nothing has transpired, Chu Feng can foresee that it will ultimately lead to nothing. Thus, he remains indifferent to this group of individuals." Chu Feng responds with nonchalance, causing the expressions of the few members of the Divine Way sect around him to darken gradually. In a silent exchange of glances, Peng Jingchun slightly nods, signaling his subordinates to take action and temper this young man's arrogance. Upon receiving the command, two individuals positioned behind Chu Feng stepped forward, simultaneously reaching for his arms. This time, they successfully grasp his arm, yet as they attempt to twist it behind him, their expressions change subtly. Chu Feng's arm is as immovable as a colossal stone deeply embedded in the earth. This peculiar shift causes the remaining individuals to display signs of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Only Peng Jingchun's countenance grows even darker. He had long been aware that Chu Feng was a formidable martial artist, yet he never anticipated him to be even stronger than imagined. At that moment, the two who had taken action, unable to subdue Chu Feng, looked to their leader for guidance. After Peng Jingshun nods, the two reluctantly release their grip, their gazes now tinged with a hint of trepidation. The disparity in strength is apparent. Even standing still, Chu Feng remains unyielding, leading them to ponder the true extent of his capabilities. What level of mastery does he possess? Suddenly, the atmosphere falls into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Peng Jingshun takes a deep breath and inquires, "Young brother, are you certain you will not cooperate? Your strength is undeniable, but I must caution you that offending the Divine Way sect brings no benefit." Aware of the formidable capabilities of his opponent, he realizes that resorting to violence may not yield favorable results, prompting him to seek an alternative approach to encourage cooperation. Chu Feng smirks disdainfully, retorting coldly, "If the Divine Way sect is not afraid of death, then they're welcome to come." This declaration ignites considerable anger among those present, particularly Xiang Wei, whose temper is notoriously volatile. He strides forward, fists raised, ready to confront Chu Feng. Peng Jingshun does not intervene, fully aware that as a member of the Divine Way sect, they're accustomed to having their way. This time, however, they have encountered a thorn in their side, one who not only dismisses the sect but also dares to issue threats. Peng Jingshun understands that if they fail to capture Chu Feng today, their small team will become the subject of ridicule among the others in the Divine Way sect. Additionally, he is eager to use Xiang Wei to gauge Chu Feng's true level of mastery. In an instant, everything unfolds. Xiang Wei launches a punch, propelled by a fierce wind, aiming for Chu Feng's face. Just as it seems destined to land, Chu Feng effortlessly raises his hand to block it. Is the early stage of transformation really that impressive? Chu Feng mocks, his palms suddenly clenching, causing Xiang Wei, who had intended to retract his fist, to realize the peril he is in. Before he can react, Chu Feng delivers a fierce kick to his abdomen. The sheer force elicits a pained cry from Xiang Wei. Yet, the ordeal is far from over. With a swift motion, Chu Feng yanks Xiang Wei forward and follows up with another kick, sending him soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As Xiang Wei struggles to rise, he is met with excruciating pain coursing through his body, akin to countless needles piercing his veins, rendering him incapable of movement. Meanwhile, his gaze towards Chu Feng is filled with apprehension. As the assailant, he possesses acute awareness of the situation. His instincts tell him that had Chu Feng wished to kill him, he would have had no means of resistance. This overwhelming sense of helplessness deeply demoralizes this typically fiery middle-aged man. He feels as though he stands before Chu Feng as an ordinary individual would before him, completely at his mercy. What level of mastery is this? Peng Jingshun and the others are unable to suppress their rising anxiety. They had assumed that Xiang Wei's attack would reveal Chu Feng's strength. Yet throughout the entire encounter, they sensed no fluctuations in power emanating from this young man, making him appear as an ordinary person. Such an uncanny occurrence has not been encountered in many years. Retreat, Peng Jingshun suddenly commands. Despite their aggressive approach yielding no results and sustaining injuries among their ranks, he is compelled to withdraw. Even his frustration wells within him. Xiang Wei is a practitioner at the early stage of transformation, and even though he himself is at the mid-stage, continuing to engage could lead to severe humiliation. As the leader, he must exhibit sound judgment. His instincts urge him to reconsider the situation and devise a longer-term strategy. Observing the departing members of the Divine Way sect, Wei Dongxing raises his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Damn it, we've finally seen them suffer a setback. Those scoundrels, relying on the Divine Way sect for support, act arrogantly wherever they go." Chu Feng retracts his gaze and counters, "What? Have you been oppressed by the Divine Way sect in the past?" Wei Dongxing sheepishly nods, recounting his past experiences. Although he was never directly oppressed, even a minor member of the Divine Way sect dared to speak down to him, disregarding him as the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, which fueled his resentment. Just as Wei Dongxing finishes speaking, two figures emerge from the Qin family estate, Qin Shanhai and Qin Hu. Upon receiving news of the Divine Way sect's arrival, Qin Shanhai is drenched in cold sweat, realizing that they must be there due to the incident involving the individual killed by Chu Feng. He prepares to step out to greet them, only to see the Divine Way sect members change direction upon spotting Chu Feng, which alleviates his anxiety. "Chu Feng, are you all right?" Qin Shanhai approaches, his face filled with remorse. "I intended to come out earlier, but I fear they might use the Qin family to threaten you." There's no need for concern. Chu Feng shakes his head, stating, Old man, the Divine Way sect is not an ordinary force. If they come again, let them direct everything toward me. Do not allow the Qin family to become a target. That may not be wise. There is nothing unwise about it. Chu Feng in Dukin Shanghai, Asuting. If the Qin family remains uninvolved, it will be easier for me to handle matters. In fact, it will spare me great difficulty. He then turns to Wei Dongqing and inquires, where in Yun City are the finest properties located? Chu Feng, are you not planning to continue residing with the Qin family? Qin Shanhai asks anxiously. His intuition warns him that Chu Feng's question about the best properties in Yun City might indicate a desire to leave the Qin household. No, Chu Feng shakes his head. I believe it is more suitable for me to move out. Qin Shanhai is reluctant to let this formidable individual leave, hastily asking, is there something wrong with the place? Did Iran do something to upset you? Just tell me, and I will resolve it. Initially, everything was fine, but now Chu Feng expresses a wish to leave. Qin Shanhai ponders that it cannot be a fault of the Qin family. Perhaps it is a conflict with his granddaughter. Old man, you are overthinking this. Iran and I are getting along splendidly. After a brief pause, Chu Feng feels it necessary to clarify, explaining, my stay at the Qin family was merely temporary, intended solely to assist you with your treatment. Now that your condition is nearly resolved, it would be rather shameless of me to overstay my welcome. Furthermore, the Divine Way sect will likely seek me out again, and to avoid bringing trouble to the Qin family, it is more appropriate for me to find accommodations elsewhere. Understanding that Qin Shanhai is reluctant to see him go, Chu Feng adds, Old man, do not harbor any ill thoughts about this. With transportation so convenient nowadays, my visits will take mere moments. As for where I reside, it is inconsequential. I hope you will not insist on my staying. As the conversation reached this point, Qin Shanhai, despite his reluctance, understood that persisting in his entanglement would be a display of immaturity. He recognized that Chu Feng's choice was made to avoid placing pressure on the Qin family. With a smile, he nodded and said, make sure to come by often. Subsequently, Chu Feng departed alongside Wei Dongqing. In the chamber of Xindao Men in Yun City, Peng Jingchun regarded the withdrawing doctor with a stern expression and inquired, Master Hu, is there no hope? The individual referred to as Master Hu was Hu Huan, who shook his head and replied, no, it is impossible to identify the cause of the illness. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered such a situation. Peng Jingchun's brows knitted tightly, his demeanor indicating the palpable tension in the atmosphere. After their earlier departure, it became evident that something was amiss with Xiang Wei. In haste, they returned and sought Hu Huan's expertise for his treatment. The reality weighed heavily on their hearts. They understood that Xiang Wei's every movement was met with excruciating pain, as if his meridians were on the verge of tearing. It was abundantly clear that this was intrinsically linked to Chu Feng. They had not anticipated that Chu Feng not only thwarted Xiang Wei, but had also manipulated the situation to his advantage. For a martial artist, a complete rupture of the meridians would render them incapacitated for life. Despite the intense hatred that simmered within him towards Chu Feng, Peng Jingchun recognized that the immediate priority was to address Xiang Wei's condition, fearing further harm if delays ensued. Taking a deep breath, he implored, Master Hu, please devise a method to heal my brother. If you can restore him, you shall be a revered guest of Xindao Men. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Hu Huan's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. He realized he must seize this opportunity. He was fully aware of the prominent role Xindao Men played in the realm. He thought to himself that if he could secure a favor from Xindao Men, dealing with that insufferable young man would be a trifling task. He feigned a grave demeanor and stated, Captain Peng, rest assured that even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your brother receives the necessary treatment. I was merely too anxious earlier. I require time for a thorough examination. Peng Jingchun nodded in satisfaction, clasped his hands, and remarked, Then I shall trouble Master Hu to apply yourself diligently. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will procure it with utmost haste. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Peng Jingchun took the others and exited the room, allowing Hu Huan to concentrate on his examination and treatment. Once outside, Peng Jingchun instructed the youngest team member, Tang San, take my identification card back to headquarters and investigate that young man's background. At such a young age, possessing at least late-stage transformation strength, It is impossible for him to remain inconspicuous without any information. Receiving the card from Peng Jingshun, Tang Sen promptly departed Yin City. The remaining members began to voice their thoughts, their astonishment still evident. Defeating Xiang Wei, who was in the early stages of transformation, with such ease led them to conclude that Chu Feng must undoubtedly be at the late stage of transformation. As for the master level, they did not even entertain such notions. The threshold to reach that realm was far from simple. Given Chu Feng's age, achieving late-stage transformation was already remarkable. They could not fathom the existence of someone so extraordinary as to reach the master level in their 20s. Simultaneously, Peng Jingshun and his companions speculated that the missing boya must have encountered Chu Feng and likely met his demise at the young man's hands. It was inconceivable that someone as knowledgeable about the rules of Shundao men as boya could vanish without a trace. Before encountering Chu Feng, Peng Jingshun had merely sought to inquire and uncover more clues. However, upon meeting Chu Feng and witnessing his formidable prowess firsthand, he became increasingly convinced that boya had likely perished at the hands of this young man, given his evident capability to slay boya. In the central area of Yun City, before the sales office of the Shanghai Villa District, Chu Feng ambled forward. Initially, Wei Dongqing intended to accompany him, but Chu Feng insisted she return to Tianmei Group. Purchasing a house was not a daunting task in his eyes. The Shanghai Villa District, constructed a few years prior, stands as the largest and most luxurious villa area in Yun City. He recalled how Luo Xiu had once expressed a desire to buy a residence there. Inside the sales office, the staff lounged on the sofa, engrossed in their phones and casual conversations. Upon Chu Feng's entrance, several salespeople noticed him but made no move to greet him. These salespeople interacted daily with various clients, discerning their financial status at a glance. A solitary individual like Chu Feng was either job hunting or merely seeking free refreshments. With no one attending to him, Chu Feng glanced around the model display, feeling somewhat exasperated, and shifted his focus to the model itself. "Hello, are you looking to purchase a property?" A bright voice suddenly chimed from behind. Chu Feng turned to see a young woman, clearly fresh out of university, approaching with a gentle smile. "Which unit is the most expensive?" Chu Feng inquired directly, scanning the models. His inquiry resonated throughout the sales office, instantly capturing the attention of all the sales staff. Is he capable of affording it? He doesn't seem like it, but he certainly acts the part. The laughter of the sales team echoed as they dismissed the possibility of this seemingly ordinary young man wielding immense wealth. They believed that anyone with significant financial means would exude a certain grandeur, typically accompanied by glamorous companions. Yet, here stood Chu Feng, appearing as a mere office worker. Does he truly think he can purchase a multi-million-dollar mansion? It's laughable. The mockery of the sales staff reached Chu Feng's ears, but his expression remained placid. He turned to the slightly flustered young woman, Dong Qian, and said, "Please tell me, which unit is the most expensive?" Regaining her composure, albeit with a hint of nervousness that flushed her cheeks, Dong Qian pointed to the most prominent villa in the model, stating, "This one, called Shanghai Pavilion, boasts the best view and the largest area in the entire villa complex. From up there, you can see the entirety of Yin City." Recognizing that the model closely resembled the actual property, Chu Feng examined Shanghai Pavilion, noting its exceptional feng shui compared to the other structures. He nodded and declared, "Very well. Let us proceed with the contract." "What?" Dong Qian was momentarily stunned, her voice trembling with excitement and disbelief. "Sir, are you truly ready to sign the contract? Or would you like me to provide further details? Perhaps take you to see the property in person?" Unconsciously, she entertained the notion that he might be toying with her. After all, the transaction at hand involved several million, vastly different from purchasing a few vegetables at the market. Many prospective buyers, concerned about potential issues with the property, typically insisted on visiting the site to negotiate favorable terms. In contrast, Chu Feng had merely glanced at the model and expressed his intent to buy. The swiftness of his decision felt surreal. With a smile, Chu Feng reassured her, "I am not jesting, nor do I require a site visit. I trust that you will not deceive me. Please prepare the contract." In the fleeting moment of eye contact, Dong Qian was almost certain that the other party was not jesting with her. She found it hard to fathom that such immense fortune could fall upon her, and immediately nodded before hastily making her way to the counter. Overcome with excitement and anxiety, the inexperienced Dong Qian fumbled clumsily, causing documents to scatter and fall as she attempted to print. Around her, the salespeople who had been mocking her just a minute ago now stood with mouths agape, their expressions blank. These seasoned professionals had encountered all sorts of clients, yet none like Chu Feng, who was so refreshingly generous. The quickest among them, a female salesperson, promptly rose and dashed towards Chu Feng, realizing that he might be a low-key magnate. As she moved, several other female sales representatives followed suit, converging on him from various angles. "Sir, please have a seat over here. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Would you like some fruit?" Dong Qian is new and unfamiliar with the situation at Shanghai Pavilion. "Shall I provide you with a fresh introduction?" Meanwhile, Dong Qian, busy printing the contract, felt a pang of anxiety as she recognized that the other women were clearly vying to steal her client. The Shanghai Pavilion was priced at 450 million. With a commission substantial enough to make one an overnight millionaire. "Dong Qian, the floor is a bit dirty. Go fetch a mop and clean it up while I print the contract," one female salesperson commanded imperiously as she approached. Dong Qian, her face awash with embarrassment, replied nervously, "Sister Wang, I'm in the middle of printing the contract. It will be done soon." Sister Wang, taken aback, turned her back to Chu Feng and scolded Dong Qian with a glare. "Girl, do you still want to keep your job? Are you ignoring my orders? I'm not trying to steal your deal, but your inexperience could jeopardize it for everyone. Hurry up and get that mop. I'll take care of printing your contract." Naively, Dong Qian did not contemplate further and, after thanking Sister Wang, left. You think you can compete with me? You're still too green," Sister Wang thought to herself, watching as Dong Qian walked away with a smug expression. Once Dong Qian's contract was printed, she carelessly tossed it into the trash and proceeded to pull up her own contract code for reprinting. Not far away, Chu Feng was already seated on the sofa, surrounded by several female sales representatives who had brought him coffee and an assortment of fruits. One of the women, seemingly oblivious to the others, was engrossed in enthusiastically detailing the merits of the Shanghai Pavilion. Another woman leaned in closely to Chu Feng, brushing against him and batting her eyelashes flirtatiously. Chu Feng, however, remained silent, observing the spectacle with keen interest, eager to see how these women would scramble for his favor amidst the allure of profit. As anticipated, tensions soon escalated. Sister Wang, clutching the freshly printed contract, hurried over and placed it on the table, saying, "Sir, here's the contract. Please take a look and sign if everything is in order." "Sir, let me help you with that," exclaimed the saleswoman who had been narrating the Shanghai Pavilion's features, as she reached for the contract. However, she accidentally loosened her grip, causing the documents to scatter across the floor, and clumsily stepped on one of them in the process. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry," she said, ignoring Sister Wang's murderous glare as she turned to Chu Feng. "Please excuse me. I'll go print another copy right away." With that, she dashed toward the printer, followed closely by Sister Wang and two other saleswomen, all well aware that how well they treated Chu Feng would ultimately determine who secured the contract. With only one printer and computer available, the four women quickly found themselves in a scuffle, each trying to prevent the others from accessing the equipment. "Sir, do you have a moment? Perhaps we could step outside for a walk before signing the contract?" One of the savvy saleswomen, keenly aware of the fierce competition, leaned in closer to Chu Feng, attempting to entice him with her charm. Chu Feng turned his head slightly to regard her, smiling as he replied, "Can you handle it?" The woman blushed and retorted, "If I can handle it, why not step outside and find out? I assure you, you will be completely satisfied." After a brief pause, she continued, "And, if you wish, I'll be at your beck and call anytime, ready to fulfill any of your desires." To this, Chu Feng chuckled and said, "I'm afraid I'm not fond of public transport." The saleswoman was taken aback, unable to believe the humiliation she had just endured. Anger surged within her. Her teeth clenched tightly. Yet, she quickly suppressed her ire, recognizing that the stakes were far too high and that securing the contract was paramount, even if it meant enduring a moment of shame. Sir certainly has a sense of humor. She finally managed, reorienting herself as she pressed against Chu Feng, swaying slightly as she spoke. "I am captivated by your generous spirit. It's not at all what you might think." "No," Chu Feng replied, shaking his head. "You are captivated by the prospect of money, not me." At that moment, the conflict among Sister Wang and the others erupted completely, transforming from simple tugging to a chaotic melee of hair-pulling and shoving. Chu Feng took the opportunity to rise and observe, breaking free from the clingy saleswoman. Nearby, Dong Qian returned from fetching the mop, her eyes wide as she took in the chaos. What are you standing around for? What about your contract? Chu Feng's voice suddenly rang out behind her. With her eyes reddened and a sense of grievance, Dong Qian replied, the contract. I think Sister Wang threw it in the trash. Unfazed, Chu Feng responded, not to worry, as long as it's salvageable, we can sign it. Really, is that truly acceptable? Dong Qian asked, disbelief evident in her gaze. Nothing is off limits, as long as it's valid. At that moment, Dong Qian felt as if fortune was smiling upon her. Just moments ago, after cleaning the floor, she had witnessed Sister Wang and the others fighting over the contract, realizing that the deal, which had once belonged to her, was slipping away. Although she had wanted to step in and print the contract herself, she understood that the opportunistic Sister Wang would never grant her that chance, and might even turn hostile. Naive and timid, Dong Qian felt compelled to concede to the harsh realities of the business world. Yet, she was taken aback by Chu Feng's kindness, who, even in such a situation, was looking out for her. Just as Dong Qian was about to retrieve the contract from the trash, Chu Feng gently grasped her arm. Assuming he had changed his mind, she turned back, anxiety etched on her face. These people have been bullying you, haven't they? Dong Qian nodded, recalling how, as a newcomer, she had often been bossed around by the more seasoned saleswomen, including an incident where she had been sent away, resulting in the loss of a contract that should have been hers. Then let them continue their bickering for a while longer, Chu Feng said with a smile. His unconventional approach made Dong Qian chuckle, and she nodded obediently. Sir, it's quite chaotic here. Perhaps we should step outside for a breather? The saleswoman who had previously approached Chu Feng returned, adopting a provocative pose in hopes of enticing him. Chu Feng rolled his eyes and bluntly retorted, if you want to flaunt yourself, go do it on the street. Don't come here to distract me. The woman froze, then, incensed, stomped away in frustration. What's going on? Thundered an angry voice from above. It was the manager glaring down from the office where a meeting was taking place, furious at the scene below. Get out of here, all of you. If you treat guests like this, I'll have no choice but to dismiss you. With their superior intervening, Sister Wang and the others had no choice but to cease their scuffle. As they surveyed their torn clothing and scratched faces, they began to weep in despair. Go fetch the contract. Upon receiving the instruction, Dong Qian hurriedly approached and retrieved the contract that had been discarded in the trash bin. Noticing that only the bottom page bore a slight stain, she quickly wiped it with her sleeve before presenting it to Chu Feng. The sobbing Wang Jie and the others, witnessing this scene, finally comprehended that they had been played by Chu Feng all along. He had never intended to sign a contract with them. Even if they had printed it out, he would have ignored it. After being thoroughly toyed with, the group wept even more sorrowfully. Brother, please take a look. If it's not acceptable, I can reprint it, Dong Qian said anxiously, seeing that the stain had been mostly wiped away, with only a slight watermark remaining. Chu Feng smiled and remarked, it doesn't affect anything. He took the contract and settled onto the sofa, swiftly scanning it before picking up the pen that Dong Qian had prepared and signing the document without delay. He then handed the card that Qin Yinran had provided earlier to Dong Qian, stating, go ahead and swipe the card. The password is 6 sixes. Dong Qian, momentarily stunned by Chu Feng's decisiveness, struggled to regain her composure. Upon learning that Chu Feng was purchasing the highest-priced property in Shanghai City, the manager rushed over, ready to negotiate, but was immediately dismissed. He then led Dong Qian to complete the payment. At the moment of successful transaction, Dong Qian was so elated that she felt like shouting, Sir, here is the key to Shanghai Pavilion. Please keep it safe. The manager respectfully presented the key to Chu Feng, who accepted it, and the manager continued, Sir, may I show you around Shanghai Pavilion? There are some smart installations that require guidance on their usage. No need, Chu Feng replied, looking at Dong Qian. Let her take me. As they departed, Wang Jie and the other saleswomen who had just been vying for attention collapsed in tears. They were filled with regret for not having welcomed Chu Feng when he first arrived, as his generous demeanor suggested that anyone who had approached him would have made a sale. Instead, they had looked down upon him, mistakenly believing he could not afford a villa, thus missing out on a significant opportunity. Get out and cry elsewhere. You all know very well why you missed such a great opportunity. The manager scolded the female sales team harshly, having understood the situation. On their way to Shanghai Pavilion, reflecting on Chu Feng's consistently amiable demeanor and his attentiveness towards her, Dong Qian said, her eyes glistening, Thank you for taking care of me, Brother Chu. Chu Feng chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "It's nothing to speak of. All you have achieved is a result of your sincerity. In today's complex and chaotic society, individuals like you, who possess such genuine qualities, are rare." Flattered by his praise, Dong Qian felt a mix of joy and shyness. Before long, they arrived at Shanghai Pavilion, where Dong Qian guided Chu Feng through various areas while explaining the security system's usage. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly stringent security measures were utterly ineffectual before a martial artist. Since it was his own home, Chu Feng remained calm, listening attentively to Dong Qian's explanations. After a general overview, Dong Qian inquired, "Brother Chu, is there anything else you'd like to see?" Considering a few matters, Chu Feng replied, "Let us take a look at the master bedroom." Dong Qian hesitated momentarily, then steeled herself and led Chu Feng to the master bedroom. Upon entering, Chu Feng began to inspect the room quietly, while Dong Qian turned to close the door. Hearing the sound, Chu Feng turned, momentarily taken aback, and asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 97, A Mess to Clean Up. Dong Qian's hand rested on her collar, the first button already undone, revealing her fair neck. "What do you mean?" Chu Feng's inquiry caught Dong Qian off guard. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and muttered, "Brother Chu, you call me to the room. You didn't mean to sell her body." In another context, Dong Qian would resolutely refuse such a proposition. However, given the kindness he had shown her and the help he had provided, she felt inclined to comply. Chu Feng was at a loss for words, and after a brief pause, he said, "You think too much. I have no such intentions. I simply wanted to see the room." "Ah." Dong Qian gasped in surprise, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. The shy girl wished to find a hole to hide in, keeping her head down and avoiding eye contact. The atmosphere in the room became awkward and tense. As someone who had been through similar situations, Chu Feng maintained a calm demeanor. With a wry smile, he stepped forward and suggested, "Let's go to the observation deck on the top floor." Dong Qian responded with a timid, and quickly turned to escape the room that had made her feel so embarrassed. Upon reaching the observation deck, a gentle breeze swept through, instinctively relaxing her body and easing her previous anxiety and shyness. As she looked up, she was immediately captivated by the unique scenery of Cloud City. As a salesperson, she had long heard that the view from Shanghai Pavilion's observation deck was exceptional, but she had never had the privilege to appreciate it. Girls generally enjoy taking photos, and Dong Qian quickly took out her phone to capture the landscape, followed by selfies with the panoramic view of Cloud City in the background. Knowing this might be her first and last visit to the observation deck, she took numerous pictures. Afterward, noticing that Chu Feng was watching her, she shyly smiled and asked, "Brother Chu, would you like to take a picture?" Chu Feng had never been fond of photography. He gently shook his head and approached her, calmly inquiring, "Earlier, what made you think that way? You must understand that my support for you stems from my appreciation of your inherent innocence and kindness. It is not worth it to compromise yourself for the sake of achieving a few sales." Dong Qian's heart sank upon hearing his words. She had thought the earlier awkwardness had passed, but it seemed Chu Feng was not ready to let it go. Unbeknownst to her, he had brought her here specifically to address this topic, allowing her to enjoy her photography before interrupting her. Not wanting to appear rude, Dong Qian took a moment to gather her thoughts and replied, "Brother Chu, you must know that I am new to society and lack experience in many areas. When I am with my colleagues, I often hear them say that to achieve results, one must be willing to make sacrifices. You have been so helpful to me, and I have nothing to repay you with. When you called me to the room, I thought you wanted to do that. I was really nervous and didn't know how to respond." From the slight tremor in Dong Qian's voice, Chu Feng recognized her sincerity. He smiled and said, "I am not that kind of person, and there is no need for me to behave that way. Society is a melting pot. As someone new to it, you will inevitably encounter many complex individuals and situations. However, I want to remind you that at no point should you degrade yourself for the sake of reality. In this world, there are a million people, and consequently, a million ways to live. What others teach you may not ultimately suit you." After a brief pause, Chu Feng continued, "From my observations, you may not be well suited for sales. Perhaps you should consider a different industry. Real estate sales can be fiercely competitive. An innocent person like you might end up being devoured whole." Realizing that Chu Feng was imparting valuable advice from experience, Dong Qian gazed out at Cloud City and said, "I initially chose sales because I heard this field offers high income for those willing to work hard. My father has been ill for many years and requires a substantial amount for medical expenses each month. I took this job to earn money quickly. As she spoke, Dong Qian smiled brightly, adding, but now, thanks to you, Brother Chu, this commission will cover my family's expenses for a while. And I have the time to consider other options. Having been reminded, Dong Qian indeed contemplated changing her career path. She is acutely aware of her own character and acknowledges that she is ill-suited for a career in sales. A good deed deserves to be fully rewarded. Chu Feng took the initiative to inquire, is your father's illness quite severe? The mention of her father's condition brought a pained expression to Dong Qian's face, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Her family had always struggled. Her father, the family's pillar, had toiled day and night to provide for them, neglecting his health. After a serious illness in middle age, his health deteriorated completely, and now he relies entirely on medication. In recent years, their family savings have been exhausted, and they are burdened with significant debt. Dong Qian had initially intended to pursue a master's degree after graduating from university. But the family situation forced her to abandon her dreams and seek work instead. Every family has its own sorrows and struggles. Once Dong Qian finished speaking, Chu Feng offered, I have some knowledge of medicine. If you trust me, we could arrange a time for me to examine your father. Really? You actually know medicine? Dong Qian asked, her face a picture of disbelief. Chu Feng chuckled and replied, what, do I not look the part? After a playful glance, Dong Qian teased, you certainly don't fit the stereotype. In my experience, those who know medicine are usually much older with long beards. After sharing a light laugh, she continued, Chu Ge, once I finish my work here and resign, I'll reach out to you. There's not much I can do to thank you, but I can treat you to a meal. I'll also invite a friend of mine. She's quite beautiful and still single. What does beauty matter? Can she surpass Qin Yanren? Not wishing to shatter Dong Qian's navette, Chu Feng simply nodded. All right, just contact me once you're free. After a brief and casual conversation, they left Shanghai Pavilion and returned to the sales office to wrap up some loose ends. That sly minx. She seems so demure, yet she is quite the wild side. Look at them. They've been gone too long. Something must have happened. As soon as they entered the sales office, the resentful Wang Jia and the other female sales staff began to mutter under their breath, convinced that something untoward had transpired during their absence. Chu Feng, who was signing a contract, overheard their whispers and furrowed his brow. He realized that these women needed to be dealt with and turned to the manager beside him, saying, call those female sales staff over. You ladies, come here, the boss is calling for you. Upon hearing Chu Feng's authoritative voice, the gossiping saleswomen instinctively thought it was good news and hurried over, their faces alight with excitement. Chu Feng surveyed the group and remarked, you all seem rather idle. I happen to want to watch a little performance. The female sales staff, who had previously attempted to use her looks to entice Chu Feng, eagerly asked, boss, do you want to see us dance? I trained in dance. Shall I perform a piece for you? No need. Chu Feng interviewed, scanning the surroundings before adding, I have a rather peculiar interest. I enjoy watching people crawl like dogs. Do you see that sign over there? Whoever among you can crawl to it first will receive a reward of 100,000. The demand caused the expressions of the female sales staff to sour instantly. Initially excited by the call, they now realized it was a blatant attempt at humiliation. Crawling across a distance of over 200 meters was no small feat. While their faces reflected their discontent, the prospect of 100,000 stirred some of them. 200,000. Chu Feng raised the stakes nonchalantly. They were clearly devoid of boundaries when it came to money, and he was curious to see what price would sway their principles. The instant the reward doubled, the previously grim expressions of the female sales staff softened. Boss, may I? The manager asked eagerly. To him, 200,000 for 200 meters was not humiliating. It was as if heaven had dropped money on the ground to be picked up. Only female. Chu Feng declined the manager's offer outright. Seeing the female sales staff still hesitating, torn between dignity and desire, he declared, 500,000. I'll do it. Wang Jia stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Chu Feng. So if I crawl from here to the sign, I get 500,000? Had it been anyone else, she might have dismissed the notion as nonsense. However, given that Chu Feng had just clinched a deal at Shanghai Pavilion without haggling, there was no doubt he could produce the promised sum. Yes, Chu Feng confirmed as the female sales staff who had previously offered her charms also stepped forward, eager to participate, with one leading the charge. The other three quickly set aside their pride. 500,000 was equivalent to half a year's salary, assuming fortune favored them with sales. Chu Feng spread his hands, announcing, "Let us begin. The entrance is the starting point. Remember, whoever reaches the sign first claims the 500,000, driven mad by the prospect of money." The female sales staff dashed towards the entrance, pulling and shoving each other along the way. "The 500,000 is mine. No one can take it from me." Wang Jia, completely consumed by ambition, crawled the fastest. Just then, another female sales staff caught up and, in a bid to thwart Wang Jia, bit her on the backside without hesitation. The sharp pain caused Wang Jia to scream, halting her progress, while the biter seized the opportunity to overtake her. Unbeknownst to her, her actions would prompt a similar response. Soon, she was overtaken by yet another female sales staff, who, in an attempt to pull her back, ended up biting her arm instead. As they crawled, the scene erupted into chaos, drawing the attention of passers-by, many of whom began recording the spectacle on their phones. "Chuga, why are you doing this?" Dong Qian asked, perplexed as she watched from the entrance, unable to comprehend why Chu Feng had suddenly made such a degrading request. She felt instinctively that this was excessive. They need to be taught a lesson. Chu Feng explained nonchalantly, "You didn't hear the things they said when we walked in. They resented you for taking the big order, and their venomous words left me quite displeased. I thought it best to give them a taste of their own medicine." In truth, Chu Feng disliked humiliating others, and even when he did, he would typically refrain from such methods. However, given that they were women, physical confrontation was not an option, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this approach. If he did not address their behavior, the one to suffer in the end would be the innocent and pure-hearted Dong Qian. The malicious words of these female sales staff had not escaped his notice. He saw them for what they were, cunning individuals. If left unchecked, he could easily foresee Dong Qian being bullied and humiliated once he departed, leaving her with psychological scars that would be difficult to heal. To prevent such an outcome, it was best to nip this behavior in the bud. Furthermore, he found their words to be intolerable. Instead of reflecting on their own actions, they had chosen to lash out because they could not secure the big order. Their self-centeredness and lack of consideration for others were baffling. Since that was the case, he might as well make them infamous, ensuring the entire city of Yun would know their names. Crawling 200 meters was relatively quick for normal walking, but the chaos of pulling and fighting slowed them considerably. Soon enough, the unfolding drama had garnered significant attention online, with some onlookers live-streaming the bizarre events. "Why are you doing this, Chuga?" Dong Qian questioned, still bewildered by the spectacle at the entrance, unable to fathom the sudden shift in Chu Feng's demeanor. Such a humiliating display seemed excessive to her. "They deserve to be dealt with." Chu Feng replied coolly, "Did you not hear the things they said upon our arrival? They were resentful of you for securing the substantial order and spoke ill of you. I found it quite displeasing and thought it necessary to teach them a lesson." In truth, Chu Feng preferred not to humiliate others, and even when he did, he would typically avoid such methods. However, given that they were women, and physical confrontation was not feasible, he felt compelled to resort to this approach. If he did not address their behavior, the one to suffer in the end would be the innocent and pure-hearted Dong Qian. The remaining few, overwhelmed by their failures, wept inconsolably. Sister Wang, her body marred with wounds and her face etched with exhaustion, approached Chu Feng and inquired, "I was the first to arrive. Where's the money?" "The account number." Realizing that he was not jesting, she promptly divulged her account details, and Chu Feng, without further ado, transferred 500,000 directly to her. Upon witnessing the balance in her account, Wang felt as though everything had finally been justified. The remaining female sales representatives approached one after another, their gazes toward Wang filled with resentment and animosity. Had they not been utterly drained, they would undoubtedly have sought to retaliate against her. "Listen up, everyone. I am laying down the law today." At the sight of the authoritative figure speaking, the women immediately straightened their expressions. "Mind your tongues. Know what to say and what not to say. We're all adults here. No need for reminders. Today serves merely as a minor lesson for you. Should there be a next time, you may not be so fortunate." After reprimanding them, Chu Feng turned to the manager and said, "Take good care, Dong Qian. If I find out she has been bullied or that you have unlawfully withheld her rightful commission or made her life difficult, you will come to regret being alive." With that, he strode away. Half an hour later, the entire Yun city was in an uproar. Chapter 99. Could it be someone surnamed Chu? The mysterious mogul has invested hundreds of millions to acquire the long-vacant Shanghai pavilion. The enigmatic benefactor has humiliated female sales representatives, compelling them to crawl like dogs. Is it true that the wealthier one is, the more unscrupulous they become? Rumor has it that this mysterious figure is merely in their 20s. Is that indeed the case? Bloggers, ever active online, crafted sensational headlines to attract traffic, some expressing curiosity about the identity of the mysterious benefactor, while others condemned him for his treatment of women. The uproar escalated, and soon, nearly everyone in Yun City was aware of the situation. At Tianmei Group, upon entering the office, Chu Feng mentioned he had just purchased a house. As he happened to glance at the trending news, Qin Yanran set her phone down and cautiously asked, "Is the mysterious benefactor who purchased Shanghai Pavilion you?" Being among the few who understood Chu Feng, she realized he was indeed capable of such a feat. While there were many affluent individuals in Yun City, few would dare to invest so lavishly in a luxury estate, which explained why Shanghai Pavilion had remained unoccupied until now. Not everyone's wealth comes as effortlessly as Chu Feng's. The money of a businessman is earned through arduous labor, and with their current residence being satisfactory. Investing billions in an idle property seemed illogical. It would be wiser to reinvest that capital into a business for greater returns. After receiving a call from Qin Shanghai regarding Chu Feng's relocation, Qin Yanran had already surmised that the mysterious benefactor speculated in the news was undoubtedly Chu Feng. Yes, the environment is quite agreeable, perfectly suiting my preferences. Money left idle serves no purpose. How I choose to spend it is entirely my prerogative, Chu Feng mused. Qin Yanran, fully aware of her lack of authority to comment, nodded and asked, "What is this about making female sales representatives crawl like dogs?" In her perception, Chu Feng was not the type to resort to such humiliation. If truly provoked, a mere slap from him could send anyone into oblivion. Women, he believed, should never be struck. Cunning individuals who crave wealth naturally employ monetary means to address their issues. Noticing her confusion and curiosity regarding the specifics, Chu Feng proceeded to elaborate. Upon learning the details, Qin Yanran chuckled, saying, "If you encounter troublesome women again, reach out to me. I will assist you. Engaging in such behavior may tarnish your reputation." With a grin, Chu Feng retorted, "Do you think I'm the kind to care about my reputation?" Qin Yanran rolled her eyes, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and returned to her work. As Chu Feng opened his phone, he noted the escalating ramifications of his actions and realized that if this situation continued to gain traction online, his identity could be uncovered and exposed. Fame brings its own burdens, and he did not wish to be recognized wherever he went, as that would strip away the thrill of many endeavors. He immediately descended to find Wei Dongqing, instructing him to devise a method to eradicate all online information regarding himself. As the Black Dragon Gang, a powerful underground force in Yun City, no one dared to disregard their authority. With a single call from Wei Dongqing, multiple media platforms swiftly removed news related to Chu Feng, and bloggers who were attempting to investigate his background received threatening calls, prompting them to delete their posts immediately. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shindao sect, Peng Jingchun and others anxiously awaited news. Upon hearing movement, they looked up to see Hu Hua and exiting the building. He hurriedly approached and asked, "Master Hu, how is he?" "Rest assured he is fine," Hu Huan replied weakly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon learning that Xiang Wei was unharmed, Peng Jingchun and the others were filled with joy and rushed inside to check on him. Hu Huan, however, moved to a nearby stone bench, his expression complex and pensive. Only he was privy to the true circumstances within the room. He understood that the unusual condition afflicting Xiang Wei could not simply be remedied with a few acupuncture needles. It would heal naturally. The invisible affliction plaguing Xiang Wei seemed to dissipate after a certain period. His hesitation stemmed from the concern that Xiang Wei might perceive this reality. If he claimed to have healed him while Xiang Wei insisted it was unrelated to him, it would be quite embarrassing. The favors owed by the Shindao sect were not easily acquired, and Hu Hua was reluctant to let go. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to observe the situation, gauging Xiang Wei's response. If Xiang Wei remained unaware of the truth, he could lay claim to this monumental favor. However, if Xiang Wei detected something amiss, he would have to admit the reality. A few minutes later, Xiang Wei emerged from the building, supported by several individuals. "Master Hu, thank you. Had it not been for your diligent efforts, I might have been rendered incapacitated." Seeing the gratitude in Xiang Wei's eyes, Hu Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him. You're too kind, Xiang. As a healer, it is my duty to cure ailments and save lives. I'm just glad you're well, just glad. By the way, you should refrain from excessive activity for now. Rest for 2 or 3 days. And you should recover completely. Peng Jingchun nodded in agreement and immediately dispatched someone to escort Xiang Wei back to his quarters to recuperate, lest he strain himself and impede his martial development. Once he turned back, he said, Master Hu, thank you for saving my teammate. The Shundao sect owes you a favor. Whenever you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will fulfill any request. After all the effort expended, this was the phrase he had awaited. Knowing that members of the Shundao sect were not easily encountered and that Peng Jingchun and his team were not stationed in Yin City, having come solely to address this matter, Hu Huan understood that if he wished to seek their help again, it would entail considerable time and effort. Revenge should be executed promptly. Furthermore, this evidently dubious favor was best utilized sooner rather than later. Having made up his mind, Hu Huan smiled and said, Captain Peng, I do have a favor I need from the Shundao sect. Since you've made such an offer, I won't hold back. Peng Jingchun, eager not to let the favor linger too long, chuckled and replied, Master Hu, there is no need for formality. Just let us know what you need, and we will gladly assist. We have some time over the next couple of days, but we may become busy after that. Currently, we are still investigating information on Chu Feng, and once we have clarity, we will take action. Upon hearing this, Hu Huan no longer hesitated and, with a serious expression, said, I hope, Captain Peng, that you can help me deal with someone. Peng Jingchun nodded casually. That is simple. Just provide me with the person's details and address, and I will send someone to handle it. After carefully recalling the information from Zhong Yun, Hu Huan said, This individual currently resides at the Qin family. Age between 20 and 30. The Qin family? Age between 20 and 30? Peng Jingchun's heart instinctively tightened. He hesitantly inquired, Master Hu, the person you intend to deal with, it wouldn't he happen to be someone with the surname Chu? Would it? Chapter 100. This person is not to be trifled with. It cannot be. Peng Jingchun clenched his fists tightly, hoping that they were not speaking of the same individual. He understood that if Hu Huan's target for revenge was indeed Chu Feng, the situation would become rather complicated. Just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed he would assist in resolving the issue, only to find himself admitting it was beyond his capability, a rather embarrassing contradiction. Hu Huan was momentarily taken aback by Peng Jingchun's evident hesitation, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the two were acquainted? This notion arose because Peng Jingchun had inquired if the person was named Chu before Hu Huan even mentioned Chu Feng's name. In the Qin family, there seemed to be only one young man with the surname Chu. Hu Huan was certain they were indeed speaking of the same person. Unsure of the relationship between Chu Feng and the captain of the Shundao sect before him, he shifted the conversation and asked, Is he surnamed Chu, named Chu Feng? And are you friends? He recalled that Zhong Yun had mentioned that young man was a martial artist, and the Shundao sect was known to be a hub for martial practitioners. If they were friends, the prospect of using the Shundao sect for revenge might evaporate entirely, and he could find himself unable to retaliate, especially if the other party had deep ties with the Shundao sect. Continuing the revenge would be akin to courting death. Upon hearing that the young man was indeed named Chu Feng, a wave of helplessness washed over Peng Jingchun, who decisively shook his head and replied, Master Hu, to be candid, our visit to Yun City was precisely to deal with this young man named Chu Feng. It is fortunate that you're not friends. Hu Huan felt a sense of relief. Since the Shundao sect was at odds with Chu Feng, there was no need for him to say anything further. The Shundao sect would surely take care of that young man, and when they had thoroughly dealt with him, he could step in to humiliate him. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated Hu Huan became, even devising elaborate schemes to bring about Chu Feng's utter disgrace. However, at that moment, Peng Jingchun doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Master Hu, I strongly advise you against engaging in conflict with that young man. You will gain nothing by contending with him. As Hu Huan fantasized about his glorious revenge, Peng Jingchun's words caused his brow to furrow in confusion. He struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Peng Jingchun's statement. Hadn't the Shundao sect come to Yun City to deal with that young man? Why was he now cautioning him? Did the Shundao sect intend to forego enmity with the young man altogether? After agreeing so readily to assist him, discovering that the target of his revenge was Chu Feng seemed to have altered his stance dramatically. Perplexed by the sudden shift in Peng Jingquan's attitude. Hu Huan composed himself and asked, "Captain Peng, what do you mean?" Noticing that Hu Huan was entirely unaware of Chu Feng's formidable nature. Peng Jingquan took a deep breath and elaborated. "It is as follows, Master Hu. Prior to inviting you here to treat Xiang Wei, we happened to visit the Qin family, where we encountered the young man named Chu Feng. I must admit, as much as it pains me to acknowledge it, that young man is genuinely strong. The Xiang Wei you treated earlier was injured by him, you know? We initially intended to forcibly bring him in for questioning, but we could not subdue him. Ultimately, Xiang Wei was injured by him, and realizing he was outmatched, we had no choice but to retreat. What? That young man single-handedly repelled the Shindao Sex team?" Hu Huan was momentarily stunned. Previously, he had heard from Zhongyun that Chu Feng was no ordinary individual, possessing considerable strength and connections, and he had been troubled about how to seek his revenge. Just when he thought the Shindao Sex intervention would be advantageous, he learned this unsettling news. After a few seconds of silence, Hu Huan reluctantly asked, "Is there truly no way to handle that young man?" Peng Jingquan countered, "Is your enmity with him substantial?" The enmity between them was not particularly deep. However, recalling how Chu Feng had humiliated him in front of so many people made Hu Huan yearn for his demise. Before he could respond, Peng Jingquan continued, "Master Hu, your understanding of that young man may not be as thorough as ours. I cannot predict how our conflict with him will ultimately resolve. However, rest assured, when the time comes to confront him, we will not hold back. I must remind you, regardless of how profound your grievances may be, it is in your best interest to abandon thoughts of revenge. For there is no way you can contend with him on your own. Should you provoke his wrath, he may retaliate in kind. On our side, we have the Shindao sect, bolstered by more powerful martial artists and formidable martial arts families. Who do you have to support you?" In light of Hu Huan's prior assistance to Xiang Wei, Peng Jingquan kindly cautioned him against confronting Chu Feng, as the evidence suggested that anyone who engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Chu Feng ultimately met a grim fate. Is he truly that terrifying? Hu Huan struggled to suppress his simmering resentment, finding it difficult to accept. After decades of living, he had never experienced such a profound humiliation. How could he easily let it go? Sensing Hu Huan's reluctance, Peng Jingquan pressed on, "Master Hu, as a resident of Yin City, you should be aware of the recent downfall of the Huang and Su families, which has generated considerable uproar. It happened not long ago, and all of Yin City is aware of it." He instinctively nodded, then queried, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Master Hu pondered why the two once prominent families had suddenly collapsed. At first, he did not grasp the significance of Peng Jingquan's words, but quickly dawned on him that the man had no intention of idly discussing trivial matters. Having previously warned him against clashing with Chu Feng, he was now referencing the demise of the two families. An unsettling speculation abruptly emerged in his mind. His throat dry, he swallowed hard and asked, "Could it be that the downfall of the Huang and Su families was orchestrated by him?" Peng Jingquan grinned and replied, "What else could it be?" Master Hu, with just a bit of inquiry, would discover that at a recent auction, the young heirs of the Su and Huang families were soundly beaten by a single individual, Chu Feng. The Su family sought assistance from one of our Shindao sex patrons, but that patron has since vanished without a trace, which is precisely why we came to Yun City to find him. Of course, Master Hu, if you refuse to let go of this grudge, then consider my words mere idle chatter. The conversation was left deliberately unfinished. Upon hearing this, Hu Huan realized that the sudden downfall of the Su and Huang families was a direct consequence of seeking vengeance against Chu Feng. No more revenge. This individual is not to be trifled with. Understanding the true extent of Chu Feng's terror, Hu Huan's internal resistance dissipated completely. Chapter 101. Arranging the Formation. Sanhai Pa Viliong. Qin Yinran wandered about, nodding with evident satisfaction. Qin Shanhai had long instructed that the relationship between the Qin family and Chu Feng must not be severed, thus requiring her to refrain from returning to the Qin family and instead accompany Chu Feng to the Shanhai Pavilion, hoping to create an unbreakable bond between them. "So, are you satisfied?" Chu Feng asked with a smile. "Very much. This place makes me feel incredibly relaxed." Qin Yinran beamed with joy. In their gaze, an unusual spark began to flicker. Just as they inched closer, Qin Yinran's phone suddenly rang. Upon learning that the goods had arrived, she smiled triumphantly and hurried downstairs to receive the delivery. Before coming here, Chu Feng had compiled a list of peculiar materials, urging for their swift procurement. Due to Chu Feng's infrequent requests for specific items, Qin Yanran was particularly attentive, disregarding the costs with only one stipulation: expedience. Many items, if financial concerns were set aside, could indeed be procured despite their rarity. Upon reaching the delivery vehicle and witnessing the offloaded goods, Qin Yanran turned to Chu Feng and said, "Brother Chu, please check to see if anything is missing or if the quality of any item is subpar. I will immediately notify someone to rectify it." Chu Feng noted that, proceeding to inspect each item meticulously to ensure they met his standards. The Shanghai Pavilion was destined to be his long-term residence, and although equipped with a sophisticated security system, he believed that even the most intelligent systems had their flaws and could ultimately be breached. Such defenses were primarily effective against ordinary individuals, rendering them ineffectual against martial artists. While Chu Feng possessed the capability to summon martial artists for security patrols, he was unaccustomed to the constant presence of others around him. Moreover, human intentions could be inscrutable. Should he recruit someone who turned traitorous, it could result in dire consequences. Relying on others was far less dependable than relying on oneself. Having merely glanced at the model in the sales office, he secured the Shanghai Pavilion, primarily attracted by its elevated terrain, auspicious feng shui, expansive area, and serene environment that perfectly aligned with his expectations. Thus, while still at Tianmei Group, he had contemplated the need for protective measures and decided to arrange some formations around the premises. Such formations were far more reliable than security systems. Regardless of whether an intruder was an ordinary person or a martial artist, anyone attempting to stealthily enter the Shanghai Pavilion would face significant resistance. Additionally, for those martial artists who preferred not to engage physically, the formations could be manipulated to launch attacks, potentially leading to their demise. Furthermore, these formations could subtly absorb invisible energies from the surrounding environment, consolidating them within the Shanghai Pavilion. While Chu Feng himself had no need for such energies, they would provide invaluable support to Qin Yanran, who was just embarking on her martial path. This was precisely why major sects often concealed themselves deep within remote mountains. The energy in such secluded locations was far more concentrated. In contrast, urban areas suffered from environmental pollution, resulting in diluted energies that were unsuitable for cultivation. The Shanghai Pavilion occupied a vast expanse, necessitating a considerable amount of materials. After half an hour of thorough inspection, Chu Feng identified several items of inadequate quality, prompting Qin Yanran to swiftly contact suppliers for replacements. Once the items were relocated indoors, she curiously inquired, "Brother Chu, what are these items intended for?"